More flexibility here could help us connect more genuinely with our fans. Lives like these are great, no? Another point of concern is the apparent bias within the group. Some members, especially Jun, find themselves overworked, while others seem underutilized. We're fortunate to be a strong, cohesive team, but this kind of disparity can strain even the best of relationships over time. So, in conclusion, Mr. Ong could sue Dash. Just then, Jisung's phone turned black, causing Casper to frown. "I think your phone died," he said. Jae-young cried, making the others surprised. "No," he said. "It's so young. It can't die." With his statement, the members of Eve burst into laughter, oblivious to the fire they have created. I love Casper SM. 66. Sandcastle. Number 776. Chapter 776, It's Not That Bad. 776, It's Not That Bad. The members of Eve woke up with raging hangovers. They were all huddled in the living room, and they were awoken by the sound of someone vomiting in the bathroom. Akira groaned as he got up. "Who the heck is making so much noise?" he shouted. His exclamation woke the remaining sleeping members, covering their ears as they felt their heads throb. "Goodness," Jaseong said, blinking his eyes awake. "What happened last night?" he asked. Jisung frowned as he looked at the 5 large bottles on the table. "Don't tell me, did we drink all of that?" Jun, too, frowned when he looked at his members. They all looked like they'd ridden a roller coaster for 3 hours. He tried to recall what happened yesterday, but it was all just a big blur. "Does anyone know what happened last night?" Junk asked. Casper, who appeared the most normal out of them, shook his head. "I tend to forget everything when I'm drunk," he said. "I'm worried, though. I felt like I said something stupid." "Me too," Sehun said. "Why are my eyes swollen?" Just then, Jay trudged back to the living room, groaning in pain as he plopped on the couch. "I'm never drinking again," he complained. "Do you know what happened?" Casper asked. Jay shook his head. "No idea," he said. Jun sighed before standing from the floor. "My bladder is going to explode," he muttered. Jay turned to him with a smile. "The toilet smells of vomit, so take the Sanapo before you go." Jun clicked his tongue and grabbed one of many bottles. However, he halted when he saw the label behind the bottle. It was the first time he realized such a detail. "Wait, Sanapu is owned by Phoenix?" he asked. "Yeah," Akira responded. "You don't know?" Jun shook his head. "Phoenix is a really big company. It has many subsidiaries, and Phoenix Entertainment is just one of them. It's probably the biggest company in South Korea. The owner is pretty controversial, though," Jay chimed. Jun turned his head to their manager. "Why is that?" Jay shrugged. "It's not because they're a bad person or anything. It's just that nobody really knows who they are, not their name, not their gender. Only the CEOs of the subsidiary companies are known." "Huh," Jun muttered. "Strange." "Yeah," Jay said. "But it's pretty cool, too, right?" "Anyway, didn't you need to peck?" he asked. Jun nodded and went to the toilet, covering his nose when the scent of hot vomit hit him right away. He clicked his tongue and sprayed some of the Sanapo before doing his business. Al closed his eyes, feeling refreshed as his bladder was being emptied, when he suddenly heard Jisung scream. "Guys," Jisung exclaimed. "I think we're in deep trouble." The boys, along with Jay, sat in a fragrant room. The sound of wheels rolling was heard, the only thing piercing through the silence. Jay sucked in his cheeks as Mr. Ong circled around him. Finally, Mr. Ong coldly said, "I have been waiting for all of you to respond. I know that our meeting was scheduled this afternoon, but I had to move it Carly Duke to reasons," he chuckled. The members of Eve didn't say anything, knowing that they had done something wrong. Well, in Jun's case, he thought that it was long overdue. He watched the clips online and wanted to applaud Casper for everything he had said. "I even had my assistant light up one of my expensive candles because I didn't want my room to smell like blue cheese," he said, turning to Run, who pursed his lips to prevent himself from laughing out loud. "I also went to my salon before coming here, so they could touch up my wig," he said, now turning to Zeth. Zeth looked down at his lap without saying anything. "Now, Mr. Ong," said, wheeling himself back behind his table. "Could you tell me why you had a live late in the evening when I told you that every move of yours shall be reported to me? And not only that, but you did it drunk," he shouted, causing the members to wince. Then, he turned on his TV to show the boys the aftermath of their drunk livestream. However, his browser history showed up instead. Wig hairstyles that aren't obvious. Why do I smell like blue cheese? Octopus sex. June Fancam 20,231. The boys felt like they were in a try not to laugh challenge. They quickly looked away from the screen as Mr. Ong scrambled to shift the screen to the presentation he had created. Illara, he exclaimed, trying to calm himself down. June's eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise when Minjun's article appeared on the screen. Eve's drunk live stream? An iconic moment. Last night, the hottest K-pop boy group of their time, Eve, took to the internet by storm with a live that was surprising and utterly human at the same time. The group's impromptu drunk live stream quickly spiraled into a viral sensation, attracting 250,000 viewers at its peak. What could have been a recipe for disaster turned into a memorable event that endeared the boys to their fans and the public alike. The live stream showcased a side of Eve that fans rarely see: raw, unfiltered, and charmingly inebriated. Far from the polished, choreographed performances that K-pop idols are known for, the members of Eve let their guards down and showed their cute, natural selves. They sang songs, proving that their talent shines through even in less than sober conditions. The public loved it, finding the boys' antics reminiscent of their own drinking sessions with friends. But the most commendable part of the evening came when, led by the group's member Casper, the boys aired their frustrations with their management company. Despite the alcohol and the potential for chaos, he articulated their grievances professionally. Their candid discussion about the lack of creative freedom, biased workloads, and stringent social media controls resonated deeply with viewers. This bold move didn't go unnoticed. Fellow artists such as Haruki of Chaos, Uno of OCTA, and actress Hannah publicly commended Eve for speaking out against industry norms, a topic often considered taboo. Their bravery in addressing these issues struck a chord, leading to an outpouring of support and admiration from both fans and peers. In a single night, Eve managed to gain over 100,000 new followers, with Casper emerging as the central figure of this surge in popularity. So what do you think about Eve now? Their drunken night may have started as a simple live stream, but it ended as a defining moment in K-pop history. I read this article. Casper smiled. It was so sweet. Yeah, it's not so bad, right? The public seems to like it, Akira chimed. Meanwhile, Mr. Ong felt like he was going to bust a nerve. This article has over 1 million views. Swing left to continue. Number 777. Chapter 777 Delayed Comeback. 777 Delayed Comeback. Mr. Ong's face was so red he looked like an embarrassed lobster. It's really not that bad, sir, Jay hesitantly said. That was Mr. Ong's final straw. Al stood from his office chair and slammed his fist on the table. Even though he had gone to the salon to get his wig fixed into place, it was still no match for his anger. It became disheveled, making him look like a hairy Humpty Dumpty. It's not that bad? He asked with narrowed eyes. How can you tell me that it isn't so bad when this article has over 1 million views? Now, people are making Azure Entertainment a big joke. Mr. Ong showed the other articles. Mr. Ong's shortcomings, literally and figuratively. If your office smells like blue cheese, then you might have an underlying yeast infection like Mr. Ong. Hitting puberty in your 50s? Calm down. You're not alone. A certain CEO is also the same. The boys' faces also became red as they held themselves back from laughing. Dang, Akira muttered. Those are some damn good article titles. Mr. Ong continued, airing out his anger. You are an idol group. How can you show this kind of behavior on media? Especially you, Casper, he said, pointing at the tall boy. Casper pursed his lips and looked down at the ground. June massaged his nose bridge. That's right. We're an idol group, a human idol group. We're not robots, nor are we made from AI. We're just like everybody else. We would take responsibility if we did something wrong, and I have to admit that the things we've said could be refined. However, our complaints are things we've already told you. You just didn't listen. So, Casper took the initiative to air out his frustrations, June said. Casper looked up at June with wide eyes before placing his hand over his chest, feeling touched. June's statement just seemed to make Mr. Ong even angrier. Jay pursed his lips and held onto June's thigh, preventing him from speaking any further. Mr. Ong continued ranting while the members of Eve remained silent. He went on and on about discipline and how Eve was the very first group that had disrespected him as such. Well, at least they got a superlative for the day. Mr. Ong looked at the boys' faces before plopping back down on his chair. I swear my remaining hair will shed because of you guys, he muttered. What now, he asked. How are you going to fix the damage that you've done to your group? I don't think there's any damage, sir, Casper chimed. I gained 300,000 followers in one night. Mr. Ong glared at him, causing Casper to purse his lips. Then he shook his head. And to think I gave you guys everything. But this is how you're repaying me. Jun held in the urge to roll his sykes. Mr. Ong was just doing the bare minimum. Now, I called the meeting this afternoon to discuss your comeback, he said, capturing the boys' attention. I wanted to tell you that the preparations will start by the end of July or early August since Lanier will have their preparations first. The boys excitedly looked at each other. However, seeing as you guys aren't thankful to the company that gave birth to you, then I think you wouldn't have any problem delaying your comeback. The boys' moods did a complete 180-degree turn. A delayed comeback? Jae-young asked. Mr. Ong hummed, a satisfied smile grazing his face. Lanier will need more preparations for their debut, so you wouldn't mind stepping away a bit, right? Jun pursed his lips before letting out a deep sigh. Sir, you know that these are one of the exact reasons why we said what we said last night. You can't just delay our comeback as you see fit. Why can't I? Mr. Ong asked. I am the CEO, right? He smirked. Jay was about to argue, but Mr. Ong had already pressed the button for security. That's all, he said. Do not worry. You'll still get your comeback. In fact, the team is probably starting on the preparations. You'll hear back from us once everything is done. For now, continue with your individual schedules and brand deals. Jun shook his head in disbelief. You're not going to let us in on the preparations anymore? Well, you know, he nonchalantly said. The last time you meddled with the preparations of the songs, there was a big mess, right? I had to talk to Teddy to keep his pride in check. The members didn't expect that Mr. Ong could get even lower, but he did. Just then, the security guards came. Inside the room. You asked for us, sir? Ah, yes. Please escort these handsome men out of my office. I have a lot to do since a new girl group of mine has just been created, he smirked. The boys didn't have a choice but to stand and leave the room. However, before they could step out of the door, Mr. Ong called for them once more. Be nice to Lanier, all right? He asked. They shall move in by next week, so give them a warm welcome. You will also meet their manager one of these days, so be on the lookout for him. The boys glanced at each other and ignored Mr. Ong's words before leaving in a sour mood. As soon as they were out of the room, the boys ranted about how unfair everything was. Do you think it's fair? Akira exclaimed. We didn't even do anything wrong. We were just telling the truth. Jay sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. We did slander him, but I believe that he deserves it. It's just infuriating that we can't do much about it because we're all under a contract. What are we going to do now? I don't want another factory-made album. It would be nice if Mari helped us, but this is Teddy we're talking about, Rin said. The only reason why our album succeeded back then was because of Luster. The members agreed, and they continued ranting as they went down the parking lot. However, just then, they felt a large figure pass by them. Yet, none of them stopped. They just realized it when he was already gone from their sight. Who was that? Jay asked with wide eyes. The boys stopped and turned around, seeing a muscular man wearing a navy blue suit. Jun frowned while the others glanced at each other in confusion. Do you know who that is? Akira asked. Jay shook his head. No idea. He seems interesting, though. Muscle fetish, Jisung whispered. Jae-young hummed. I've never seen him before. Can he be the new manager? Voto. Number 778. Chapter 778 Creepy Old Men. 778 Creepy Old Men. Why did he call for all of us? Akira groaned as he continued cating the snacks that the company had prepared. Jae-young clicked his tongue. You don't have the right to complain. You've eaten half of the stuff on the snack table. Currently, the workers, including interns, internal staff, and some artists who didn't have schedules, were gathered in Azure's biggest conference room. Akira sighed. That still doesn't change the fact that we don't know why we're here. Did anybody tell you, Jay? He asked. Jay shook his head. I have no idea. This is the first time Mr. Ong has called everyone from Azure Entertainment. The only complaint I have is that we don't have any seats, Zeth chimed. Why are those old people the only ones with seats? Well, to be fair, some of them can't walk for 5 minutes without their joints wearing down, Akira chimed. That's another thing. Zeth added. I also don't understand why so many old people run to company. It's the same with politics, he ranted. Why are the ones leading the country on the brink of death? Well, you seem to have a lot of opinions, Jay chimed. I want to go home, Akira whined, stuffing his mouth with sweet olives. Jisung shook his head. Don't complain so much. If someone has the right to complain, then it's Jun. The boys turned toward Jun, who was currently being bombarded by people from different age brackets. Jun, can I have a picture too? My daughter likes you very much. Are you single? Can I please have your autograph? Jun, right? Why don't you dance for us later? Zeth shook his head in amusement. Who bets that Jun is in a bad mood, he asked. The members, along with Jay, all raised their hands. Oh, it's obvious, Jay chuckled. I'll hates it. Truth be told, Jun wanted nothing but to get away from people whose breaths smelled like caviar. Fortunately, Jun's misery was cut short when the door opened, revealing Mr. Ong in his signature chair. As soon as the people realized that it was Mr. Ong, they moved away from Jun and bowed in respect. Jun sighed in relief and went back to his members, who were looking at him with teasing smiles. Mr. Ong wandered his eyes around, smiling in satisfaction when all of them were bowing. However, his smile fell and a small frown made its way to his face when he saw that Jun wasn't bowing his head at him, not even the slightest. Mr. Ong narrowed his eyes at Jun, but he merely smirked. There was no way that Jun was going to bow down for him. Jun only bowed for people who deserved it. Mr. Ong's jaw clenched, but he quickly smiled when the others greeted him enthusiastically. Now, he said, making them silent. You might be wondering why I have called all of you to this gathering. This is a special day, so I want to celebrate it with all of you. The crowd murmured excitedly, and the members of Eve also wondered what Mr. Ong had up his sleeves. As you all know, the 5th season of Rising Stars had just ended, and we now have a girl group under our wing. To commemorate this special moment, I decided to throw a party for the girls, he exclaimed. Zeth narrowed his eyes. Did he do something like this for us? Definitely not, Sehun chimed. I am interesting, Rin remarked. The doors opened, revealing the 5 members of Lanier. They were fully made up, and their pretty, almost fairy-like visuals instantly brightened up the room. I'm not mad, though, Akira smiled. I would love to talk to our junior group. Jun clicked his tongue and held out his arm to stop Akira from walking closer to the group of girls. Then, he glared at him. Don't even think about it, he warned. Stay professional. Akira was about to argue, but he saw the seriousness in Jun's expression, so he sighed and nodded in compliance. Here are the girls, Mr. Ong exclaimed, standing next to them. There was a mischievous look in his eyes, and Jun swore that he had never seen him so happy. The others, too, especially the older men, looked particularly excited, making Jun bite his lip. Mr. Ong extended his arm so it rested on Mina's shoulder. Aren't they pretty? He asked. I will make sure that they will also become the nation's girl group, similar to Eve. I had done everything in my will to get Eve to the top, and look at where they are now. The staff nodded like blind little mice ready to accept and obey everything that Mr. Ong was saying. Just then, Mr. Ong's hand slowly lowered down, causing Jun's eyes to narrow further. Omo, Tiana won, not liking how the girl he came increasingly uncomfortable. Jun looked around to see if other people found it weird. Some of the interns, especially the young women, looked away, also looking uncomfortable. However, the other workers, more specifically the creepy old men, were enjoying the show. I think we should do something, Jaeyoung said. Zeth clicked his tongue. He's worse than I thought. Look at Mina, Rin whispered. It looks like she's about to cry. Mina also attempted to move away, but Mr. Ong continued gripping her waist as he boasted about his achievements. Jun could see the members of Lanier glancing uneasily at each other, and at that moment, he recognized something from May's eyes. Jun clicked his tongue. His sister was going to explode soon. She was a very righteous person and couldn't stand others being bullied, so Jun knew that she was bound to say something out loud. However, as much as Jun admired her for that, he also knew how tough was to establish a reputation in the industry when you have barely debuted. Mr. Ong's hand was getting dangerously low. So, at that moment, Jun looked around. Then, when he saw a near-empty tower of oysters, he went over to it and smirked. Jay's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? He whisper-shouted, trying to stop Jun. However, it was too late. Jun had placed his hand on top of the metal tower and tipped the entire thing over, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud bang. Number 779. Chapter 779, The Manager's Riz. 779, The Manager's Riz. Screams of shock were heard inside the small conference room. Mr. Ong also jolted in shock, causing him to move away from Mina. Mina sighed in relief and stepped away from Mr. Ong. Meanwhile, the others looked at Jun with wide eyes, wondering why he had done such a thing. His members were also surprised. However, there was an underlying pride in their expressions. The board of directors glared at Jun, with Mr. Ong being the most furious. Jun watched as he opened his mouth, seemingly going to scold him in front of the majority of Azure Entertainment workers. However, Jun spoke before Mr. Ong could get a word out. He bowed his head and held onto his hand, which appeared to be shaking. The workers whispered among themselves, wondering what Jun was doing. Then, after a few moments, he finally lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The workers gasped in surprise, not only because Jun looked pitiful but also because he looked handsome. The shaking of his hand intensified, making him look more pitiful. "I am sorry," he stammered. "I only wanted to take some food. But my hand shook, so I toppled it over," he said, once again looking at the ground. As he directed his gaze to the floor, a small smirk appeared on his face. Surely, the people would by his acting. He lifted his head once more, now seeing the empathetic looks of the workers. They nodded in understanding, and Jun had to purse his lips to stop himself from smiling. "It must be because I have a lot of work," he muttered. "My hands keep shaking these days from fatigue. I'm really sorry." He bowed at a 90-degree angle. "This will be the last time. I'll be more careful from now on." Mr. Ong pursed his lips and let out a deep breath as the room was filled with words of assurance for Jun. Meanwhile, the boys shook their heads in disbelief. Jisung even had to cover his mouth because he was so shocked. "That was remarkable," he muttered. "He's such a good actor. He hangs out with us way too much that I forget how talented he is at times," Akira said. "But dang, that was an Oscar-worthy performance." "It's okay, Jun. Don't sweat about it. Don't scold him, Mr. Ong. He didn't mean it." Mr. Ong, who was aware of Jun's strong personality, shook his head. "This guy is going to be the death of me," he muttered. With that, he cleared his throat, his smile returning. However, it wasn't as big compared to before. It also seemed like he was upset, making Jun smirk. "It's fine," he finally said. "The cleaners are on their way." Jun looked down at the mess he had made and felt quite bad. So, he kneeled and started cleaning the mess himself before the cleaners could come. The action made the other workers swoon, internally praising Jun for being so kind. Mr. Ong bit his lips to suppress his anger. Jun has so many tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the members of Lanier glanced at each other. Era shook her head in amusement. "I think Jun did that on purpose," she said. He saw how Mina was feeling uncomfortable. May nodded in agreement, a small smirk on his lips. "I would have said something if it weren't for him," she muttered. The cleaners finally arrived and helped Jun with the mess. After everything was cleaned, the meeting went on as usual, with Mr. Ong obviously in a worse mood compared to the beginning. He wasn't even next to the girls anymore, causing Jun to smile in satisfaction. "Anyway," he said, clearing his throat. "This gathering is to celebrate the birth of my new girl group," he said, still sounding a little bit mad. "However, I will also take this time to introduce a new employee to Ulinair's new manager. Although he is new to Azure, he isn't new to the industry. Maybe some of you even know him. Al has been with Phoenix for a long time, but he decided to come here and lend me a hand." He chuckled in amusement. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as soon as he heard that the new manager was from Phoenix. "Do you have an idea who it is?" Jisung asked, nudging Jay. Jay shook his head. "After I started disobeying Mr. Ong, I haven't been able to get as much intel. It seems like the board of directors also aren't fond of me." "Well, they seem pretty fond of this guy, though," Sehun remarked. "They're smiling when the dude hasn't even come out yet." "Lei, you can come in," Mr. Ong called. They all turned their attention to the white door, waiting for the arrival of the new manager. After a few seconds, the door finally opened, revealing a large, muscular man wearing a short-sleeved polo shirt. Jay took a sharp breath while the others also swooned. "Dang," Akira whispered. "The new manager is quite handsome." Jay nodded in agreement, his eyes focused on the newcomer. The guy charismatically smiled as he made his way next to the girls. It was their first time meeting, so he politely bowed at them. The girls, with the exception of May, turned to each other with giddy expressions, a single thought occurring in their minds. "Thank you for such a warm welcome," he said, showing his pearly whites to the workers. Meanwhile, Jun observed him, wondering if he had seen him before. The new manager looked around, and for a moment, his eyes met with Jun. Jun's eyebrows slightly furrowed when the new manager's smile widened as their eyes met. However, it was over in a second, leaving Jun even more confused. Mr. Ong had known me for a few months now, and although I held a pretty high position in Phoenix Entertainment, I decided to resign because I wanted to take a managerial position instead. It has been my passion ever since, he smiled. So, I transferred to Azure to fulfill that passion, he said with a serious expression, moving the staff members. Although they barely knew the new manager, it was obvious that they already liked him. "Oh, how rude of me," he chuckled. "I'm saying all these things when I haven't even introduced myself. Hello, everyone," he smiled, slightly waving his hand. "My name is Lei, and I will be Lanier's manager. You've arrived at the latest chapter. Number 780. Chapter 780, a pretty cool dude." It didn't take a genius to know that everyone liked the new manager. Except for one person, Jun. The young interns looked at him like he saved them during their past lives. The old people found him very charismatic with his pearly white teeth and kind voice. The members of Lanier, even May, appeared to be fond of him too. At first glance, he really seemed like a harmless dude. He even seemed pretty chill. However, there was something in him that Jun couldn't quite pinpoint. He didn't see it in his actions, but he felt it. There was something strange. Akira skipped to where the members of Eve were with a wide smile. "Lei's pretty cool," he smiled. Jisung nodded in agreement. "I spoke to him for a second, and it seems like he likes dramas too. What a cool dude." Zeth said. "I can tell that he also works out. I should talk to him about his routine." "Me, too," Sehun said. "Me, 3. Casper chimed, making Jun's eyebrows raise in surprise. Jun turned to Casper, while the latter looked at him with confusion. Then, Jun shook his head. "Not Casper, too," he muttered. "Jay looks like he's in love again," Rin said, nodding toward his direction. Jay was sitting next to Lei, talking animatedly while the latter nodded and listened intently. "Am I reading too much into this?" Jun asked. He felt like a complete outsider. You know that feeling when you don't like someone in class while your other classmates are seemingly fine with them? Jun felt like that after a long while. "Have you talked to him yet?" Jisung asked. Jun shook his head. "Well, you should," Jisung urged. "I think the two of you are going to get along. I believe he'll be a great manager for Lanier." Jun clicked his tongue. He really wasn't sure of that. "No thanks," Jun said. "I'm fine here. I'll just wait for the celebration to end." Jisung nudged his shoulder in a teasing manner. "Are you feeling shy?" he asked. Jun clicked his tongue. "It's not that," he argued. "I just don't see the point of speaking with him." "Why not?" Zeth asked. "We'll probably bump into him a lot since he manages Lanier now." "Come on," Akira said, poking Jun's side. "Just talk to him." "I don't want to," Jun deadpanned. "It wouldn't be that bad," Jisung chimed. Jun sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. "I don't want to," Akira suddenly exclaimed, his gaze directed toward else. "It seems like you don't even have to come to him. He's coming over here with Jay." Jun clicked his tongue and confirmed that they were, indeed, walking toward their way. "I said I didn't want to," Jun muttered. He pursed his lips and let out a small smile as the two of them arrived at their spot. Jun didn't know what to say, so he merely observed the new manager. He really did look quite handsome, almost like an actor. His eyes reminded him of someone, but Jun couldn't recall it in the back of his head. Lei looked at the boys and smiled. "Eve," he said, placing both hands over his heart. "It's really an honor to be here with you. I can't believe I am in the presence of legends in the making." The boys gushed while Jun remained silent. "Well, he definitely has a way with words," he muttered. "I believe I've spoken to most of you except for Jun," he remarked. "Yeah," Akira smiled. "I think Jun feels pretty shy approaching you first." Jun glared at Akira for a second, causing the latter to chuckle. Lei, too, burst into chuckles, making Jun sigh. "Well, that can't be the case," he said. "I should be the one who's embarrassed to approach such a big star." Jun cleared his throat and straightened his spine. "That's nonsense," he said in a professional tone while holding out his hand. "We'll be coworkers from now on, so it's best if we feel comfortable with each other." Lei smiled and took Jun's hand. I'll be honored, Lei said, shaking Jun's hand. At that moment, Jun glanced down at their hands. Jun felt pretty suspicious, so he wanted to confirm something. Even though he was left-handed, he held out his right hand so that Lei would receive it with his left hand. Jun searched for it, not really expecting much. So, when he saw a familiar tattoo on the inner portion of Lei's arm, he felt like his world came crashing down. He froze, and his grip had become incredibly strong. However, even then, Lei didn't flinch, further confirming Jun's suspicion. Care to let go of my arm now? He could hear words being thrown around, but he couldn't comprehend them. It sounded like one giant blur. Jun, Casper said in a worried tone, causing him to snap back to reality. He pursed his lips and looked around, seeing the questioning stares of Lei and his members. Jun looked at Lei's arm once more to confirm if he saw it right. There, he saw the tattoo once again, White Tiger. Then, he quickly let go of his hand, almost as if it was made out of fire. The tension was thick for a moment. Fortunately, Akira broke it with a joke. Jun was acting shy a while ago, but now, he doesn't want to let go of Lei's hand. The members laughed, with Jay being the loudest. Lei, too, chuckled along with them while Jun maintained a neutral expression. As soon as they were done laughing, Lei turned to Jun. Are you sure you're okay? He asked. It seems like you spaced out for a moment there. Jun returned to normal, a playful smile appearing on his lips. I'm fine, he said. You don't have to worry about it. Lei sighed in relief. That's good. I heard from the others that you caused an accident because of fatigue a while ago. Don't exert yourself so much, okay? He said with a smile before gently patting Jun's shoulder. Well, I guess I'll be speaking with the oldies now, he said, making the others chuckle. With that, he waved his hand at the boys behind Jun. See, Jisung said, nudging Jun's shoulder. He's cool, right? Jun smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Yeah, cool, he said. Then, he whispered the next word, none of his members being able to hear him. Laohu. Number 781. Chapter 781. Everybody likes the new guy. It's him, Jun said, pacing back and forth in his room. There's no other explanation, he whispered. He sounds like him. Although he doesn't speak like him. Lei uses much kinder words, he continued. But then again, we had always been in the gang setting when we spoke, so maybe he does speak like that in real life. Oh, who am I kidding? They have the exact same tattoo, he exclaimed. Unless someone else has the same tattoo, he muttered. But, when did he learn Korean? As far as I know, he only speaks Chinese. But, I don't know him that well to even tell. Goodness, Jun muttered. Why did he become their manager? And what? He used to work at Phoenix? It all just checks out. It's Laohu. I'm certain. But what is he doing? Is he really here to get the briefcase? Well, it's a good thing that it's buried in cement. Jun paced back and forth, his mind a mess. After a while, he finally calmed down and looked up at the ceiling. Who are you, Lei? He asked. Just then, he felt someone else's presence in the room, causing him to jump in shock. Ah! Jun exclaimed when he saw Akira with a teasing smile. Then, he froze when he saw the mischievous look in his eyes. How much did you hear? Jun asked right away. Don't worry, Akira smiled. Not a lot. Just up until the point when you were very curious about Lei. Jun closed his eyes and was about to tell Akira not to make such a big fuss about it. However, Akira, being Akira, was already wandering around their dorm and screaming his head off. Jun is at Sundara. He's very curious about Lei. He likes him. He has a muscle fetish like Jay. Jun facepalmed before massaging the bridge of his nose. If I could just strangle him, he said while doing the action. Then, he heard Casper's complaint from outside of his bedroom. If he has a muscle fetish, then why isn't he fetishizing me? Jun groaned and went out of his room. There, he saw his members, along with Jay, looking at him with varied expressions, most of them amused. I do not have a muscle fetish, Jun exclaimed. Uh-huh, Jay said. That's what I said in the beginning too. Ayo, Sehun asked. You're admitting to it? Jay cleared his throat and focused his attention on his phone. But really, Akira said, walking over to Jun and throwing one arm around his shoulder. You don't have to feel shy about liking Lei. I'm sure you're feeling skeptical about him because of what happened with Chol, but I feel that he's different, Akira said. Trust me, I have a good judgment of character, he smiled. Jun gave him a dead look. You thought I was the son of conglomerates and didn't talk to me for a good week because of it. You're not a good judge of character, he deadpanned, bringing up the past. Akira pursed his lips, not being able to argue with him. Jisung chuckled in amusement, also remembering those times. Well, I believed you then, Jisung said. And I think Lei is a good person, at least, based on what I have seen from one interaction. I'm a good judge of character, right? He asked with wide eyes. Casper nodded in agreement. I only trust good people, too. I think you're just way too skeptical about Lei's identity. With his friend's statements, Jun wondered if he was really being dramatic. Am I really? He muttered. Yes, Jay said. You're reading too much into it. See, he exclaimed, showing his phone to the boys. It was a selfie of Lei with the members of Lanier, and it seemed like he bought them individual cakes. He even bought them cakes and is helping them move tomorrow. If that doesn't scream good person, then I don't know anymore. Jun was slowly losing his mind. In the photo, the tattoo on his left arm peaked a bit, making him feel breathless. I really hope my gut feeling is wrong, he said. Now, stop being such a worrywart, and let's watch this variety show. Jay exclaimed. Jun sighed and sat along with them. Ooh, is that the new one from PD Ramel? Jisung asked. Yup, Jay said. It's a fun variety show where big stars are thrown into the province. This is the very first season with a star-studded cast. They tried to recruit Jun, but he's fully booked. Ah, that's a bummer, Jisung said. Maybe on the next season. Yeah, they said that they will come with new casts every month. Lanier was finally going to move into the dorms. Aside from May, they weren't aware of what it looked like just yet, but they were expecting a lot, since Azure was a pretty big company. So, when they arrived at a tacky-looking building, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Well, it's still better than my old company, Yuri said. This will do. It's good, May said. It looks very expensive. The others turned to May with pitiful expressions. Then, Era patted her shoulder. Did you have a hard life? She asked pitifully. May shook her head. Let's just go in, he said. However, before they could take a step forward, somebody called for them. Girls, Lei, who came out from a luxurious car, jogged to them, and the young women couldn't help but smile. He was wearing casual clothes, making him look more approachable. I told you to call when you got here, right? He asked with a worried smile. I wanted to help you guys move, he said. Then he grabbed their luggage without any effort, looking like a local version of Superman. Jimin had a sharp intake of breath. I'll go ahead, he said. The elevator is small, so just follow after me, all right? Thanks, sir, May said. Manager Lei meaningfully smiled. I told you that I want to have a comfortable relationship, he said. Just call me Lei, he said. Just like how the other members of Eve call their manager by his name. All right, May casually said. Besides, it wouldn't be too hard to memorize it because our names sound alike, the manager winked. May shook her head in amusement. Meanwhile, the other girls couldn't help but hold their breaths. Holy crap, he's really charming. Number 782. Chapter 782, Who Lives in a Pineapple? How could you not swoon at him? Era asked, nearly shaking May's shoulders as they walked to the elevator. May shrugged. Because he's our manager. There's no reason for me to swoon at him. Yeri chuckled in amusement. Don't be surprised anymore, Era, she said. May didn't even feel attracted to Jun when he was mentoring us. Jimin and Mina looked at May with wide eyes. You didn't? Jimin asked. How can you even resist his charm? He's like a brother to me, May honestly said. Era smirked. Well, if he was my brother, don't even go there, May said, glaring at her friend. Era laughed loudly. I didn't even get to finish what I was saying. May groaned. You didn't even have to finish it for me to understand. Fine, fine, Era said. Anyway, enough about Jun. We don't have a chance with him anyway. He's too big of a star to even think of having a relationship with. Instead, let's talk about Manager Lei. Do you think he has a wife? I don't see a ring on his finger, Mina smirked. Yes, Era said, raising her fist high in the air. The girls chuckled in amusement as they observed their youngest member. Although they hadn't built that close of a connection just yet, they already knew that Era was going to be a handful. You agree that he's handsome, right? Era asked, holding onto May's arm. He slightly reminds me of Jun. He does not. May snapped before she could stop himself. The girls stopped, and they looked at May with wide eyes. Well, that was an aggressive opposition, Mina muttered. And you say that you're not attracted to Jun. May sighed and raked her fingers through her hair. You really need to stop with that romantic agenda. The public is already fueling it, she muttered. Anyway, May continued. I don't think they're similar. June is much more natural, she said. Natural? Yuri asked. Are you saying that Manager Lei got a lot of plastic surgery or something? May sighed and shook her head. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that I feel something pretty weird about Manager Lei, she muttered. Era sighed and shook her head. Didn't you feel the same way for June during the start of Rising Stars? Manager Lei is fine. Yeah, Yuri chimed. Your guards are just up most of the time, so you have a hard time letting people in. Mina frowned in confusion. You seem okay with his presence, though, she chimed. I am okay with it, May sighed. He's just too kind, she concluded. Isn't that a good thing? Jimin asked. I would rather have a kind manager than Mr. Ong. The girls enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Oh, we're here, Era said when they saw their team name on the door. Era gasped loudly when she saw that Eve's door was just right in front of their door. Omo, Era said. We'll be blessed with eye candies every morning. The other girls shook their heads in amusement. Then, Jimin opened the door, expecting to see only their manager inside. So, imagine their shock when they saw the 8 members of Eve, along with their manager, holding party poppers with a banner that said, Quit Solitaire. Stan Lanier. In the middle was Zeth, who was holding onto a cake. Mina, being their leader, bowed as soon as her surprise wore off. What's this, seniors? She asked. You shouldn't have. Zeth chuckled as he placed the cake on the table. Oh, come on now. Our dorm was pretty lonely when Boy Mystic left. This is the least we could do. And stop calling us seniors already, Rin said. It's not like we didn't train together. Mina scratched the back of her head, feeling shy. The other girls, too, Sehun said with a kind smile. You guys can call all of us normally, all right? Don't hesitate to ask for our help, too. We'll make sure to aid you. When we're free. Lei excitedly clapped, causing June to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Isn't it fortunate that you guys have such kind coworkers? He asked. Oh, stop it, Jay said. We're the ones lucky since Lanier has such a kind manager, he teased. The others agreed, praising Lei for helping the girls with their move. June, on the other hand, still didn't know what to feel. This must be what Elmo felt whenever Rocco's around, he thought. Well, what are you guys still doing standing there? Akira asked. Let's eat the cake, he exclaimed. The girls excitedly nodded and joined Eve on the floor, where Lei was already cutting the cake into equal pieces. Zeth bought this with his own money, which is a big surprise since he's usually stingy, Rin said, earning chuckles from the big group. So dig in. This will probably be one of the last times where he's going to treat you guys. Zeth rolled his eyes. Don't listen to him, he said. Lei distributed the plates, and since June was pretty hungry, he quickly took a bite. The sweet taste instantly invaded his senses. However, he frowned despite his sweet tooth. Pineapple, he muttered. Then, he turned to May, who was about to eat some of the cake too. June quickly sprung into action, and he slapped her hand, causing the cake to plop to the ground. The others looked at him with wide eyes, unable to speak for a moment. What was that, June? Jay asked after a while. June sighed. That was close, he said. It wasn't obvious at first sight, but the cake has pineapple. May frowned. You're allergic to pineapple, right? June asked. May slowly nodded in agreement. Oh, Zeth said, feeling guilty. I wasn't aware that you had a pineapple allergy. If I had known, then I would have chosen a different one. May shook her head with a small smile. It's all right, she said. It's not a common allergy. Yeah, Akira chimed, scratching the back of his head. I didn't even know that it existed. May hummed. They were engulfed with silence once more before Lei spoke, capturing everyone's attention. Why is it that you know about her pineapple allergy then? Number 783. Chapter 783. The industry is crap. June froze at Lei's question. The others, too, frowned in confusion. That's some relationship type of shit, Akira commented. June racked his mind for some kind of excuse. He knew just how bad May's pineapple allergy was, so he acted without thinking. It was in her profile, June answered. The mentors went through them meticulously, so I got to know that she's dangerously allergic to pineapple. They were silent for a moment before Era exclaimed. The form we filled out for the cafeteria? Era asked. They did ask us to disclose our allergies so they know what to prepare. Yes, that. June exclaimed, feeling slightly relieved. Mina tilted her head to the side in confusion. The mentors even go through all of that? She asked, amazement heard in her voice. Jun chuckled. I only went through my team's allergy list since I treated them a lot, he bluffed. I didn't want a legal case. They burst into chuckles. That makes a lot of sense, Era said. Then, she gasped loudly. Is that the reason why you didn't order anything with fish in it because you knew I was allergic? She excitedly asked. Jun pursed his lips before nodding in agreement. Yeah, he said. That's why. Era exclaimed. Mentor Jun is so caring. Jun awkwardly chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. Well, fish wasn't really a practical thing to order in the practice room, so he never even thought of ordering it. Fortunately, it seemed like they got over the topic quickly as they started conversing about the idol life and what to expect. The boys stayed at their girls' dorm for a good hour, sharing advice about the industry and how to have an easier time in it. You should be extra careful, Casper warned. The industry is harsh on all individuals, but I find that it is the harshest to women. You will encounter quite a lot of unwanted comments and even touches. I would suggest calling for help when that happens. The girls nodded in understanding. Mina cleared her throat and turned to Jun. Thank you for yesterday, by the way, she said, an appreciative smile on his face. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. What did I do? He asked. You tipped over the oyster rack, she smiled. Mr. Ong stopped touching my waist after that one. Oh, so it wasn't an accident? Lei asked. Jay shook his head. It wasn't. Jun did a good job playing it off, though. Lei chuckled in amusement. Well, it seems like Jun is truly a wise and proper man. Between you and me, I also don't like Mr. Ong that much. Same, the boys exclaimed. Jay sighed and patted Lei's back. I really have a hunch that we're going to get along well with each other. Lei nodded with a genuine smile. Jun observed him, and at that moment, he became confused once again. Could he really be mistaken? Just then, their eyes met, and Lei also smiled at him with genuineness. Thanks for protecting the girls, Jun, he sincerely said. Jun pursed his lips and nodded. With that, they started cleaning up the plates and helping the girls settle in. Lei and Jay were currently speaking with Mr. Ong on the phone, probably about the arrangements and restrictions between the two teams. Mei was alone in her room, so Jun decided to knock on her open door. Mei turned around and frowned when she saw that it was Jun. Is there something you need? She asked. In fact, I do, he said. I need to talk with you. For what? Mei asked. Jun pointed to his mind, and at that moment, Mei knew that he wanted to talk about Fu. Meet me at the back of the stairs in an hour, Jun said. It'll be quick. With that, he left her room without waiting for her confirmation. It was already late in the afternoon when Jun went out of their dorm to go to the back of the stairs and meet with Mei. Much to his surprise, she was already there when he arrived. You came, Jun said. Mei clicked her tongue as she leaned against the wall. I was debating on it, but I also have some questions regarding this guy. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Ask away, he said. Mei sighed before asking her first question. Is he always this annoying? She asked. Jun burst into laughter as soon as Mei said those words. Yes, he responded after his laughing fit. He annoyed me to death, and he always gave me the most ridiculous missions. However, I've come to realize that the missions were actually beneficial. One thing I wished I knew before fulfilling such missions was that it could possibly be the answer to my future problems. Mei sighed. Well, it doesn't seem that way. Jun chuckled. What are your missions right now? He asked. I've already completed 2. Be part of the debut lineup and take a photo with 5 famous people. Now, I need to learn someone's real name, she said, sounding confused. Jun was confused, too. Someone's real name? What does that even mean? I also don't know, Mei said, but I'll figure it out somehow. Silence passed them for a few seconds before Mei broke it. And you? She asked. Why did you call me here? Jun sighed. Honestly, I just wanted to give you a warning. A warning? Mei asked. The thing that happened yesterday with Mr. Ong, those are daily occurrences in some places. I wanted to tell you to take care of yourself. However, don't fight back. Too much. You'll only get hurt in the end. Mei frowned in confusion. So what? She asked. If something like that happens, I should just stand still and take it? That's not what I mean, Jun said. Then, what should I do? Tell me, Jun said. You need to tell me or any member of Eve. We're going to handle it. Now, Jun realized why he had to change the idol industry. It wasn't only because of his sister, but because of instances like this. He knew he couldn't eradicate it completely, but he could definitely try. Why are you doing all of this, though? She softly asked. Why go through the hassle of helping me? Jun smirked. It's because I care about you. Just then, they heard what seemed like keys drop to the ground. Their eyes widened, and they turned their gazes to the sound. Then, there they saw none other than Manager Lei. Number 784. Chapter 784, Keep It on the Down Low. 784, Keep It on the Down Low. May and June looked like they were deer caught in headlights. To be fair, June's last statement could definitely spark rumors, and based on Manager Lei's expression, he must have heard at least the last statement. You still haven't left, sir? May asked, scratching the back of her head. Lei pursed his lips before shaking his head. I helped the other girls in unpacking. I was planning on helping you, too, but you weren't in your room. Oh, May said. June just had to tell me something. Yeah, I could see that, Lei muttered. They were silent for a few moments before Lei and June spoke altogether. You guys have to be honest with me, Lei started off. Look, it's not what it looks like, June said. Wait, what? They simultaneously said. June scratched the back of his head. It's not what it looks like, he repeated. I know that it looks pretty strange, but we were just talking. I had to tell her something. Yeah, May enthusiastically nodded. So, you don't have to be cautious. Oh, Lei chuckled. I was just going to ask you guys to be honest, because I'm open about these things. We live in the 21st century. I really don't mind if you guys engage in adult relationships. Oh hell no, June said, already feeling disgusted. The two of them turned to him with wide eyes. Dang, May muttered. You didn't have to deny it like that, she whispered. Lei scratched his head. Well, if you say that there's nothing going on, then I believe you guys. Are you coming around soon, May? I need to head in a while soon because I have to meet someone important. Yeah, May said, turning to June and pursing her lips in a smile. Let's go. With that, the two of them made their way back to Lanier's dorm while June clicked his tongue in annoyance. He leaned against the wall once more, but quickly jolted straight when he realized that Lei's phone was in his pocket. However, it wasn't in any ordinary position. Fuck, he exclaimed and bolted to follow after them. The elevator was in use, so June used the stairs. He bolted like his ass was on fire. His objective was to make it to the topmost floor before Lei and May did. Fortunately, since June was pretty fast, he arrived when the elevator was still on the floor below. He situated himself in front of the elevator, trying to calm his breath. Goodness, June sighed, still breathless. He held on to his beating heart to try and calm it down. This body still lacks stamina. I need to work out more. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and June showed a stern expression. What the heck? May exclaimed from the elevator, genuinely surprised. How are you here? Meanwhile, June's eyebrows relaxed when he saw that May was alone in the elevator. He looked around, wondering if he was just seeing wrong, but May snapped him back to reality. What are you doing? May sighed. How can you even be here when we left before you? June clicked his tongue. Where is your manager? Oh, May said. We separated. Someone called him on our way up, and he hurriedly left. Shit, June cursed. With that, he left May to go back to their dorm room. He couldn't believe that he made himself such an easy target. June burst through the doors, causing his members to look at him with wide eyes. They were already dressed in their pajamas, eating fried chicken as they watched PD Rammel's new variety show once again. Where have you been? Jay asked. We bought fried chicken. June pursed his lips, not really in the mood to eat. Truth be told, he felt sick to his stomach. He felt like his non-existent relationship with May was going to be released to the public, which was disgusting. Some protagonists might not mind being linked with their sister, but not June. He despised it. June closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Guys, he started off, getting their attention once more. If you hear anything about me, then don't believe it, okay? The members glanced at each other in confusion. What do you mean? Jay asked with a frown. You don't have any negative articles coming out right now. I know, June sighed. But once something comes out, I want you guys to believe me, okay? He then turned to Jay. Try to keep it under the public's eye as much as possible. The boys were still confused, but June knew that they would get it in no time. Then, he went to his room to think of a strategy to reduce the impact of the dating rumors. It wouldn't only affect him, but it would also affect May. Haruto, he muttered before shaking his head. Nah, that kid knows nothing about media. Minjun will also receive backlash if he does an exclusive denial of the news, he continued. Then, someone passed his mind, someone related to Minjun. However, he shook his head once again. Nah, I already used up all of my favors. With that, he sat on his bed, going to navel and endlessly refreshing the pages. If the guy was really Laohu, then Jun knew that he would use anything against him. As most people know, dating was one of the biggest downfalls for new idols. Mei hasn't even started yet, but she was already being targeted. Jun didn't know how long he had been sitting on his bed, just trying to come up with an idea. Then, before he knew it, Casper opened his door, causing him to stand in surprise. Casper, Jun muttered. What is it? Casper's expression didn't give anything away. The article is out, he said, causing Jun's eyebrows to furrow. Jun knew that Laohu acted fast, but he didn't expect that he would be this speedy. With that, he followed Casper to the living room. There, he saw his members looking at their phones with ambiguous expressions. Then, Jay lifted his head, his expression also unreadable. He let out a small sigh before shaking his head. So, this was why you wanted to keep it on the down low, huh? Number 785. Chapter 785, I'm not a good person. 785, I'm not a good person. Jun couldn't move in his spot. He knew that a lot of people were already speculating about his relationship with Mei since they had close and natural interactions. So, once Laohu released something as suspicious as what happened a while ago, then people were bound to believe it. I'm sorry. I should have. You shouldn't be sorry, Jay exclaimed, standing and suddenly wrapping one arm around Jun. He gave him a squeeze, making Jun confused. I shouldn't, Jun asked. Yeah, Jay said. This is something that shouldn't be hidden. Why are you so ashamed? Just because, Jun said. I just can't. Oh, you must find it embarrassing. Akira chimed, making Jun even more confused. Embarrassed. I, too, would be quite embarrassed if something like this was revealed about me, Akira smiled. Rin scoffed. Don't lie. You'd be the one asking sites to post the news. Jun scratched the back of his head. Well, Akira did want to date someone, but he wouldn't go as far as revealing it to the public, right? You really have such a loving heart, Jay complimented. Love, Jun muttered. It's really not like that. Ah, Jasung said. Bro is still feeling shy. You really don't have to. It's actually pretty admirable. You gave such a big amount, though. Jun felt whiplashed. A big amount, he repeated. Is this not a big amount to you? You donated $10,000 to an independent charity for homeless children, Sehun said. Dang, you must have more money than I thought, Akira remarked. Jun pursed his lips and snatched Jay's phone away from his hand. There, he saw an article posted by an official news account. Jun's anonymous donation to Little Sunflowers in the heart of Seoul, nestled quietly away from the city's frantic pace, lies Little Sunflowers, a sanctuary for homeless children. Owned and operated by a family who has been providing shelter and care for generations, Little Sunflowers is more than just a home. Recently, they have received a generous donation from an unexpected visitor. On a seemingly ordinary day, Jun, a member of the popular idol group Eve, walked through the doors of Little Sunflowers. He was dressed inconspicuously, his face partially hidden behind a mask. Despite his efforts to remain anonymous, his presence couldn't be disguised. He came in, and although he was wearing a mask, he felt different, said Mrs. Kim, the matriarch of the family that runs Little Sunflowers. There was a quiet sincerity about him that immediately stood out. Jun's intention was to make a $10,000 donation anonymously. He expressed a heartfelt desire to give without seeking recognition. However, Mrs. Kim's daughter, a keen observer and a fan of Eve, quickly identified him. When she recognized him, she was so excited and wanted a photo instead, Mrs. Kim recalled with a smile. He had hoped to remain in the background, but his generosity and kindness were something we felt needed to be acknowledged. We are deeply grateful for his support, Mrs. Kim said. In a world where public figures often seek the spotlight, Jun's humble approach was truly inspiring. His actions have made a real difference in the lives of these children, and for that, he deserves recognition. That's the article you were talking about, right? Jay asked, nudging his shoulder. Jun sighed and massaged his nose bridge. He really thought that a dating rumor would come around once again. However, it was an article about the generous donation he made before he expected to die. Such a kind young man. Akira teased. You don't even want to be found out by the public? Zeph asked. You're a good person, pal. Si-hoon patted his back. Good job, Jun. You're really an inspiration to others. Jun shook his head, feeling guilty. He had to admit that he only made the donation because he thought he was going to die a tragic death. Don't praise me, Jun said, feeling even guiltier as he read the comments of the public, calling him an angel. Jun is such a sweetheart. He really deserves all the good things in the world. I am a fan of the right person. How can someone be so perfect? How many more anonymous donations has he made? Jun pursed his lips. He had only donated for a good cause twice. And both times, he was just compelled to do so. The first time he donated to a local charity home was because it was part of Fu's missions. Now, Jay said, I can't keep this on the down low like you have requested. This shall be spread all throughout social media. Through this, I will show Mr. Ong that you guys are kind to those who deserve it. The other members nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jun continued scrolling through his phone. The article had recorded over 200,000 views in just a span of a few minutes, and Jun's guilt continued to pile up. Just then, he received a text from an anonymous number. Unknown, that was such a commendable act. You are truly admirable. Jun frowned in confusion. Jun, who are you? Unknown. Oh, this is Lei. Jay gave me your number, and I was really moved by the article, so I decided to contact you. Jun clicked his tongue and turned to Jay. Why did you give my number to Lei? He deadpanned. I gave all your guys' numbers, he smiled. You're not special, son. Jun shook his head and looked at his text once more. It was a different number. He knew that he had Louhu's number saved, and it wasn't that particular one. However, Jun also knew that Louhu wasn't dumb enough to use the same number. He knew that Jun knew him. However, Jun just didn't know what he looked like. So, with that, Jun's confusion grew even more. Who the hell are you? He muttered. So many brands have contacted us once more after the article came out, Jay said, snapping him out of his thoughts. You really are such a good person, Jun. Jun groaned in embarrassment. I'm not. Number 786. Chapter 786. Jun proposes a charity concert. 786. Jun proposes a charity concert. Jun was still unsure about Lei's real identity, so he decided to let it go for now. He had tried asking Bowen, but he also didn't have a clue. Louhu's identity was a mystery to him, too. It seemed like Lin Ji was the only person who knew about his real identity. However, Lin Ji was dead, so that wouldn't really help. For now, Jun wanted to watch how Lei truly acted and see if there were any holes in his personality. However, he has another thing bugging him, so he decided to address that first. Can't you tell the company about it? Jun asked. Oh, I will tell them, Jay said. I really think it's a good idea, too. You guys are earning a decent amount, so giving back to people in need is a really commendable cause. I just don't know if the company will agree, Jay said. I would say that there's a 0.1% chance of them agreeing. Jun clicked his tongue. What's the harm in joining a charity concert? We also don't have as many schedules this month because they delayed the comeback. As Jun scrolled through the comments on his viral article last night, he found out that one of the kids, Luna, was suffering from child cancer. The $10,000 was supposed to go in for her treatment, but they had to split it in half to care for the other children, too. Jun thought of donating once more, but he saw that the charity home was hosting a concert for a cause with children performing, and it appeared like they hadn't sold that many tickets. He saw photos of the kids practicing, and his heart broke just imagining them perform in front of a small audience. So he thought of a cool idea for Eve to make a special appearance so that more people would tune in, and in turn, they would garner more donations, too. However, for that to happen, they needed the company's approval. They also needed their help to make the concert as regulated as possible, so as not to cause chaos. Jay sighed. There's no harm, of course, he said. But the company only likes profit-only causes. Don't worry, Jay added. I'll still talk to Mr. Ong today. I'll come with you, Jun said. Are you sure? Jay asked. Jun nodded in determination. No, that's ridiculous, Mr. Ong said. Do you know how much effort will go into it if you guys perform? You're not some hillbilly band that can go to such events just because you want to, he said. Eve being there means that my workers also need to be there to keep everything in check. Jun pursed his lips. That's why we're asking for your help, sir, he said, squeezing the last word in to sound more respectful. And like I said, what's the benefit we'll get from it? Face value. We'll be helping a little girl with her recovery, Jun deadpanned. Isn't that the best benefit we can get? Jay nodded in agreement. Abstract benefits are not real benefits. Let me give you a tip. The only abstract thing that matters is the glory that money brings, he chimed, even chuckling. That's the reason why I was able to get to the top in the first place. Jay and Jun glanced at each other. They both knew that. The contents of the briefcase were a testament to that. I'll shoulder the expenses, Jun said. You don't have to spend a penny. Jay will even handle the ticket selling and all. I'll pay for the workers' times. We just need your approval. That's it. This will also be good for the company's reputation, Jun continued. More investors will be attracted if we conduct this humanitarian cause. Mr. Ong pursed his lips, appearing to be thinking about it. For a moment, Jay and Jun felt like they had finally convinced the old man. However, a small cheeky smile made its way back to his face. I can't do that, he said. My reputation is already ruined anyway, so I don't need things like this to save me. Just then, the doors opened, and Lei came in. His eyes widened when he saw that Mr. Ong wasn't alone. Oh, pardon, he said. I thought you were free, sir. Mr. Ong smiled as soon as he saw Lei. Lei was about to leave, but the CEO quickly stopped him. I am free, he said. I'm done with my discussion with these two. Go ahead and tell me what you need. Lei scratched the back of his head as he bowed to Jun and Jay. Sorry for interrupting, Lei said. I had just finished going through the magazine shoots of Lanier. I picked the ones that I felt were fitted for the girls. I believe that they shouldn't go on so many shoots as that makes them too accessible. We'll be able to elevate their reputation if we only keep the most prestigious ones. A satisfied smile made its way to Mr. Ong's face. That's more like it, Mr. Ong said. Then, he turned out to be Jay. This is how you should be handling your artists. You need to think about their well-being while also bringing in the most money for the company. With his statement, Jay directed his gaze to the ground. Jay is also doing a great job, sir, Lei said. He's one of the reasons why Eve is so successful these days. Really, Mr. Ong said, sounding sarcastic. Sometimes, I think that it's because of Chol. Jun's jaw clenched as Mr. Ong mentioned the unhinged man. He couldn't believe that he just commended a killer. Jun shook his head. I see, Jun muttered. You support murderers, but you can't even support good causes. Mr. Ong snapped his gaze to Jun at lightning speed after he said those words. What did you just say? He exclaimed. Lei's eyes widened while Jay continued feeling upset. Let's calm down, Lei said, chuckling nervously. Calm down, Mr. Ong exclaimed. How can I calm down if this idiot always shames me? Just because I don't want to agree to your charity concert, this is how you're going to treat me? Jun continued looking into his eyes, not showing any remorse. Charity concert? Lei suddenly asked. Mr. Ong sighed and massaged his nose bridge. They want to hold a charity concert for a sick child, and they want to perform in it. Ridiculous, right? How could such big stars perform in such a small venue? Jun was about to argue once more, but he was cut off by none other than Lei. I actually think that it's a pretty good idea. Number 787. Chapter 787 Truly, the best idols. See, I told you he's not a bad guy, Jay said, nudging Jun's shoulder as they went inside the van. Sure, Jun said, looking out of the window. Truly, Lei was looking kinder and kinder in Jun's eyes. Aside from him convincing Mr. Ong to allow Eve to perform in the charity concert, there wasn't any news about his dating rumors, either, which meant that Lei actually kept it to himself. There's still a downside to this, though, Jay added. He did agree to us joining the concert, but he also isn't going to support us financially or with manpower. Jun shrugged. That's all right, he said. I told you that I'd handle it, right? Jay chuckled in amusement. Oh ho, he exclaimed. I see that you're a big shot now. How much money have you been making? Jun shook his head. You're aware of it, he deadpanned. I am, Jay said. You're probably the highest paid idol of your generation. However, since Azure has a bigger cut, if you were any less popular, then you would only have an adequate amount. Jun nodded. He was, indeed, making decent money from being an idol. However, $10,000 was still a pretty big amount for him. Are you sure you want to push through with this? Jay asked. Jun nodded. I don't need that much money. I already bought some real estate with the money I made with Luster, so let's just say that I'll be more stable than you think. Jay clapped when they arrived at the red light. That's right, he muttered. I shouldn't have questioned your intelligence. Anyway, Jay continued. Since we're pushing through with this, do you want to ask for help from Lei? When you went to the restroom, he told me that he was open to sponsoring half of the production costs. Jun frowned. And why does he want to do that? Jae's eyes brightened as he responded to the question. He said that it had been his dream to help people in need since he was young. He never had an avenue to do so back then, so he wanted to start now. Jun sighed. How can he even shoulder half of the expenses? Is he that well off? I think he had a pretty prominent position before, so he might be rich. However, he couldn't handle the workload and didn't enjoy the job, so he left. I see, Jun said. Anyway, he doesn't have to dish out anything. I'll pay for it on my own. Jae shrugged. All right, he said. But he will come, okay? He's pretty excited about it. Jun pursed his lips, but nonetheless agreed. But do you need any help getting the news out? Azure also doesn't want to make an official statement in your guy's account. Jun shook his head. I got that covered, too. They arrived at the dorms, and Jun left Jae to break the news to his members. They sounded quite excited based on their gasps, so Jun smiled as he closed the door. Then, he dialed Minjun's number, waiting for him to respond. It took a couple of rings before he answered the phone. Bro, Minjun said in hushed tones, making Jun frown in confusion. Minjun, he trailed off. What's up? Everything's good. He responded, still in that hushed tone. Why are you whispering? Jun asked. Oh, Minjun softly chuckled. It's because my mom's home. Lena's there. Jun asked, surprised. Well, that's new. Yeah, Minjun muttered. She's been home more frequently after Grandma died. You know, she bought a house in the rich parts of Seoul, and she doesn't want to leave me alone often now that Grandma's gone. That's good then, Jun commented. But that still doesn't answer why. You're speaking in hushed tones. Minjun sighed, and at that moment, Jun felt that something was wrong. She doesn't want me speaking with you anymore, he said. Jun frowned. What do you mean? Honestly, I also don't know the reason behind it, he said. She said something about getting into trouble and being unsafe when you're around. Jun felt his breath get caught in the back of his throat. Perhaps, did Lena find out the reason behind Grandma's death? She even blocked your number on my phone, he said. How are you speaking to me right now then? Jun asked. That's because she raised a smart kid, he chuckled. That's honestly her fault. Anyway, I don't plan on stopping my contact with you. It'll probably be less often since I can't do it when my mom's around. But just shoot me a text, and I'll set up a schedule with you beforehand. Jun shook his head in amusement, finding the little boy endearing. Sure, Jun said. Anyway, what do you need? Minjun asked. I need you to help me put out an article, Jun responded. Say less, Minjun said. Send me the details, and I'll have it done by tonight. Jun smirked. You're the best. Minjun. It's time for lunch. Jun heard Lena's voice from a distance, followed by Minjun's cursing. Crap, he said. I need to go now. I'll really post it by tonight. Yeah, take your time, Jun said. Talk to you. Minjun ended the call before Jun could finish his statement. Thanks a lot, kiddo. Eve to hold. Benefit concert for Little Sunflowers. Following Jun's heartfelt donation to Little Sunflowers, the renowned idol group Eve is set to host a special benefit concert at the Sanctuary for Homeless Children. This intimate concert, scheduled for next week, aims to raise funds for the treatment of a young resident battling cancer. The concert will feature just 100 seats, sold at $50 each. This limited seating arrangement is designed to create a unique, up-close experience for the attendees while maximizing the funds raised for the cause. All proceeds from ticket sales will go directly towards the medical expenses of the child, ensuring they receive the best possible care and support during their treatment. However, this event is not open to everyone. Prospective audience members will be required to answer questions on a form before being granted a ticket. This vetting process is designed to ensure that those attending are genuinely supportive of the cause and will contribute to the concert's goal of maximizing benefits for the children of Little Sunflowers. Truly, Eve is setting the standard for all artists. Do you know any other idols who have done the same before? Number 788. Chapter 788. The best idols have the best fangirls. Is this legit? Minmin has always posted reliable stuff, so I think we can trust him on this one. How, though? Azure hasn't even posted about it. You're right. It's not April Fool's today, right? I've been Minmin's follower since he had less than 100,000 followers. I can vouch that he has never given any fake news. But how does he know? We don't ask how Minmin acquires his information. We just trust in him because he's a good guy. Can we really trust him? Bora asked as she continued reading through the article. It will be sick if Minmin's joking, Sumin said. Who jokes about a charity concert? That's why I have all the reasons to believe that it's real, Jia said. Besides, she continued, Minmin has been a fan of Jun since he was in Rising Stars. If Jun wasn't so busy, then I would think that he's Minmin himself. With her observation, the group of friends turned silent. What if? No, Jia deadpanned. Don't even go there. Just then, Sumin gasped in surprise. Guys, she said, look at Jun's latest post. I think Minmin is telling the truth. The girls collectively went to Jun's naval page and silently read through his latest post. Hi guys. You heard right. Eve is going to be performing at the charity concert with Little Sunflowers. We're doing this for a good cause and not for anything else. With that, before the tickets are released, we will ask you to fill out this form. This ensures that the people attending truly support our original cause. Details of the concert will only be disclosed to those who have won the tickets. OMG. It's real. I can finally see Eve. I've been wanting to touch their hands since I saw them perform online. Girl, you're one of the people they don't want to sell tickets to. What is this behavior? Why are they acting cocky now? And what? Only 100 tickets? They're so ungrateful to their fans. You guys are angels. I hope I get a ticket. I don't like his tone. Why is he being so ungrateful? Ungrateful where? He's literally just being professional. They're just doing this for publicity. Let me guess. They're going to have a comeback soon? Goodness, Jia said, massaging the bridge of her nose. The internet is really filled with unhinged people. Bora clicked her tongue, also feeling pissed about the other comments. They're just being brave because they're behind a screen. Make them meet Eve in real life, and they'd all fold. That's how pathetic they are. Wei nodded in agreement. They're doing something so nice, but there's still quite a lot of backlash. That's how you know that a team is successful, though, Nari said. People can't ever be satisfied with anything that they do. Yeah, Boris said. Imagine if I become a K-pop idol. I'll be cancelled right away. Jia hummed. Me too. Imagine going on hiatus because you're in a consensual relationship, or you've danced to a police siren, or for eating a goddamn strawberry. I swear, people care too much about things that don't matter but won't bat an eye at actual pressing problems. Her friends looked at her with wide eyes. Well, you have a lot of anger pent up, Sumin remarked. Jia shook her head. I'm just telling the truth, she said. Anyway, Boris said, straightening his posture. Why don't we fill out this thing? Jia nodded and clicked on the form. She was expecting it to be a form filled with questions related to Eve. However, after filling out her name and other demographics, only one question appeared. While Jia kept her gaze on the screen, the others turned to each other in confusion. Is this legit? Bora asked. Sumin scratched the back of her head. Maybe Jun posted the wrong form. Yeah, I don't know what to answer to this. Jia smiled as she continued looking at the question. No, it's right. She smiled, making the others turn to her with curiosity. Huh? Bora asked. It's right, Jia said. And it's very Jun. How do you hope attending this concert will impact your life? Jia felt her admiration for Jun swell even further. If that was even possible since she already loved Jun an abnormal amount. However, it was times like this that showed why Jun was truly worthy to idolize. It's a genius question, Jia exclaimed. It filters out the people with good intentions without them thinking too much about it. How will it impact your life? Of course, at first, you'd say that it's because you want to enjoy Eve and help others. However, it's not as simple as that. Jun is seeing if our intentions are pure. When you ask someone how something will impact their life, you're asking them to reflect deeply on their personal values. It's not just about wanting to see Eve perform or even about helping others on a surface level. It's about how those actions resonate with who they are as a person. Jun wants to know if we're there for the right reasons, not just for a good time or to feel good about ourselves. Bora pursed his lips. Well, it's obvious that you're Jun's fangirl. How can you be so good with words? Jia smirked. Come on. I already gave you a clue. Just answer it. Jia quickly typed her answer while the others were still hesitant. Jia lifted her head for a moment when she saw Bora conspicuously doing something on her phone. Don't even think of opening that AI app, Jia said, pointing her finger at Bora. Bora pursed her lips. My intentions are pure. I'm just not good at words. Jia shook her head in amusement. Then, say it in your own words. I swear, Jun would appreciate it even more if you do. Bora sighed before typing out her feelings in her own simple words. Meanwhile, Jia smiled as she typed out the last sentence of her answer. Then, she smiled in satisfaction as she read it once again. Attending this concert will remind me of the goodness in the world. I've been feeling lost lately, caught up in my own problems, and forgetting what really matters. It will be a moment where I can pause, reflect, and remember that there is so much more to life than my worries. I want to feel that connection and sense of purpose and carry it with me long after the concert ends. It's not just about seeing Eve, it's about feeling part of something bigger, something truly good. Number 789. Chapter 789 Brainstorming for Charity. So, what song are we going to sing? Jun asked as they gathered around the living room. The members of Eve were sat in a circle. Jay was out and about, finishing the preparations for the charity concert, which will be held tomorrow. Granted, it seemed like Mr. Ong didn't want them to thoroughly prepare for the charity concert since they had been going to events, one that Mr. Ong usually hosted for his fellow rich men, in the past few days when they should already be preparing for the charity concert. Well, we have to perform something within our concert set list, Jae-young said. Those are the songs we've thoroughly prepared for, so we'll choose among those. The others nodded in agreement. What about Super Rocket? Akira excitedly chimed. Wouldn't that be good? It's quite explosive. Yeah, explosive, Jun deadpanned. We're going to blast their ears off. We can't do that since the owner of the home is an old woman. Ooh, a mature woman, Zeth exclaimed. Let's perform Red Sun then. The other boys looked at him with raised eyebrows. Zeth looked at them with confusion. What? He asked. I think the owner would appreciate it if we danced like that in front of her. What are we? Magic Mike, Jun exclaimed. We can't do that in front of literal children. We're going to get arrested by the end of it all. Ah, right, Zeth said. Children, I almost forgot. Rin shook his head. I can't believe you forgot that we'll have children as our audience. Zeth clicked his tongue. Well, if you're any better, then what's your suggestion? Rin hummed, placing his hand under his chin. I was thinking, what if we do a cover, he asked. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad, Jae-young said. What song, though? Well, I feel like it has to be something iconic and well-known by all generations. It could even be an old song that has been popularized by a newer artist. Then, he clapped when an idea appeared in his mind. What about that song you sang with Lee's sick father? Rin exclaimed. Once again, the group turned silent. Zeth shook his head. And to think that you're claiming to be better than me. Rin clicked his tongue. Why? What's wrong with it? They're orphans, Jun deadpanned, making Rin purse his lips. Do you think they'll be touched if we sang about a father that they don't even have? Dang, that's dark, Jisung muttered. Casper raised his hand, about to make a suggestion, when the other members turned to him and said a resounding, no. We need to do something light, Sehun chimed. Something fun and sweet. So, let's perform First Love instead. Jun contemplated, thinking that it could actually be a good idea. However, with Akira's statement, his positive thoughts went down the drain. We would look like pedophiles, Akira remarked, making Sehun click his tongue. Why do you have to make it weird? Sehun groaned. Akira raised his hands in surrender. I'm just telling the truth. I don't want to sing. First love to a bunch of children. He has a point, Jisung said. I always have a point, Akira chimed. Which is usually pointless, Rin added, making Akira click his tongue. Anyway, Akira said, I think we can sing Oasis and Luster. Casper instantly brightened up with the mention of Luster. Aside from it being songs that our members contributed in making, it's also the songs that we are most well known for. Besides, it has good meaning, he said. Luster because the children shine as bright as diamonds, Jun butted in. And Oasis because they're a treasure in the dry, harsh world. Akira nodded, appearing impressed. What he said. Rin chuckled. Those weren't your original reasons, I believe. I was going to say that Luster because it sounds cute and Oasis because it sounds fun, he added. Yeah, let's stick with Jun's meaning, Jae-young chuckled. It's settled then, he continued. We'll perform Oasis and Luster. It's a good thing that we've already practiced the routine thoroughly before, so we wouldn't have any problem performing it. Wouldn't that be too short, though? Jisung asked. We only have a short set, Jun said. The children are also going to perform and show off their artwork, so we'll just be the opening act. But didn't they give us 15 minutes? Akira asked. Jun nodded. Then, it's too short, Jisung confirmed. I think we need to add one more song, something that the children would appreciate. Just then, Casper raised his hand once more. Please give me a chance. Please, he exclaimed, almost going down on his knees. I swear, if this is some nonsense suggestion, you're banned from speaking until tomorrow, Akira said. It's not, Casper insisted. It's really the perfect song. Casper looked too pitiful in Jun's eyes, so he sighed and nodded. Just let him be, guys. Rin turned to him, wiggling his eyebrows. Are you developing a soft spot for Casper? He asked. Jun clicked his tongue and glared at him, making Rin chuckle in amusement. Let's hear it, Casper, Jae-young said to the excited man. Casper nodded and settled back in his spot. Earlier, I was about to suggest that we sing Luster because it reminded me of Luther, who is a cat, and children really like cats. Back to the topic, Jun said, already feeling impatient. Sorry, Casper chuckled. However, we're already singing that song, so another one popped into my mind. I think this might be the most genius thing I've ever thought of in my entire life. Well, that's big, Akira said. What is it? Casper finally said the title of the song. For a moment, the boys were all silent. Then, wide smiles appeared on their faces. Except for one person, Jun. That's ridiculous, Jun said. We can't perform that song. Why not? Jae-young asked. We definitely can, Akira said. And you'll be the center of it. Who's in favor of that? Jisung asked, and the 7 other members raised their hands. Jun pursed his lips before glaring at his teammates. I'm not getting out of this, am I? Nope. Number 790. Chapter 790, The Charity Concert. 790, The Charity Concert. In a small house nestled far from the bustling street of Seoul, an unusual scene unfolded. The usually quiet grounds were filled with people, one that was out of place from the serene setting. Let us in. We just want to see Eve. We're going to pay anyway. Yeah, that little girl needs our money, right? So, why are you holding us here when we just want to help? A large group of people, particularly Eve's fans, were outside the gates of the small sanctuary. We didn't drive here all the way from the province to not get in. One of the guards sighed impatiently. Then, you shouldn't have come, he muttered. What did you just say? The group of people started creating chaos, pushing each other to get past the guards. However, they were halted when a huge man came out of the gates. What seems to be the problem here, he asked. Sir Marcus, one of the guards said, bowing. We were just doing our job. We're not letting anyone without tickets inside. Marcus smiled, and that seemed to captivate the fans. Then, Marcus turned to the chaotic group. Sorry, ladies and gents, he smiled. Only ticket holders are allowed inside. If you didn't get a ticket, then this event isn't for you. If you want, there are cafes and restaurants down the street where you can go instead. I assure you that your trips won't be wasted then. With Marcus' utterance, fans found themselves following. There were still a few stubborn fans, but the guards were able to handle them well. Jia and Bora had just arrived, and they were quickly let in by none other than Marcus himself. He smiled and tore off their tickets. Have fun, ladies, he said, waving as they made their way to their seats. Bora and Jia turned to each other with knowing eyes. As they got to their seats, they finally said what was on their minds. That guard was pretty handsome, Bora said. Jia nodded in agreement. I guess every person linked to Jun will always have some kind of beauty. Bora shook her head in amusement. I swear, you make everything about him. Meanwhile, inside the little house were the members of Eve. They busily prepared for their upcoming performance while the kids already arranged themselves outside. Just then, Mrs. Kim, the old matriarch of Little Sunflowers, entered the room with a wide smile. The members turned to her and bowed their heads in respect. Oh, no need for that, she said with a fond smile. If anybody should be bowing, then it should be me. You took some time off from your busy schedule just to come and help the kids. Jun has already donated a lot, too. For that, I am eternally grateful. Mrs. Kim smiled back at him. Anyway, she said, I hope you can stay until the end. We can stay until the end, Jun said. That's perfect, she smiled. Then, we shall be waiting for you outside. I believe the preparations are about to be finished. Jae-young nodded. We'll be out in a few minutes. With that, Mrs. Kim went out of their room to join the audience. The intimate venue could barely accommodate 100 people, just enough to fill the garden of the small sanctuary. The audience consisted not only of dedicated fans, but also of folks who bought tickets before Eve announced their participation. "Thank you for coming, everyone." Sarah, one of the volunteers in the home, excitedly greeted me as she went up the small stage. "Today marks a very special day for Little Sunflowers. The home has been taking care of children since the 1980s, but it's the very first time we'll be holding an event like this. And we're doing it for none other than Luna," she smiled, pointing to the little kid in a wheelchair and multiple tubes attached to her body. Despite looking frail, she excitedly waved to the audience with a large smile. The crowd clapped for her, awing at her bubbliness and cuteness. "Luna is a little ball of sunshine," Sarah remarked. "Now," she continued, "I shall not let you wait any longer. I know that a lot of you came here for our first performers." The audience shook their heads, an attestation that June had screened the best people to attend the charity concert. "Let us welcome our very generous and handsome performers, Eve," Sarah exclaimed. The venue was filled with polite cheers and claps, the fans holding back from making so much noise as Eve made their way to the stage. People who had never seen them up close were instantly enamored. "Are they even humans? And I thought I couldn't like them any better. There's no way they're the same breed as we are." Jay stood next to Lei and sighed, wiping the sweat on his temples. "You all right?" Lei asked. "You've been running around left and right since yesterday." Jay nodded. "My kids really want to perform in this concert, so I did everything I could with all their schedules." Lei smiled and patted his back. "Well, you've done a good job. You've worked hard." Jay turned to Lei with a tearful smile, making the other managers surprised. Lei chuckled in amusement. "Why? What's wrong?" he asked. "It's been a while since I've heard that," Jay dramatically said. Their conversation was cut short when the familiar, upbeat intro of Oasis was heard through the speakers. The crowd instantly clapped along with the music, making the boys of Eve turn to each other with smiles. Although the event was relatively small compared to all the things they've done, the boys still felt more nervous than usual. With that, they gave their all to the performance. Oh, Oasis, oh, our life is where the waters intertwine, where love is so deep, like the ocean's endless line. With friends by our side beneath the azure dome. In this haven, we've found our true home. After Oasis, they went straight to another one of their hit songs. "'Cause I'm tongue-tied, and I'm hypnotized. Every single time I look into your eyes. Yeah, you always make me mesmerized. Need you. With me for life." The fans, accustomed to singing along with every lyric, were surprised to find themselves joined by the ordinary attendees, the children and staff of the sanctuary, and even local residents. At that moment, the boys subtly turned to each other as they performed. It definitely felt surreal, and at one point, some of them felt emotional. Although they had performed in bigger venues in front of thousands of people, it was a moment that made them feel, "I made it." As Eve concluded their set, the members gathered at the center of the stage. It was over so quickly. That's what makes it more special, no? Why do I want to cry again?" Jia asked as she looked at the happy smiles on the boys' faces. Bora shook her head. "You always feel emotional with Eve." She sighed and fanned her eyes with her hands. "I just hope that they're happy like this all the time." "Do not worry," Jae-young said. "We still have a little bit of time, so we're going to perform one more song." The crowd cheered. "This is a special song dedicated to the children," Akira said, waving at the kids. "We tried our hardest to convince June to perform this song, so please cherish it a lot." The crowd murmured in curiosity and excitement. Then, when a familiar song played, it all made sense why June was hesitant. Little Meow Meow will haunt June until the end of his career. Number 791. Chapter 791 The Charity Concert, 2. 791 The Charity Concert, 2. Undeniably, the kids were excited as soon as they heard the familiar intro of the hit song, Meow Meow by Little Meow Meow. For them, it was a song they wanted to hear more than Oasis and Luster. However, why was it that the adults felt even more excited than the kids? Jia and Bora held each other's hands on their laps, squeezing each other's palms as they tried to contain their excitement. The other guests turned to their phones to share their excitement. Eve is going to sing Meow Meow. Meow Meow by the Little Meow Meow? Yes. What the heck? This charity concert is much better than I'd imagined. Why couldn't I get the tickets? Please film them for me. Filming isn't allowed inside. I bet this is June's tactic so that only a few people could watch him do EGO. Brave of you to think that Jun wanted to partake in this in the first place. Truly, Jun was quite it when his members suggested performing the song during their brainstorming activity. However, he had no power against the 7 of them, so he had no choice but to follow. Yet, seeing the excited smiles on the children's faces made him think otherwise. Even Luna, who couldn't stand on her own and was being propped up by 2 older children, gazed at the stage with unmatched excitement, making Jun's heart soften. With that, the music started and the boys went to their positions. They made the performance as simple as possible. The 8 of them practiced by playing Little Meow Meow on the television and dancing to it in their pajamas. They kept it true to the original performance and channeled their cuteness, similar to Little Meow Meow. In the shadows of the moonlight, whispers of a hidden sight, a meow so soft and yet profound, echoes through the silence all around. They sang in unison, their voices sounding like the gates to cat heaven opening. The boys also danced the original choreography, which was simple and easy to follow through. Yet, even with simple choreography, they managed to make the performance look sophisticated. Bora squeezed Jia's hand tighter, subtly rocking her body back and forth to contain her feelings. So cute. I want to squish them to death, Bora muttered. Behave, Jia said. You don't want the kids seeing that you're more excited than them. They're going to think we're crazy. We're already crazy for thinking that these grown-ass men are cute. Jia smirked. That's why K-pop is so special. Imagine babying Western artists. It's just weird. Yeah, Bora muttered. I found this Drake as Kitten's post on Navel and immediately wanted to throw myself off of a cliff. But you sent me the Jun as Kitten's thread whilst crying, Jia remarked. Bora nodded. See? Told you that fangirling makes us crazy. Now shush, Jia said. I want to savor this moment and capture it with my eyes. Meow meow, a timeless call. Unveiling mysteries, standing tall or small. Beneath the surface, secrets lie, in the depths of a feline's eye. Despite Jun's initial apprehension, he still performed to the best of his ability. In fact, he almost seemed like a natural. He clenched his fists in front of his face and acted like he had pause. The other boys turned to each other with smiles, knowing that Jun was bound to give it his all no matter the performance. Indeed, Jun's internal organs were already screaming for help. However, seeing the lovely smiles on the children's faces compelled him to do his best. With that, the members of Eve gave it their all for their final performance. Jay sniffed and wiped the tears away from his eyes, making Lei turn to him with a chuckle. This isn't even an emotional song, he chuckled. Jay pursed his lips before shaking his head. It is, to me, he muttered. They're my little babies. Aren't they just the best? He asked. Lei gazed at the ground with an ambiguous smile. You care for them a lot, huh? He asked. Jay let out a deep breath and turned to the new manager. Well, of course, Jay said. I really think of them as my family. I genuinely have never seen any other people work as hard as Eve, especially Jun. Lei crossed his arms in front of his chest and gazed at the handsome idol who was doing cat poses on the stage. That must be why he's so successful, Lei muttered. Yes, Jay said. I see a lot of people saying that Jun was just lucky and all that. He was lucky to be born with his face. He was lucky to have that kind of talent. However, I've been there since the beginning. Jun didn't have any of those. He just made it seem like he has been talented and attractive since the beginning, he smiled. That, in itself, is already a talent. From the get-go, his mind has been very strong, unlike any other person that I've met. I see, Lei muttered. So, Jun will always have my back, Jay said, a wider smile on his face. You don't feel jealous of him at all? Lei suddenly asked, making Jay surprised. Didn't you want to become an idol before you became a manager? He continued. Jay paused for a while, reflecting on Lei's deep question. Jealous? He muttered. Of course, I've been jealous. Like you said, this has been my dream for the longest time, and honestly, although I really like what I'm doing now, there are still some moments when I think about performing. But then again, don't we all have something we yearn for? That doesn't necessarily mean that we want it. We just wonder how things could have changed if the trajectory of your life went in a different direction. Lei hummed. So yeah, I guess I get jealous from time to time. But that doesn't diminish the fact that I am supportive of Jun and the other boys, Jay proudly said. Lei smiled and nodded. You're a good manager, Jay, he said, patting his back. Jay pursed his lips, feeling his cheeks warm up. Then, he reciprocated the action, looking sincerely into Lei's eyes. You're also going to be a great one, he said to Lei. How do you even know that? Lei chuckled. Jay reassuringly smiled. I just know. I'll be here to support you. No matter what. I'm holding your word on that. Lei smiled. Number 792. Chapter 792 My Dream Is. 792 My Dream Is. That has been Eve, everyone. Sarah exclaimed as she made her way back to the stage. Her cheeks were warm with excitement. She couldn't show it on stage, but she was also a big fan of Eve. Seeing them perform cutely in front of her eyes was enough to push her to the edge. But she needed to act professionally as the event's host. Sarah looked around, her smile becoming bigger when she saw the elated look on the audience's faces. I hope you all don't leave now that Eve is finished, she started off. The audience shook their heads, and the members of Eve turned to smile at each other. Jisung nudged Jun's shoulder. Your plan worked. These fans are really nice. Jun smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest, feeling proud of himself. Now, we have special performances from the children. Please give the first group a round of applause as they showcase their artworks, she exclaimed. The crowd clapped in excitement. The members of Eve, who were sitting where the children were during their performance, also sat on the edge of their seats, waiting for the children to come out. One by one, the children came out with different artworks. Hi, my name is Jun Hao, one of the kids exclaimed. I made a drawing of a rocket because I want to become an astronaut, he started off. The crowd said as he toothlessly smiled. I also wanted to become an astronaut. Once, Zeth said. Just then, he showed his artwork, and it was flashed on the big screen. The crowd became silent as the two round wheels with the rocket's body painted a familiar picture. That doesn't look like a rocket. That looks like a pen, Akira started off, but Jisung covered his mouth before he could finish his statement. Oh hell yeah, Zeth said. That's not any rocket. That's similar to MY rocket. Jun facepalmed and massaged his nose bridge. You guys can't be taken anywhere. The next kid was wearing a white polo, and she beamed at the audience, making her look adorable. I'm Daisy, she exclaimed, and I want to become a doctor to help other people. The adults nodded proudly while Akira let out a deep breath, staring into the distance. I, too, wanted to become a doctor, he said. However, life led me to become an idol. Oh, thank goodness, Rin said, sighing in relief. Akira turned to him, offended. What's that supposed to mean? Rin merely smiled and focused his attention back on the children. The program continued, and the kids showed off their different talents. It was an enjoyable time. Despite it being messy at times and having a lot of dead air, the atmosphere was warm and encouraging. Now, we're down to the last performance of the day, Sarah said, making the audience exclaim in disappointment. Sihoon raised his eyebrows in surprise. That fast, he asked. It's already been 2 hours, Jaeyoung chuckled. What? Seth exclaimed. It feels much shorter than that. It's because you guys are enjoying it, Jun remarked. When you're enjoying the moment, time just seems to move faster. Jisung nodded in agreement. I really love this event, he said. Thanks for inviting us, Jun. Jun nodded before focusing his gaze on the front. This last performance is quite special, Sarah introduced. You may have noticed, but Luna wasn't able to join the performances because she's been frequenting the hospital for her treatments. Oh, this is bad, Jiao muttered, making Bora turn to her with wide eyes. Ayo? Don't tell me you don't want to watch a sick kid perform, Bora said. Jia clicked her tongue and pinched her side. Not that. I just feel like the tears are coming. Oh, Bora muttered. You're right. This is bad. Little Sunflowers has always tried its best to give each child a happy and healthy life before they could fly on their own. It came as a surprise to us to know that one of our little flowers had been struck with cancer. Being an independent organization that relies on volunteers and donations, it was a hard time for all of us. We can't even begin to comprehend the amount of pain Luna must be in, she said, looking down at the ground as she recalled her diagnosis. However, a beacon of light appeared before us, she said, turning to Jun with a wide smile. The other members also turned to Jun with proud smiles. Meanwhile, Jun looked down at this lap and scratched the back of his neck. I'm really not that good of a person, he muttered. Because of his help, we were able to start Luna's treatment, Sarah continued. She's already on her second cycle and is going strong despite it being tough. With that, we just can't leave Sarah out of the picture. as she has prepared a special performance for all of us, too. Please give her a round of applause." The audience burst into cheers as Luna was wheeled to the stage. Her bright smile was devoid of any negativities, which increased their admiration for her even more. "Mic test," she said in her cute voice, making the audience, ah. Luna beamed, feeling excited for her performance. Jun pursed his lips, feeling his heart race inside his chest. The other member, too, turned serious, feeling the gravity of the situation. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to this party." Luna started off. Her eyes crinkled into the shape of crescent moons as she smiled, making Jun automatically smile, too. How could such a bright person have an illness? Akira asked by her side. Jun nodded. "Don't you think it's unfair?" he continued to ask. Jun nodded once more as she looked at her unwavering smile. "It's unfair," he muttered. "I'm not really good at anything, but I like reading." Luna continued. The crowd opposed her first statement, making her giggle. "But I wanted to say thank you to everyone, so I wrote this poem while I was at the hospital." Jun heard a sniff beside him, capturing his attention. "Oh no," Akira muttered. "Jaeyoung has already started." Jun shook his head in amusement. However, as he heard Luna's next statement, he felt like he wasn't safe either. The title is The Prettiest Flower. Number 793. Chapter 793, The Prettiest Flower. 793, The Prettiest Flower. In a garden full of flowers. Some are bright, some are sad. Some stand tall, some lost color. But together, they don't look so bad. From the get-go, the people felt emotional. "This is better than Ted's writing," Akira remarked, earning chuckles from his members. However, as Luna said her next words, they all focused on the stage once more. Jun knew that it was just a poem about flowers, yet somehow, he felt like his life was going to be changed. A person comes and looks around. They pick the best, the one that shines. A flower strong with bright colors. They take it home, and it still looks fine. She pauses for a while to catch her breath. The crowd looked worried, but with a bright smile, they became reassured. The flower goes to a lonely room, where a little girl must stay. She's feeling sick, can't run or jump. But the flower makes her day. Jun pursed his lips together to keep his emotions controlled. Jaeyoung had lost all control and was already crying his eyes out. The other boys would have teased him already, but they were also focused on the poem. Despite its simple writing, it hit them right in the heart, especially with Luna relating the story of the little flower to her own life. She touches the soft petals, feels the strong stem in her hands. She thinks about the garden, where this flower used to stand. Luna's eyes were shiny with tears, yet somehow, the smile never left her face. It made her delivery even more emotional as the crowd struggled to keep their emotions in. Just imagining how a child, one that should be running freely and playing with her peers, acquired a shitty illness made them feel choked up. The flower sits in water clear, hoping roots will grow again. But even if it never does, it helps to ease the girl's pain. She wiped her eyes for a second, but her smile still didn't go anywhere. The little girl talks to her flower, says, "You're my friend, don't go away." She shares her secrets and her dreams, and keeps it close both night and day. No more tears about the park. No more wishing to run free. In her room, she has a friend. That fills her heart with glee. The sun was high in the sky, making the atmosphere warm. With the pretty child's voice ringing through the air, everything felt surreal. The flower used to be so bright. Now, it starts to fade and bend. The girl still loves it just the same. Holds it close, like a friend. She whispers, "Flower, don't be sad. I'm here with you, and I'm glad. You came to me. You're not alone. Together, we make a home." At that point, tears were already streaming down the crowd's faces. Luna paused and chuckled for a moment, enjoying how everybody was reacting to her poem. But the prettiest flower might fade away. Just like the girl, it might not stay. Jaeyoung bit his fist, trying his hardest to suppress his sobs. However, he failed miserably. The other members, too, looked up at the bright sky, feeling pain erupt in their chests. Jun let out a shaky sigh as he kept his gaze on the stage. But that's okay. Luna smiled at all of them. Their admiration soared even further. For someone who hasn't even hit her adolescence, her mind was far beyond her years. The adults felt ashamed for the petty complaints they made in their lives. However, at the same time, they felt comforted. It was going to be okay. things were bound to be better. Because I can just say, Luna continued. The world picks the prettiest flower for the hardest fight. To face the dark and find the light. Because they know the prettiest flower can do it. When she has you by her side. She ended the poem with a strong line. For a moment, it seemed like her gaze was directed straight at Jun, making him hold his breath. There was a thankful glint in her eyes, showing appreciation to Jun and for the people who continuously helped her. However, before Jun could think so hard about it, all the other children came to the stage, each holding onto a sunflower. They all wore the same bright smiles like Luna and swayed side by side as a familiar tune played in the small garden. It was a nursery rhyme usually sung during Parents' Day or Teachers' Day, so most of the spectators were well aware of it. Thank you for the dreams so high. Thank you for the sky. Thank you for the helping hand. You helped us understand. Thank you for the stars so bright. Thank you for the light. Thank you for the sunny days. Yet, somehow, the sound of children singing in chorus after Luna's beautiful poem made the standard nursery rhyme sound emotional. What the fuck is this? Bora said as she fanned her wet cheeks. Jia turned to her with a teary glare. Don't curse, she scolded. I hate this song. Bora whisper-shouted amidst her tears. It's overplayed and sounds annoying. But why are there tears streaming down my face? They continued to sing in unison, sincerity heard in their voices as the adults continued to watch them with happy tears. Thank you for the happy songs. Thank you all day long. Thank you for the dreams that fly. You helped us touch the sky. Thank you for the fun and play. Thank you every day. Thank you for the joy we share. We know you really care. Jun felt something tug at his heartstrings. He turned to his members, but he was surprised to see that they were also looking at him. Similar smiles adorned their lips as their gazes strayed back and forth to the singing children and to each other. You know how other artists feel like they have made it when they had performed in big stadiums? Jun didn't shame them. He would probably feel the same. However, at that moment, he felt like nothing could ever replicate the feeling. It was the moment where he felt like Eve had made it. Then, he looked up at the sky with a small smile. It's good to be an idol, he whispered. Being an idol has lots of cons, but what's cool about it is how you can influence other people. With that, I really appreciate idols/artists who use their platforms for the better. Number 794. Chapter 794 Duck, Duck, Goose. 794 Duck, Duck, Goose. Thank you so much for attending the event, Mr. Kim said, sincerely shaking each member's hands. The charity concert was over, and the audience was being escorted out of the venue. Thanks to Haruto's team of hitmen, the concert proceeded without any mishaps. That was a great show. Jia sighed, feeling like she was reborn as a new person. Bora nodded in agreement, unable to speak. The people who had been waiting outside enviously stared at those who were able to attend the charity concert. However, they also couldn't help but feel confused when they saw their swollen eyes. What happened over there? Inside, the members of Eve decided to stay a little while as they prepared some food for the children and the volunteers. The bountiful food was laid on the table in the garden while children happily ate and played. The members of Eve stood at the corner, just observing everything. This is nice, Jaeyoung muttered, his eyes still swollen from the crying session he had a while ago. Casper nodded in agreement before turning to Jun. Thank you for fighting for this, he said. We would have missed out on it if you let Mr. Ong get his way. Jun smiled and was about to take the compliment when Jay popped up from behind them. It's thanks to Lei too. Jay chimed, startling the members. All right, Jisung exclaimed. Wasn't he the one who convinced Mr. Ong to let us do this? Indeed, he was, Jay proudly said. He even took some time during his work to help me with the preparations. Isn't he just a bundle of joy? The other members nodded in agreement. Speaking of the devil, Lei's voice was heard in the garden, capturing the members' attention. Guys, he exclaimed. Let's play. The boys snapped their gazes at Lei, finding him forming a circle with the children. The members turned to each other before nodding excitedly. Let's go, Akira said, running to go to where they were. The other boys chuckled and also joined in on the circle. What are we going to play? Jaeyoung asked. We're playing Duck, Duck, Goose, one of the kids said. Ooh, I loved that game when I was younger, Rin smiled, sitting next to a random kid. The boys spread out, and Jun found himself sitting next to the boy who wanted to become an astronaut, Junkyu. Does everybody know how to play the game? Lei excitedly asked. There was a chorus of agreement from the crowd, but one person found himself freezing up. Duck, duck, goose. Jun muttered, unaware of how the game worked. Jun had never heard of such a game before. Was it a rhyming game? Or something that had to do with animals? It sounds stupid, he whispered. However, Jun-ho was able to hear him, making the kid turn to him with bright, wide eyes. Jun quickly looked away and focused his gaze on the grass. He really didn't know how the game worked. To be fair, he didn't know a lot of childhood games. It was because he was forced to become an adult at an early age that he didn't really find himself engaging in the games that his peers usually did. In short, Jun had a short childhood. However, as he looked around, he realized that he was the only one who appeared like he didn't know. So he kept his mouth shut. I'll get it after the first round, he muttered, sitting up straight and appearing more observant. Who wants to be the first at? Lei asked, looking around. Jun-ho excitedly raised his hand, so Lei called his name. Here you go, Lei said, handing him an expensive-looking handkerchief. I'll play some music, Sarah exclaimed, taking the initiative to play Eve's first album through the speakers. The members chuckled in amusement while Jun-ho began circling around them. Jun watched him intently, following his every move. 10:43. Jun's cheating, Seth exclaimed. He's following Jun-ho's movements. So, you aren't supposed to do that, he whispered. With that, he stuck his gaze to the middle, only following Jun-ho through his peripheral vision. Duck, Jun-ho cutely said as he tapped Ren's head. Jun frowned. What is this? Duck, he said for another time, tapping a child's head this time. They're not doing anything, he muttered, continuing to observe him. Although Jun didn't know anything about the game, he felt the atmosphere intensify. Jun-ho circled around them with a mischievous smirk. Jun felt that something grand was going to happen soon. With that, he straightened his shoulders. He still didn't know how the game worked, but just as long as he wasn't the victim, then he would be fine. He was a fast learner. He'd know soon enough. However, as Jun-ho got closer to his position, he realized something. I have bad luck, he muttered. With that, just as Jun-ho passed him, he turned around and found the handkerchief behind him. The others gasped in surprise. Sarah, who was watching from the side, also covered her mouth in shock. What the heck? She exclaimed. He caught that so fast. The other boys turned to each other in amusement. As expected, Jisung said, Bro has the best instincts. Akira sighed and shook his head. He's even good at this game? Their statements were proven wrong. However, when Jun stood and stayed still, holding the handkerchief in his hand as Jun-ho darted to his previous seat. Why isn't he running? Jay muttered. Jun pursed his lips and wondered what he needed to do. Fuck, he whispered. He should have known that he would be the first victim because of his bad luck. What are you doing? Casper asked loudly, capturing Jun's attention. Jun, you're the goose. Akira said, his eyes wide with frustration. I'm the goose, Jun muttered, the realization suddenly hitting him. With that, he placed the handkerchief over his shoulder and positioned his arms by his side in a folded position, like he had little wings. The members of Eve's eyes widened in horror. Oh no, Akira muttered. He definitely doesn't know this game, Seth chuckled. With that, Jun started flapping his wings and making goose sounds. They all turned silent, and Jun-ho even stopped running to look at what Jun was doing. Akira pursed his lips and shook his head. His look saved him this time, really. I find this funny yet sad at the same time. Jun never had a proper childhood. It's good that he's playing like this with Eve. Sandcastle. Number 795. Chapter 795, What May's Mission Really Meant. 795, What May's Mission Really Meant. The boys laughed like buffoons for what seemed like the 100th time after the game ended. Jun sat on the corner, sulking as his members continued to tease him. Akira mimicked what Jun had done before laughing until he became breathless. Jun pursed his lips and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Are you guys done? He asked. Akira sighed, leaning onto Casper for support. That was great. It was the biggest laugh of the year. Jun clicked his tongue. You should have just told us that you didn't know how to play the game, Jisung said, still chuckling. I didn't think I would be the first one to go, he said. The real question is, have you never played this before? Rin curiously asked. Jun bit his lip before sighing. No, he said. I never got the chance to play such games when I was younger. I had to take care of a lot of things, so I didn't have time for it, he confessed, halting the members' laughter. They turned silent and looked at each other with guilt. Zeth clicked his tongue and nudged Akira's side. "You imbecile," he whisper-shouted. Akira pursed his lips before glaring at Zeth. "You laughed too," he whisper-shouted back. The boys looked at Jun with pity, making him click his tongue. "It's fine," Jun said. "Don't look at me like that. I still had a happy childhood." Just then, his phone rang, and he saw the reason why his childhood was happy yet bitter at the same time. "May I have to take this one?" Jun said, holding his phone. "Sure," Jay said. "We'll leave after you take the call." Jun nodded and walked to an empty space in the garden. He sat on the bench and saw his members interact with the children. He smiled in amusement before pressing the answer button. "Jun!" May exclaimed as soon as he answered. Jun had to move his phone away from his ear for a moment as May's loud voice rang through. "Well, you're excited," he remarked. May chuckled. "I have some good news," she started off, making Jun even more surprised. "Wow," he said. "You actually called me for some exciting news. That's a first." May clicked his tongue. "You're ruining the moment. I just wanted to tell someone this since I'm so happy. Besides, it's not like I can share this information with anybody else. They'd think I'm crazy for saying I have a voice inside my head." Jun chuckled. "So it's about Fu." "Yes," May said. "I finally accomplished that pesky mission." Jun searched his mind for May's mission and remembered the one she mentioned when they spoke in the dorms. "Ah, yes. What was it again? Find out a real name." Jun asked. "Yeah," May confirmed. "I didn't get it in the beginning. I still don't know what it means now, but it's actually much simpler than I thought." "Continue," Jun said, growing curious about her mission. When he had Fu, all of his missions were stated blatantly. Their reasons weren't really disclosed, but at the same time, they weren't as vague as her mission. "I just have to learn about someone's real name," May continued. "It's that easy?" Jun asked. "Well, yes and no," she responded. "That's what I did in the first place. I offered your real name, which is Choi Joon-ho, but it didn't work. I also tried other artists' real names, but Fu still didn't accept it. Then, I figured that it's because I was using known real names," she continued. "I inferred that I should find out the real name of some unknown person. With that, I stumbled upon something in Lei's car," she said, making Jun straighten his posture. Jun hummed with a small frown. Then, he strayed his gaze to Lei, who was still playing with the children. He had a wide smile on his face as the little girls chased him. Lei looked kind and carefree, someone who had a good heart. "I found his contract with Azure and saw his real name," May continued. "Turns out Lei was just a fake name," she chuckled. "What's his real name?" Jun asked, his gaze still focused on Lei. "It's surprising," May said. "I thought he was Korean because he looked the part. However, it turns out that we have the same nationality." Ding! A ringing sound echoed in Jun's mind. "Wait, I wrote it down," she said, followed by the sound of turning pages. "It's Jile Hong," May chimed. "Well, Lei isn't really a fake name. It's more of a nickname, I guess. But it's really a surprise that he's Chinese." Jun couldn't hear anything but the ringing sound in his ears. "Hong," he muttered. "Anyway, that's what happened," May happily ranted. "Now, I have a new set of missions that had become even more ridiculous. However, I'm glad that I was able to upgrade my vocal skills since we're going to start recording the album. By the way, I also want to ask for some tips in the recording booth. I didn't want to come to you, but you're really one of the best singers out there." Jun would gladly help her sister. However, he couldn't do so with his current mind. "Jile Hong," he said in a deep voice, making May halt. "Jun?" she asked, sounding confused. "You still there? Why are you repeating his name?" "I'll talk to you later," Jun said. "Wait, I'm still asking for advice." Jun turned off the call before May could even finish her statement. It was amazing how May's mission still benefited Jun even after he gave Fu away. His gaze didn't leave Lei even after the call had ended. Jun knew that he looked familiar. However, he didn't think it would be possible. At that moment, a lot of things made sense. The reason why Lin Ji was favored the moment he arrived at the gang. "Brothers," Jun whispered. His gaze hardened as he continued looking at Lei. Then, Lei's gaze suddenly snapped toward Jun, his eyebrows raising in surprise when he saw Jun's intense look. Nonetheless, he chuckled in amusement and even smiled at Jun. Jun shook his head as a small smirk appeared on his lips, crossing his arms in front of his chest just as Lei snapped his gaze away. "My instincts are right. Looks can really be deceiving." Number 796. Chapter 796 Stealing Someone's Glory. 796 Stealing Someone's Glory. The members were back in their dorm, and Jun instantly went to his room to contact a trusted person. Baldy, Jun said as soon as he answered the phone. Master, Bowen excitedly said when he heard Jun's voice. It's been a while. Jun hummed. How have you been? I'm doing all right. My kid's grandma finally allowed me to talk to her through the phone. A small smile appeared on Jun's face. Somehow, he felt proud of the Baldy since he was finally reconnecting with his most treasured person. That's good, Jun said. Do you have some time to help me with something? Of course, Bowen said. I told you, I would always be at your service. I need you to look into someone, Jun continued. Go ahead, Bowen said. Jilei Hong, Jun said in a serious tone. Bowen paused for a moment. Jilei Hong, he asked. How do you even know that guy? Jun frowned. You know him? Perhaps Bowen also found out that Lei and Laohu were the same person? Yeah, Bowen said. He's pretty famous here in Phoenix. Really now? Jun asked. Yeah, Bowen said. He's one of the board of directors. He has a pretty good influence in the company, and he was even rumored to be vying for CEO. Tell me more, Jun said, leaning against his bed frame. Wait, let me go to my office, Bowen said. You still there? Yeah, Jun said. Continue. As I was saying, Jilei joined the company around a year ago, but he was instantly hired in a high position. However, I didn't really question it since he seems really competent. He was liked by many, but he was also mysterious. He only showed up in the board's meetings and would rarely be seen in the building. He was popular since he was handsome, though. Bowen clicked his tongue. This is something that only a few people know. So, you've come to the right person. Jilei was pretty ambitious. He was the one who pushed for artists to go international and things like that. However, I can also tell that he wants to have a higher position. Jun frowned. It was already contrary to what Lei had said during their first meeting. Lei clearly said that he transferred to Azure because he wanted to take on a managerial position. You know how it is in these companies, Bowen continued. The power struggle is real. A lot of people want to become CEOs, and Jilei was one of them. However, I heard from someone that Jilei wasn't just aiming for CEO Young Do's position. Instead, he was aiming for the top CEO. The head, Jun muttered. Exactly, Bowen said. He wanted to find out the head's identity. I still don't know the details why, but that's what I heard. How do you even know all of this? Jun asked. Bowen sighed. I can't tell you my secrets. However, you can trust me. He had a pretty bad argument with CEO Young Do since he found out that he was looking for the head. Bowen continued. How important is this head? Jun asked. You don't even know? Bowen chuckled. If Laohu is a snake, then the head is the dragon. They're the boss level, one that nobody had ever surpassed. Heck, they're the level that has never even been accessed. Bowen continued. Anyway, going back to the story, there was some conflict among the higher-ups, and Lei was inevitably kicked out. His support of Lin Ji, who was exposed to have done a lot of crimes, supported that, so he was demoted to a managerial position. However, he left after the demotion, and the next thing I know, he's already in Azure. Jun smirked. Aside from the head, whom Jun still had to find the identity of, the story finally added up. Well, that's the story, Bowen said. I can send you his files right now if you want. However, I don't see any dirt on here. It just has all his volunteer work. Please do, Jun said, already expecting a clean resume. I've sent it, Bowen said after a while. Jun smiled. Perfect. I'm curious though, Bowen said. Why are you asking about Jilei? Aside from his association with Lin Ji, he seems out of the picture. For now, just focus on your kid. Bowen chuckled. You don't have to remind me to do that. Thanks, Baldy, Jun said. Always at your service, master. With that, Jun finally ended the call. After the charity concert, Eve was showered with praises by the media and the public. Eve is an inspiration to the new generation. Eve is birthing a new genre of idols. I'm a fan of the right idols. Azure hit the jackpot with these boys. Their stocks are amazing right now. Eve deserves it all. I love them so much. You don't even understand. They deserve all the praise they need. They're pretentious. They just want recognition. There's always a fucker who spoils the good mood. Huh? Mr. Ong's assistant entered his office with a wide smile on her lips. Sir, good news, she exclaimed as she entered the room. Mr. Ong excitedly raised his hand. Is my new wig made of 100% real human hair from Asian virgins finally here? He asked. The assistant paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, sir, she responded. Eve is getting a lot of praise for the charity concert. Oh, Mr. Ong said, his face dropping. That's not good news, then. It is, sir, she insisted. Our stocks are rising because of it. A lot of big brands also want to collaborate with us. Investors are also putting in more money to the company. Despite his initial disappointment, Mr. Ong brightened up as soon as money was mentioned. I see, he said. So, it generated money, after all. Yes, she said. I heard that a lot of companies are looking into it, too. It seems like Eve has started a trend among entertainment companies. Mr. Ong clicked his tongue. But we're the first ones, he exclaimed. Yes, sir, she nodded. This is good publicity for the company. With Lanier's debut coming up, we're bound to become even more successful. Mr. Ong smiled, crossing his arms in front of his chest as he leaned against his seat. Good, good, he muttered. Schedule a talk that would celebrate the success of the charity concert, Mr. Ong said. The assistant excitedly nodded. Should I call the members of Eve? Mr. Ong shook his head. Of course not. I will be the speaker. Number 797. Chapter 797. Every day, every night. Despite all the revelations, Jun managed to get some good sleep. The charity concert cemented his mind to becoming an idol, and with that, he became even more determined to change the idol industry for the better. Because Eve didn't have any schedules for the day, Jun and the other boys decided to sleep in. However, as some sunlight peeked through his curtains, Jun decided to get up and prepare some breakfast for the boys. He went to the kitchen and whipped up something fast before placing the food on their living room table. Jun knew that the boys were currently obsessed with PD Ramel's new reality TV show, Every Day, Every Night. So he inferred that they wanted to watch the replay since they missed it last night. As expected, as soon as Jun was finished cooking, the boys came out of their rooms and sat around the living room table. It was instincts at that point. Do we have the replay already? Akira asked, some dried saliva still on his cheeks. I do, Jisung said, his eyes barely open. Jun shook his head in amusement. He really knew the guys like the back of his hand. You guys love that show, huh? Jun asked. Jae-young, despite not being a fan of dramas, nodded in agreement. It's really good, he said. There's so much drama at times, but it's also wholesome. Junhee is already becoming famous because of it, he added. Casper clicked his tongue. I don't like that guy. What? The others exclaimed, turning to Casper. How could you not like him? Akira asked. He's so good and kind. He's handsome, too. Who's Junhee? Jun asked, capturing the others' attention. Oh, right, Akira chuckled. You don't really pay attention to the show. You're busy every day in your room. What are you even doing there, bro? Zeph asked. Are you filled with sexual tension these days? Jun glared at Zeph as he continued to tease Jun. Shut up, Jun said. I'm looking into something. Anyway, who's that guy? He asked. Play the replay, Akira said, and Jisung quickly followed. The show played, and Jun instantly realized why it was popular. The amount of men and women was the same, so it almost seemed like a dating show. However, it involved fairly popular people, but they couldn't really date each other. Instead, it felt like a rite of passage. Their real personalities were shown, and seeing so many contrasting ones was quite compelling. Is this show really popular? Jun asked. Very, Akira responded. It airs every day for an hour, and it's almost unfiltered. It's a same-day edit, and they have a live feed and you watch, so a lot of people also tune in to look for hidden moments. It's almost like Big Brother with a mix of Survivor, but all of the people are quite famous. After the first episode, it became a very popular show. I see, Jun muttered. And that guy over there. Akira continued, pointing to a guy with pink hair and fair skin. He's become the most popular person in the show despite being a D-list actor when he came in. Jun hummed, continuing to watch him. He's pretty nice. He's not nice, Casper exclaimed, taking them by surprise. Rin chuckled in amusement. Why don't you like him? He's obviously copying Jun, Casper exclaimed. Jun turned to him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Jun asked. The pink hair, his clumsy way of talking, his deep perspectives. Even the way he smiles and laughs is just like Jun. Heck, the mole under his eye is in the same position as Jun's. That's why people like him a lot. They all turned silent before bursting into chuckles. You're way too deep in the Jun lore, Si-hoon said. Casper pulled on his hair. He even has a similar name. You guys are not getting it. Jun observed Junhee and found that he, indeed, felt a bit similar to himself. However, it was only the beginning of the episode, so he couldn't really confirm it. Continue watching, Casper insisted. However, before Jun could really observe Junhee, Jae-young dropped his tea on the floor, making Akira's crotch wet. What the heck, dude, he exclaimed. I look like I pissed myself. Go to channel 8, Jae-young said, ignoring Akira. Akira frowned. Heck no. We're watching the show. Jae-young clicked his tongue and grabbed the remote. That's not important right now. With that, he switched to channel 8. Akira attempted to bring it back to the replay, but he stopped when he saw a familiar face on the TV. Mr. Ong, he muttered. The others were also intrigued, wondering why their CEO was a guest on a popular morning talk show. Jun frowned and watched the show. Thank you for being with us, the host said. Mr. Ong smiled and bowed his head. Thank you for inviting me here. No, it's truly our honor, the host giggled. We're here with Mr. Ong, the CEO of Azure Entertainment and the person behind the charity concert at Little Sunflowers. What the fuck? Jisung cursed. Rin would have scolded him for cursing, but he also felt angry. Oh, don't give me too much credit, Mr. Ong humbly said. There were a lot of people involved in the process. I just spearheaded it, to be exact. He is not doing this right now, Jun muttered. Recently, you have been under fire after news about Azure's mistreatment of their artists came to light, the host said, changing the topic. Mr. Ong's face shifted for a moment, but he quickly composed himself. I saw, he nodded. What can you say about this? The host asked. Mr. Ong sighed, and at that moment, Jun realized that their CEO was a damn good actor. Each institution has a set of ground rules, he started off. Some are harsher than others, but what most people fail to understand is that these are needed for keeping the order in that said institution. I believe the news and the people's perspective about me are hard to reverse. So, I'm just going to let it be. What I can do now is continue helping others, he smiled. Just like the charity concert, I hope people can see that I am a good CEO. Number 798. Chapter 798, Jay's Dilemma. He didn't even agree to the charity concert in the first place, and yet he's saying that he was the one who spearheaded it? Jisung exclaimed. What a fucking joke. Rin placed his hand over Jisung's lap. That's enough cursing for a child like you. Jisung sighed and laid down on the couch. Can't we do something about this? He asked. Yeah, Jae-young muttered. Jun was the one who paid for the event, too. We even pitched in our own money for additional donations. Nothing came out from Mr. Ong's pocket. Technically, Jay chimed, clearing his throat. It's still an Azure event. How? Casper asked. The official page didn't even post it. Because you guys are under Azure Entertainment, Jay said. Are you on our side or not? Akira asked, appearing annoyed. Jay pursed his lips. Of course I am, he said. I'll always be on your side. I'm just saying, it wouldn't be too wise to say anything about it. Your comeback is already delayed as it is. At this point, Azure wants to be bigger than us, Si-hoon noted. That has always been the goal, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. This was the reality that they had to face. At the end of the day, although they enjoyed making music and inspiring others, they were still pawns of a much larger industry. So, what are we going to do now? Jisung asked, on the verge of tears because of his frustration. Jay glanced at Jun. Well, Jun has something that could definitely bring him down. Jun's eyebrows furrowed while the other members looked at him with wide eyes. You do, they exclaimed. Jun bit his lip and glared at Jay. Jay pursed his lips and looked away. You don't have to concern yourselves with that, Jun said. But, Jay tried to argue, but with one more glare from Jun, he decided to stay quiet. Am I the manager here, or what? He whispered so the others weren't able to hear him. You're keeping something from us, Jae-young said. With narrowed eyes, Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. It doesn't concern you guys, he said. He didn't want to involve his members and possibly harm them in the process. Jae-young narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, Jun said with a reassuring smile. However, he continued, making them all intrigued. I have one question for you guys. The others, with the exception of Jay, nodded. Do you trust me? Jun asked, taking them by surprise. You're suddenly asking that question? Si-hoon asked. Just answer it, Jun said, sounding serious. Casper nodded. I trust you. The others glanced at each other before nodding. Yeah, Sehun said. We don't have any reason not to trust you. A smirk tugged on Jun's lips. Good, he said. Jae-young pursed his lips. Why'd you ask the question, though? Jun shrugged with a small smile. Because we're in for a wild ride. Don't think too much about it, Jun said. Just keep trusting me from now on. The articles about me are turning out nice. Mr. Ong smiled as he scrolled through his naval account. They're praising my hair, too, he chuckled in amusement. I knew the hair of virgins would do the trick. Just then, two people went inside his office, so he welcomed them warmly. You're both here. Come and sit, he said. Jay frowned in confusion. Well, he was in an awfully good mood. Meanwhile, Lei smiled and quickly followed his instructions. You look really good today, Mr. Ong. Your hair suits you a lot. Mr. Ong beamed. You've noticed? He asked. Of course, Lei said. I pay attention to you a lot, Mr. Ong. Mr. Ong laughed out loud, even slapping his table in the process. Lei, you're truly a blessing to the company. Then, amidst his laughter, his gaze strayed to Jay, who was still standing near the doorway. His smile fell a little bit as he called for him. And what are you still doing there? He asked. Come here, Mr. Ong said. Jay pursed his lips and sat next to Lei. Lei smiled at Jay, and the latter reciprocated it with enthusiasm, feeling at ease since he was with Lei. Why did you call for us both, sir? Lei asked. Mr. Ong hummed. Yes, I called for a meeting today. Well, it's just the usual routine. I don't have time for two separate meetings, so I called you here together. Lanaire's debut is coming up in about 3 weeks, right? Yes, sir, Lei said. The preparations are going well. The girls are really excited, too. Those pretty girls, Mr. Ong smiled. I shall visit them sometime in their practice room. Send me their schedule, will you? Lei pursed his lips, but nonetheless nodded. Jay raised his hand. Why'd you call for me, sir? Mr. Ong clicked his tongue. If you would let me finish, then you would know, he muttered. Anyway, he continued. I see that the Eve boys are back to posting on their own accord again. I told you that their posts should run through me beforehand, right? Jay pursed his lips and nodded. Yes, sir. Then, do your job properly, Mr. Ong scolded. Lei, over here, has only been with us for a short amount of time, but he already knows these things. I'm expecting more from you. Jay sighed. I didn't know, he said. What? Mr. Ong asked with a small frown. What are you muttering about? I didn't know, sir. Jay clarified in a much louder voice this time. I have 8 boys to handle. I can't go through their posts one by one every day to see if they have posted something. I also have other responsibilities as their manager, he continued, feeling wronged. Mr. Ong scoffed. Then, you should manage the boys better. It's because you let them treat you like a friend. Now, they think of you as a joke. If they really respected you, then they would take the initiative to relay their posts without being told to do so. Reflect on your relationship with the boys, Mr. Ong continued. Do they really respect you as a manager? Or are they taking advantage of you because you're friends? Number 799. Chapter 799 Internal Conflict. Jay stood outside Mr. Ong's office with an ambiguous expression. Do they really respect you as a manager? Or are they taking advantage of you because you're friends? The old man's words echoed in the back of his mind, making him shake his head. Are you all right? Lei asked as he made his way out of Mr. Ong's office. Jay snapped out of his thoughts and lifted his head. Then, a small smile appeared on his face. Yeah, he muttered, scratching the back of his neck. That was pretty harsh, Lei continued, leaning against the wall. He shouldn't have said those words to you when you're doing a good job with Eve. Jay hummed, still with a small smile. I'm used to it already. Mr. Ong has always been like that since Eve started rebelling against him. Rebelling? Lei asked. Well, it's more like the boys are retaliating. Jay corrected himself. Azure's management needs some improvement, and the boys aren't afraid to show that. Especially June? Lei asked with a chuckle. Jay looked down at the ground and nodded. Especially June, Jay confirmed. Well, don't think too hard about it, Lei said, patting his back. The boys respect you, don't they? He asked. Jay pursed his lips and nodded. In any event that you don't feel too good about it, then don't hesitate to tell me, Lei said in a comforting tone. Jay smiled up at him. Thanks, Lei. I'll be sure to. Jay's words were cut short when his ringtone resonated in the hallway. Speak of the devil. Jay chuckled, quickly answering the phone. We need to talk, June said in a loud, urgent tone, causing Jay to frown. Due to the volume of Jun's voice, Lei was also able to hear him. What are you? Jun didn't let Jay finish his statement. Behind the fourth-floor stairs, Jun demanded. Meet me there now. Jay frowned as Jun abruptly ended the call. What was that about? He muttered. Lei turned to him with raised eyebrows. I'm assuming you need to. Go. Jay pursed his lips and nodded. Duty calls, he said. Well, it was nice talking to you, Lei said. I need to head to the girls' practice room too. Yeah, I'll see you around, Jay said, waving his hand and going to the fourth floor like Jun had told him to. Jay's eyebrows furrowed when he saw that Jun was already there. He turned around for a moment when he felt that someone was following him. However, he shook his head and continued on his way when he didn't see anyone. Jun, Jay said as soon as he arrived. What are you doing here? Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. I need to talk to you, Jun responded. Did you miss me? Jay jokingly asked, causing Jun to click his tongue. This is a serious matter, Jay, he said, making Jay furrow his eyebrows. Is it that urgent and serious that you're speaking to me about it here? He asked. Yes, Jun deadpanned. Jay sighed and also leaned against the wall. Meanwhile, Jun stood straight and walked closer to him. You hit it, Jun said. Jay frowned. Hit what? Jun shook his head in frustration. You're the only other person who knows where it's hidden. I haven't told anyone but you. What are you talking about? Jay asked with furrowed eyebrows. The briefcase, Jun said. You hid it after our conversation last night. Jay's eyes shifted, and he chuckled nervously. That's ridiculous. I didn't take it anywhere. You must have misplaced it. I don't misplace such important belongings, Jun. Deadpanned. Then, he sighed before raking his fingers through his hair. I know that you're frustrated because you want to bring down Mr. Ong soon, but you need to be patient. I told you that I have a plan for this. Jay sighed, also feeling frustrated. Your plan is non-existent, Jun, Jay said. It has been on hold since your grandmother died. Jun scoffed in disbelief. I can't believe you're bringing grandma into this. I'm just telling the truth. Jay exclaimed. You say that you've got it covered, but you don't. You even gave me some hope that I can finally step out of the shadows, Jay muttered. However, I'm still stuck here. Do you know how exhausting it is to be at the end of everyone's complaints and anger? You must think that just because we're friends, you can do whatever you like, Jay continued. However, you have to think that I'm still your manager, and I'm also having a hard time. Jun clicked his tongue and ruffled his hair. You're not getting my point, Jun exclaimed. The information in the briefcase is something not to be taken lightly. A thorough plan is needed for it to be successful. We can't just expose it and call it a day. I just felt urgent a while back because I thought I didn't have enough time. However, it's different now. We're not even sure who will replace Mr. Ong if that happens. You're just a manager, after all. Just a manager? Jay exclaimed, feeling betrayed. I see, he said, nodding in disbelief. So that's all you see me as. Jun massaged the bridge of his nose. That's not it, Jay, he calmly said. I'm just saying, we need to be more careful from now on. So, tell me where the briefcase is so we can put it in a safe place once again. Jay shrugged, crossing his arms in front of his chest. If I'm just a so-called manager, then you should have no problem looking for it yourself. After all, I'm not smart or competent or anything like you. You'd be able to find it for sure. Jay spat, making Jun even more frustrated. Jay, Jun called for his name, but the manager was already walking away. Jay, Jun repeated in a much louder voice this time. However, it was to no avail. Jun sighed in frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. I can't believe this, he muttered. Meanwhile, on the stairs above them sat a charismatic man with his pearly white teeth on display. He crossed his arms in front of his chest as his heart raced in excitement. He covered his mouth to prevent a manic chuckle from escaping. Bingo, he whispered. An opportunity fell right into my hands. Number 800. Chapter 800. Jay's second betrayal. For the second time of the day, Jay was left all alone, his mind in turmoil. He was in the office's lounge, the one that managers normally use. Managers were always busy with their artists, so the lounge was empty most of the time. Jay clicked his tongue as he downed the espresso shot like it was some kind of alcohol. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted when someone came in. Jay didn't know what he was expecting, but when he saw Lei in the room, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He jumped in his seat and placed his hand over his heart. Well, you seem awfully shocked, Lei said. Isn't this lounge supposed to be for managers? Jay wasn't able to speak for a good minute. Then, he shook his head. I just thought you were with Lanier, Jay said after a while. And I thought you would be with Eve, Lay answered with a small smile. Jay pursed his lips, feeling upset all of a sudden. They sat in silence for a while before Lay decided to break it. Are you all right? He asked. Jay snapped out of his daze and looked at him with curiosity. Why'd you ask? It's obvious, Lay said, glancing at Jay. You're usually joking, but you look serious. Jay shook his head. Am I that transparent? He muttered. I think that's a good thing, Lay said. You're honest. We need more people like you leading the industry. Jay perked up as soon as Lay said those words. You think so? He softly asked. Lay nodded with a reassuring smile. I know so, he said. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest as he continued ranting. The idol industry is filled with people who want to be the best, the richest. In the process, they don't care if they trample on other people, even innocent ones. I'm talking about idols, managers, and anyone with a good heart. You think I have a good heart? Jay asked. You do, Lay said. You were able to lead Eve to the top with your good heart, and I'm sure that you'll also do well if you were given the chance to lead on a much larger scale. I think you and I are similar, Lay continued. Jay turned to him with one eyebrow raised. What do you mean by that? He asked. Back in Phoenix, I almost became the CEO, Lay started off, causing Jay's eyes to widen. You were? He asked. Yes, Lay said. As hard it is to believe, I actually came close to that goal. Then what happened? Jay asked, curiosity filling his mind. Like Mr. Ong, there were a lot of people who couldn't let go of their power. Then, as expected, they ganged up on me. The person who wants to change the idol industry for the better. I thought you wanted to have a managerial position, Jay asked. Lay smiled and nodded. I still do. Directing idols is one of my greatest passions, Lay continued. However, that's hard to do in an industry that's filled with money-hungry and power-hungry people. With that, I still want to achieve my goal of changing the idol industry for the better. We are similar, Jay muttered. Phoenix was too hard to tame, Lay sighed. So, you came to Azure instead? Jay asked. You could say that, Lay responded. However, I also wanted to manage an up-and-coming group. Mr. Ong gave me a great opportunity as soon as I came here, but I realized that he also has lots of faults like the people in Phoenix. He's corrupt, he's unkind, and he doesn't hesitate to take credit for what others have done, Lay ranted. You're right about that, Jay said. That's why I don't understand why Jun is withholding such important information when we can bring him down in an instant. Lay turned to him in surprise. Meanwhile, Jay covered his mouth as soon as he said those words. What did you just say? Lay asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Jay frantically shook his head. Forget about what I said. Lay frowned but nodded in understanding. I see, he muttered. Jay glanced at him and frowned when he didn't pry further. Wait, Jay said, catching Lay's attention once again. Lay hummed. What if I tell you that there's information against Mr. Ong out there? One that could potentially ruin him and his subsidiaries. Lay placed his hand under his chin. I believe that information should go to the right hands. Who knows? If someone exploitative is able to get such information, then Azure would become even worse. On the other hand, if it falls in the right hands, then that person would be able to help change the idol industry, similar to my dream. You have the same dream, too, right? Lay asked, turning to him with bright eyes. Jay nodded. I do, he muttered. So, when that happens, if we get such information, we can form an alliance, Lay continued. Then, the two of us can change the idol industry together. Jay pursed his lips, feeling chills run down his spine. Then, Jay said, clearing his throat. What if I say that I have such information? It was already late in the night when Jay had gotten home. He didn't go to his apartment. Instead, he went to a place he considered his second home. Jay opened the door, his face still etched with a frown. As expected, the room was already dark when he got inside, except for a single candlelight in their living room, one that was illuminating a figure on the couch. Jay walked closer to the figure until he could clearly see his face. Jun, Jay said as soon as he saw the handsome young man. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest as he leaned against the chair. So, was I right? That was the first thing that Jun asked. Jay pursed his lips for a moment before nodding. You were right, he muttered. A smirk finally appeared on Jun's lips. So, Did you do exactly as I told you? Jay mirrored his smirk, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I did, he said. I gave him the briefcase. Volume 9. Number 802. Chapter 802. Tiger turned Azure. Mr. Young-do, this is bad. The CEO of Phoenix Entertainment stopped reading his daily Yuri manga to look at his assistant. I hope you interrupted me for a good reason, he said. Mr. Suman, I think Azure's going down. Mr. Suman, the CEO of Esper Entertainment, stopped eating his rice cakes as one of the board of directors came inside his room. What? Tell me some good news, will you? CEOs of different companies were in turmoil after rumors had arisen about Mr. Ong, Azure Entertainment's CEO. Are we next? How did they find out? Are they going to start investigating our company too? We need to clean up everything quickly. Cover all of the illegal issues. It was a rainy morning, with a thunderstorm on its way to bombard the country. However, what the people didn't know was that another kind of storm was going to hit them. In a small dorm room in the middle of Seoul was Jia, who was scrolling through her phone and watching some Velocity edits of June. Just then, she saw a compilation of the members of Eve being overworked, with June having the most screen time. She's crazy, Boris said to her other friends. One moment, she's crying. Another second, she's laughing. Now she's annoyed. Suman chuckled. Give her a couple of seconds. I bet she'll curse out Azure Entertainment once again. My babies are being overworked. However, they're practically jobless right now. They don't even have content. But when they have a comeback, they throw them to multiple brand deals that are not even beneficial to the team, Jia exclaimed, standing from the floor to pace back and forth. See, they give my boys so much to work on. However, they can't give them a comeback with proper promotion. Azure is fucking shit. I really wish that their CEO would fall from grace. He has been shit at handling his artists since Girls' Revolution. I bet my love life on this. I'd rather be alone my entire life than for him to retain his position. Just then, loud thunder resonated in the room, causing the girls to scream in surprise. Breaking news. Azure CEO in crisis. They all turned their attention to the television before them. Mr. Ong, the once celebrated CEO of Azure Entertainment, has been ousted from his position. This abrupt change comes in the wake of a series of alarming allegations and a decisive vote by the board of directors. Mr. Ong, who recently garnered widespread acclaim for his significant contributions to a high-profile charity concert, is now at the center of a scandal that has rocked Azure Entertainment to its core. Following a unanimous vote by the board, he has been removed from his role as CEO, effective immediately. The decision to remove Mr. Ong was not taken lightly. It follows a growing list of serious accusations that have emerged over the past few weeks. Mr. Ong is currently under investigation for fraud, infidelity, and possession of child pornography. The board of directors is now faced with the critical task of selecting a new CEO to lead Azure Entertainment through this period. The process is expected to be thorough and swift, as the company aims to stabilize and restore its image in the wake of these damaging revelations. As investigations continue and the company seeks new leadership, all eyes will be on how Azure navigates this crisis and rebuilds its standing in the industry. Then, just as the screen shifted to another scene, the lights and all electronics turned off a blackout. The girls remained silent for a few moments before Bora broke it. Welp, she said. Looks like you'll forever be alone, Jia. It's happening, Jay said as they stood in the middle of the floor. Staff would usually stop and stare at the members. However, they couldn't do so this time. People kept running around while the board held a meeting. Holy crap, Ren muttered. Are we actually going to witness the downfall of Mr. Ong before our very eyes? Seth sniffed. The day has finally come. Jisung clicked his tongue. We're not even sure if it's really going to happen. That's true, Casper chimed. June shrugged and sat on one of the couches. It's going to happen, June said. How are you so sure? Akira asked. Don't question my bro, Jisung said, sitting next to June with a wide smile. I believe you, Casper sincerely said. Akira shook his head and massaged the bridge of his nose. You guys are the worst, I swear. The board is currently having a meeting about who's going to replace him. So for all I know, Mr. Ong is as good as done, Jay said, also taking a seat. Si-hoon frowned in confusion. Why are you here then? Shouldn't you be inside? Jay shrugged. I'm not part of the board. But I heard that the other managers are there, Jae-young remarked. Correction, Jae said. Only Lei is there. Wait, what? Jisung asked. Why? He's not part of the board of directors, right? He's not, Jae smirked. But he has something that warrants his presence in that very room, he said, pointing to the closed auditorium. Jae and Jun turned to each other before shaking their heads in amusement. You guys will know soon enough. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, Lei stood at the very center. We commend Lei for bringing these matters to light, one of the board of directors said, gulping as he looked at Lei's enthusiastic smile. Thank you, Lei bowed gratefully. The last thing I want is for Azure to crumble because of one's individual sins. With that being said, I believe that everyone in this room has contributed well to the success of Azure, and I also know that you have nothing to do with what Mr. Ong had done, he continued. Chills ran through the old people's spines. At that moment, they felt that they were in the presence of a very powerful force. As the news broke out the other day, multiple investors have pulled out, the old man continued, his voice unconsciously shaking. With that, Lei had brought the shares of the company and is now the greatest shareholder after Mr. Ong's cease. The board of directors turned to each other in surprise, wondering where Lei had gotten that much amount of money. As of now, he owns 42% of the shares, the old man continued, making the others even more confused. One woman, whose shares merely accounted for 6% of Azure Entertainment, raised her hand. So, this meeting isn't for us to choose the next CEO, right? No, the old man sighed. This meeting is a formal announcement of the new CEO of Azure Entertainment. Lei's smile widened as he stood straight in front of the old crowd. Good afternoon, everyone, he said. I shall be asking your cooperation from now on. Not as a manager, but as the CEO of Azure Entertainment. Number 803. Chapter 803. His Journey to the Top. The new CEO of Azure Entertainment has been announced. A hardworking man in his late 30s buys Azure shares and saves the day. Handsome and hunky CEO who climbed his way to the top. Rags to riches. The story of Lei, a young man who only dreamed of changing the idol industry. So, Mr. Lei, the interviewer started off. Lei smiled and shook his head. Lei is good enough, he said. You don't have to call me sir or anything like that. The interviewer's eyes widened in surprise. But you are the CEO of Azure Entertainment, Lei. Are you still not used to such honorifics? Lei nodded. That's part of it, he said. However, a huge part of me doesn't want to get used to it. We are both professionals in our own light. Just because my position is deemed more prestigious does not make me a better person. So, you can call me comfortably like a friend. I've found myself at the bottom of the barrel plenty of times. I've also buttered up to a lot of people who had a higher position than me. Jun scoffed as he watched the interview. Bottom of the barrel? The guy has been on top of the chain since forever. However, they didn't respect my presence because of my position. I've never felt so low in my life than those moments. So, I promise that when I get a position of power, I will use it for the good to empower people who were once like me. The interviewer placed her hands over her heart, appearing teary-eyed. Well, with how you are, I think you can do just that, change the idol industry, she said, and the audience exclaimed in agreement. Those watching the show from the comfort of their homes were also touched. Mr. Ong is finally out. I was expecting another atrocious old man to replace him, but we actually have a good guy this time. If I can't have Jun, then I'll have Lei instead. How can he be so charismatic? Doesn't he look familiar? Yeah, he looks like my husband. No, not that. He looks like an actor. Lin Ji was it? Don't bring that dead criminal into the conversation. But I'm really happy about Eve and Linaire. They have such a great CEO now. Azure might just change how the idol industry works. Let's go, Lei. We support your endeavors. Meanwhile, Phoenix Entertainment's office was filled with chaos after the news broke out. Gillet? He became the CEO of Azure. What is he planning to do? Mr. Kim Young-do, the CEO of Phoenix Entertainment, clenched his fists in anger as he scrolled through multiple articles praising Lei. What are we going to do, sir? His assistant asked. Young-do closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Fortunately, I didn't trust that guy enough to show him my dirt, he smirked. He acted innocent when he was here, but he had plans to take over my position by going to the head. He said he didn't want to reach a top position, yet he's there in Azure making a fuss. I really can't read that guy, his assistant muttered. Neither do I, Youngdu said. So keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on his artists, too. We never know what they have up their sleeves. The members of Eve looked touched as Lei's interview came to an end. Jisung placed his hand over his heart and nodded with teary eyes. Everything he said was on point. Our CEO is the best, he exclaimed. Jun pursed his lips to prevent himself from saying anything. Thank goodness, Jae-young sighed in relief. I don't have to be on edge every time we have a meeting now. Lei for the win, Rin said, raising his fist in the air. I don't know how he became the CEO in the end, but I'm just really grateful that we're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Zeth nodded in agreement. He ain't too bad. Meanwhile, Jun and Jae whispered among themselves. These guys think he's a good guy, Jae whispered. Jun clicked his tongue. That's how you were before. But he does sound like a good guy, Jae chimed. I almost believed him again after watching the interview. Jun sighed. He has a great convincing power. What are we going to do now, though? You didn't brief me about what we'll do next. Jun pursed his lips. Well, it's safe to say that What are you guys talking about? Casper chimed from behind them, causing Jae and Jun to move away from each other. Jae cleared his throat and focused his gaze on the screen. Oh wow, Lei's really handsome. He can be an actor himself, Jae awkwardly said. Meanwhile, after the interview ended at SBN station, Lei bowed politely at all the people he came across. All of them looked at him with admiration, making his heart swell with pride. Lei kept a smile on his face throughout their interactions. However, as soon as he was in his waiting room, his smile dropped, and a look of exhaustion passed through his face. As expected, he muttered, massaging the bridge of his nose. Acting kind is such a hard task. Come to think of it, I've been keeping up this act for a while now, but it's still hard for me. He leaned against the couch and let out a deep breath. Then, from where he was sitting, he could see his reflection on the mirror adjacent to him. He smirked and placed his elbows against his knees. I'm doing a good job, though, he muttered. Like I always do. He stared at his face for a good minute before his smirk was replaced with a determined frown. It has started, brother, he said. Our dream of taking over the entertainment industry. We should have achieved it together, he chuckled bitterly. Then, his frown twisted into a murderous glare. We should have achieved it together, he repeated through gritted teeth. So, I vow to see this dream until the end. I won't let all our hard work go down the drain. And along with that, I'll make the people who made you suffer pay. He glanced outside and saw a billboard endorsing Sanapu. He circled in on the guy on the right, looking as perfect as ever. Starting with you. Number 804. Chapter 804. The silent battle has begun. Who has a meeting at 7 in the morning? Akira exclaimed as Jae parked their van. Jae yawned and leaned against his seat. You guys go to music shows at dawn. You can't complain about morning meetings. But we perform there, Akira said. Performing and having a meeting are two different things. Jae-young chuckled. I think we're just used to our meetings with Mr. Ong being in the afternoon. That's because he always plays golf in the mornings, Rin remarked. But he can't play golf in prison now, Akira said. The other boys looked at him with reprimanding expressions. What? He exclaimed. Joking about bad people isn't accepted anymore. Jae-young shook his head. Anyway, we should be thankful that we have a new CEO who would actually call for an early meeting like this. Lei is looking out for us. Akira sighed. I guess, he said. Yeah, Jisung chimed. Now that we have a new CEO, I'm curious what opportunities we'll have waiting for us. Well, we still have 15 minutes before 7, Jae said. Why don't you guys head up and wait for me there? Okay, the other members said. Except Jun, Jae added, making the others suspicious. Nonetheless, they let it go. However, Casper continued looking at them with narrowed eyes as he went out of the van, making Jae shake his head in amusement. I swear Casper might actually think that you're his cat. Jun sighed. Let him be. Why did you want to talk to me? Jun asked. Jae turned around to face Jun, but was surprised when he saw his glowing face. Hot diggity damn, he explained. Why do you look so good in the morning? Jun clicked his tongue. Get to your point. Jae subtly shook his head. I swear, you woke up even earlier than me, he whispered. Anyway, Jae continued. We didn't get to finish our conversation a while ago. About the next course of our plans? Jun asked. Yes, Jae said. It went exactly as you planned. Lei actually bought some shares and became the CEO of Azure. He also offered to make me the director of management. Did you take it? Jun asked. Duh, Jay said. You told me to accept it. However, I also told him that I want to continue being your manager. Jun hummed. That's good. I don't want a new manager, and you'll have more authority as the director. My wallet's going to be thicker, too. He chuckled while rubbing his palms together. But just thinking about the workload already gives me the creeps, he shivered. So, now that the phase is done, what are we going to do? Jun's face appeared serious, so Jay anticipated his answer. After his genius prediction, Jay had more reasons to follow Jun. However, his seriousness quickly vanished when he shrugged. I haven't thought that far, he said with a smile. Jay felt like he was hit by a car. What? He exclaimed. What do you mean? It means that I don't have a plan just yet, Jun said. Jay chuckled absent-mindedly. So, you're telling me that we just gave away very powerful information to an evil person without any backup plans? That wasn't the objective, Jun said. The objective was to get Mr. Ong out of the picture. We successfully achieved that. I don't think he'll be back anytime soon or ever. Jay massaged his temples. But, we're letting Lei lead the company without a plan? He asked. Jun sighed. We have some time, he said. I told you Lei wouldn't do anything blatant. From the get-go, he's still trying to capture everyone's trust, including ours. So, he'll retaliate when we least expect it, he continued. By that time comes, we should have the plan, Jun said. But I need a certain person before that could happen. Jay frowned. Who? He asked. Jun pursed his lips. Are you, perhaps, familiar with the head of Phoenix? Who? Kim Young-do. Jay asked. Jun sighed. As expected, even a gossiper like you doesn't have an idea. Jay froze, and he narrowed his eyes at Jun. Wait, you actually know about the existence of the head of Phoenix? So you're aware? Jun asked. Of course I am, Jay exclaimed. Insiders that work in these companies all know. Then do you know him? Jay shook his head. Nope, that's something out of my reach. I'm just surprised that you also know about him. You really do know more than what I've expected. Jun sighed. He's the one I need to be able to get this plan moving. Jay's shoulders slumped. Well, good luck, he said. Nobody knows. It's something that a lot of people have given up on. Jun smiled and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Well, there has to be a first for everything, right? Just then, Jay's alarm rang inside the van, making him curse. Crap, it's 7 a.m. Let's quickly head up. Jun nodded. So the two of them went to the highest floor, where the CEO's office resided. The other boys were already seated on the couch when they got there. There were also some bread and refreshments on the table, catching them by surprise. Sorry, sir, Jay said. I had to talk to Jun about something. Lei kindly smiled. I told you to call me Lei, Jay. Nobody is a boss around here. And it's all right. We haven't started yet. Jay chuckled and nodded. Right, sorry. It was just a habit. Come on, sit down, he said, gesturing to the couch. Have some food, too. You guys must not have had breakfast yet because it's too early. However, I had to call this meeting since I'm busy all throughout the day. It's all right, Akira exclaimed with his mouth full, acting like he wasn't the one who complained the most in the van. We're happy to be here. Lei chuckled in amusement. Then, he turned to Jun, who appeared nonchalant. Good morning, he said with a warm smile. Jun merely bowed, causing him to chuckle once more. Jun isn't the friendly type, huh? He joked, making the others snicker. He's not, Akira said. But he's kind. He'll joke around with you when he's comfortable. Casper nodded in agreement. He's like a cat. Jun clicked his tongue and glared at his teammates. A cat, huh? Lei fondly muttered. Quite cute. Jun subtly shook his head. Why did you call for us here? He asked. All right, Lei said. You must be curious why I called you this early. Well, I didn't want to relay it to you at the last minute, so I'm telling you now so you have more time to prepare. The boys looked at him with curiosity. Then, Lei smiled. I have bagged you guys a schedule in China. Number 805. Chapter 805, A Huge Opportunity. The boys excitedly looked at each other. Jun, too, was intrigued since his original country was mentioned. China? Jay asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Yes, Lei smiled. Although Eve is still a relatively new group, I think this could be the time to expand your popularity overseas. You're already very popular in Korea, and your popularity is also increasing in other countries, but China has one of the biggest impenetrable markets in the world. Once you enter it, consider your careers cemented, he continued. The boys couldn't shake off the smiles on their faces. Wouldn't this be our first overseas schedule too? Jisung asked. It is, Jae-young answered. Then, he turned to Lei. What kind of schedule did you bag for us? He asked. Jun pursed his lips and listened intently. Everything that Lei had said was on point. China was truly a great, yet difficult market to penetrate. However, Jun couldn't shake off the feeling that there would be a catch in what Lei was suggesting. Lei's smile widened. You guys are going to perform in a big event, he exclaimed. The Jade Music Festival, he revealed. I've never heard about it, but I'm already excited, Jisung giddily said. The others chattered excitedly, elated with the opportunity that was handed to them. Jun, however, stayed silent since he finally realized the catch. I see, he muttered. Wise move. Lei looked at the boys with proud smiles. However, his smile slightly faded when he turned to Jun, who still had a neutral expression. You all right? Lei asked, patting his shoulder. Aren't you excited for this? Jun lifted his head and politely smiled. Yeah, everything's great, Jun said. Thanks for the opportunity. Lei's smile widened once more. You're welcome, he said. Then, he turned to face the boys again to talk about the details of the festival. This festival will be conducted next week, he started off. I apologize if I wasn't able to relay the information to you guys sooner since I still had to wait for their confirmation. Oh, that's all right, Seth chimed. We're used to learning about events at the very last minute. This is actually a very nice change. The other boys nodded in agreement. The Jade Music Festival will be held at a large open field in China, and 20 artists will be performing. As I said, you guys will be going there next week, so you'll have to. Miss Lanaire's debut. Jun pursed his lips in disappointment. He wanted to witness his sister's debut live, but at the same time, he couldn't really do anything about their conflict in schedule. You will be the 10th performer of the night, Lei continued. I tried getting you to perform later on, but that's the best that I can do. It's fine with me, Rin said, sounding happy. The fact that we could perform in foreign lands is already enough. Thank goodness, Lei said in a relieved tone. Each artist is given 15 minutes, so you can prepare your performance with that in mind. Jae-young nodded, typing the details on his phone. Do you have any restrictions for the performance? Si-hoon asked. What do you mean? Lei clarified. Well, I was just wondering if you had any requests or if there are any songs we can't perform. Lei chuckled. That's ridiculous. I trust your guys' artistry. The boys beamed as soon as Lei said those words. So, go ahead and perform in whichever way you like. However, if you want a tip, then I'll definitely recommend singing your popular songs. That way, you can promote the group, too. Just then, Lei's phone rang, halting their conversation. He looked at his screen and sighed. Well, I have to go now. I have to accompany Lanier for their preparations for the debut showcase. You guys can leave the plates. I'll clean them when I get back. The boys nodded and stood from their seats. Lei was about to leave but stopped when he was at the door. Frame. Oh, I almost forgot, he said, already looking apologetic. Since I am yet to find a replacement manager for Lanier, I'll have to ask Jay to accompany me to their debut showcase as the director of management, he said. Jay frowned in confusion. Then, that means that I won't be able to join the boys in their first overseas schedule, he inferred. Yeah, Lei sighed. I'm sorry about that. I can't seem to find a suitable applicant for Lanier just yet. Jay turned to the boys, and they all had understanding looks on their faces. It's all right with us, Jae-young said. I'll watch over the boys. Just as long as we have good security, then we'll be all right. Lei smiled. I'll make sure to do that, he said. Sorry, I really have to go. With that, he waved his hand and left the room. The boys waved at him and also went out after a few minutes. They rode the elevator with wide smiles, already imagining their performance for the Jade Music Festival. As they got to the van, they chattered excitedly. Our first overseas schedule. Can you guys believe it? Jisung asked. I've never gone to China before. Me neither, Casper added. Count me in, Rin said. I don't think any of us has gone, right? Jae-young asked, looking around. Jun stayed silent and continued analyzing Lei's decision. Then, the other boys started researching the Jade Music Festival. Holy cow, Rin exclaimed. It's deemed as the biggest summer festival in the entire country. It had a 60,000 attendance. Last year, Jisung muttered. That's too much. Oh goodness. Lei has given us such a great opportunity. I can't wait for us to start planning our performance, Akira chimed. The Jade Music Festival, huh? Jun muttered. To the foreign eyes, it might sound like a luxury to perform in such a large event. And it was. It truly was. To native groups and artists, that is. As expected, Lahu was still smart. He knew that they were an all-Korean group that didn't have any background information on the Jade Music Festival, so he gave them such an opportunity. Jun smirked. Unluckily for him, they inherently weren't an all-Korean group. So, Jun knew just what he was trying to do. Should we really perform our songs like Lei had suggested? Jisung asked. Jun snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. No, he answered. We can't do that. Number 806. Chapter 806. Tears, Tomatoes, or Tolerance. The car was filled with silence after Jun's blatant rejection. I think this is the first time you've spoken about the festival today, Sehun said. True, Rin chimed. You've been awfully quiet. Why the sudden rejection? Jun ignored their statements, crossing his arms in front of his chest. We can't just perform our own songs, he repeated, making the boys confused. Why not? Akira asked. We don't have a lot of fans there just yet. It is a good way to showcase our songs, just like Lei had said. Yeah, Jaeyoung chimed. I bet they'll like Oasis and Luster, too. They're good songs to perform in festivals. Jae, despite driving, was curious about Jun's reasoning, too. Jun let out a deep breath before responding. The Jade Music Festival isn't popular without any reason, he started off. The others listened with intrigue. It's a cultural event, Jun continued. I figured, Jaeyoung said. It shows the pride of the people for their homeland. So, Chinese artists dominate the festival. It's a time to showcase their talent while inculcating the culture of China. So, foreign artists aren't warmly welcomed. The boys turned silent after Jun said those words. They had already arrived at their dorm's parking lot, but they stayed in the van as they internalized his statement. It's true, Casper said, scrolling through his phone. He had also been silent in the meeting, taking his time to research about the festival. Korean pop group gets thrown with tomatoes for their vulgar performance in the Jade Music Festival, Casper read. The tomatoes being sold outside the Jade Music Festival are for the foreign artists who ruin it. Should foreign artists be allowed to perform in the Jade Music Festival? A resounding no from the audience. Tomato juice or blood. Girl group member gets sent to the hospital after a tomato from the audience ruptures her optic nerves. The boys felt shivers down their spines as Casper read the articles. Jun turned to him with surprise. You actually found such articles? Jun asked. They're usually written in Chinese. Oh, web. Translators exist now, Casper said. Rin sighed, already looking worried. So, the Jade Music Festival is only for domestic performers? He asked. Yes, Jun nonchalantly confirmed. They turned silent for a couple of moments before chaos erupted in the van. That's why Lei did such a good job planning this, Jun whispered, so nobody was able to hear him. It wasn't a known fact that the Jade Music Festival was only for domestic singers. Well, it wasn't explicitly written in stone. However, with how the audience treated foreign artists, it might as well be. Every year, a couple of acts still fall prey to the festival, wanting to test out the waters in China. However, the Jade Music Festival was the worst one to join as a rookie. Then, why did Lei ask us to perform there? Jaeyoung asked with a small frown. Zeth scratched the back of his head. Maybe he also doesn't know. Jun scoffed. Lei was a native Chinese. He most definitely knew. But don't worry, Jun remarked, trying to alleviate their worries. It's not like foreign artists are banned from performing in the festival. The boys sighed in relief. So, some foreign artists succeed in not getting thrown tomatoes at? Jisung worriedly asked. Yes, Jun said, recalling some performers from his teenage days. And some artists succeeded in penetrating the market? Akira excitedly asked. No, Jun said, making the others slump in defeat. There are only 3 reactions that foreign artists mostly get: tomatoes, tears, or tolerance. Tears, Ren asked. Has an artist moved the audience to tears? Oh, that was wrong, Jun said. The audience has moved some artists to tears. Ren pursed his lips. And tolerance? Zeth asked. What does that insinuate? Oh, they just tolerate the performance, Jun responded. Nothing more, nothing less. They don't make any noise. Mostly, they're ignored, he continued. So what you're saying is that we're fucked? Sehun asked. Jun nodded. In a way. But also, I think it's partially the artist's fault for not researching about the Jade Music Festival before performing there. The other boys continued to listen, knowing that Jun was bound to present a solution somewhere. As I said, it's a cultural festival where people take pride in their homeland, he continued. However, most artists only perform their songs without regard to the intention of the festival. Raunchy songs are also out of the picture, Jun said. The first person who got thrown tomatoes at performed a very sexy song after an old artist just performed something cultural. Oof, Akira said. So, we also need to take what the past acts perform. Yes, Jun responded. But there's no way for us to figure that out before the start of the event, right? The others agreed. So, we have to prepare a performance that appreciates the culture of China, not something that appropriates it, Jun said. That's how we can get past the prejudice that the audience already has. The others nodded in agreement. However, their dilemma still wasn't finished. But how are we going to do that? Seth asked. We don't have anyone who knows much about Chinese culture. We can hire someone to teach us about it, but then I'd fear that we wouldn't be able to understand it fully. Jun smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Don't worry, he said. You guys have me. The boys were confused, looking at Jun with furrowed eyebrows. What do you mean? Ren asked. Are you well versed in their culture? I recall you having good knowledge during that quiz show, but you're still Korean, right? Right, Jun nodded. And that was the reason why Lei decided to throw them into such a festival. It just sucked for him that Jun was actually Chinese. All right, Jay exclaimed, suddenly remembering something. You guys don't know yet, since his movie hasn't aired, but Jun's fluent in Chinese. They turned to each other with shock. Wait, what? Number 807. Chapter 807. The Transporter. Wake up, everyone. Our flight is in an hour. Jun exclaimed from the living room. He had already packed some food for the boys since they didn't have time to eat breakfast anymore. Today was the day they were going to Beijing, China, for the Jade Music Festival. Jay wasn't there with them since he was busy with Linnaeur's debut showcase that was going to happen later in the evening. So, Jun was set to drive for them. Jun sighed impatiently after he arranged all of their luggage. He knew that it was their first time going overseas together, but the boys seemed to have overpacked. They were only going to stay there for 3 days. And by the morning of the third day, they needed to go back to Korea. What's taking them so long? He muttered, impatiently tapping his foot on the floor. He glanced at the clock once more and shook his head. There was less than an hour left, and he was sure that they were going to miss their boarding time if they didn't go out of the house in a minute. Guys, I'm going to count to 3, Jun warned, already feeling frustrated. If you don't come out in those 3 seconds, then I'm leaving without you. With his statement, he heard things toppling over in protest from his members' rooms. 1. Jun started off. More things fell over, and more screams were heard. 2. He continued. 3. Their doors opened nearly at the same time. Different fragrant scents wafted through Jun's nostrils, making him frown. Then, his frown deepened when he saw what his members were wearing. What are you guys wearing? Jun asked as he observed their outfits. Are you all going to a fashion show or something? The members turned to each other, not finding anything weird with their outfits. Instead, it was Jun's outfit they found weird. Are you sure you're wearing that to the airport? Akira asked. Jun frowned and looked down at his outfit. Yes, he said. What's wrong with it? It was an outfit that a regular person would wear to the airport. The other boys exchanged looks before shrugging. It's all right, Casper said. His face is great anyway. Yeah, Jaeyoung said. You should wear what's comfortable for you. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Well, we have to go, Jun said. Our boarding time is 30 minutes from now. Crap, Jaeyoung muttered. I lost track of time. Can we make it? We still need to face the reporters. Reporters? Jun muttered under his breath, confused. Why would there be reporters in the airport? Jun frowned and disregarded Jaeyoung's statement. If you guys move faster, then we wouldn't have to rush. Jay's not here, too, Jisung said, biting his lips in nervousness. Jun clicked his tongue. Just hurry up and grab your things. I'll get us to the airport. The boys once again exchanged looks, appearing skeptical as they followed Jun to the van. Jun didn't waste any time turning on the engine. Wait, Zeth said from the back seats. Can you drive? Jun smirked as he turned the gear. Of course, he exclaimed. He wasn't just a driver. He was nearly as good as the transporter. Jun had even driven amidst a gun shooting. Rushing to the airport was a piece of cake for him. With that, He stepped on the gas and went out of the parking lot at the speed of light. The members jolted in their seats, and at that moment, they felt that their lives were in danger. The guard of their dorm felt something pass by, but it didn't quite register in his mind. What was that, he muttered. A fly. As they got to the street, Jun drove even more ruthlessly. Zeth closed his eyes and began praying to every god in the universe despite not being faithful. Akira and Rin hugged each other even though they swore they were enemies. Jaeong's soul left his body as Jun overtook a car. Casper, on the other hand, was enjoying the car ride like he was in an amusement park. Watch out, Sehun exclaimed when he saw a dog unexpectedly crossing the street. Jun looked unfazed as he swerved to the right, successfully evading the dog without compromising other people's safety. Well, except for his members, who felt like their souls had left their bodies. The ride to the airport, which usually took 30 minutes, had shortened by half, and the boys were there in no time. Jun turned off the engine when he saw that the guards were already waiting outside. They'll take care of the van, right? He asked, but none of them answered him. He turned around and saw his members' pale faces, almost as if they had seen a ghost. Jun frowned. What happened? He asked. Jaeyoung pursed his lips and shook his head. Remind me not to let Jun drive ever again, he muttered. Meanwhile, outside the van, a huge crowd waited. Multiple large cameras graced the airport while fans wearing masks covered the perimeter. Jia and her friends stood at the sides, frowning as they took in the amount of people in the airport grounds. What is this? Bora muttered. They're occluding the walkways. For the other passengers. Sumin frowned as she continued looking around. Has there been such a huge crowd in an airport before? In my 5 years of fangirling, I don't think so, Nari said. This is insane. Almost every crevice is covered. Jia bit her lips in nervousness. I just hope they have plenty of guards. Bora nodded in agreement. The reporters for various media sites had also set up their cameras, narrating what was happening. The feed was live on YouWatch and multiple fans who weren't able to make it too. The airport tuned in. Good morning, everyone, the reporter of this patch exclaimed. Today marks a historic day. The newly appointed nation's boy group is going to their very first overseas schedule. She panned the camera around and gasped. Wow, she said. It seems like a lot of people want to see Eve today. I don't know how. They're going to go through this crowd. Anyway, I think their van just arrived. However, they're taking a long time going out. I'm really excited for their airport outfits. Who do you think will have the best one? Jun. Jun looks good in anything. I think it'll be Akira. He's a true people pleaser. Please. It's going to be Zeth. I agree with that. The crowd gasped as the door finally opened. They're here. Eve is finally coming out. Number 808. Chapter 808. Airport Fashion. The screams resonated in the airport as the first person made his way out of the van. However, they quickly halted when a group of uncles was revealed. Instead, oh, it wasn't them. I thought it was Eve for a second. There are 8 of them, too. What a coincidence. Look at one of them. They're waving at the cameras. Uncles, please make it faster. There they are, one screamed, causing a domino effect on the other fans. Flashes and shouts were heard as the first member of Eve finally made his way outside. We have Zeth with us, and he's rocking the bad boy look, the Dispatch reporter exclaimed. Leather is definitely suited for him, and look how those skinny jeans fit his legs. It's a fashion ick nowadays, but the word ick does not exist for Zeth. Jun's eyes widened when he saw Zeth waving at the people from outside the car. Omo, he's the bad boy that I envision in my daydreams. If I'm going to get hurt by a boy, I want him to look like Zeth. The people outside, Jun muttered. Casper excitedly turned to him. They're for us, he exclaimed. There's so many people, right? He added. A lot of them are holding your banners, too. They're very excited about this schedule. Jun felt like his heart stopped beating. And those people with huge cameras? Jun quietly asked. They're fan sites, of course. Jisung happily chimed. They're going to take photos of us and upload them online. It will be like a free photo shoot. Not all of them, though, Jaeyoung added. The others are reporters from different sites. They all have their own ongoing live streams right now, so make sure to be on your best behavior. We don't want them picking up on anything weird and making a fuss out of it. Well, I'm next, Casper exclaimed, opening the front door and getting out of the car. Casper is the next one to be revealed, the reporter exclaimed. He has a lazy fit today, but he still looks good. The matching tracksuit paired with the gold accessories makes him look effortlessly handsome. There's a cat embroidered on his purse. So cute. I think that's the infamous Luther. Since the door was opened, Jun had a better view of the airport. There seemed to be hundreds, no, thousands of people waiting outside for them. Since when did the airport allow this many people to be on their grounds? Jun exclaimed. Rin frowned. Since forever, he said. They make exceptions when artists arrive. That's why we were wondering if your outfit was all right this morning. But then again, you're Jun. I could never really comprehend what's on your mind, he said before getting out of the car. Omo, Rin is rocking such a chic look. He's wearing a tweed jacket and bucket hat. His outfit looks like my entire yearly salary. The reporter is so real. The gold necklace he's wearing is from Channel. His belt is also from a luxury brand. Jun pursed his lips. He thought he knew a lot about the idol industry, but it turned out that it wasn't enough. He had seen photos of idols in airports, but they looked so made up and well-dressed, so he thought that it was just a trending type of photo shoot. I'm next, Jisung exclaimed. The crowd awed as soon as Jisung made his way outside with a shy smile. A total boy next door outfit for Jisung, the reporter giddily said. A neat white polo and some slacks. He's the epitome of the younger neighbor that we fantasize about. I just want to keep Jisung in my pocket. So wholesome. I want him to do things to me. Please don't. He's a baby. Then, without saying anything, Si-hoon made his way outside. Once again, they screamed when they saw the idol, much louder this time. Jun shook his head as he looked at Si-hoon's back figure. An all-denim look? This is iconic. Si-hoon is bringing back the 90s fashion. He's the first one to rock the all-denim look after Britney Spears. His bicep is also slightly peeking through since the denim jacket slid off his shoulders. Jae-young sighed as he looked outside. It seemed like the number of people was increasing steadily. How many guards do we have? He muttered. Will they be enough to keep us safe? Akira patted his back. Don't sweat about it just yet, leader, he exclaimed. It's time for us to show off our outfits first. With that, he went out of the car with a confident smile. Wow, the reporter chuckled. Akira's bringing a different style. He's wearing a casual suit. To the airport. He must feel uncomfortable, but it's a treat to our eyes. I feel like I'm getting married to him. Imagine him walking down the aisle with that suit. Please stop feeding my delusions. With every passing moment, Jun felt like he was going to explode. He looked down at his outfit for the 100th time since they got to the airport and shook his head. It was totally something that a normal person would wear to the airport. Flying wasn't comfortable at all, so he wanted to increase his comfort by wearing such clothes. However, he didn't know that he had to go through the Red Sea before that could happen. Not wanting to be last, he turned to Jae-young to inform him to go last instead. However, Jae-young was already making his way outside before Jun could utter a single word. The leader of Eve has graced us with his presence. He's rocking a clean look with a baby blue button-up and beige shorts. Shorts. I can see legs. Why do you like men's legs so much? Why do men like women's legs so much? The members of Eve stood in a line, the cameras continuously flashing as they posed. Where's Jun? Jun, come out. Jun is taking a long time, the reporter said. It seems like he prepared for this. We're waiting for his arrival. Jun looked around the car for something, anything. Even Jay's snake-patterned suit would be much better than the one he was wearing at the moment. Then, after fussing around for a couple of seconds, he finally stopped when he saw his reflection in the rearview mirror. What's there to worry about? He muttered. I've never cared about this before. With that in mind, he finally opened the door. Since he was in the driver's seat, he was occluded by the car for a few seconds. Then, he was finally revealed to the public. Number 809. Chapter 809. The worst airport outfit in the history of idols. What is that? At a glance, I thought he was one of the uncles we saw a while ago. Don't say that. Was it too much? The uncles a while ago are dressed better than Jun. The reporter from this patch was also confused. If it weren't for Jun's magnificent face, then she would have thought that he was just a normal person. Well, the reporter started off, clearing her throat. Jun is wearing some worn-out joggers. It seems like the bottom is fraying, too. He's also wearing a black shirt, but there are spots of orange on the hem. Is it tie-dye, or is the fabric just tainted with bleach? Who knows? She chuckled. His bucket hat seems like a freebie from the brand Sanapoo, the ones that they hand out during the rainy season. So, Jun's really frugal, huh? What kind of airport fashion is this? This is how I look at home. I salute Jun for having the courage to wear it at the airport. He's truly one of the bravest idols out there. His face saved him for real. I, too, wear this at home, but I don't look this good in it. He's also wearing some sandals with socks that aren't even matching. The reporter continued, a chuckle bubbling up her chest. Jun pursed his lips as he heard the crowd's comments about his clothes. He couldn't hear their words clearly. However, he was certain that they weren't positive reactions. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. That was the least of his worries right now. They needed to go to their boarding gate. However, unbeknownst to Jun, he was already being called a fashion terrorist online. The top idol carries himself like that? What a joke. I see that a lot of people find the situation amusing. However, I just find it ridiculous. Why would a famous idol wear clothes as such? True. For all I know, Jun doesn't care about his fans. Look at the number of people waiting for him out there. And he didn't even bother to put on pretty clothes. Lei, who was in the hall for Lanier's debut showcase, smirked as he read the comments online. Well, it seems like he did this one to himself, he muttered while shaking his head. Jay ran to where he was with a worried look. Are the boys okay? He asked. I still need to help calm the girls down since they're all nervous. Lei smiled as he placed his phone back in his pocket. They're doing fine, Lei said. You can go assist the girls. Jay still couldn't shake off his worry. Did you give them plenty of guards, at least? The boys are so popular now that they need a bodyguard for each of them. Lei nodded. Don't worry, he said. It's all covered. Jay pursed his lips and nodded. All right, I need to head back. Era is having a breakdown since her dress doesn't fit. Sure, Lei carelessly said before bringing out his phone once again. Meanwhile, at the airport, the boys started making their way. Inside, gear up, Jae-young said as he took the first step. He also wasn't expecting so many people to come and see them, so he was worried if the 7 guards that they were assigned with were enough to keep the peace. Be careful, everyone, Si-hoon said, looking out for the younger members. The other boys nodded and started walking inside the airport, too. Smiles graced their lips as they waved at the fans from far away. However, as they got closer to the crowd, their smiles quickly faded. It became increasingly suffocating. Move away. Move away, the guards exclaimed, trying to keep the situation at bay. Yet, they were weak against the large crowd. The crowd continued to push, and even the reporters couldn't do anything about the chaos. The camera, the dispatch reporter screamed. You guys are going to ruin the camera. Her screams were drowned in the chaos. The live stream continued to capture everything, even as the camera swayed. Although it was blurry, it was obvious that the members of Eve didn't have any space to pass through. What is happening? I can't even see the boys clearly. Goodness, it looks like a stampede is happening there. Yeah? Get away from the boys. I see someone touching them. Truly, the fans didn't respect the boys' personal space. With that, the members felt like they were enclosed in a tight box with nowhere to escape. Jia and her friends stepped back, not wanting to be a part of the sea of people. What the fuck? Bora exclaimed when she saw the situation from far away. Jia frowned. Move away, she screamed, hoping they would give the boys some space. However, it was no use. It was a bloodbath. Jisung felt tears brimming in his eyes as he felt someone's hands trailing on his abdomen. Jun clicked his tongue and swatted the perpetrator's hand away. Jisung looked at him with eyes filled with gratitude. Then, Jun looked at the guard who was assigned to the two of them. Protect him, he said. The guard, who also appeared to be struggling amidst the crowd, frowned. What about you? Sir, I can handle myself, he said. Protect the kid. The guard was confused but followed Jun's instruction nonetheless. Jun shook his head. Again, he felt that it was Lei's fault that they didn't have enough guards. It was true that he wasn't retaliating just yet, but he definitely created small nuances that would eventually lead other idols to snap. Unfortunately for him, Jun wasn't one to snap from situations as such. We're almost there, Jae-young shouted. Zeth, although a fiend for attention, sighed in relief when he heard Jae-young's statement. The guards didn't hesitate to push the disrespectful people away, and thankfully, as they got near the entrance of the immigration, more space was created for them. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, Rin exclaimed. They moved more hastily so they could go to their destination faster. Then, after what seemed like years of torture, they finally made it inside the immigration area. That was intense, Akira said with wide eyes. His hair, which he meticulously styled in the morning, had become disheveled. The others, too, looked like they were attacked by some kind of calamity. Thank goodness, that's over, Rin said, sighing in relief. Jisung nodded, leaning on the wall to regain his energy. They caught their breaths for a while, still processing what had happened. However, after a few seconds, Casper noticed something strange. Where's Jun? Number 810. Chapter 810, Welcome to China. The boys were already in sour moods after being bombarded at the airport. When they realized that Jun wasn't with them, their moods turned even more sour, borderline murderous. Where is he? Casper asked, looking around the airport with furrowed eyebrows. Jisung bit his lips in anxiousness. He helped me a while back, he said. I didn't think that he needed some help, too. I'm a bad friend. No, I'm a bad leader, Jae-young said, already on the verge of tears. I should have looked out for all of you. Akira paced back and forth, his eyes scanning the airport for Jun. What if something happened with him? What if someone abducted him already, he exclaimed. Rin pursed his lips. Don't say things like that, he exclaimed. However, he was already feeling anxious. They stayed silent for a few moments, feeling at a loss. They were aware of Jun's popularity and just how many crazy fans he had. I can't believe our first overseas schedule turned out like this, Casper muttered. I'll go look for him, he said with determined eyes. The guards turned to each other in surprise. You guys need to be at the boarding gate in 5 minutes, one of the guards said. You can't afford to lose any more time, sir. Casper's eyebrows furrowed. So, you're telling us to just leave Jun behind, he asked. No, sir, the guard calmly said. The two of us will go look for him. Casper clicked his tongue when he finally noticed the number of guards they were with. There's only 7 of you? I thought a total of 8 would be here, he said, massaging the bridge of his nose in frustration. Akira patted Jisung's shoulder and whispered in his ears. Casper's actually pretty hot when he's serious like this. Jisung clicked his tongue and pushed Akira away. Now's not the time for that. Sorry, sir, the guard said. The other guard took care of your bags along with the van. Casper shook his head in disappointment. Then, they should have hired another one. Jae-young walked over to him and placed his hand over his shoulder. He's right, Casper, Jae-young said. We can't go out there anymore. Jae-young glanced outside and saw that there wasn't a single opening. It was still occluded by reporters and fans. Let's allow them to handle this, Jae-young continued. We'll wait inside. But what about Jun? Casper asked. We're not going to leave without him, Jae-young assured. It's just not safe for us out there. Casper pursed his lips, still feeling hesitant. However, in the end, he nodded. With that, they made their way inside while the other guards went to look for Jun. They were still in distress, feeling like the entire trip had been ruined. Jun was the one who knew a lot about China, so he was already excited to show them some good Chinese food. Most importantly, Jun curated their performance for the Jade Music Festival. He was the backbone of their group, so they knew they wouldn't be able to perform without him. What are we going to do? Jisung asked as they arrived at the boarding gate. The other passengers were already lining up to get their passports and tickets checked, but Eve couldn't move, knowing that Jun wasn't with them. The others looked down at the ground, also feeling useless. However, they quickly lifted their heads when they heard a familiar voice. Took you guys long enough, he said. Their eyes widened, and their postures immediately straightened. Jun, Casper exclaimed. Jun clicked his tongue and stood from one of the seats. You guys were so slow. They're going to close the gates soon, he said. But, Jae-young stammered, in disbelief at what he was seeing. Jun sighed and gestured for them to line up. Come on, he said. We don't have any time to spare. The boys were still shocked, but they still followed Jun's orders. After their passports and tickets were checked, they finally made their way down the runway. It was only then that they could ask what had happened. What the fuck happened to you? Akira couldn't help but curse. We thought you got abducted or something. Jun frowned. Abducted? They'd be lucky if they could abduct me. What did you do then? Jisung asked. Jun smirked and looked down at his outfit. Well, it seems like this outfit has its perks. After I pushed away that girl who touched your abs, I was left without a guard, Jun explained as they continued walking. Then, I just slipped away from the crowd and walked at the sides, which was relatively free, Jun continued. I even met Jia and her friends, he happily added. The boys were taken aback. So you just walked here, by yourself? Zeth asked in disbelief. Jun nodded. Yup, it was quite easy. I got here in no time. You know, I feel like Jun's luck is one of the biggest mysteries in the world, Akira remarked. I can't tell whether it's good or not. After a few hours, the plane finally descended. Fortunately, and much to Jun's surprise, Azure actually booked them business class tickets, so they were able to have a comfortable flight. It really did seem like Lei was earning the trust of the members. As they made their way out of the plane and into the airport, the boys felt apprehensive once again. The thing that happened in Incheon Airport is not going to happen again, right? Ren asked, already sounding afraid. I sure hope it doesn't, Zeth said. I love me some attention, but goodness, that was excessive. The boys all nodded in agreement, not wanting to experience something like that again. However, after they got past immigration, there were crickets. Not a single fan was waiting for them outside. Some people glanced at them, wondering how such a good-looking bunch of friends came to be. However, they didn't bother them at all. Well, Zeth said, feeling like his pride had been stomped on. I didn't expect such profound silence. Oh wow, Rin said. You actually know that word. Zeth clicked his tongue as he glared at his friend. I honestly don't know what's worse, Akira said. The fact that we had been mobbed in Korea or the fact that nobody knows us here. The others nodded except for Jun, who was looking at the airport with a nostalgic smile. Welcome to China, lads. Number 812. Chapter 812. Well, we're unwelcome. Stop scrolling through Weibi. Rin exclaimed as the members of Eve got into their car. It was already the afternoon, so they were now on board to go to the venue of the Jade Music Festival. They still felt pretty tired from the flight, but they couldn't do anything about it since it was their job. I can't help it, Akira said. This app's so addicting. Why is everyone so mean for no reason? Sehun sighed and shook his head. You're going to jinx our performance, he said. What if we become the receiving end of the hate train after we perform? With Sehun's statement, the other boys became nervous. Jun sighed. Don't look at anything right now, he said. Just focus on the performance. Jae-young nodded in agreement. We've worked hard on our performance this past week. Unless we mess up, I don't think we'd be at the receiving end of the hate train. Zeth sighed. I guess. I'm just hoping that I don't mess up. The performance is something I've never tried before. Ren's eyebrows raised in surprise. Well, you're insecure. That's new. Zeth clicked his tongue. If I didn't know that the Jade Music Festival was so unfriendly to foreign artists, then I'd be more confident. But I don't want to get thrown at with tomatoes on stage, he exclaimed. Red is not my color. Ren pursed his lips and shook his head. What was I expecting, he muttered. We're here, the driver said, parking the car behind the open field where they were going to perform. The boys paused and looked around for a moment, seeing the huge tent behind the stage. Our team is already inside, Jae-young said. The event will start in approximately half an hour, so we should get our hair and makeup done right before our set. The boys nodded and finally got out of the car. They looked around the area and smiled. Since they went straight to the venue from their hotel, they didn't have the time to look around the city. The venue of the Jade Music Festival was quite beautiful. There were trees surrounding the open lot, some of the leaves falling to the ground. The scent of flowers also invaded their nostrils, which placed them in a better mood. As they got inside the tent, however, the piece abruptly came to an end. Shouts were heard all around. And to make matters worse, it was a language that most of the boys didn't speak. They stood at the entrance for a moment, just taking everything in. It was obvious from the get-go who the performers were. Some of them were already dressed in their stage outfits, some were getting their makeup done, while some just had the aura of an artist. The tent had dressing rooms at the side, while the middle was left open for the makeup artists. Just then, Jun felt someone push against his back. Move away, the Chinese man said in a gruff tone. Then, when he saw who the boys were, he rolled his eyes. I swear, he muttered. Why do they still call foreign artists to a cultural festival? They're just going to spill the mood. Jun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Well, these guys are pretty handsome, so they'll get some pity cheer from the crowd, he continued. After that, he lifted his head and looked Jun in the eyes. However, he could only hold eye contact for a couple of seconds before turning to the side with a passive glare. Move, he said in English. Jun smiled and obediently did what he said. The man clicked his tongue before turning to the other boys. All of you move. The boys pursed their lips and moved to the side of the tent. Just then, a huge commotion was heard inside. It's Angel Zhang. Angel's here. She's going to be the final performer of the night. I want her autograph." Murmurs were heard all around, and although the other members of Eve couldn't understand them, they could still make out her name Angel. Jun, on the other hand, was well aware of the star in front of him, Angel Zhang, one of the greatest opera singers of their generation. She was only in her late 20s, but she had already established her name in the industry forever. Aside from being a great singer, she was also a very talented actress who specialized in periodic dramas. Coincidentally, she was also Jun's first love. Angel looked around, the smile never leaving her face as she greeted the other artists. However, her smile slightly dropped when she saw the members of Eve at the side of the entrance. She pursed her lips and quickly averted her gaze before following the man who had told them to move. He opened a tent inside the tent, one that seemed more prestigious than others, and led Angel inside. As she got inside, the chaos erupted once again. "Let's go," Jun said after a while, finally making their way to their makeup artists. However, the journey to their area wasn't a walk in the park. Multiple people bumped into them, and most of them were unapologetic. Jisung sighed in relief as they got to their makeup area. "Well, that was something," he said. "That was nearly as difficult as the airport mob we went through this morning." Zeth sighed, sitting on the ground since there were no available chairs anymore. "You guys go first," Jun said to Jisung and Akira. The two nodded and sat on the makeup chair. Meanwhile, Jun stood behind them, just scrolling through his phone. Just then, he heard chatters coming from their side singers that Jun didn't recognize. Based on their matching outfits, though, they were from the same group. Perhaps an idol group like them. "They're brave," one of them said. "I wouldn't be able to perform in an event like this." "Do you think they're going to perform their own songs?" the other asked. "I sure hope they do. I want to see someone getting thrown tomatoes at." With that, the two of them laughed loudly. Then, the third person next to them, who was the farthest away from the members of Eve, shushed the two idiots. "They could hear you," he said in a warning tone. The two boys merely shook their heads. "They can't even understand what we're saying," one of them said, side-eyeing the members of Eve, who weren't oblivious to their actions. "Is it just me, or are they gossiping about us?" Number 813. Chapter 813, Another Representative. Jun merely smirked, not wanting to give away that he fully understood Chinese in order to hear more of what they were talking about. "Who are they in the first place?" the guy nearest them asked. "I don't know," the one next to him said. The guy at the very end sighed. "They're Eve. They're very popular in Korea and across the world." "I don't know them, though," the first guy chimed. "They debuted before us," the sane one sighed. "Don't talk bad about them. They're good idols. I just don't think it's a good decision for them to come to the Jade Music Festival. But I don't think they know," he continued. "A lot of foreign artists are blinded by the thought of being able to break through the market in such a big event like this." Jun nodded in agreement. "Well, it seemed like this group actually had a sane member. At least they're not alone this time," he continued, his gaze straying elsewhere. Jun followed where his gaze was directed, and his eyebrows instantly raised in surprise when they saw who was behind them. "Robbie," Jun said, capturing the guy's attention. Robbie turned around with a wide smile. "Oh my, Eve, you guys were invited here, too?" he asked. The members turned toward the soloist's direction, pursing their lips since they weren't too fond of him. In case the others forgot about it too, Robbie was one of the members of the debuting team of Rising Star's failed season. He was also the one who hosted the show when Jun was under the spotlight for being sponsored by his supposedly rich parents. Moreover, Robbie was one of the participants of King of Kings, ending up in last place. In summary, Robbie had a grave grudge against Eve, especially Jun. "Fancy seeing you here," Robbie continued. "I thought I was the only artist representing our country. I'm glad that I have someone else with me." Zeth leaned closer to Ren. "He definitely doesn't mean that. When are you going to perform?" Robbie asked, facing Jun. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Halfway through," Jun responded. Robbie smirked. "That's tough. It'd be pretty hard to capture the audience's attention when you're performing in the middle of the show. That's usually the most boring." Akira frowned, throwing back his question. "When are you going to perform?" "Second," Robbie proudly said. "As a senior, you can watch my performance and write down some tips." Akira was about to stand from his seat and reprimand the solo artist, but Jun placed his hand over his shoulder. "We'll be sure to do that," Jun said. Robbie was pleasantly surprised. He thought that Jun would take offense to his statement. But it seemed like the feisty idol had been tamed by the harsh industry. Wish me luck, Robbie said. I was told that I need to stand by backstage now. Jun smiled once more. Good luck, senior. With that, Robbie waved at the boys and went backstage. Akira clicked his tongue. I really don't like that guy. What is he even doing here? You should have let me teach him a lesson, Akira said, still glaring at the spot where Robbie stood. Jae-young sighed. Are you a thug, or what? Even Jun didn't lose his temper. Akira's frown deepened. Which is weird, he chimed. You're usually the first one to lose your cool when it comes to losers like that. Why didn't you retaliate this time? Jun smiled, crossing his arms in front of his chest as he faced the large television in the very middle of the tent. I pity him, Jun said. The other boys knowingly turned to each other. He doesn't know what he signed up for. Just then, the television came to life, showing the green-themed opening of the Jade Music Festival. The members jolted when the loud sound of fireworks filled the venue, signaling the start of the most awaited festival. The camera zoomed out, and there they saw the number of people in the open field. Every seat was filled with old and new faces alike. They were holding lights of different colors, while some had paintings on their faces. Most of them, especially the women, also wore the traditional hanfu, appearing like the flowers that surrounded the field. Jisung's hands couldn't help but tremble as he observed the crowd. 60,000, he muttered. They weren't exaggerating. I have never seen a crowd this large. Me too, Rin said, his mouth agape. I've only ever seen it during the 2002 Korea Olympics, Sehun said, feeling lightheaded from the amount of people in the field. Omo, Jisung muttered. You've watched that? I was born that year. Seriously, you're ancient, Zeth said, making Sehun shake his head. I shouldn't have said anything, he muttered. Just then, a popular comedian duo, David and Dave, arrived at the stage, eliciting screams from the crowd. They faced each other with knowing smiles before walking to the front of the stage. Good afternoon, everyone, they exclaimed at the same time. Once again, the crowd screamed, and the artists inside felt the vibrations of the shout. The seats are filled once again. Dave started off. It seems like the Jade Music Festival's excitement just increases every year. Well, of course, David chimed. The talent of our artists also increases with each passing year, so that's only normal. Indeed, Dave chuckled. We have some new and old faces with us, and they shall be providing us entertainment while showing off our culture tonight. Are you guys ready for the performances? David asked. A resounding yes was heard in the venue. Then, Dave said, Show me your loudest screams. The crowd quickly followed, sending shivers down the performer's spine. Robbie, who saw how large the crowd was, couldn't help but smirk. He was already thinking that these people would be his fans. He had dabbled in the Chinese industry after debuting as a solo artist, so he knew just how large the market was. He also knew that Eve was practically a new name, so it would be harder for them to garner a reaction from the audience. That's the spirit, David exclaimed. I'm sure you guys are ready for the epic performances to come. So, without further ado, we welcome you to the Jade Music Festival. Number 814. Chapter 814, Like a Buffet. The members of Eve were still getting their makeup done as the show started. The first act of the night was Jaden Cho, a great artist in his generation. He sang a rendition of You Bring Me Down by Joshua Graben, and it was a piece that set the tone for the entire festival. The audience felt like they were getting lifted to the heavens with his deep and intense voice, and with that, they were ready for the other performances to come. He's amazing, Jisung said, his mouth agape. My mom loves him, Zeth chimed. He's been doing this for a long time, right? Yes, Jun said. He's probably done this before Jisung was born. Before you were born, you mean? Jae-young asked. Nah, he wasn't performing by that time. He was still chasing his dreams, probably. Jun mindlessly answered. Idiot, Akira chimed. You were born the same year as Jisung. Jun pursed his lips. Right, he muttered. Anyway, he set the bar really high, Jisung said. Will we be able to perform up to this standard? Our performance is a different color, Jun responded. It's not something that could be compared with the performance of Jaden Cho. However, we don't need to be nervous. That's the job of the second performer of the night. The boys turned to each other with wide, knowing eyes. Ah, Jun said, finally sitting on the makeup chair. I really pity that guy. I hope to watch his performance. but I'm sure I'll be able to watch HD clips of it on Weibo right away. Robbie, who was feeling confident a few minutes back, felt like his world was going to crumble. The performance that Jun Hao had curated was a grand vocal performance, one that showed his prowess as a veteran singer along with expensive effects that made the stage even more grand. Robbie had watched performances from the Jade Music Festival online, but he didn't know that it all came from the artist's pockets. Robbie was only made aware of it when the workers went ahead and removed the props that Jun Hao had used, leaving the stage bare. Nonetheless, he was confident that the K-pop wave had also hit China, and he also knew that some of his fans were lingering in the venue. So, with that in mind, he made his way to the stage and prepared to sing his own songs, hoping that it would make it big in China. However, as soon as he sang the first note, it seemed like a collective yawn was heard in the venue. Chatters filled the field, and it really did feel like no one was listening to him. It was painfully obvious in the live stream, too. He's singing his own song. Brave soul. Good luck to him. His songs are bad. His voice is not that bad, but the delivery is awful. He sounds whiny. And what's with the bland stage? I can't believe I'm watching this right after Jaden's stage. The members of Eve also couldn't help but feel bad for Robbie. As much as they were annoyed by his presence, it was also proven that singing your own songs in an event like this was the worst way to go. I want to laugh, but I'd seem too evil, Akira said, pursing his lips to control his laughter. We already know that you're evil, Rin said, clicking his tongue. Go ahead. No one will judge you here. Besides, Jaeyoung added, it seems like the others are judging him more than us, he said, looking around the tent. Indeed, the other performers as well as staff members ridiculed Robbie for such a lousy performance. Jun sighed. This industry is ruthless, he muttered. Fortunately, Robbie ended his performance without getting thrown tomatoes at. However, it seemed like that would have been a better option. Robbie went down the stage with tears brimming in his eyes. The crowd hadn't applauded for him at all, nor did the others try to console him. He was just invisible. Even as Robbie made his way back to the tent, he wasn't perceived as anything. They quickly moved on to the next performers, who turned out to be the young men who was sitting next to Eve during hair and makeup. The up-and-coming boy group that had come from the popular survival show is now here, David exclaimed. That immediately captured Eve's attention. A survival show? Seth muttered. Having only debuted for 2 months, they had already broken so many records. Let us all welcome Elevate. The 8 members of the boy group, Elevate, made their way to the stage. Akira frowned. These were the guys who kept bad-mouthing us, right? He asked, turning to Jun. Jun shrugged. They have 8 members like us, too. I feel like I'm in the Octa situation again. Well, they did come from a survival show like us, Seth said. 8 members is pretty standard now. Shush, they're going to perform now, Rin said. I want to see just how good they are. The music started, and the members of Elevate danced to the beat. The boys of Eve watched, with keen eyes, also curious about the new idol group. It seemed like they were performing one of their songs, one that talked about being as fierce as a dragon. They're good, Jun established after the first verse had ended. The song's nice, Jaeyoung chimed. It has a catchy beat. It's not anything special, though, Akira bluntly said. If they wanted to criticize us so much, then they should have done some live singing. The backing track is so loud that you can barely hear their real voices. Rin pursed his lips. I didn't want to say it out loud, but it's mediocre at best. If they were really trash-talking us, then they should reflect upon their words. Jun smirked. The lyrics are nice, he said. It's something that raises the audience's excitement. That's all that they need to have such a good performance? Seth asked. Well, no, Jun said. But it's better than Robbie's performance, so they're eating it up like good stew. What does that mean for our performance then? Rin asked, suddenly feeling nervous. You're all done, the makeup artist said, interrupting their conversation. Jun finally opened his eyes and stood from the chair. He faced his teammates, and they all gasped when they saw how he looked. Akira looked at his members and shook his head. You guys are really goners. What the heck, Zeth muttered. You suit this makeup style so much. Our performance? Jun asked, going back to Ren's question. They're going to eat it up like a buffet. Number 815. Chapter 815. Anticipating a boring performance. All right, it's getting pretty boring. It's the same thing over and over again. I feel like there have been 3 copies of Jaden Cho by now, and there's only been 9 performers. You know that it's serious. When are people going to realize that you can't just copy someone and expect to be praised for it? Well, we are in the middle of the show, so people are bound to be tired. Yeah, I'm getting tired, yet I'm just lying in my bed. The next performer needs to liven things up. The 9th performer was such a bore to watch. The Jade Music Festival was now halfway through, and Eve was about to head to the stage. The other performers and staff members were surprised by the group's outfits and makeup as they passed by them. The members of ELEV8, who had finished their performance, was joined with the other performers in the middle of the tent, where the large TV was perked up. "What's on your mind, Miss Angel?" her manager asked as she looked to be agitated. "Who were those artists we met a while ago?" she asked. By the door. The manager's eyebrows raised in surprise, wondering why the big artist was curious about the foreign artists. "Eve, I think," he asked. "I've heard their name before, but I'm not too familiar with their music. They're a K-pop group. I'm guessing that they're going to sing their own songs." Angel hummed, her mind flashing to the time when she made eye contact with the handsome idol. "One of the guys seems familiar," she muttered. Her manager was surprised. "Have you seen one of them before?" Angel quickly shook her head, making his assistant even more confused. "Just his aura," she said. "I felt his aura." "Well," his manager muttered, "you've met a lot of people in your long career. People are bound to have the same aura." Angel clicked her tongue since she really felt she had met one of the guys a long time ago. Then, she looked around her tent, looking for something. "I don't have a television here," she asked. "I want to watch their performance." Her assistant scratched the back of his head. "I should have requested one," he said. "I think they're going to perform next. I heard from those outside. You can watch on my phone if you want," he offered, bringing out his phone from his pocket. Angel shook her head and stood from her seat. "No, it's all right," she said. "You know that my eyesight is really bad. I need to watch on the large television outside." Her manager frowned. "Are you sure about that? There would be smaller artists out there." Angel shrugged and placed her jacket over her stage outfit. "Yeah," she said. "I've been in their position before, too." Her manager sighed and nodded in defeat. In the end, he accompanied her to the common area, making the other artists shocked. "It's Angel Zhang. What is she doing here?" "She's going to watch with us." The members of ELEV8 turned to the beautiful lady with wide eyes. As artists from the same industry, they admired Angel Zhang a lot, so they wanted to get close to her. However, that was nearly impossible with her aura. It made her untouchable. They believed that only one person was able to compete with her aura, Jaden Cho. It was perfect timing, as Jaden went out of his own tent and saw Angel. The two of them stopped for a moment to greet each other with a friendly hug. The others turned silent as they were graced by the 2 powerful icons of their generation. Their aura multiplied, and that made the once chaotic room peaceful. "You're here too?" Angel asked as she broke away from their hug. Jaden chuckled and nodded. "Yeah," he said. "It's stuffy in my tent. I needed to get some fresh air." Angel shook her head in amusement. "It's not any better here, though." Jaden shrugged. "But you're here. You also want to watch the show." Angel wordlessly nodded. Then, the two of them sat on empty seats and focused their attention on the large screen in front of them. The chatter gradually became louder, too, especially since the 9th performer didn't give them something worth watching for. Just then, David and Dave came back to the stage, capturing their attention once more as they introduced the next artist. "That was an inspiring stage," Dave exclaimed. However, most of them knew that he didn't really mean it. "Indeed," David agreed. "In a blink of an eye, we've arrived to the midway of the show. Who knew that time would go by so fast?" "I know. Right," Dave chimed. "Well, these next performers are going to give us something new once more." Just then, huge props came from the side, surprising them. 2 tall cherry blossom-like trees were perched at the side, creating a beautiful image. The audience was also perplexed, wondering who was going to perform on the stage. Robbie frowned in confusion. "They've arranged those," he muttered. "Who's the next performer again?" "The cherry blossoms are beautiful. How did they make it so that the petals could also fall?" "Well, they leaked the artist's arrangement. A group named Eve is next." "Omo, Eve? The guys that were seen in the airport? I don't know them. I heard some of their songs when I went to Korea. Almost every store played them." "Well, I still don't know them. They're one of the victims of the Jade Music Festival." "Well, it seems like our next performers prepared a lot for their stage," Dave chuckled. Truly, David said. I'm getting more curious about what they're going to show. Well, there's no need for other introductions. A popular group hailing from Korea, we have. None other than Eve, the two of them exclaimed. There were some pity cheers from the crowd one that came from their supporters who traveled to Beijing just to watch their favorite idols. The lights turned off along with the LED screen behind them, so the crowd couldn't see what the group looked like. However, they could see their silhouettes, and it appeared like they were wearing flowy gowns. Then, the lights finally turned on, illuminating the 8 members of Eve. They're wearing yishangs? Number 816. Chapter 816, 52 Hertz, 1. The lights dimmed low, casting a serene blue hue across the stage. The LED screens showed the ocean. Some of people in the crowd found it strange how they had trees under the ocean. However, they let it go for a moment to focus on their performance. In the center, surrounded by the 2 large makeshift cherry blossoms, stood Eve, clad in the dignified attire of Yishang, a male variation of the traditional Chinese hanfu. Angel frowned, and she looked to the side to see Jaden wearing the same expression. What are they going to perform? She asked. Jaden snapped out of his thoughts and placed his hand under his chin. It's strange, he said. I saw them a while back, and I thought they were going to perform their own songs. Me too, Angel muttered. The crowd was even more confused, wondering why a K-pop group was wearing their traditional clothing. It was the first time for foreign artists to embrace a heritage that resonated deeply with the Chinese people. I almost cursed. Why are they wearing such clothes? What are they even going to perform? Murmurs were heard all around the field. However, they turned silent when the cameramen zoomed in on their faces. The members of Eve stood in a straight line, holding each other's hands with closed eyes. Each member appeared ethereal with their natural, barely their makeup. They exuded an aura of purity and grace, and the people couldn't help but marvel at their beauty. Well, these friends are actually really handsome. A group with no visual holes? That's new. But what song are they going to sing? Don't tell me they're going to sing their own song while wearing those outfits? Suddenly, the intro of 52 Foot by none other than Jaden Cho filled the stadium. Once more, Jaden and Angel turned to each other with furrowed eyebrows. They're going to perform my song? He asked. It's been a long time since you released this song, right? She said. Yes, Jaden nodded. It's been 4 years, I believe. It's a popular song with no music video. May I ask why? Angel asked. It's because I couldn't capture the loneliness of the song. I thought it would be better if I just left it alone. Up until now, I still don't know what it means, Angel muttered. Jaden chuckled. Not a lot of people do. But it's about the 52 Hertz whale, he answered. The whale forever calls out a frequency no other whale could hear, forever destined to be alone. The other artists surrounding them listened to their conversation, and they also felt enlightened by Jaden Chow's explanation. How are they going to perform this song? One of the members of Yelly V8 muttered. The music swelled, and Eve began their performance. Gasps were heard in the venue as they danced with the grace of Chinese traditional dance. However, it wasn't only that. They also executed the loneliness and yearning of the 52 Hertz whale with their movements and facial expressions. Jisung was right at the center, and his innocent expression spoke of 1,000 emotions. The audience, initially unsure of what to expect, found themselves captivated. Whispers rippled through the crowd as Eve effortlessly executed intricate dance moves they had meticulously prepared. For a group not steeped in Chinese tradition, their respect for the art form was obvious in every gesture and every sway that conveyed the emotional depth of the song. Then, a voice rang through the field. The boys didn't sing the song live since they were short of time in learning the intricacies of the language, as they also prepared another song. They didn't want to record something haphazardly, so they decided to make Jun sing the song on his own through the recording. In the ocean, I drift through waves of dreams. A silent traveler, longing to explore the unseen. With a heart full of wonder, I yearn to touch the unknown, to find a place where my voice can be heard, where I can belong. The audience held their breaths as the first verse was heard. Jaden Cho frowned. Is that your voice, sir? One of the young artists asked. He frowned and shook his head. No, he muttered. It's not mine. Could it be that dash? Then he shook his head. It wouldn't be possible. They appeared to all be Korean artists. However, the person singing the song sounded completely fluent in the language, even adding the nuances of the song's emotion. Angel closed her eyes and only focused on the song for a moment. It was a beautiful, captivating voice that encapsulated the loneliness that the whale was feeling, paired with the sound of the ocean waves along with the deep blue hues that danced behind them on the LED screen. She couldn't help but appreciate their performance. I stumbled upon an island, a place of breathtaking beauty, a world painted in colors I've never known. But when I turn around, seeking another's eyes, I find only the expanse, the empty sky. Is it possible to fall in love with a voice? Who sang this? Are they using a cover for their performance? Why isn't anyone complaining that they're not singing live? Because they appear too beautiful, brother. Have you seen any other foreign artist put out a stage like this? The boys danced once more, with Zeth as the center this time. His visuals didn't fail this time around, too, and the crowd gasped as his pained expression was shown on the large screen. Help me. I'm getting sucked into his beautiful eyes. What's his name? Please, can someone tell me what his name is? No one. He's the manager. He's a staff member. He's Zeth. He's the main visual of Eve and a talented rapper and dancer. Goodness, this is too beautiful. Zeth reached his hand toward the cherry blossoms, but he couldn't seem to reach it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach it. As the storyline progressed, the crowd started understanding the link between the cherry blossoms under the deep waters. Being heard, being seen. It was impossible, just like cherry blossoms under the ocean. Number 817. Chapter 817, 52 Hertz, 2. Jaden Chow's breath got caught in the back of his throat as the song continued. In fact, everyone seemed to hold their breaths as they watched the delicate performance. The boys, although muscular, appeared as fragile as a feather. The audience could tell that the boys put a lot of effort into their performance. Moreover, it felt like they didn't attend the festival just to show off their songs. Instead, they also put emphasis on Chinese culture, something that the previous foreign artists had failed to do. Could it be that we now have the very first decent performance by a foreign artist at the Jade Music Festival? Decent? Bro, this is better than most who had performed. They're performing in the middle of the show, but I'm so captivated. They took away my sleepiness. Now, tears are brimming in my eyes. The voice in the recording continued to sing sorrowfully, making them more curious as to who was singing. I sing, not with a voice that the world can understand, but with a frequency that only the void can hold. My cries rise like prayers into the silent night, but they return to me unanswered. Jun's voice soared, filling the venue with clarity. The boys continued to dance, mirroring the loneliness that the whale must have felt. They moved as one entity, trying to reach the impossible, yet never giving up. I am alone in this vastness, unseen, unheard. A soul adrift in an ocean that feels indifferent. My tears mingle with the salt of the sea, a sorrow that stretches unseen. I reach out with my song, hoping for a connection, but find only the cold embrace of silence. In this space, where no one answers, I start to understand. Some songs are meant to be sung alone, to be whispers in the wind. With each line, Jaden's curiosity piqued. Who did this stunning voice belong to? He nudged Angel's shoulder. Who is this? He asked. Angel shook her head. I have no idea, she said. Why? Are you not fond of his delivery? Jaden shook his head. No, he said. It's the opposite. I want to be able to sing with this voice. Meanwhile, Robbie, who already knew that the voice was Jun's, couldn't close his mouth. A fly went in, but he didn't have the energy to react. Instead, he just let the fly wander around his mouth like it was a precious cave. The members of Yelly V8 were also shocked. They thought that another K-pop group would blindly disrespect the essence of the festival, but Eve was giving everyone a run for their money. Aaron, the center of the team and undoubtedly a fan of Eve, felt pride swell in his heart. I knew it, he muttered. Since he had watched all of their performances, he knew that they were bound to show something good on the stage. They've never been caught slacking. As the performance reached its peak, Eve's dedication to honoring both the 52 Hertz whale and Chinese culture became clear. With the movement of their bodies paired with Jun's touching voice, they painted a picture that touched the hearts of everyone in the audience. Hope fades in the quiet surrender, a slow acceptance that perhaps this is all there is. The world is vast, but my world is small. I'm just there, that's all. Maybe I am not meant to be heard. Maybe my song is a private language, a melody meant only for the depths. an echo that returns only to me. The final note hung in the air, reverberating through the silence that followed. Eve stood, breathless but composed. They were back in a familiar formation, one that they had started with. At that moment, the audience realized that it wasn't foreign artists that they disliked, but the sheer audacity to perform something for mere promotion rather than engaging oneself in the harmonious culture of the country. I don't know what to say. I do. That was freaking fantastic. I knew that Jaden Chow's song was sad, but I didn't think that it would be this sad. I want to watch it all over again. It's a good thing that they will post this live recording again. We can watch it over and over again. Meanwhile, the situation inside the tent was also silent. Jaden Cho placed his hand under his chin. He liked his song 52 Foot very much, but oftentimes he found himself straying away from it because it entails great emotionality. However, these young boys, not even fluent in the language, showed the true loneliness that they wanted to embody in the song. Amidst the silence, Jaden Cho stood, his hands coming together for a slow clap. His eyes were focused on the screen, where the members of Eve were focused one by one. Then, the others also followed, even those in the crowd. They clapped and cheered as loud as they could, the volume similar to that of Jaden Chow's cheers. The members of Eve wanted to glance at each other in happiness. They had done it. However, they held back since they didn't want to ruin the sentiment of the performance. Moreover, they still had another song prepared in their short set. The lights dimmed once more, leaving behind a lingering sense of awe. With that, the boys quickly went behind the curtains. They moved quickly, their hands expertly working to remove the traditional ishang they had worn the first performance. The weight of the flowing fabric was replaced with lighter, more comfortable clothing for their next number. Moreover, they didn't want to wear traditional clothing during their next stage for fear of tainting the attire's pure image. Then, just in time, the stage brightened up with a gold hue, replacing the cool blue. An unfamiliar beat was heard in the venue. The crowd's chatter picked up as they tried to recognize the song. It was a song that most of the audience was unfamiliar with. However, it was a beat that they couldn't help but jive to. Even before the lyrics started, the audience was already swaying and clapping along. What is this beat? It sounds so catchy. I think I've heard this somewhere. It's their hit song Luster. It's still Korea's #1 song on Durian, even after weeks of release. Really? Then it ought to be good. I was hoping they wouldn't stray too much from their past performance, but I guess I'll forgive them, since the dance number was truly something else. I hope they sing now. I don't like idol groups who are only good at dancing. Oh, honey, they can sing, all right. Jun took center stage, ready to sing the opening of the song. And with his utterance, the people were given the biggest shock of the night. Number 818. Chapter 818, Luster 2.0. What the heck? What is happening? Why does he sound so fluent? Does he know the effect he has on me? I've known him for less than 10 minutes, and I am already in love. How can he speak Chinese so well? Indeed, Jun took the initiative to translate the lyrics of Luster into his native language. It wasn't an easy feat, especially fitting the lyrics into the beat. He also couldn't ask for help from his other members since none of them spoke Chinese like he did. So he dedicated his time to ensuring that each word was precisely translated so it wouldn't sound weird. 1. You're the one for me. In your eyes, that's where I long to be. 2. You're too good to be true. With every smile, my love for you grew. The crowd chattered among themselves, wondering how he sounded like a native man. What is this? Did they translate their song into Chinese? I've never seen so much dedication from an idol group. This song is good too. It's only been one verse. Even if they need to release it here, too, it's going to be a hit. However, that wasn't the only shock of the night. Jaden, as soon as he heard Jun's live voice resonating in the venue, knew that he was the one who sang the recording. It seemed like only he and Angel recognized this, though, as they turned to each other with wide eyes. It's him, Angel said, her mouth agape. It is Jaden Cho. Then, he looked around, looking for other people who would have noticed. However, the other performers only continued monitoring Eve's performance, unable to tear their eyes away. Jaden smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Where has this boy been hiding all along, he muttered. If he had debuted here, then he would have created a big storm. The next person to sing was Akira and Jisung. 3. You're the light in my dark. In your presence, I find my spark. 4. You're my guiding star. In your love, I found my avatar. These two boys don't sound too bad, too. Yeah, they have good pronunciation. Who taught them this? Only a native speaker would be able to make them sing like that. But aren't Koreans also familiar with our letter system? They have some letters that are derived from our alphabet. That doesn't take away the fact that they're amazing singers. Do you hear their tone and intonation? The members danced and sang the song live without any struggle. Even when they sang together in the chorus, nothing seemed out of place. 'Cause I'm tongue-tied, and I'm hypnotized. Every single time I look into your eyes. Yeah, you always make me mesmerized. Need you with me for life. Indeed, Jun made sure that his members would get the pronunciation right. He didn't want to give a half-assed performance in front of a new crowd. In fact, the entire group never wanted to give a mediocre performance. They always settled for the best. The song neared its end, yet the crowd still wasn't over the fact that the K-pop boy group performed a high-quality performance in another language. Then, as the last notes of luster resonated in the field, the boys stood in a formation once again, cheery and bright, a huge contrast from their performance in the beginning. Somehow, it made the crowd fall in love even more with the members of Eve. Stop looking at me with those bright smiles. I'm already in love with 17 other boys. Don't give me the temptation. You're so right. My wallet is drained as it is. However, I feel like these boys are going to ruin my life. I'm a new fan. I didn't think I would like their performance this much. As the members of Eve settled on the stage, David and Dave went up with excited smiles. They had interviewed every artist after their performance, and they felt the most excited to interview Eve. Give it up for Eve, David exclaimed, and the crowd burst into deafening cheers. The boys were already used to such noise. However, David and Dave covered their ears in shock. Wow, Dave said. Those cheers are loud. It seems like you have captured the hearts of many tonight. Well, I'm not really surprised, David continued. I, too, was very excited for their stage. They made me feel so many emotions in those few minutes. I felt myself getting whiplashed from all of it. The two hosts are so excited that they've forgotten that they can't speak Chinese. Well, from the way they sang a while ago, I would also believe that they're fluent in our language. Look at their faces, though. So cute. It's clear that they can't understand anything. David and Dave continued praising Eve for their wonderful performance. The members of Eve nodded despite not knowing what he was saying. David said after a while, the boys can't understand what we're saying. The audience burst into chuckles, causing the boys to chuckle along with them in a delayed manner. That seemed to endear them more to the fans and the hosts, though. See, Dave said, they're even laughing just because we're laughing. He chuckled and looked at the boys with fatherly eyes. Well, we do have an interpreter with us. Let me call him up here for a moment. Jun finally snapped out of his reverie, shifting his focus from the audience to the hosts. Then, he lifted the microphone to his lips. Oh, there's no need to do that, sirs, Jun said in a respectful tone. The two hosts halted as soon as Jun said those words. Then, they turned to each other in surprise, wondering where the voice came from. Was that you, young man? David asked, curiosity in his eyes. Jun chuckled and nodded. Yes, he said. You may talk with me, and I'll translate for my members. What the? David exclaimed in surprise. How come you're so good in our language, young man? Number 819. Chapter 819. Don't leave, Eve. So he's fluent after all? Goodness. I'm dying at the zoom-ins. He's so handsome. I didn't notice a while ago since I was so focused on his talent. But he really is handsome, right? I used a VPN to be able to watch Jun, but I still missed his performance. Then, I came to the comments and found other competitors for his heart. I can't do this anymore, Dupti. Hoes at the tent were also surprised, turning to each other with wide eyes. Even Robbie, who thought that he knew a lot about Eve, was perplexed. Not only was Jun handsome, talented, and popular, but he could also speak multiple languages. Life is unfair, Robbie muttered. Meanwhile, the members of Yell EV8 who spoke ill of the members during their hair and make-up time turned to each other with horror-filled eyes. So, he could understand us all along, he muttered. Why did he act like he couldn't then? The other whisper shouted. Meanwhile, Aaron shook his head in disappointment. That's a lesson for the two of you, he said, causing his members to cast their heads to the ground. Angel, on the other hand, felt like an electric current coursed through her veins. The more she observed Jun, the the more she felt that she had met him before. Well, David said, clearing his throat. It seems like you know quite a lot about China, young man. Are you perhaps mixed? Jun smiled. Well, he was, in his past life, that is. No, sir, he politely said. I'm just very interested in your culture. The other boys looked at Jun with wide smiles, feeling proud of their member. You're a bright young man, aren't you? Dave chimed. I appreciate how such a talented person appreciates our culture. Jun bowed respectfully. Can this guy get even better? He's like the definition of perfection. Welcome to the club. That guy doesn't have any flaws. Correction. He has severe bad luck. However, at the end of the day, his charms all make up for it. I'm already researching everything about him and his group as I speak. Now, I just have a few questions for you. David started off. What made you want to perform 52? Jun translated the question since he didn't want to be the only one to be speaking. Jae-young took the initiative to answer the question. Well, it's a song that my mom likes since she's a huge fan of Jaden Cho. Then, it turns out that Jun knew the song, too. We weren't too familiar with the lyrics, but Jun explained it to us. We loved the message, so we wanted to perform it in front of all of you. Jun translated his answer, and the hosts exclaimed in amazement. Wow, Dave muttered. I guess Jaden Chow's popularity exceeds borders, huh? Well, you guys did a great rendition. I nearly cried along with David. In fact, I want to watch it all over again. David nodded in agreement. Why is it that you didn't sing the song live, though? It didn't take anything away from the performance, but I'm just curious. Jun answered this time. The group wanted to give tribute to the country without disrespecting it. We were short of time since we only heard that we would be performing here a week ago. Since we also had other schedules, we didn't have enough time to learn the intricacies of the song. With that in mind, we decided as a whole to just have me record the song so we could focus better on our emotions as we danced. David and Dave looked at each other, their heads tilted to the side in curiosity. Did I hear that right? Dave asked. You were the one singing 52 in the recording a while back. Jun pursed his lips and nodded. Yes, he said. I hope I did the song justice. Once again, chaos erupted in the venue. The tent was filled with chatters after Jun's revelation. That was his voice. He's better than me. I don't want to perform anymore. We should have performed before them. Jaden already had a hunch that the handsome young man was the one who sang the song a while back, but he was surprised nonetheless. I want to talk to him later, he said with a fond smile. This group is becoming more and more interesting as we interview them, David said. Dave nodded in agreement. Well, even though we want to talk with your group all night long, I'm afraid that our time is limited. With that, can we have two members say their last words to the audience? Akira took the microphone this time. He smiled energetically, and the crowd found him adorable. And who's this puppy-like guy? Why is this group filled with so many gems? I swear, they're all going to be the death of me. Not Akira, too. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We were scared at first since we didn't want to be thrown at with tomatoes, but it wasn't anything like that. I'm very happy that we performed at this festival. Jun shook his head in amusement before translating his statement. The crowd and the hosts also chuckled. Does the festival have that kind of reputation? Dave chuckled. All right, one more person. Akira passed the mic to Jisung, and once again, the comment section went insane. And this baby. He looks the youngest and squishiest. His eyes are so pure. I have already adopted him as my child. Do you think he likes older women? He does, but he's already taken by me. Please stay away from Jisung. Thank you for watching our performances. We came here not only to show our talents, but also to portray your incredible culture. I hope this won't be the last time we will see each other. We'll make sure to come back. Jun translated once more, and the audience felt touched. Please come back. In fact, don't leave, please. Yes, stay here. We'll treat you well, boys. You guys changed your heart so quickly. I already love the Eve boys. With Jun's last translation, David and Dave made their way to the center of the stage. Once again, that was Eve. With David's statement, the field burst into loud cheers. The members of Eve, who were already on their way to the tent, turned to each other with wide smiles. We did it, Jisung happily exclaimed. Number 820. Chapter 820. The Idol has idol fans. The members made their way backstage, feeling satisfied with their performance. That was awesome, Jisung exclaimed. I really felt the thrill of it all. That was the best, Zeth said. I nearly cried during our first performance. I can't wait to watch the rerun and replay my part over and over again. Ren shook his head in disbelief. Anyway, did you guys see their faces when we sang in Chinese? It was epic. It was as if they had a newfound respect for us, Si-hoon chimed. Well, we're very lucky to have Jun on our team, Jae-young said, wrapping one arm around his shoulders. Jun shook his head in amusement. As they arrived at the tent, the once hostile eyes now looked at them with amazement. They turned down the volume of their voices as they made their way to their designated area. Akira looked around and smirked. I guess the biggest revenge is truly proving people's assumptions wrong, he said. Look at how they look at us now. Jun mirrored his smirk as he leaned against the chair. They continued talking about their epic performance when someone suddenly cleared his throat. The boys stopped talking when they saw the two members of Yell EV8 who badmouthed them, along with the sane guy beside them. The members of Eve glanced at each other with questioning eyes, wondering what they were doing there. Aaron started off, scratching the back of his neck since he didn't know what to say. Jun pursed his lips as he waited for his statement. We just wanted to come here and say that you guys did an amazing job, he said. Along with that, my members want to apologize for talking bad about your group. One of the members clicked his tongue. I didn't think you would be fluent in Chinese. Jun chuckled. So, if I didn't understand what you were saying, you wouldn't apologize? He pursed his lips. Well, I was wrong, he admitted. You guys did a great job, so we apologize. Jun smiled and patted his shoulder. Well, at least you guys are brave enough to apologize for your wrongdoings. Good job, kiddo, he complimented. His eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to Aaron and asked, Wait, isn't he younger than me? Aaron ignored his statement and brought something out of his pocket. Jun frowned in confusion. Do you still need something? He asked. Aaron felt his cheeks warm up as he gave Jun his phone along with a marker. Actually, he said, his cheeks becoming red. I've been a big fan of you since Rising Stars. I've always wanted to become an idol, so when I heard there was going to be a survival show here, I applied right away in hopes of being like you. I was an individual trainee, too, and there were times when I felt like giving up, but seeing you overcome your struggles on the show encouraged me during my darkest times. So, if you could, can you sign on my phone? He shyly asked. Aaron's teammates looked at him with wide eyes. What the dash? Our leader is a fan. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. He debuted barely a year ago, yet he had already inspired someone to chase after his dreams in the process. A small smile appeared on Jun's lips as he signed Aaron's phone. Aaron's face couldn't be painted as Jun gave his phone back. He looked at his signature with wonder. Casper pursed his lips and wanted to interrupt, but Si-hoon restrained him before he could. Move. There, he said. Jun has a lot of fans. It can't just be you. Thank you so much, Senior, Aaron bowed. Please don't forget about me when you become famous here, too. What do you mean? Jun asked. Aaron's smile widened. Well, based on your performance, I believe that you're going to be the greatest topic of the event. You should tell your company to capitalize on your popularity. Here. Jun chuckled in amusement at his advice. All right, he said. I'll be sure to do that. However, Jun really couldn't trust their new CEO. Well, we best be going, Aaron said. Thanks again, Senior. Jun nodded and waved at them as they left. The two reluctantly waved back, but Jun didn't mind much. As soon as they were gone, he turned to face his teammates again. What did they say? Ring curiously asked. Oh, that guy is a fan, he said, pertaining to Aaron. Dang, Zeth said. Did he want my autograph too? No. The other members deadpanned. Zeth clicked his tongue and sulked in the corner. Meanwhile, Jae-young brought up a topic that Jun didn't expect. We had a successful performance in this festival, but now that it's over, don't you guys think that it's weird how we were sent here in the first place? He asked. Ren hummed, stroking his chin. Now that you talk about it, it seems like only Robbie is the only other foreign artist to perform here. If it weren't for Jun, we would end up with the same fate as him. Jisung frowned. So what are you guys insinuating? I'm not sure, Jae-young shrugged. CEO Lei is always kind to us, though, and he's significantly better than Mr. Ong. Zeth nodded. Maybe he just didn't know. Jun clicked his tongue. I'll give you guys a piece of advice, he said. The members focused on him. Don't trust people so easily, he continued. Especially those who are on the top. Don't you? Find it weird how fast he got to his position. The members felt enlightened. However, they were still confused. Jae-young was about to ask Jun to clarify his statement, but before he could do that, he froze. When he saw someone behind Jun's back, the other members also gasped, causing Jun to frown in confusion. What? He asked. Jae-young shakily pointed to the person behind him, looking starstruck. Still, with a frown, Jun turned around. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it definitely wasn't this. Angel Zhang. Number 821. Chapter 821, A Literal Angel. Flashback, 2018. Shanghai, China. So, you've never been in a relationship, eh? Bowen asked, nudging his shoulder. Jun Hao clicked his tongue. What's it to ya? Do you think I have enough time for that? Well, it's because you're working too hard. Your hard work was rewarded with more work. I pity you, really. Jun Hao shook his head. Whatever. You're in luck, though, Bowen said. We're going to a bar today. I heard they're going to have girls serving us. And by serving, I meant serving, he continued, winking at Jun Hao. Jun Hao frowned. You have a wife, he deadpanned. Oh, that's why I'm not coming. You'll be the one to accompany Laohu along with some other ugly goons. Jun Hao clicked his tongue. I'm not going, he said. I told my sister I'll go home today. Bowen smiled. Well, that's too bad, he said. My wife is pregnant, and she needs someone to take care of her. Don't you feel bad at all? Jun Hao pursed his lips. Why did he have to have such a good heart? Bowen knew that he was weak against his wife because she was so kind to him. You're cleaning the toilets for a week, he said. Bowen groaned. Fine, he said. Does that mean that I can go home now, though? Jun Hao nodded. Go and take care of your wife, idiot. Bowen chuckled and packed his bag. What do I need to do, though? Jun Hao asked. And does Laohu already know? Bowen said. I told him that one of us would go. He trusts us both, you know. There's nothing special you have to do. He wants to have some fun, drink, and play with some ladies, if you know what I mean. So, just protect him and make sure he has a good time. But you can also have fun on your own. The world knows that you're aching for some physical touch. Jun Hao pushed Bowen away. Just go, he said, already feeling annoyed. With that, the baldy waved his hand and went out of the room. Jun Hao sighed and quickly went to the parking lot. He saw Laohu's car and went to the one beside it. You're going? One of the goons asked as he entered. Jun Hao wordlessly nodded. It's your first time, right? I'm sure you'll have a great time, another chimed. With that, the 5 goons burst into laughter, looking at each other with knowing eyes. It didn't take long before they arrived at the bar. It was called a bar, but it was more of a prostitution den. It was something against Jun Hao's principles, but then again, he knew that meddling with such a thing when he was just one person wouldn't do anything good. He simply couldn't change it. Laohu's in that room, one of the goons said, pointing to a large red door. Jun Hao didn't speak, only crossing his arms in front of his chest and scanning the crowd for any danger. We all know that he's going to be there for a long time, another said. With that, the goons faced the bartender and asked for some drinks. Jun Hao frowned. We're not supposed to drink while we're on the job. They looked at each other before bursting into chuckles. Still so uptight, huh? We've done this plenty of times before. Laohu is practically a regular here. Nothing ever happened once he's in that room. It's locked and bulletproof. All he needs is a couple of young girls, and he'll come out in the morning. Which means, they smirked. We have the freedom to do anything that we want until then. Jun Hao clicked his tongue and looked at his watch. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to go home again. With that, he brought out his phone and texted Mei Ling that he would be home by morning. The girl replied back with a mere thumbs up. Jun Hao shook his head in amusement. Just then, one of the goons placed a drink in front of him. Come on, just drink, he said. Jun Hao ignored them and kept his gaze on the growing crowd. He felt himself feeling nauseated with the mingling sense of bodily fluids and alcohol. No matter how many times he was exposed to such scenes, he felt like he still couldn't get used to it. The goons turned to each other with displeased faces. He's always like that, feeling righteous, one whispered. For all I know, he's also rotten like us. In a barrel of rotten apples, there's no escaping once. Fate. Well, it looks to me that he needs to loosen up. Why don't we bring him a present, boys? The blue room, another asked. They all nodded mischievously. Meanwhile, Jun Hao didn't know what was coming at him. 1 second, he was still scanning the perimeter, and the next second, he was being pulled to a small blue room. What the heck? Let go, he exclaimed. He was strong, but against 5 people who were pushing on him with great strength, he didn't stand a chance. Don't worry, brother, one said. This is our present to you. With that, they slammed the door, and Jun Hao heard the sound of keys from outside. He tried to open the door and cursed under his breath when it didn't open. Fucking hell, he muttered. He stepped away from the door and sighed. Well, on the bright side, he would be able to rest tonight. However, just then, he heard someone whimper behind him. Jun Hao's eyebrows furrowed as he quickly turned around and saw a young woman on the bed. The room was dark, with only 2 strips of blue LED light illuminating the place. Please don't do anything, she said, fear evident in her voice. Jun Hao frowned and finally opened the lights. As soon as the room was illuminated, Jun Hao felt his breath get caught in the back of his throat. An angel? He couldn't help but ask. The girl frowned, although fear was still seen in her features. How do you know my name? Number 822. Chapter 822. An Angel's Life, 1. Flashback, 2018. Shanghai, China. Jun Hao was taken aback. He had never seen the girl before in his life. However, one thing was certain: she was very beautiful. Almost like an angel. She glared at him, causing him to straighten his posture. What was that? He asked, feeling a bit lightheaded, although he didn't even drink a drop of alcohol. He also felt his heart rate rising inside his chest, so he placed his hand over it, hoping to calm it down. However, it persisted. Just then, his sister's voice rang in the back of my mind. Why do I like him so much when we don't even know each other? Mei Ling exclaimed as she looked at a photo of a new idol group. Is this what you call love at first sight? How do you know my name? She asked, her arms wrapped around her body. Jun Hao pursed his lips. I don't know your name, he deadpanned. You do, she insisted. Angel, you call me by my real name. They don't even know my real name here. Jun Hao's mouth went agape after her statement. Ah, he said. It suits you well. What? Angel frowned. However, she shook her head and continued guarding her body. If you came here for that, then just know that I won't do it with you, she said. They may have tied me up and kept me in this room, but that doesn't mean that I still can't break a man's jewels. Jun Hao's eyebrows raised in surprise as he glanced down at his crotch. Then, unconsciously, he covered it with both hands. He stepped forward, but Angel screamed before he could take another step. I'm telling you, don't come closer, she screamed. Jun Hao clicked his tongue and continued advancing toward her. Angel's eyes showed horror as Jun Hao sat on the bed. She tried to break free, but she was shackled to the bed, unable to put up a fight. With that, she closed her eyes and held onto her body as tightly as possible. Then, when she felt the man's breath brushing against her skin, she harshly turned to the side. Jun Hao clicked his tongue and held onto her face before gently brushing away a piece of fluff in her hair. It's been bothering me since a while ago, he softly said. Angel opened her eyes, feeling breathless, as she looked into a pair of intense yet kind eyes. For a moment, she found herself attracted to the man's face. However, Jun Hao moved away before she could internalize what was happening. Angel sat there for a while, dumbfounded at what was happening. You're not going to do anything? She asked. Why? Jun Hao chuckled. Do you want me to do something? Angel furiously shook her head. No, she said. I don't want that. Then, I won't do anything, Jun Hao said. Simple as that. Angel stayed silent for a while, wondering if she should trust the man's words. However, then again, he hasn't tried anything even though she was shackled. What brought you here? Jun Hao couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Angel scoffed. Do you think girls work here out of their own accord? Jun Hao turned to look at the broken girl before shaking his head. No, he said. But everyone has a story to tell, don't they? I'm sure you have yours, too. Angel's gaze softened as she turned to the side. Why do you want to know? She softly asked. Jun Hao shrugged. Well, my precious colleagues locked me here to have a good time. I'm assuming we'll be here for a while, so we might as well make the most of it. And why should I tell my story to a stranger? She asked. Jun Hao chuckled. Isn't it better to tell your story to a stranger? The less you know about a person, the fewer prejudices you have against them. And the best part of it is you don't have to worry about them sharing your story. You're strangers in the first place. For the first time in the night, a smile made its way to Angel's lips. You know, for someone who comes to places like this, you seem pretty smart. Why? Jun Hao asked. Do you think I also came here out of my own accord? Angel stayed silent for a while before shaking her head. No, she said. You're right, Jun Hao said. His gaze focused on the wall before them. I'm probably doing this for the same thing as you are. Money, Angel asked. Exactly, Jun Hao smirked. I told myself I would leave if I had enough money. However, I've come to realize that there's no running from this place. The moment you sign up for money, you sign your soul away. The moment you choose to leave, then your life is on the line. Angel pursed her lips and nodded. Exactly, she muttered. So, now that I've told my story, are you willing to share yours? Jun Hao asked. Angel chuckled in disbelief. That was barely a story, she said. Jun Hao merely let out a small chuckle but didn't say anything more, not even bothering the pretty lady to expound her story. However, after a while, Angel broke the silence. I want to become a singer, she said, capturing Jun Hao's attention. He didn't say anything, only waiting for Angel to continue her story. Believe it or not, I came from a family who made a decent income, she said. It's not hard to believe, Jun Hao said as he looked at her beautiful face. Thanks, she muttered. She looked down at her lap and played with her fingers before continuing her story. However, I also came from a family with strict traditions. Be a lawyer, be a doctor, be an accountant, she continued. All of my siblings conformed to it, and they made my family proud. However, I didn't want to lead that path. I wanted to lead one of my own. At the end of the day, it was my life to live. I would be the one living my life, so why was it that they wanted to hinder my dreams so much? Then, she let out a deep sigh. Looking back on it, though, maybe I should have listened to my parents. Then, maybe I wouldn't end up here. What happened? Jun Hao asked. I told these things to them. I told them that it was my life to live. So they told me to live my life, but to not expect them to be a part of it. I was disowned by my parents when I chose a music major in university. I was stripped off of everything I was used to, and before I knew it, I grabbed onto countless opportunities. And this is one of those opportunities? Jun Hao asked. Angel nodded. I thought it was a regular bar, she said. But then, I had signed up my whole life before I knew it. Jun Hao frowned. How long have you been here? 3 months, she muttered. And probably for the rest of my life. Number 823. Chapter 823. An Angel's Life, 2. What makes you say that? Jun Hao asked. Don't play innocent, she said. You know the answer to that. The moment I leave, I'm also going to lose my life. Then, she looked down at her shackled wrists. And I can't even escape, she exclaimed. Jun Hao chuckled, causing Angel to glare at him. You find this funny? She exclaimed. Jun Hao stopped laughing and covered his mouth before shaking his head. No, I just find it amusing, he chimed. Isn't that the same thing? She muttered. He leaned against the bed frame, just right beside her, before letting out a deep breath. Don't you find it amusing? He asked. Two souls like us have different stories but the same fates. We signed up our entire lives for this kind of life, and we can't even escape. There was silence in the room before Jun Hao heard Angel sniff. His eyebrows raised in surprise as he looked at the now crying girl. Why are you crying now? He asked. Angel glared at him as she wiped her eyes away with her torn sleeve. Why do you go around saying shit like that? She asked. I thought you already knew that, he said. I just summarized it. For you. Even if, she exclaimed. Hearing it from someone else makes it feel more real. I know my life is fucked, but you don't have to say it out loud. Jun Hao chuckled, raising his hands in the air in surrender. With that, the two broken individuals found themselves getting closer. Aren't you tired? Jun Hao asked. Of talking with you? No, Angel said. Of this life? Yes. Jun Hao smirked as he glanced at his phone. He saw that it was just past midnight. The music in the club was on full beat, and the two of them could feel the room vibrating with the bass of the music. You know what would be nice? Jun Hao asked. What? Angel asked. If we could change our fate, he said. Angel sighed and nodded. That would be nice, wouldn't it? She muttered. But then, it would be impossible. You're right, Jun Hao confirmed. It would be impossible for the two of us to change our fate. Angel cast her gaze to her lap. However, Jun Hao quickly added, causing her to raise her head in curiosity. It wouldn't be impossible to change one of our fates, she said. Angel frowned in confusion. What do you mean? She was surprised when Jun Hao suddenly got up, looking for something. What are you doing? She asked. Jun Hao ignored her question and continued searching the cabinets for something. Aha, he said. I knew it would be here all along. Then, he showed the metal key to Angel, who frowned in frustration. It's been there all this time, she exclaimed. Jun Hao chuckled. It's not like you could reach it anyway. With that, he walked to where Angel was and unlocked her from her shackles. The pretty girl massaged her wrists and whispered a small, "Thank you," as she was finally able to get away from the bed she dreaded. Leave, Jun Hao suddenly said, making Angel perplexed. What? She asked, unsure if she had heard Jun Hao right. Leave, he nonchalantly said. Escape. Go away. Do you need more synonyms? What are you talking about? She asked. Do you think I could just leave this place? The moment I walk out that door, they'd bring me back here in no time. That's why you're going to leave through that window, he said, pointing to it. Angel's eyes widened in surprise. Are you crazy? We're on the second floor. So, Jun Hao asked, opening the window and jumping out without any hesitation. He fell to the ground with a loud thump, causing him to curse. However, he quickly stood and looked up, only to see Angel gazing at him like he was insane. Then, Jun Hao looked around and made sure that the coast was clear. He looked back at Angel and opened his arms. Come on, he said. No one's watching. Jump. Angel's eyes showed apprehension. However, as she looked at the dirty room and the charming man who was waiting for her on the ground, she felt something shift in her heart. She wanted to choose the more beautiful thing, and to her, the man down the road was the most beautiful view she had seen ever since she came to the hostel. With that, she cursed under her breath and jumped down the window, closing her eyes and waiting for the impact. However, instead of the hard ground, she felt someone's secure arms instead. She opened her eyes and saw the man looking at her with proud eyes. See, he asked. It wasn't so bad, was it? A smile finally appeared on Angel's face. It wasn't, she said. Jun Hao gently let her down to the ground before dragging her to a secluded area away from the bar. Angel was still apprehensive, but she felt safe in his presence. Jun Hao continued looking around, being as meticulous as possible. Then he nodded. All right, no one will find you here now. Jun Hao brought out his wallet and brought out a good handful of money. Angel's eyes widened in surprise when he placed it in her hands. What's this? She asked. You've never seen money before? He asked with a smirk. At that moment, Angel felt her heart racing in her chest. It wasn't the nervous kind this time, but the good kind. One that you would find yourself getting addicted to. That's enough money for you to move to a new city and stay a few nights at a cheap hotel. It won't be enough to last you for a whole month, so try busking on the streets. If you truly want to become a singer, then I think you would be able to do well. Then, save some money and make it to the big stage. Fulfill your dreams. Angel's heart swelled with every word the man said. Was it possible to fall in love in such a short amount of time? So go, Jun Hao said, finally letting go of her hand. Angel felt her body grow cold with the absence of his touch. What about you? She stammered. Jun Hao smiled. Change your fate, he said. I'll be happy if at least one of us makes it out of this hell. Angel's heart squeezed in pain. Then, she nodded. She stepped back and looked at the empty roads before looking back at the beautiful man before her. For a moment, she slipped on the wet concrete, so Jun Hao quickly came to her aid and held onto her waist. Careful, Angel, he said. Angel's cheeks reddened as she stabilized her posture. Now, you should really go, Jun Hao said. I have to get back before they become suspicious. Angel slowly nodded, but in truth, she didn't want to go. Yet, she also knew that this was her only chance. With that, she clutched the bills in her hand and stepped away from the man once more. As she was about to turn around, she couldn't help but ask one more question. What's your name? She asked. Jun Hao was silent for a while before smiling. June, he responded. Remember me as June. Number 824. Chapter 824. Recognized by big stars. Present time. June. June was lost in his thoughts until he heard Jae-young calling his name. Then, his view became clear once again. Angel Zhang was right before him. She looked familiar yet different at the same time. She already looked beautiful before, but she definitely looked even more beautiful now. A small smile appeared on June's face. Back then, he wanted only one of their fates to change. However, now, they were face to face, each with changed fates. It wasn't impossible after all. Angel, too, seemed to not know what to say, just opening and closing her mouth without any words spilling. June, Angel whispered. She could never forget such a name. It was the name of the only man she loved, one that she could not forget up to this point. However, looking at the Jun before her, he definitely didn't look familiar. He was way more handsome and gentle-looking, unlike the Jun she really knew. Just then, some staff with large props passed by behind her, but she failed to evade them because she was busy observing Jun's face. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he quickly pulled her toward him to avoid getting hit. "Careful, Angel," he said, causing Angel to freeze. That tone. They had the same tone. He also said the exact same thing that Jun did back then. However, as she looked into his eyes once again, she couldn't see an ounce of familiarity. Jun's eyes were a little bit crooked, but this guy has a golden ratio. Angel narrowed her eyes, reaching her arm to touch Jun's skin. However, Jun was pulled back before she could do so. Angel's eyes widened as she looked behind Jun, only to see another handsome and muscular man looking at her with a slight glare. Well, they look good together, she thought. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "Casper, behave," he said. Casper pursed his lips and nodded. "There's plenty of eyes here," he muttered. "I just don't want you to get into an unnecessary scandal." Jun nodded, understanding his teammate's sentiment. With that, he kept a comfortable distance and bowed. "Hello, senior," he said. Angel cleared her throat and also slightly bowed. "Hello," she said. "Thank you for saving me there." Jun shook his head. It was just instincts. They were silent for a few moments before Jun broke it. "Is there anything you need?" he asked. Jun acknowledged Angel to be his first love. He spent many days thinking about her before, too, even singing a heartbreaking karaoke song when he got drank. However, it had been way too long, so he actually forgot about his feelings. As he looked into her eyes, she was nothing but a talented performer with lots of fans. Meanwhile, Angel couldn't shake off the feeling that Jun was really familiar. With that, she nodded. "I just wanted to compliment you guys for your performance," she shyly said. "And here," she said, rummaging through her purse and giving Jun her personal calling card. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. However, he found himself reaching for her number. Angel's cheeks reddened as she bowed once more. "That's all," she said. "Continue to do a good job," she muttered. With that, she went away from the members of Eve while Jun pocketed her number. As soon as she was gone, the boys flocked to where Jun was. "What the heck was that?" Seth exclaimed. "Jun's Riz extends borders?" Ren asked. "Unbelievable. You need to put in a cage," Casper muttered. "Why do you always get girls' numbers?" Akira bitterly exclaimed. "Not only that, but he got Angel Zhang's number," Jae-young chimed. "She's one of the biggest stars in China." Jun scratched the back of his neck as the boys continued pestering him to share her number. He didn't divulge it, of course. Jun still didn't know what he was going to do with the number, but he decided to keep it since it might come in handy one of these days. Angel, on the other hand, went back to her tent with a racing heart. "This is dangerous," she muttered. "Is this what fangirls feel like when they have an idol? Or is it because he feels so familiar?" Then, she gently hit her forehead. "Why did I give my personal number so easily like that?" "You gave your personal number?" her manager exclaimed, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. "What are you doing there?" she asked with wide eyes. "I never left," he said, walking over to her and placing both hands on her shoulders. "You really gave your personal number to someone? I thought you weren't interested in anyone because you're still stuck on that first love of yours." Angel's cheeks reddened further. "Who is it?" her manager asked. "Please tell me it's at least an A-list celebrity." Angel pursed her lips and shook her head. "I'm not telling you." Back to the boys. They were still making a huge fuss regarding Angel giving Jun her number when someone cleared his throat from behind them. They finally stopped teasing Jun and turned around, only to see Jaden Cho looking at them. With a wide smile. "Ah, Eve," he said. "I've been meaning to speak to you." Their eyes widened since they were in the presence of a really big star. Jae-young, whose mom listened to Jaden Cho's music all the time, froze in shock. Jun quickly bowed, and the others followed. "Oh, there's no need for that," Jaden chuckled. "But I appreciate it. I can tell that you are a polite group of boys. Anyway, I just came by to tell you that you did a great job with my song. 52 is a song that I still struggle to interpret up to this day, but you guys did a perfect portrayal. I'm just going to ask permission for it to be reposted on my page." Jae-young enthusiastically nodded. "Of course, sir. It is our honor. But before any of that, can I ask for a photo with you? I will also post it on my Weibo account. The boys were surprised, and they agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Jun couldn't believe it. His goal was to have a decently loved performance at the Jade Music Festival. He knew how hard it was to penetrate the market through the festival, so he didn't have high expectations. However, even Jade and Cho came to appreciate their performance. You boys deserve to be recognized for your performance, Jaden smiled, typing on his phone as he spoke. There, I've posted it already, he excitedly said. I'm looking forward to working with you. In the future. Us too, Senior, Jun politely said. Jaden nodded and handed him his calling card too. There you go, Jaden said. Give this to your company and give me a call for a collaboration. With that, the big star left the group of boys, all looking starstruck. Jun, open that Weibo account of yours and look at his post. Jun, who was also excited, reached for his phone and opened his old Weibo account. He clicked on Jaden Chao's profile, causing the boys to freeze in shock. Akira grabbed his phone and looked at Jaden's follower count. He has 63 million followers? Number 825. Chapter 825, His Failed Plan. Good job, girls. Jay exclaimed as soon as the members of Lanier ended their debut showcase. They all exchanged smiles before bursting into cheers. Even May, whose personality was similar to Jun's, let out a small squeal out of excitement. With Jay's assistance, the debut showcase became a massive success. The 5,000-capacity venue was filled to the brim, and their music video had garnered over 1 million views in only 2 hours. Aside from that, they had broken through the top 100 of the Durian charts at number 32. Although it didn't reach number 1 like Oasis did, it was still a great achievement for a debut group. The girls broke their hug and turned to Jay. Thank you for being here with us, sir, Mina said. We wouldn't have done it without you. Jay, despite feeling tired, cracked a smile. Of course, your manager suddenly became the CEO, so it's expected for me to step up as the director of management. Aren't you upset that you didn't accompany the boys to China? Era asked. Jay chuckled and patted their heads. I believe those boys are doing fine in the Jade Music Festival. May immediately frowned as soon as Jay said those words. Wait, can you repeat that again? She asked. The Jade Music Festival? Jay repeated. May's frown deepened, making Jay and the other girls turn to her in worry. Why? Jay asked. Is there something wrong with that? May had been so caught up in the debut showcase that she didn't notice that Eve was going to perform at the Jade Music Festival. The Jade Music Festival, she muttered. What? Jay asked, suddenly feeling frantic. I think it would be great to search the words tomato and Eve right now. Meanwhile, Lei, who had his separate room in the venue, relaxed in his seat as he watched the stocks of Azure Entertainment go up. With only just their debut song, Lanier had skyrocketed to the top of the trends. Based on their records, it wasn't impossible for them to reach the top 10 within a week. He might not have been able to conquer Phoenix, but with Azure in his hands, he can still come closer to his goal to become the biggest entertainment company in South Korea and monopolize the industry. Eve and Lanier would be his stepping stones to get there. However, he wasn't afraid to get rid of Eve when the time came, especially with what Jun did to his brother. Now, let's see, he said, switching to his other phone to scroll through his Weibo account. He knew that Eve would have finished performing by now, and he wondered if his plan had worked. Unless the world turned upside down, then it was most likely that it did. Lei was aware that Jun knew Chinese since he could understand Linji to some extent. However, looking at his background, he was just a regular Korean student who took Chinese as an elective. So, there was no way that he would be able to understand the intricacies of the language. Lei went straight to the trends as he opened his account. His eyes brightened in delight when he saw Eve at the top of the Hot Topic charts. Oh, he muttered. What's this? They rose to number 1 so quickly? Did they do such an atrocious job? Even Jaden Cho, the legendary artist, was only second in rank. Lei felt his heart race in excitement. He clicked on Eve's name, expecting to see their group being trashed by the Chinese media. However, his smile quickly dropped when he saw that the articles were filled with praise. Eve takes the Jade Music Festival by storm. The popular K-pop group beat all the C-pop groups that have performed. No tomatoes for Eve. Who would have thought that the best performers of the night would be a K-pop group? Analysts are amazed by this information. Jaden Cho posts a photo with Eve, showcasing their striking visuals. He also praised the boys for doing his song justice. Lei's frown deepened with every article he read. Then, he went straight to Jaden Chow's profile, which had over 60 million followers. The latest post was indeed with Eve, and it had garnered over 10 million views and 1 million likes in just 2 hours. "What is this sorcery?" he muttered. "Thank you, boys, for performing 52-foot with great passion. I am reminded of myself when I watched your performance." Special shout out to their center, Jun, for singing the clip during their dance. Check it out. Lei's hand shook as he clicked on their performance video. Jun's soft voice filled the room. His fluent pronunciation was evident right off the bat, causing Lei to clench his fists in anger. Moreover, the boys performed so well that Lei couldn't even counter the compliments that Jaden Cho had given. The comments, too, were unlike that of a regular netizen. Most of them were positive. Where were the miserable people who commented negative things for the heck of it? "Eve, I have become a big fan after this one. When are they going to debut in China? Please release the Chinese version of Luster. I believe that it's going to be a big hit. I hope Azure can hear this. Let Eve debut in China, too. Give the boys more opportunity here. You're going to be richer if you do." I came out of the Jade Music Festival as a new fan. I watched the show as a Jaden Show fan, and now I am also an Eve fan. We're called Astras. Astras. I am now an Astra. Lei couldn't believe his eyes. As he scrolled through his phone, he saw their interviews and how Jun was practically fluent in Chinese. Lin Ji had mentioned it to him before, but he didn't know that it was to this extent. "My plan failed," he muttered before bursting into chuckles. The video of Eve's performance continued playing over and over again. Meanwhile, Lei continued laughing in disbelief, sounding like a manic person. Jay, who was outside of the room, could hear what was going on inside. He felt chills run down his spine as Lei's crazy laugh pierced through the door. Jay shook his head and stood straight before walking away from the room. Jun was right. This guy is crazy. Number 826. Chapter 826, A Day in Beijing. Jun woke up with the scent of his members surrounding him. How does he know that? Let's just say that it wasn't consensual. He learned it against his own will. Casper, with the scent of grass and a lot, of insanity. Jae-young, with the scent of laundry and stress. Jisung, with the scent of lavender and snacks. Zeth and Run, with manly body spray and some angst. Don't ask why they smell the same. Si-hoon, on the other hand, smelled like the cabinet of someone's grandma. The type of grandma who knitted for a hobby and made hard cookies on a daily basis. And Akira? He smelled of nothing, unless his grippers were out. And in this case, they were, which was the reason why his slumber was interrupted in the first place. With closed eyes, he groaned. "What are you guys doing here?" he asked, already sounding tired despite the long sleep he had. "Bro," Jisung exclaimed, jumping to his bed and going under the covers. With that, he felt the other members flocking to him, too, making him groan in annoyance. He removed his sleeping mask and glared at his members, who surrounded him like a bunch of scared hamsters. "Jun smells so good," Jisung exclaimed, holding onto his homie's arm. "He smells like baby cologne and home." Si-hoon frowned. "Home? What does home even smell like?" Jisung shrugged. "He just smells like home. I can't describe it. This must be one of the reasons why so many people like him." "Pheromones?" Casper asked, causing Jun to frown. "What the heck is that?" Rin shook his head and placed his hand over Jun's shoulder. "I think it's best if you don't find out." Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. "Seriously, what are you guys doing here?" "It's our day off," Akira exclaimed. "We're going to stay here in Beijing for one more day without any schedules. So why don't we go out?" "Yeah," Si-hoon chimed. "You know a lot about the country, so we reckon that you also know some tourist spots." Jun pursed his lips. Of course, he knew the tourist spots around Beijing. He had explored the area plenty of times before in his past life. He found it troublesome to tour them around, so he wanted to decline. However, the boys looked at him with sparkling eyes, which melted Jun's icy heart. "Fine," he said. "I'll get ready in a few minutes." "Yay," the boys exclaimed, even giving each other high fives. Jun shook his head and went to the bathroom to freshen up and change into his clothes. It didn't take long since he had already taken a bath the night before. With that, he went out of the room, where he found his members lounging in his bed. "You're right," Casper said, sniffing Jun's blanket. "He does smell like baby cologne and home." "Right." Jisung exclaimed. It's very fitting. Jun clicked his tongue and hurriedly went to the bed to pull his blanket away. Then, he folded it while glaring at Casper and Jisung. Where do you guys even want to go? Jun asked as he continued fixing his bed. The boys didn't respond and continued looking at him. Jun raised one of his eyebrows in inquiry. What? He asked. Zeth stood and circled around him, observing his outfit. Isn't this the outfit you wore at the airport? He asked. Rin shook his head. He had a different shirt. Oh, I think the sweatpants are slightly darker back then, too. Jun clicked his tongue and looked down at his outfit. What's it to you? I have more than 10 sets of these. Dang, the boys said in unison. What? Jun asked. You don't buy duplicates of your clothes? They're comfortable and cheap, so I buy them when I get the chance. Zeth sighed and wrapped one arm around Jun's shoulder. I respect you, brother. Now, I totally get why you were able to sponsor our props for yesterday night's stage. Your money only goes to stuff like this, he said. Jun sighed and removed Zeth's arm around his shoulder. Just answer my question, he said. Where do you guys want to go? Well, I'm hungry, Zeth said, rubbing his stomach. Let's eat some local food. Yeah, Akira said. Something filling. Jun placed his hand under his chin, recalling the places he had eaten when he visited Beijing with his gang before. Then, his mind automatically went to a place that he frequented during those times. Can you guys handle spicy food? Jun asked. Heck yeah, Akira exclaimed. Meanwhile, Jisung shook his head. I can't, bro. Don't worry, Jun said. I think they have a kiddie menu. Ah, that's perfect for Jisunji, Rin said, patting the younger idol's head. Jisung sighed and shook his head. I'm not a kid, though. Jun placed on his mask and slung his backpack over his shoulders. Come on, he said. The place is pretty popular, so we need to leave now before it becomes filled. The boys turned to each other, excitement seen in their eyes. It must be a really popular restaurant, Rin whispered excitedly. Sihun nodded. Jun has good taste, so I have a lot of expectations. With that, the group of boys made their way down the hotel. They were at the very top, so it took a bit to get there. Then, as they arrived at the lobby, they found that the entrance was occluded. Moreover, the hotel buffet, which was usually empty, was filled to the brim. Zeth frowned as he removed his sunglasses. Dang, is the hotel buffet actually good? Please leave. We cannot accept non-guests. In the hotel, one of the staff members said, We're going to pay. We'll book a room. We're fully booked, another staff exclaimed, trying to keep the situation calm. Jun gestured for the guys to stop, and they quickly followed. Rin narrowed his eyes at the hotel's entrance. It seemed like there were plenty of people, occluding the door. I don't think only the hotel buffet is popular, he said. The hotel itself must be popular. Yeah, Jaeyoung muttered. All these people want a room here, huh? Jun, however, felt like there was something strange. Then, when one of them turned to where they were, Jun finally realized why he felt strange. Fuck, he muttered. Eve. Guys, there's Eve. Number 827. Chapter 827. Eve's popularity is no joke. Shit. Akira cursed, not knowing what to do. Jun acted quickly and went to the elevator to get it to open. However, since there were a total of 14 floors in the hotel, it took a while for it to go down. Jun, open it, Jaeyoung urged, but Jun could only do so much. The fans were getting closer and closer. The hotel staff tried to keep the situation at bay, but some still managed to break through the barriers and go to where Eve was. They started screaming in a foreign language, even going as far as getting Casper's beanie. It all became a big blur as the members were surrounded by their new fans. Fortunately, before the damage could be fatal, the elevator door finally opened, and the members quickly went inside, with Jun blocking the fans. The doors closed, and it was only then that the members of Eve sighed. They were silent for a few moments, still internalizing the situation. Then Zeth looked at all of them before letting out a small chuckle. Goodness, he said. You guys look like a mess. Casper clicked his tongue. Say that to yourself. Look at your shirt. Zeth looked down at his shirt and saw that there was a hole in his chest area. It seemed like someone had cut a piece of his shirt to keep as a souvenir. However, they cut his shirt at the most inconvenient place. The nipple. Zeth let out a squeal as he covered his chest with his arms. Rin clicked his tongue, also looking at his loose shirt. It had been pulled in different places, so it appeared 3 times larger than the original size. Jisung, on the other hand, had missing buttons. At this point, Jun is the most well-dressed out of all of us, he chimed. The other boys turned to Jun, and they found that he, indeed, appeared unscathed. What the heck? Seth exclaimed. Why do you look fine? Jun shrugged and crossed his arms in front of his chest. They didn't touch me. The elevator doors finally opened, and they made their way back to Jun's room once again. Jun sighed as he closed the door to his room. I was really craving that dish, too, he muttered. Who knew that we'd be mobbed even at this hotel? I think nobody expected it, Jae-young said, scratching the back of his head. We didn't even call our guards since we didn't have a problem yesterday. That's because nobody cared for us yesterday, Rin exclaimed. How the heck did our fans multiply in such a short amount of time? Seth smirked and shrugged. I'm guessing it's because of my performance yesterday. Rin rolled his eyes and ignored their narcissistic friend. Anyway, he said, turning to Jun. I still want to go to the restaurant you're talking about. Me too, Akira exclaimed. Me three, Jae-young chimed. Count the rest of us in. Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. How can we do that? We can't even eat at the hotel buffet at this point. Should we call our bodyguards? Jae-young asked. It's no fun, Jisung said. I want to spend some quality time with you guys. What do you suggest then? Seth asked. It's true that we can't go out there. Just then, Casper raised his hand. I have an idea, he exclaimed. Oh no, Rin muttered. But Casper continued with his suggestion. Jun, you said that you have 10 sets of that, right? He asked, pertaining to Jun's outfit. Jun frowned, but nodded nonetheless. Well, it seems like people don't think you're a celebrity with such clothes. There are 8 of us. We can wear 1 set each and go out in 2s, and no one will even notice. They turned silent for a moment. No way, Jun said. However, his refusal was overridden by his members' enthusiastic agreement. Genius. I knew you were the smartest out of all of us, Seth said. Although the size wouldn't match with some of us. Because Jun is a tiny hamster, I'm still down for the idea. Thinking about it, he wasn't mobbed at the Korean airport, too, Jisung said. I'm also down for the idea. The others agreed that it was a genius idea. Jun stood from the bed and placed his hands on his waist. You guys don't even care about my opinion? He asked. Well, we don't have any other choice, Jae-young said, pulling out his leader tone. We're going to starve here. We're growing adults. Don't you want us to eat, Jun? Jisung asked with puppy eyes. Besides, didn't you want to eat there too? We're all excited to eat at the restaurant with you. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Out of all his members, he was the weakest. Against Jisung. Maybe it was because he knew how babyish the young man truly was. Or maybe it was because he was the person who stood by his side since Rising Stars. With that, Jun finally nodded, causing the other boys to rejoice. I've already worn one of the sets at the airport, Jun said. I'm wearing one right now, and I need another one to wear at the airport tomorrow. So, there's only 7 available sets. Casper stood and crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. No problemo, he said. I can just wear the one that you've worn. Jun was about to argue that it was weird, but it seemed like the others didn't find it strange. So Jun had no choice but to comply. Jun shook his head. I hate it here. He muttered. Ah, don't lie. Akira exclaimed. I know that you love us. The boys all wore Jun's clothes, and as Seth said, they were a bit tight on Jae-young, Si-hoon, Casper, and him. However, they all found it comfortable. I might start buying things like this, Akira said as he looked down at himself. I mean, I look awful, but this is so dang comfortable. It feels like I'm wearing nothing. Jun sighed and shook his head. Who's going down first? Wait for us in front of the convenience store up front. Jisung played with his fingers. Are we sure that this is going to work? With his utterance, the others doubted it, too, not wanting to go first. Since I was the one who suggested it, I'll go first with Jun, Casper said, walking to where Jun was. Yeah, I think that's for the best, Jae-young said. Text us when you get there. With that, Jun sighed and followed Casper to the hotel lobby. Jun was still a little bit apprehensive. With how meticulous fans were in this era, he was sure that they were going to find out one way or another. However, as they walked out of the hotel without a single eye glancing toward their way, Jun realized that his clothes must hold some kind of power. Yay, my plan worked, Casper exclaimed. Number 828. Chapter 828. Hole in the Wall Restaurant. Holy crap, that actually worked, Jisung exclaimed, sitting on the pavement as he felt the adrenaline leave his body. He was the last one to leave the hotel along with Run, and it seemed like the people started becoming suspicious when it was their turn. Fortunately, the crowd didn't do anything and just let them pass through. Told you it would work, Casper exclaimed, still feeling excited since he got to wear Jun's clothes. Meanwhile, someone dropped a bill in front of Jisung's sitting figure, causing all of them to freeze. Feed yourself and your friends, young man, the old woman said in a kind and worried voice. As she left, Jisung felt like crying. At what expense, though? I was just mistaken as a beggar. Hey, Akira said, picking up the bill and seeing how much it was. Don't diss beggars like that. They're still people. Jisung pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. Besides, this is 100 yuan. Akira excitedly said. Can we buy a meal with this one, Jun? Jun grabbed the bill and nodded. This would do. We're going to a cheap place. It's bound to get full soon, he continued. Let's go. With that, Jun started walking in the direction of the restaurant. Meanwhile, the other boys turned to each other with inquiring eyes. A cheap restaurant? Akira asked. Maybe it's a hole-in-the-wall kind of place, Jae-young excitedly chimed. I love restaurants like those. Yeah, they have the best food, Ren added. You said it was near, right? Jisung asked. Jun nodded. A 10-minute walk, he muttered. That's not too bad, Jisung smiled. I'm really excited. I'm so hungry that I could eat a whole mammoth. Right this way, Jun said, pointing to a narrow alleyway with cigarette butts scattered around. Jun smiled as he walked through the familiar pathway. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, he still remembered it in the back of his mind. It seemed like muscle memory at this point. However, he stopped in his tracks when he didn't feel anyone trailing behind him anymore. Jun turned around, his eyebrows raising in inquiry, when he saw the other boys with hesitant looks at the entrance of the alleyway. Are you sure it's here? Jisung warily asked, already feeling afraid. Jun frowned and looked around before nodding. Yes, he said. We're almost there. Oh, it must be a shortcut. Rin said. Ah. The others sighed in relief. Right. I am fond of shortcuts. With that, they followed after Jun once again. However, the deeper they got in the alleyway, the more they realized that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't just a shortcut. Jisung felt a shiver run down his spine as a muscular, bald man cut meat on the side of the street. That guy's good at knives, so he became a butcher, Jun said, touring his friends like they were on a safari adventure. They quickly evaded their eyes as the butcher stabbed the meat with full strength, some of the blood splattering on his apron. Now, that guy is good with chainsaws, so he's doing metal work, Jun chuckled, remembering a funny story that involved the guy. Once again, the boys became nervous as the guy welded what seemed to be a window frame without wearing any goggles. Are you guys seeing this? Zeth whisper shouted. He's raw-dogging the welding machine. Please never say that word again, Rin whispered back. But you're right. This is insane. Akira turned around and gulped. Do you think it's too late for us to go back? Oh, I can't go back there without Jun, Zeth said. Why the hell not? Akira asked. You have the biggest body among us here. Zeth shook his head. Jun's the toughest here, if you think about it. Oh, that guy. Jun chuckled, pertaining to another man. He used to be a hitman, so he decided to do a funeral business. Jun continued chuckling, finding the irony funny. However, the boys continued to be silent. How does he even know all this stuff? Sehun whispered, feeling afraid of Jun, too. Is it still far? Jisung stammered. No, we're here. Jun happily exclaimed when he saw the familiar restaurant at the very end of the block. The boys sighed in relief. However, their relief quickly vanished when they saw the restaurant before them. This is the place. Jisung squeaked. Jun turned around and nodded. Their faces were occluded with hoods, so Jun didn't even notice that his members were already in distress. Yeah, we're here, Jun confirmed. I told you it would be filled to the brim. Good thing there's still one vacant table over there. Jun guided his hesitant members inside, where they sat in the middle of the room. The boys continued looking around, gulping when their eyes connected with a scary group of old men. The boys couldn't believe Jun took them to such a place. The small space was filled with people who appeared like they had troubled pasts. Jisung kept his gaze on the table while the others appeared visibly uncomfortable. Let me see, Jun said, grabbing the menu. You don't mind if I order for all of us, right? Sure, Akira said, still feeling apprehensive. They increased their prizes, too, Jun whispered. Inflation is really crazy. It's a good thing that these are still affordable. Meanwhile, the boys whispered among each other while Jun was busy scrutinizing the menu. Maybe we should have stayed at the hotel instead, Jae-young whispered. Yeah, the mob was actually a blessing in disguise, Seth chimed. Come to think of it, this is Casper's fault. He shouldn't have suggested that we dress in these clothes, Akira added. You guys approved of the idea, Casper retaliated. Come on, guys. Don't fight. It's already scary as it is, Jisung said. He looked around, but quickly directed his gaze to the table. The boys were in a dilemma. They trusted Jun to bring them to a good restaurant. And although the small space smelled incredible with different spices, meats, and vegetables, they couldn't shake off the feeling of being uneasy. Zeth looked around, not being able to take his curiosity. Then, he froze when he made eye contact with a large, burly man. Zeth was a buff dude, but the guy before him was a different story. Zeth, stop looking, Rin exclaimed. However, it was too late. The man was already heading toward their way with clenched fists and a menacing expression. Oh no, Zeth muttered. He's going to fucking beat us up. You shouldn't have looked him in the eye. Rin whisper shouted. Jun, help us, Jae-young said. But Jun was too preoccupied with the menu. I miss eating all of this, he chuckled, his members appearing like dust. Then, the man finally arrived at their table and slammed his fist on the old wood. What are you looking at, huh? Number 829. Chapter 829, The Hottest Rising Boy Group. The man definitely didn't look amused. Despite some of the boys being gym buffs, they felt like they couldn't hold a candle against the bald man. Moreover, it seemed like the other customers inside the restaurant knew the man very well, and they turned to the members of Eve with inquiring and suspicious eyes. Jun, Jisung shakily said, finally snapping him out of his daze. Jun looked up and saw his members looking at him with wide eyes like they were asking for help. Then, he turned to the side, where the scary man stood, his eyes also widening in surprise when he saw who it was. Chun, he exclaimed, remembering the man's name. The burly man frowned as soon as the stranger mentioned his name. The other boys also became even warier, wondering what Jun was going to pull. How do you know my name? Chun asked. Jun shook his head as he looked at his large figure. It felt like yesterday, when Chun only reached up to his chest. However, he towered over him now. I saw you on the news, Jun said. Knowing that their restaurant was popular because of their original recipes and that they've been featured plenty of times by food vloggers, critics, and even one of the American presidents. Jun knew Chin on a personal level before, though, but he decided not to divulge such information. Oh, Chin said, his expression softening. Thank you. I saw you guys looking toward my way, so I reckoned that you wanted to order. Jun nodded. We'll have the whole roast duck, 2 servings of jiaozi, and the spicy hot pot. Can we also have the jiang rousing and the spicy braised chicken feet? Yeah, I think that would be enough. Oh, lastly, some sugarcane juice for all the boys. Chin smiled in satisfaction. It seems like you know our best dishes here, brother. Do you come here often? Jun shook his head. No, not really. We're from Korea. I just admire your restaurant a lot. Chin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh wow, I didn't know that our restaurant was that popular. Well, I'll have the dishes ready in no time. Just hang still with the other brothers. Jun nodded and sat back down, now facing his anxious teammates. What did he say? Akira asked. Did he want to pick a fight? Pick a fight. Jun asked. Why would Chin do that? He's a sweet guy. He just wanted to take our orders. Sweet guy? Seth asked. He walked so menacingly toward us just now. That's just how he is, Jun said, brushing their comments off. It still bothers me how Jun knows so much about this place, Rin whispered. Jae-young nodded in agreement. Jun smirked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Maybe I lived in this country in my past life. The boys turned silent for a few moments before bursting into chuckles. Casper raised one hand. But I do think it's possible. Anyway, Jun said, clearing his throat and changing the topic. Chin is really sweet. In fact, the people here are all pretty kind. The restaurant has been open for more than 90 years, courtesy of Chin's great-grandpa, and it was originally catered to the people in the neighborhood. They serve great food at a cheap price to help people who couldn't afford such meals. As years passed by, they became more popular because of the quality of the dishes. However, their price increase had been reasonable thus far, and it's still frequented by the neighborhood because of this. Chun Shun, over there, is his father's apprentice and is working to inherit the business. Although he's only 18 years old. What? The boys couldn't stop themselves from shouting, drawing the attention of the other customers. They quickly bowed for the noise and turned to Jun with wide eyes. He's only 18? Si-hoon whisper shouted. Jun nodded. Yeah, he's pretty famous on Weibo too. Zeth leaned back against his seat and let out a deep sigh. I can't believe I got scared by an 18-year-old. Just then, Chun Shun came back with a trolley full of food. Brothers, here are the things you've ordered, he said with a wide smile. Looking at him like this, he actually looked like a cute 18-year-old. He placed the food on the table, and it was then that the boys realized why the restaurant was always full. The scent of the meat, herbs, and spices wafted over their senses, making them even hungrier than they were. I added a dessert on the house, Chun Shun said, making Jun beam. Thanks, bro, he said. We'll enjoy it well. With that, the boys started removing their hoods to eat the food that had been given to them. As soon as the first dish hit their taste buds, the boys became enamored, and they ate like they had been starved for days. It's spicy, but I like it so much, Jisung said. What's this? It tastes so good yet healthy. I don't feel guilty eating this, Seth added. I knew it, Rin muttered. Jun really has the best taste. Jun's eyes also widened as he tasted some of the dumplings. Although he had already tasted such dishes before, he still couldn't shake off his amazement. There was a reason why it became his favorite restaurant in Beijing in the first place. The members of Eve continued to eat without a care in the world, oblivious to the attention that they were currently getting. Oh, what a group of handsome young men. How can we be blessed so early in the morning? Chun Shun, too, froze in his tracks as he looked at the handsome and beautiful face of the brother who had ordered from him. He was the epitome of an angel. Chun Shun felt touched that someone like him admired their restaurant so much. However, as the chatter increased in the restaurant, Chun Shun began to realize that these handsome men were not ordinary citizens. Wait, have you seen Jaden Chao's post yesterday? Aren't they the kids that he posted? Oh, the one who performed 52. Chun Shun quickly went to the angelic brother and patted his back, interrupting his meal. You're Eve. You guys are the hottest rising boy group in the country. Number 830. Chapter 830, Down-to-Earth Icons. Ah, that was a good meal, Akira said, feeling satisfied as he patted his stomach. Yeah, I almost doubted Jun for a second there, but he pulled through in the end, Zeth added. Moral of the story, never doubt Jun, Jisung chimed. I think he's already proven himself over and over. The others nodded in agreement. It's also good that we weren't mobbed at the restaurant, Jae-young smiled. The people were respectful and didn't even want to disturb us. Chun Shun is a sweet kid, too. Jun smirked. Told you. Well, what do you guys want to do now? Akira asked. I don't want to go back to the hotel just yet. It also appears like our disguise is still working since nobody has approached us. Calling my clothes as a disguise, Jun muttered. Where do you want to go? We need to take a cab if you want to go to some historical sites. Nah, I don't think we can have a tour like that, Si-hoon said. It would be too much of a waste since we need to prepare for our early flight tomorrow in a few. Yeah, something along the neighborhood would be nice, Rin said. Jun stopped when he saw a familiar scenery not far from them. Do you guys want to go there? He asked, pointing toward it. A playground? Jisung asked with bright eyes. Jun nodded. It's a playground just for adults. The boys excitedly turned to each other. Heck yeah! Akira exclaimed. Race you there. The group of 8 boys ran to the playground, just playing to their heart's content. For a moment, they forgot that they were idols and became just a regular group of people having fun. The smiles on their faces couldn't be painted as they continued to play, some passerbys also enjoying the sound of their laughter. Meanwhile, they were oblivious to the craze that they had created in the country. Azure Entertainment staff were currently in a meeting for the plans for the last 2 quarters of the year. They were discussing Lunaire's variety show appearances when the news of their stocks going up suddenly broke in the room. This is crazy, Ted exclaimed. With Lunaire's debut, our investors have increased by 10%. They're really a monster group. It just went up to 15%, one of the graph analysts said. Lei's eyebrows shot up in surprise. It seemed like his plan of having Lanier take him to the top was actually working. He also wasn't afraid of using the members of Eve, but he needed to get rid of Jun and ruin his career as discreetly as possible as he did with Lin Ji's. I think it's because of this. Mari chimed. Eve is trending in China for the second time in the day, and this time, it's because of their kindness. Lei maintained a neutral expression while the others buzzed in excitement. Jay proudly nodded. My boys were seen eating in a local restaurant that's well loved by everybody, and they were praised for their good attitudes. Moreover, the song 52 Foot is trending in their music platforms while Luster is quickly climbing up the charts despite it being a foreign song. Lei couldn't believe his ears. He had sent Eve to the Jade Music Festival so they would be humiliated. Then, he would use that humiliation to make them into his pawns. However, it seemed like nothing was going his way. With that, he smiled and chuckled in what seemed like a genuine manner. I'm happy that the boys are being praised over there, he said. The others nodded. We have to look into their comeback soon. I believe this would be a great time to capitalize on their popularity, Mari chimed, already feeling excited for their next album. The room was filled with positive reactions after Mari's suggestion. Lei continued smiling. However, in the back of his mind, he only had one thought. For their next comeback, he didn't want Jun to be a part of it. In fact, he wanted Jun gone. In Eve, in Azure, in the whole entertainment industry. After a fulfilling stay in China, the boys were now on their way back to their home country. I'm going to miss this place, Jisung said as they drove to the airport. Yeah, it was fun playing with you guys, even if it was only for a short while, Jae-young said with an emotional smile. Rin shook his head. Please don't start crying on us now, he teased. Jae-young pursed his lips and looked outside the window to stop his eyes from tearing up. The trip made him realize how he wanted to travel the world with the boys and share good music with people who love them. Moreover, it just instilled in him that they were a family and that being apart for things like this was going to be a miserable thing. They finally arrived at the airport, and Si-hoon was about to leave the car when Jun suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Si-hoon asked. The other boys also turned to Jun with inquiring eyes. Those people, Jun started off, his gaze focused on the large crowd before them. Are they here for us? The boys also gazed outside and saw a huge group of people behind two barricades with banners in their hands. I think they are, Jae-young muttered. I saw the word Eve on one of the banners. The security guard smiled. They are here for you, boys. I was afraid that you guys were going to be mobbed again, but it seems like the airport staff had arranged these great security measures for all of you, he chimed. The boys turned to each other in pleasant surprise. They loved their fans very much, but at the same time, they didn't want to be mobbed like they did at Incheon Airport. So, seeing such efforts from people who weren't even from their company touched their hearts. Shall we head out? Jun asked. The boys nodded, and they finally made their way out of the car. Jun was still wearing his comfortable clothes, but the fans didn't seem to mind, only finding him more relatable. There were a lot of guards in the area, so everything was orderly. The members happily waved their hands as they made their way through, not being able to stop smiling. At that moment, Jun felt like they had won again. You failed, Lei, he muttered in amusement. At the end of the day, the public was on their side. Number 831. Chapter 831, A Fashion Craze. 831, A Fashion Craze. The boys couldn't shake off the smiles on their faces as they settled into their plane seats. There were fewer people on the flight back home, so it was essentially only them and the rest of their staff members. That was an experience that I won't forget, Zeth said as the plane took off. Same, Jae-young said. I already want to come back here as soon as possible. Well, our world tour is bound to come out soon, right? Jisung asked. Okta's already going on a tour by next month. I think we need a new comeback before any of that, Rin chimed. We need at least 3 albums for us to have a full set list. Jun nodded in agreement. Now that Lanier's debut is done, do you think we could talk to Lei about our comeback? Jisung asked. I think so, Zeth said, scratching the back of his neck. It's been long overdue. We need to do the preparations if we want to release it by October or November, just in time for our anniversary. Gosh darn, Casper muttered. We've been together for that long already. Yeah, can't believe it, Akira said. That's longer than all my past relationships. Correction, you're only one relationship, Jae-young teased. Which didn't even count since the girl didn't agree to be your girlfriend. Akira narrowed his eyes at Jae-young. Don't bring up the past. Jae-young raised his hands in surrender. You were the one who brought it up in the first place. Anyway, Jun said, clearing his throat. I think it's best if we start brainstorming for the album, too. I don't know how much freedom we're going to be given for this particular album since Ted is still with us. But now that Mr. Ong is out of the picture, I believe we would be able to have more input regarding it. Ren nodded excitedly. I actually have a few tracks that I feel have potential. Nothing title track worthy yet, but they'd make pretty good B-side tracks. I heard some of the songs, and they're good, Zeth said. I have some verses written out, too, so we can include that. Great, Jae-young chimed. I like the enthusiasm. Well, we're only bound to be doing this for 2 years more after our 1-year anniversary. We should make the most of it and bring out the best we can. The last album's title track was a bit of a bummer, but I'm glad that Luster was there to save the day, Rin said. Jisung sighed. Don't count our time left together now, he said. I don't even want to think about it. Ren's eyes widened, and he quickly patted the precious youngest member's head. Sorry, Jisunji, he said. It just came out before I could stop myself. Why don't we talk about something else, huh? Jisung nodded, already feeling much better. Instead of talking about our inevitable disbandment, don't you think it's better to talk about Jun's issue? Akira asked. The boys turned to him in curiosity. Jun's issue, Casper asked. Jun has become the country's angel in just 2 days. He doesn't have an issue. In China, that is, Akira smiled. But remember the articles regarding his airport outfit before we arrived at our hotel? The boys froze as they recalled the events. Crap, Jae-young muttered. We couldn't monitor the situation because we were busy with the festival. Casper brought out his phone but realized that they were high in the air. Weren't the last articles bad? Sihun asked. Some people call them lazy and a bad example. People are so weird, Rin said, clicking his tongue. What's it to them if Jun wears something comfortable to the airport? It's not like he's naked or something. Although, I think they'd like that even more, Casper remarked, causing the boys to glare at him. He raised his hands in surrender before turning to Jun. Don't worry, Jun, he exclaimed. We'll protect you from the nasty articles. The other members nodded in agreement, showing their determination. Jun merely shook his head. It wasn't like he cared too much about such a scandal. He had been involved in drug, dating, bullying, and manipulation rumors. He could care less about how people viewed his outfits. A few hours later, they finally arrived in their home country. As they made their way out of immigration, it was only then that the exhaustion hit them. I hope we won't be mobbed this time. Jae-young sighed, already wanting to hit his bed. Zeth hummed, putting on his sunglasses. I honestly don't have the energy to interact with anyone right now, much less get mobbed again. The other boys nodded, also wanting to go back to their dorm as soon as possible. As they walked through the airport, though, they felt that something was strange. A tall girl with black clothes passed by them, and they couldn't help but find her familiar. I think I've seen her before, Jisung muttered. Just then, another familiar figure passed through. A short man in an all-gray outfit passed by them this time, and the others wondered where they had seen such people before. Meanwhile, Jun kept his gaze on the ground, also feeling sleepy since they woke up early for their flight. What's happening? Zeth exclaimed. I feel like I'm in a simulation. Was the response positive after all? Ren asked, looking around at all the familiar people. Then, they finally arrived outside of the airport, where more people were waiting. Fortunately, the airport decided to place barricades this time, already aware of the chaos that happened during Eve's departure. However, the barricades couldn't hide the obvious. No wonder they're so familiar, Casper said. They all look like Jun. Jun, hearing his name, finally lifted his head, only to be met with people who looked like him. What is this? He muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Well, they weren't his doppelganger, per se. However, the way they dressed was eerily similar to the outfit Jun was wearing at the moment. The boys looked at the crowd with wide eyes. I haven't seen this many people rocking oversized shirts before, Sihun chuckled. Jisung excitedly turned to Jun and shook his arms. Did you just create a fashion trend? Number 832. Chapter 832, A Piece of Land. 832, A Piece of Land. Why can't we find Jun's shirt anywhere? Jia exclaimed out of frustration. The girls were out in the mall with shopping bags in their hands. Bora sighed. Well, it did look pretty old. I'm guessing they've already discontinued it. Jia slumped in disappointment before adding a new oversized shirt to her basket. They quickly paid for it and went to look for a restaurant so they could eat their lunch. As they walked around the mall, they were amused by the amount of people who were wearing the same style as them. Bora shook her head in amusement. June just really created a new fashion craze, huh? Meanwhile, Cindy, who had just arrived at Azure's building, frowned when she saw so many people dressed like they were in the comfort of their homes. Goodness, she said to her assistant as she sat on her chair, her gaze focused on her laptop. Why are kids dressed so comfortably these days? Zhao was the same when she went out of the house a while ago. Then, she looked up, only to see her assistant wearing the same thing. Her assistant smiled and placed her coffee on the table. Oh, this is the new trend. Dressing for comfort, she excitedly exclaimed. So many people want to look good these days, and most are just pretentious. We already live in discomfort, so we might as well be comfortable with our clothes, right? Cindy pursed her lips. I guess, she said. Who made this trend, though? Her assistant beamed. It's June, of course. That man has everyone in a chokehold these days. Cindy froze before bursting into laughter. She shook her head in amusement. That boy, really. Meanwhile, the members of Eve were elated that June's dreaded airport fashion turned out to be positive. They were in their living room, watching the reruns of Every Day, Every Night, as they ate the fried chicken that Jay had ordered. Jae-young chuckled as Jay dropped some of the sauce on his clothes. However, since it was all black, it didn't really show. So, you're also sporting June's fashion now, huh? Jae-young asked. Jay smirked. This is the shit nowadays, boys. You should really recommend some. Good places where I can buy such clothes in June. I've never felt so comfortable in my entire life. June clicked his tongue, shaking his head. He wanted to order a batch of his favorite black shirt because Casper ripped one, but he saw that it was sold out. No way, June said, taking a bite of the chicken and focusing his gaze on the television. Anyway, what happened while we were gone? Jisung asked. Well, Lanier's debut was a success, Jay smiled. They're going to perform in music shows for 3 weeks, and it's predicted that they're going to have their first win soon. Nice, Akira exclaimed. As you all know, June has created a fashion craze, and nearly everyone is wearing his comfortable clothes. Jay continued. However, aside from June, there's another person who trended over the weekend, he added. Who? June asked. Jay pursed his lips before revealing the person. Lei, he answered. The most relatable CEO eats street food after a busy day. Lei, the new CEO of Azure Entertainment, is this month's cover of GG Korea, showing off his muscular body. A glimpse into the life of Lei, the hunky CEO of Azure that everybody loves. From charity projects to being a supportive CEO, Lei does it all. They're thirsting over our CEO? Jisung asked with a small frown. Well, to be fair, he is pretty good looking, Jay muttered, earning weird looks from the other boys. I kind of agree, Akira said, his facade cracking. Everyone seems to love him, Jay continued, biting his lip as he looked at June. June shrugged before focusing his attention on his chicken leg. Again, it wasn't too much of a surprise. Lei was known to be charismatic even when he still identified as Laohu. He had the kind of charm that encapsulated the public. He was damn good at hiding his real intentions, too. Because Eve was a group that the public loved, Lei must have wanted to have the same trait. June shook his head in amusement. He must be making his move soon, he muttered. In the large office of Azure CEO, Lei couldn't stop smiling as he read through the comments of the articles that were posted about him. Two could play that game, he whispered as he watched their stocks rise once again. Just then, his assistant, Dan, entered his office. Dan was also his coworker at Phoenix Entertainment, so he was aware of Lei's intentions. Sir, Dan said, bowing his head as he sat on one of the chairs before Lei. Lei took a sip from his tea before crossing his arms in front of his chest. Yes, Lei asked. Dan chuckled as he placed his tablet on the table. It seems like it had worked, sir. The public loves you, and your employees are praising you for being a great CEO. 48 billion won, Dan smiled. 833. Lei's eyebrows raised in surprise. Doable, he muttered. We need to acquire this land at all cost. Well, of course, Lei smiled. It will only go uphill from here. Dan nodded in agreement. Now, I know that you want to expand your domain in the industry, and Azure is finally ranked 3rd out of all entertainment companies. We have finally beat Topstar and Harmony in terms of ranking. Only Esper and Phoenix are above us in terms of stocks, Dan continued. Lei smirked. It's only a matter of time before we surpass them too. Dan hummed. However, before we do that, I believe that an expansion is necessary. Lei's eyebrows raised in intrigue. I'm listening. Dan smirked as he showed a photo of a huge demolished lot. This is a 4,500 square meter lot in the heart of Seoul. It is located in a growing business district, which has been acquired by other businesses. I believe this would be a great start to expanding Azure Entertainment. Not a lot of people know about this, so we need to consider ourselves lucky, sir. Moreover, it is owned by an individual who couldn't take the renovation costs, so she's selling it for a reasonable price. Considering it is still a large piece of land, we need to have a huge investor. Lei hummed. How much? 48 billion won, Dan smiled. Lei's eyebrows raised in surprise. Doable, he muttered. We need to acquire this land at all cost. Dan nodded and scrolled to another photo, a logo of a familiar company. And I have just the investor, Star Motors. They recently signed a billion-dollar contract with an international oil company, and I heard they're looking for something to invest in. And the best part is, the CEO, Min-soo Kim, is known for holding private parties in his club in Cheongdam-dong every now and then. The smile on Lei's face couldn't be erased. I see, he said. He must be looking for a new muse. Dan mirrored his smile. Exactly. Number 833. Chapter 833 Dan on. 833 Dan on. I don't know if I could do this anymore, Jay exclaimed as he arrived at the dorm of the boys. The boys went out from the kitchen and found their manager on the floor of the living room, appearing like all the life had left his eyes. Does anybody want to ask what's wrong with him? Akira asked. The boys evaded Akira's gaze and was about to make their way back to the kitchen, where Jun was preparing dinner, when Jay started ranting about his busy schedule. I thought I would be happier with a higher position, but it turns out to be false. I'm getting paid a little more for doing a whole lot more. Well, that's what a promotion entails in the corporate world, Si-hoon said. Unless you're at the very top of the ladder, you'll spend your whole life just doing more work. Jay shook his head, slapping his cheeks. I can't even accompany you guys to your schedules anymore, he sulked. Dinner's ready, Jun exclaimed. The boys ignored Jay's rants and went to their dining room, eagerly waiting for Jun to place the food on the table. Jay sighed and followed after them, still feeling a bit down. However, when Jun placed a steaming bowl of curry rice before him, a huge smile appeared on his face. He looked at the handsome idol with a teary smile and held onto his arm. You're really the best, he said. Jun shook his head in amusement. Eat up, he smiled. You've worked hard. With that, Jun also took a seat, listening to the comfortable chatter. Anyway, what were you talking about again? Akira asked after a while. Jay sighed, his shoulders slumping. My workload, he exclaimed. It's so freaking hard. I have to look through other artists' schedules now. Fortunately, Lanier has a new manager, and she's actually pretty good with her work. I think I've seen her before too, and was it? Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Intern in, he exclaimed. Ah, Jay exclaimed. That's why she looks so familiar. Indeed, she's the intern who used to work for Rising Stars. Seems like she's back in the company. Jun nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Even if, and was a little clumsy, he knew that she could be trusted with the girls. Anyway, because of that, I have some free time next week. I'll be able to accompany our Tall Line to their brand shoot. Tall Line? Akira asked. You guys already know who those are, Jay deadpanned. Akira pursed his lips and continued devouring the curry. We also have a schedule that day, right? Jisung said. Yes, Jay confirmed. You have an appearance on a You Watch show. You'll be visiting that famous guy's gym. Zeth sighed. I'm still upset that you guys were invited to that show, and not me. Well, the objective of the show is to have people who suck at the gym try out new machines. Si-hoon said. It's only fitting that the short line is going. I can't believe I'm part of the short line when I'm 180 centimeters, Rin muttered. Jun should have joined us then, Akira exclaimed. He's the shortest here. Jun lifted his head and sighed. Do you guys want me to stop cooking dinner for all of you? They all turned silent. Jay chuckled. Yeah, it would be iconic if Jun went. However, Jun has a separate schedule. As the center of Eve, he's been asked to represent the team for the new opening of Azure Cafe. All right, that's tomorrow, Casper said. Lei is putting in some work, Akira chimed. The cafe is already a huge topic since our fans can dine with our holograms for a very expensive price. Casper tilted his head to the side. I honestly don't think that's a good idea. Me too, Jay said. But they seem to think that nothing's fine with it. Besides, we're the very first entertainment company to do something like it, so they think it's revolutionary. Anyway, that would be in the afternoon, so you'll be the first one to arrive here, June. The short line is going to the video shoot in the evening, while the tall line will stay overnight in Busan, where the photo shoot will take place. June nodded. Yeah, got it. Who's going to accompany me? Well, since my assistant manager will accompany the short line, you'll be joined by Dan. Dan? June asked. Yeah, Jay said. He's Lei's new assistant. He'll be the one to drive you to and from the cafe. I've also asked him to look over you. June nodded. Got it, he said. It was the next day, and the tall line was already in Busan for their photo shoot. The short line were resting for their shoot in the evening, while June was waiting for Dan to pick him up in the parking lot. While waiting for Dan, June quickly texted Bo1 for a background check. He managed to get Dan's full name from Jay, and the guy's social media seemed pretty decent. However, June felt like he needed to be wary with anyone who was connected to Lei. Just then, a sleek-looking black car appeared right before him. June's eyebrows raised in surprise as Dan came out of the limousine. Long time no see, Dan muttered, yet June was able to hear him. June, he said with a bow. Sorry for making you wait. I had to drop off Sir Lei at the events place before anything else. June pursed his lips and bowed. It's all right, he said. Thank you for accompanying me today. Dan smiled widely as he opened the door for June. It's my honor, sir, he said. June held onto the door and shook his head. You don't have to do things like this, he said. Dan chuckled and nodded in understanding. Got it, sir. With that, June entered the car along with Dan. June put on his seatbelt while Dan waited for him. By the way, you've become much better than I thought, Dan said, catching June by surprise. Better, he asked. Prettier, Dan said. You're prettier in real life. I bet you have a lot of admirers. June pursed his lips and slowly nodded. Well, idols are expected to be pretty, right? Right? Dan chuckled. With that, he finally started the car and drove to the side of the cafe. It wasn't that far. In fact, it was a small building right next to Azure Entertainment. June gazed outside the window as he waited for them to arrive. Just then, he received a text from none other than Bowen. He opened his phone and quietly read his text. Baldy, Dan? Dan on. He also transferred there? Well, he is close with Lei. Baldy. Dan used to work here in Phoenix. Number 834. Chapter 834, A Manager He Trusts. 834, A Manager He Trusts. As expected, you can never fully rely on one's first impression. Although Dan appeared like a good man, June knew there was something beneath the surface. June raised his head and saw Dan glancing at him with a smile. Water, he asked. I have some prepared in the compartment. June nodded and opened the compartment, grabbing one of the water bottles before taking a swig. Thanks, he said. With that, he looked at Bowen's new texts. Baldy, watch out for him. He's been working with Phoenix for a long time, and he suddenly left. June, what did he do before? Baldy, recruitment. He's in charge of recruiting new trainees and setting their schedules. June frowned as soon as he read Bowen's texts. We're here, Dan said. So June quickly placed his phone inside his pocket, straightening his posture. They had arrived at the Azure building, and not far from them was the new cafe. Mr. Ong acquired the small space next to the building under Azure's name, and it seemed like he had furnished it, too. However, it was Lei who officially opened it. In turn, he was highly praised by the public for being a fast worker. June shook his head with a smirk. As expected of him. Let's go, Dan said, snapping him out of his thoughts. June nodded and opened the door. As soon as the sunlight hit his face, there were squeals surrounding the area. Some fans wanted to witness the opening, and seeing June sent them into a frenzy. Omo, it's June. I didn't think that he would be here. I just wanted to see what the new cafe looked like. It seems like I'm really blessed. June smiled and waved at the fans, who were still squealing in excitement. A lot of them were sporting his lazy style, making him even more amused. They finally entered the cafe, where June saw Lei, Jimin, and other important stakeholders of the company. There he is, Lei exclaimed, walking over to June and patting his shoulder. Looks like we're complete, Lei smiled. June smiled at the attendees before going to where Jimin and in were. They were the ones he trusted the most, and appeared excited as he stood next to her. However, she contained her excitement and merely bowed at Jun. Lei stood in the middle of the spacious cafe, where an elevated platform was. He tapped the microphone and smiled at the crowd. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to Azure's first ever idol cafe. This will be the one of many," he started off. "I thank the past and present idols of Azure, as well as the other artists under the label, for making this possible. We wouldn't have done it without you. For now, we shall conduct the ribbon-cutting ceremony before coming back here for a small celebration. Then, Azure Cafe will officially open its doors to our customers tomorrow." The crowd clapped as Lei raised his glass in the air. With that, they made their way outside. The people were disappointed when the old, crusty board members were the first ones to appear. Then, the screams increased when Jimin and Jun made their way outside, capturing some of the passers-by's attention, and chuckled in amusement. "You're popular as usual," she muttered. Jun shook his head in amusement, a small smile playing on his lips. However, his smile quickly fell when Lei made his way outside, also eliciting screams from the crowd. It wasn't as loud as that of Jun's and Jimin's, but it still made Jun realize that he was facing against a strong opponent. Lei smiled at the crowd, appearing kinder than a saint, before initiating the ribbon-cutting ceremony. A few more boring speeches later, the ceremony was finally done, and they were back in the cafe to test the new food. Jun went to the table and grabbed a cupcake with his face on it. Jimin chuckled as Jun stared at the cupcake. "Are you weirded out?" she asked. Jun looked at her and shrugged, taking a bite out of the cupcake. "Being in the idol industry for almost a year, this might be one of the tamest things I've encountered," Jun said. Jimin chuckled and grabbed some of the fruits. "Well, isn't it weird to be eating yourself?" Jun shook his head. "It's much weirder if I ate my members." Jimin chuckled once more, and arrived where they were, holding a cup with Eve's logo as the latte art. "Jun, it's been a while," she greeted. Jun smiled and slightly bowed. "And," he said, "yeah, you're back in Azure." And chuckled. "Well, my film degree wasn't paying the bills. Thankfully, my experience in Azure put me on edge for this managerial position." "Welcome back," Jun said. "I trust you to take care of the girls." And nodded. "Of course," she smiled. "You already know how I am." "I need to go to the restroom," Jimin suddenly said, excusing herself. However, before she could take a single step forward, and held onto her wrist. "I'll accompany you," she said. Jimin chuckled. "Are you sure?" "Yes," and said in a resolute voice. "There's a lot of weird people here," she continued, looking around. "You don't know what will happen to you." Jun nodded in approval. It really did seem like and knew a lot about the industry and cared about the girls. "We'll be back, Jun," and said. Jun hummed. "Take care." With that, Jun was left all alone again, just observing the room. He heard a familiar laugh, making him frown. He turned to the side and saw Dan laughing with what seemed to be the investors of the new cafe. For a moment, it seemed like they were all looking at Jun with intrigue. However, it was gone in a split second. Jun kept his gaze on Dan, who interacted with the investors like it was his expertise. "That laugh," he muttered. He couldn't shake away the feeling that he had heard his laugh before. Just then, Jun's head ached, his eyebrows furrowing. Memories flashed in the back of his mind, with Dan's laughter being the focal point of it all. Then, Dan laughed once again, snapping Jun back to reality. "Recruitment," Jun muttered. "Trainees," he continued. Dan's words also echoed in his mind. "Long time no see. You've become much better than I thought. Prettier." So, that was why he spoke like they had met before. "He had plastic surgery," Jun muttered. However, his laugh was still familiar. Danon was the guy who allowed Choi Joon-ho's first kiss. Number 835. Chapter 835. Jun at the club? These are our trainees from Phoenix Entertainment. They don't have the prettiest faces, but they will do, right? You can just close your eyes if you want to, but they do have a lot of potential. Jun felt a shiver run down his spine as a part of his memories resurfaced once again. Truly, Choi Joon-ho had gone through unimaginable things as a trainee. Jun was sure that Lei already knew of such information. Once the public found out more about his past, Jun was sure that his career would be tarnished even if it wasn't even his fault. The thing that was probably holding them back was the lack of evidence. The kind of evidence that would only indict Jun and not their precious selves. They don't have that kind of evidence, he muttered. Unless. Jun's eyes strayed toward Dan once more, and at that moment, it seemed as if he was looking at him, too. Dan smiled at him, to which he responded with a small nod before looking away. Unless there was a reason why Jun was called on his own here with Dan. A few more boring conversations later, the event had finally come to an end. The sun had already set when the higher-ups decided to wrap the party up. In the absence of the public's participation, they decided to bring out some alcohol. Jun was enjoined by them, but he denied, knowing that there were still fans waiting outside the cafe. From his periphery, he saw Dan speaking with Lei, but he acted like he couldn't see such a scene. Jun, and said, Jimin and I are heading out now. She has a shoot early in the morning. Jun straightened his posture and nodded. Take care. See you when I see you. And nodded. We'll definitely see each other more now. Jimin also waved her hand at Jun. Thanks for accompanying us, senior. Jun bowed and watched as they left. Just in time, he felt someone pat his back. He turned to Dan with a curt smile. You ready to go? Jun hummed, and with that, he followed Dan to their car along with some security guards. Indeed, some fans were still waiting outside the cafe, so Jun took the courtesy to smile at them, appreciating how they had waited for so long. Some fans are really dedicated, huh? He asked as they got inside the car. What kind of people would wait outside a venue for more than 4 hours just to get a glimpse of their favorite, handsome idol? Jun held back the urge to say something insulting. Well, it's not like they're harming anyone, Jun muttered. In this life, where we're all focused on money, fame, and making it to the top, isn't it nice to have something you're interested in, one that would make you wait outside for a couple of hours? One that would make you uselessly happy. Those innocent things, don't you think it's nice? He asked. Dan was silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Do you still have some of that water? Jun asked after a while. Yeah, Dan smirked. It's in the same place. Thanks, Jun said, opening the compartment and grabbing another water bottle. He paused for a moment when he saw something at the back, a seemingly innocent pack of pills. However, he quickly closed the compartment before Dan became suspicious. They continued their drive to the dorm, but Jun still couldn't shake away the feeling that Dan was going to do something strange. Just then, a cheery ringtone rang in the car. Oh, sorry, Dan chuckled. That's my phone connected to the Bluetooth of the car. You don't mind if I answer, do you? Jun shrugged and kept his gaze on the scenery beyond the window. No, go ahead, he said. Thanks, Dan said before turning on the call. Dan, a deep voice rang inside the car. Finally, you answered. Dan straightened his back and cleared his throat. Mr. Kim, Dan said. Sorry, sir. I was caught up in an event. It ended just now. Of course, I know. The guy, Mr. Kim, responded. Lei told me that it had ended, so I'm calling you. I heard you're back in the business. Jun's eyebrows raised in inquiry. Business? He muttered. Ah, yes, Dan awkwardly said. I left my past company a while ago and decided to come back to the industry. I see, Mr. Kim said. Well, as you know, I am here at sundown. We've met here plenty of times before, and I enjoyed those times. As someone who had done you plenty of favors before, why won't you come here and pour me a drink? Maybe even give me a gift? Jun pursed his lips. The way they spoke was in riddles. Jun already had his suspicions that this gift and this business wasn't the normal kind. Well, you see, sir. Come on, the man urged. Just for a little bit. I just signed a huge deal, and I heard you might be wanting something. All right, sir, Dan said before the man could finish his statement. I'll be there in a few. Good, the man chuckled. I'm looking forward to your gift. With that, the call ended. Jun's mind was running with questions. However, there was one thing certain. He's not going home tonight. Sorry for that, Dan said. It's all right, Jun responded, his gaze still on the window. However, his eyes weren't focused on the scenery anymore. Instead, it was on Dan's reflection, who was oblivious to Jun's actions. Dan was silent for a few moments before he cleared his throat. You know how it is in this industry. A person does you a favor once, and he thinks that you owe him forever. Dan tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and clicked his tongue. I've already paid off my favors, too, but it seems like he found out that I'm back to work. In fact, the Sundown Club is already near here. Can you do me a favor? He suddenly asked. Jun covered his mouth for a second before turning to Dan. What is it? He asked. Well, you see, that man doesn't seem to respect my time whenever he meets me all alone. However, if I come with someone else, he would let me go sooner. Jun raised one eyebrow. You want me to accompany you to a club? It's not a club, Dan quickly clarified. Well, the exterior is a club, but we're going to the VIP lounge, where there are only important people. It is a dignified place, do not worry. Then, Dan sighed and focused on the road once more. But, it's all right if you don't want to. I completely understand. I'll go, Jun said, shifting his gaze to the window once more. There was an undeniable smirk playing on Dan's lips. However, he wasn't the only one. Jun was smirking too. Number 836. Chapter 836, A Familiar Scenery. At least Dan wasn't lying when he said it would be a nice club. As Jun entered the black one-story building, he quickly realized that it was the fanciest club he had ever been in. The clubs he went to when he was still in White Tiger couldn't even come close to it. This only added to Jun's hypothesis that Mr. Kim was someone important, probably one with a lot of money. Jun wore his cap and mask as they walked through the bar. There were a lot of people, and he didn't want to risk getting his photo taken. He knew the dangers of his decision to come here, so he needed to be extra careful. With that, he kept an eye out for people who might have their phones out. Fortunately, they were all too busy dancing and eating each other's faces. Jun found something more interesting in the club. It seemed like his fashion craze had also reached such an audience. There were a lot of people wearing oversized shirts and faded sweatpants as they danced to the raunchy music. They finally arrived at the VIP lounge. Jun's expression hardened. Despite being a nice club, it also has the same concept as the other clubs that Jun had been in. The VIP area had an open area, which consisted of old men and younger, attractive people who were there to entertain them. However, alongside the open areas were the enclosed spaces, where the real magic usually happened. And by magic, Jun wasn't pertaining to the good kind. We're here, Dan said, stopping in front of the largest door in the room. Jun gestured for him to go in first. Dan knocked before opening the door. As soon as he entered, there was a series of exclamations within the room. Another suspicion of Jun's had been ticked off. This wasn't the first time Dan was meeting such people. It's been so long. We missed you, Dan. We missed your little gifts, too. Are you here all alone? Dan stopped at the doorway and glanced at Jun. No, I'm here with someone else, he said. With that, he gestured for Jun to come inside. Jun entered the room, already knowing what to expect. The room was filled with a mixture of nasty perfume, alcohol, and sex. A boy, one of the old men exclaimed. That's a good thing. Mr. Kim is actually looking for Dash. Dan cleared his throat before the old man could finish his statement. Meanwhile, Jun wandered his eyes around the room. There were only a few people inside the room, and he could quickly segregate who was there for their money and who was there because they needed it. Let me introduce you guys, Dan said. These are some of my coworkers from before. They're all in the entertainment industry. Jun nodded before removing his cap and mask. As soon as his face was revealed, gasps were heard inside the room. It wasn't only because of Jun's breathtaking handsomeness, but because of his fame. They couldn't believe that a star like him would come to a place like this. Their eyes showed intrigue, and he quickly became the center of attention, with everyone wanting to get close to him, mostly for sexual reasons. A face like Jun's only came around once in 1,000 years, and being able to spend a night with someone like that must feel like heaven. Nice to meet you all, Jun said. Dan's my manager's proxy for the day, so he asked me to join him here for a short while. Please take care of me. Feigning innocence. That was the first step of Jun's plan. Right? Dan chuckled. Where's Mr. Kim, by the way? He met some investors in another room. Another man answered. He'd be back after a while. You can sit while waiting. Dan and Jun nodded before sitting on the middle couch. As Jun walked past them, they felt their amazement increase. He really did appear like a star. Dan quickly talked to his colleagues while Jun sat quietly, just observing the interior of the room. Escape routes. There was one at the right, barely visible. This must be where the important people leave. Through during police raids. CCTV cameras. As expected, there were none. They knew that having such would only increase their chances of getting caught. Do you want a drink? Dan asked after a while. Jun pursed his lips and nodded, taking the glass. Dan watched him intently as he took a swig with half of the glass emptied. Then, Dan went back to talking with his colleagues. With that, Jun took out the water bottle from Dan's compartment to take away the bad taste from his mouth. You're not a fan of alcohol? A young man asked, dressed in tight clothes. Jun turned to them 3 people who appeared to be around his age, maybe even younger. There was another one like them, but she was on the lap of one of the old men in the room. MHHM, you could say that, Jun responded. The 3 were silent for a few moments, just glancing knowingly at each other. Jun's eyebrows raised in inquiry. Oh, it's nothing, one of the girls with short hair said. We just can't believe that you're this good looking. Oh, Jun said, looking down at his lap. I just came from a schedule, so I'm all made up. I don't think it's the makeup, the young man said. I think it's just your face. You're really a different breed, bro. No wonder your group is so popular these days. Jun shook his head in amusement. Well, it seemed like they were a decent group of people, so Jun felt like his plan would go smoother than anticipated. What's your guy's name? Jun asked, wanting to know how to address them. Right, the short-haired girl chuckled. My name's Haley. You can call me Hale. I'm Hyuk, the guy said. And I'm Allison, the girl with platinum blonde hair said. You can just call me Ollie. Jun nodded. Aliases? He asked. Hyuk smiled and nodded. Of course, he said. Everyone goes by aliases here. Well, it's not really an alias but a stage name. Yeah, that's what I would like to call it. Jun nodded. Trainees. He was 100% sure that these kids were trainees. Just then, Jun felt a pat on his shoulder. We're heading out for a smoke, Jun, Dan said. Mr. Kim is taking longer than usual. Is that all right with you? Jun nodded. Yeah, be back soon. Dan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. All right, we'll be back soon. We want to smoke here, but the last time they did that, the smoke alarms went off, he chuckled. It's perfectly fine, Jun said. You can leave me alone. Dan nodded. All right, I'll see you later. With that, he went out of the room with his colleagues, laughing to themselves. Number 837. Chapter 837. Jun, the Great Helper, strikes again. Dan's smile fell as soon as he left the room. He felt shitty for kissing up to Jun's ass, but he also knew it was necessary. Jun's really something, huh? An employee from Esper Entertainment said. No wonder Eve is beating Okta in terms of popularity. His face alone could start a war. Is he your gift for Mr. Kim? Another past colleague asked. Dan nodded as he blew out some smoke. They chuckled. And you said you were leaving the industry. I just left Phoenix, Dan said. Kim Young-do is nothing without the big boss. He wants us to treat trainees better now. Talking about ethics and shit when he's not a clean man either. I'm surprised Jun followed you, though. Are you sure a big star like him wants to go here? Dan smirked as he puffed his cigarette once more. It doesn't matter, Dan said. His sympathy is enough for him to stay here. As long as I play innocent, he'd cave in. Besides, he won't be able to do anything since he'd be passed out later anyway. They looked at him with raised eyebrows. You put something in his drink? Dan smirked. I don't know, he innocently said. Let's just say that I'm getting that property investment by the end of this night. With Dan's statement, they all burst into laughter. Jun, on the other hand, felt it was the perfect time to get some information from these trainees. Jun was about to speak when the girl who was on one of the men's laps exclaimed in disgust as soon as they were gone. Fuck, she cursed. Do we have to do all of this shit just to get our name out there? I felt that man's hard-on as I was sitting on his lap, and it felt like a deformed cactus. That bad? Hayek asked. The girl nodded and sat right beside Ollie. Oh, where are my manners? She said when she saw Jun. Hi, my name is Scarlett. You can call me Scar. I'm an aspiring actress who has yet to land any supporting roles. Jun took her hand and nodded curtly. Nice to meet you, Scar. Scar was dumbfounded for a moment as she stared at Jun's face. Wow, she couldn't help but say. They're right. You really have no pores at all. Jun chuckled. That's an exaggeration. It's really not, she exclaimed. Are you made of porcelain or something? Now, I kind of understand why I'm stuck without roles. If you're the kind of people that we fight with on a daily basis, then it's understandable. Being an actress isn't all about looks, though, Jun said as he looked at the drink before him. Isn't your acting skills the most important? That I agree with, Scar said. However, there's something even more important than those two combined. Jun looked up at them with curiosity. The 4 of them turned to each other with knowing looks. Money, they exclaimed at the same time. Jun couldn't help but chuckle as they jinxed each other. However, his expression quickly became serious when he realized that this must be their coping mechanism. Is that why you're all here? Jun asked, breaking their celebration. Hale pursed her lips before slowly nodding. I guess, she said. Jun hummed. Ollie skeptically looked at him. You're not judging us, right? Jun leaned against his seat before shaking his head. No, why would I? You wouldn't be here if you were not desperate enough. This must be the last measure for you. You feel like you've already exhausted all your resources. You're doing your best, but it's never good enough. You see your friends enjoying their lives and wonder when that time will come for you, when the universe will finally be on your side. So, having nothing to lose, you go to this place. You feel like this is your last chance. You have already sacrificed so much for your dreams, so what more can you not sacrifice? I do think that this means would only give short-lasting results. However, who am I to judge when you feel that this is your chance? They were all stunned after Jun said those words. How can you summarize it so well? Scar muttered. Bro, Hyuk said, placing his hand on his shoulder. You really deserve your fame. You're an angel. Ollie placed her hand over her chest. I'm so touched, she said. I didn't think you would be able to understand how we feel. Jun shrugged. It's just how I think. Hill smiled at Jun. You're a good man. Jun shook his head in amusement. I'm assuming that you know why we're here then. Hale started off. Yeah, Hyuk-chan. So, why did you come here despite all of that? Or did you not have a clue about Sir Dan? He's famous here for bringing fresh meat and gifting them to these rich men to gain some favors. Jun chuckled. Well, it seems like you guys know a lot about this place. They knowingly looked at each other. Well, we're the last ones here since we only do certain favors. Maybe it's also the reason why. I haven't gotten a role just yet, Scar said. The guys you're doing favors for are not powerful enough to give you such things, Jun said, knowing the intention of such people. They just make it seem like they could help you, but in terms, they're also kissing someone's ass. Hyuk sighed deeply. I fucking knew it. I was just too desperate to accept it. Jun looked at their distressed faces and pulled something out from his wallet. You're all aspiring actors? Jun asked. Scar and Hyuk are, Ollie said. Hale and I are independent idol trainees, hoping to get recruited into big companies. Jun pursed his lips and gave Ollie and Hale a calling card. This is for Minter Gun's dance studio, he said. Hone your skills and audition in Phoenix. They're still recruiting this time, I believe. You can also have free vocal lessons from Miss G, Hyun's studio. I'll tell them beforehand. And you, guys, Jun said, handing them another card. It was given to him by director Jam, who wanted him to audition for the lead role of his upcoming musical. However, Jun still had too much on his plate, so he said he would think about it. Go to this site on Sunday. They're looking for extras. Just do your best, and I'm sure you'll make it, Jun said, knowing that director Jam was looking for roles for partygoers, too, which the two fit perfectly. They couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the cards. Why are you doing this? Hyuk stammered. Jun smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest. It's not for free, he started off. They looked at him with curiosity. I need you to tell me who Mr. Kim is, and why Dan is using me to gain a favor from him. Number 839. Chapter 839, Icing on Top. Dan's heart raced as he watched Mr. Kim eyeing Jun like he was the most delicious piece of steak. It seemed like his pill had finally sunk into Jun's system. The cup of alcohol he gave him a while ago also contained a tranquilizing drug, so there was no way that Jun could make sense of his surroundings now. Jun sat quietly, his eyes half-lidded and his head lolling slightly, as if he was barely conscious. Everything was going according to plan. Mr. Kim leaned back in his seat, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Thank you, he said, his voice low and gravelly. Bring me the contract by morning. Dan nodded, his expression calm and professional, but inside, he was already celebrating. Of course, Mr. Kim, he replied smoothly. I'll take care of everything. He turned to Jun, putting on a mask of concern. He even sat beside him and placed his hand on his shoulder. I just have to call someone, he said, his voice laced with false kindness. I'll be back soon to take you home, all right? Jun blinked his eyes open, but he couldn't do it for too long. With that, he just nodded in agreement, causing Dan to smirk. Dan stepped out of the room, and his expression quickly shifted to that of triumph. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, dialing Lei. Lei had been the one to suggest this little arrangement in the first place, so Dan was eager to report his success. As the phone rang, Dan felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him. He frowned, trying to shake off the sensation. Dang, he muttered. Their soju is strong. Or am I getting old? He chuckled. My alcohol tolerance is not as it used to be. Dan, Lei said, snapping Dan back to reality. Sir Lei, Dan said, keeping his voice steady despite the growing dizziness. You called early, Lei said. Dan smirked, leaning against the wall. Well, of course. I told you that Jun would come and join me right away. Lei chuckled. Seems like he's really more innocent than I thought. Well, how did it go? Dan smirked as he looked at his surroundings. The deal is as good as done. Lei couldn't keep the smile away from his face. Good, he said. You already have the contract. Have him sign it by tomorrow. Make sure to bring Jun back, too, and twist the truth. Make it seem like he wanted it. That way, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, Dan smiled. That's my expertise. Well, I need to go to the restroom now. I drank a little bit too much, and my bladder can't handle it. Lei chuckled in amusement. I'll entrust it to you. See you in the morning. With that, Dan ended the call with a wide smile on his face. He stopped leaning against the wall and was about to go to the restroom when he stumbled on his feet. Fortunately, not really. He was able to catch himself before he fell, even laughing in amusement. Looks like I really had a lot to drink tonight. Back in the room, Jun continued remaining still. It wasn't the first time he had encountered something like this, so he'd learned to recognize the signs. Feigning innocence was easy enough. It was a role he'd played before, after all. Now, all the other parts of his plan needed to work together for it to be successful. The men in the room with him began to murmur among themselves. Their hushed voices were filled with crude remarks about Jun's appearance. One of them leaned closer to Mr. Kim, a nasty grin on his face. You've hit the jackpot tonight, Mr. Kim, he said with a chuckle. That one's a real beauty. Mr. Kim's eyes never left Jun. Is he well behaved? He asked, his voice low and steady. One of the other men nodded eagerly. Yes, Dan gave him something to keep him calm. He won't cause any trouble. Just then, Mr. Kim's phone rang, cutting through the conversation. His phone was on the couch, just right between him and Jun, so the latter could see it from his view. Jun, his eyes still half closed, glanced at the phone subtly. Honey, it read. The irony of it all almost made him smile. Almost. He watched as Mr. Kim dismissed the call without a second thought, turning his attention back to the other creepy old men. That's when Jun felt it, a light touch on his hand. He held in the urge to barf as Mr. Kim started playing with his hands. Jun didn't move, but he opened his eyes just a fraction, only enough to see Hyuk looking at him. Their eyes met briefly, and Jun gave a barely noticeable nod. Hyuk understood immediately. With utmost care, Hyuk took a step forward, pretending to stumble. He let out a small yelp of surprise as the drink in his hand splashed onto Mr. Kim, soaking the front of his expensive pants. Sorry, Hyuk stammered, bowing his head in a show of embarrassment. I didn't mean to dash. Mr. Kim waved him off, his annoyance barely contained. What are you doing? One of the men exclaimed. Do you know how much that costs? It costs you more than your life. Yeah, watch where you're going, you clumsy imbecile, another chimed. Mr. Kim stood and took some napkins, wiping away his pants. It's all right, he said. These are going to come off later anyway. He even joked, causing the room to burst into laughter. Jun's face twisted into disgust, and it was a blessing that Mr. Kim's attention was on his colleagues and not him. Let me help you clean it up, sir. Me too. Yes, we can't afford to ruin the expensive fabric. Jun wanted to shake his head, feeling a bit of pity for the group of men. But then again, they chose this kind of life, and Jun also knew they weren't good people in the slightest. As the group of men kissed up to Mr. Kim, Jun saw something from his peripheral vision. It was Mr. Kim's phone, and it was ringing once more his wife. Jun subtly looked around, confirming that no one was looking at him. This was the icing on top. Then, Jun pressed the answer button. Number 840. Chapter 840. The Perfect Plan. It didn't end there. Hyuk subtly signaled for Scar to act her part out. Scar nodded and stood from her seat, the old men oblivious because they were busy tending to Mr. Kim Min-soo's pants. Scar's hand trembled as he reached for the bowl of snacks sitting in front of Mr. Kim. The man was still standing, his face a mask of poorly contained frustration as his dogs wiped at the stain on his expensive trousers. Scar's legs naturally gave out just as she had reached in front of Mr. Kim. She clumsily tripped forward. Desperately, She grabbed onto the first thing she could find, Mr. Kim's pants. The fabric slipped down far too easily, and, with them, the unfortunate man's underwear followed. For a brief, horrified second, everything was laid bare in front of the stunned guests. That wasn't part of the plan, Hale muttered, closing her eyes and turning her head to the side. Meanwhile, Hyuk pursed his lips to contain his laughter. This is better than the plan, he muttered. Meanwhile, Ollie was frozen in her seat. It looks like Texas. Time seemed to freeze as gasps of shock filled the room, followed by a dead silence that rang louder than any noise. Mr. Kim stood there, his face a boiling shade of red, as his eyes darted around the room. Then he lost it. Do you know who I am, you filthy little street rat? Mr. Kim's voice was venomous. How dare you humiliate me in front of everyone? His fists clenched as he trembled with fury. Jun covered his mouth to suppress the smile on his face. You're nothing but a pathetic, worthless piece of trash. How dare you touch me with your dirty hands? Mr. Kim's voice echoed through the room, seething with contempt. Or is it because you want some of this? He asked, pointing to his crotch. You're so desperate, huh? You want to get in my pants, is that it? You've heard of others being successful because of me, and you want to be the same? Well, unluckily for you, I won't do just that. If you had a prettier face, then you would have the chance. However, you are not up to my standards, he said. Then, gasps were heard in the room once more as Scar threw a glass of wine at Mr. Kim's face. Now, that really isn't part of the plan, Hale said in horror. Jun wanted to laugh out loud. This was actually panning out better than he thought. It was the best drama he had seen in a while. You think you're the shit just because you have money? Scar exclaimed. Yes, I'm desperate. But I won't touch your Texas-looking thing from a mile away. Scar's eyes widened with fear as Mr. Kim took a step toward her. Scar, Hyuk exclaimed. The events went fast. Scar tried to back away, but the old man was quicker. The slap came out of nowhere, sharp and loud, snapping Scar's head to the side. The sound echoed through the room, and everything seemed to stop. Jun, who had been monitoring the scene, felt his stomach churn. That wasn't supposed to happen. No one was supposed to get hurt. Mr. Kim, please. One of the other guests, a man with a slick suit and a nervous expression, tried to intervene. Let's get you dressed, don't we? You're going to have a great night tonight. Let me at that bitch, he exclaimed. Scar continued to stand there, frozen, when Hyuk pulled her toward them and asked if she was all right. Are these the kind of people you bring to my club? Do you think of it so lightly? Mr. Kim exclaimed in anger. The other workers rushed forward as if to shield Mr. Kim from further embarrassment. They bent down to pick up his pants, wiping away the mess, and trying to restore order. They treated him like a god who had been wronged by mere mortals. Their hands trembled as they helped him with his trousers, offering apologies that only seemed to fuel his anger further. And then, in a split-second decision, Jun fell to the ground, dragging Mr. Kim's phone with him. The phone clattered to the floor beside Jun, its screen lighting up with the call. Mr. Kim, momentarily distracted from his tirade, let out a deep sigh as he bent down to help Jun up. You clumsy fool, he muttered, his voice low but still filled with irritation. But then, something caught his eye. His phone there was a call in progress. Slowly, he picked it up, his expression turning from irritation to confusion as he brought it to his ear. Hello. Mr. Kim's voice was tentative, his anger momentarily forgotten. On the other end, a woman's voice, familiar yet strained, responded, What did I just hear? Mr. Kim's face drained of color as the realization hit him. Honey, Mr. Kim asked. The room fell into an even deeper silence as everyone realized what was happening. Don't call me honey. I knew this would happen again. I thought you had changed. The call ended, and Mr. Kim was left standing in disbelief. Then, chaos erupted. You ruined my night. All of you. You're trying to embarrass me. This was supposed to be perfect, and you've all ruined it. His eyes darted from face to face, searching for someone to blame. The other guests rushed to calm him down. Please, Mr. Kim. It's okay. It's not that bad. Shut up. Just shut up. Mr. Kim screamed, his voice cracking as he clutched his phone, his knuckles white. The desperation in his eyes was unmistakable now, the realization that his perfect night had been ruined beyond repair sinking in. In the midst of the chaos, Jun saw his chance. He locked eyes with Hyuk, who had been standing near the edge of the room. Jun gave a subtle nod, then gestured toward the secret exit hidden behind a curtain. Hyuk understood immediately, and with a quick signal, he got the others moving. One by one, they slipped out through the exit. The guests were too distracted by Mr. Kim's meltdown to notice, their focus entirely on trying to contain the situation before it spiraled even further out of control. It wasn't until several minutes later, when Mr. Kim finally paused to catch his breath, that someone noticed. "Where are they?" a guest whispered, looking around the room in confusion. "Where did they go?" Panic spread among the remaining guests as they realized that Jun and his group were gone and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Dan lay passed out, completely oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded outside. Number 841. Chapter 841, Too Dazzling. It felt as if Jun could still hear the screams inside the VIP room as he entered Hyuk's beat-up car. Fortunately, the fresh night air calmed him down, taking away the unpleasant sensations that lingered in his system. The five of them sat in Hyuk's old car, still trying to internalize what had happened. "Holy hell," Hyuk muttered. "I can't believe we just did that," Scar said, staring out into the distance. "That was the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life," Hale added. Jun pursed his lips, suddenly feeling guilty for dragging them into such a mess. "I'm sorry. It was awesome," Hyuk suddenly exclaimed, catching Jun by surprise. "Hell yeah," Ollie chimed. Seeing them look so hopeless was so satisfying. "I bet they don't even know that we've already left the room." Hale nodded in agreement. "I feel free, like a thorn had been plucked out of my throat. I don't want to go back to this place again." Jun frowned in confusion. "Wait, you guys aren't upset?" They turned to the handsome man in inquiry, still amazed that someone like him had graced their presence. "Why would we be?" Hyuk asked. "We just showed those nasty men their place. And we also met you in the process, and you've given us more opportunities than we could ever have in that club." Jun scratched the back of his neck and faced Scar, noting her scarlet cheek. "Are you all right?" he asked. That was a hard hit. Jun frowned when Scar's face became even redder. She looked away from Jun and nodded. "I'm okay," she smiled. "This is nothing. He didn't even hit me that hard. I swear I've already forgotten about it." Jun nodded. "That's good. Make sure to ice it when you get home." Then, Jun glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearing midnight. Not only that, but there were countless texts and missed calls from his members. "Akira, why aren't you here yet? You're supposed to be home by now. Jisung, bro, where are you? I'm going to cry if you don't come soon. Casper, please tell me you're okay. Casper, if you need help, blink 3 times. Jay, where are you? Jay, Jun, I'm being serious. Dan is not answering my questions, too." Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Do you guys mind driving me toward the dorm?" he asked. "We don't mind at all," Hyuk said. "Right, guys?" "Yeah," Ollie smiled. "It'll be our honor." "Thanks," Jun muttered. "It's in this street," he said, showing the location on his phone. "Got it," Hyuk said, turning on the engine and finally driving toward Azure's dorms. Jun responded to Akira's text, saying that he'll be home soon. With that, he placed his phone inside his pocket. "That was really awesome," Scar said, going back to what they'd done a while ago. "How did you even know that his wife was going to call him?" Jun shrugged. "I didn't," he honestly responded. "The universe was just on my side at that moment. I didn't think we'd be able to execute it because we were short of time, but I felt that we were a perfect team a while ago." Hale exclaimed. Jun chuckled in amusement as they agreed with Hale's statement. "By the way, is it all right if we leave your manager there? Wouldn't you get into trouble?" Jun smirked. "The moment he took me there, he already knew that he was the one in the wrong. What I can do now is feign my innocence. In the end, he wouldn't be able to do anything because he doesn't have any evidence. Can you pass me the videos, by the way? I'll make sure not to expose your faces. In fact, this wouldn't go public. I'm sure Mr. Kim won't allow it," Jun smirked. Hyuk shook his head in amusement as Ollie transferred the videos to Jun. She also added extra ones, all heinous acts of Mr. Kim in his club. "I was too afraid to share these videos before, in fear of getting my name tarnished," Ollie muttered. "However, you inspired me, Jun. I realized that nothing would change if I just continued to take and take without retaliating." Jun smiled as he gestured to his phone. "Thanks for this," he said. "It would be a great help." It's time we started cleaning the entertainment industry of these freaks. They all nodded in determination. But you're really amazing, Scar added. No wonder you're a praised actor. I thought the plan would fail because you drank some of that spiked drink. Jun smiled and brought out the water bottle from his jacket pocket. Instead of it being clear, it was tainted brown. He had spat out the alcohol that Dan had given him. He only made him believe that he wasn't in his right mind, so he would feel complacent. They gasped in surprise. I didn't notice it at all, Hayek exclaimed. Ollie nodded in agreement. In fact, I wouldn't have known that you slipped the pill inside Dan's drink if you hadn't told us beforehand. A genius, I say, Hayek said, showing Jun a thumbs up. Oh, we're also here, he added. You can go inside the parking lot, Jun said. Hayek nodded and made his way into the underground parking lot. Then, he turned off the engine, feeling a new sense of accomplishment. As Jun fixed his items, they all turned to him with grateful expressions. Jun raised his eyebrows when he felt their gazes on him. Do you still need anything? He warily asked. They shook their heads. No, you've already helped with a lot, Scar smiled. We're just really happy to have met you. Hayek nodded with a wide smile. We'll make sure to not let your help go to waste. We'll see you in the same spotlight soon. Jun nodded. Work hard until you get there. They turned to each other with determined gazes before leading Jun out of the car. Just then, there was a flock of boys rushing toward them. Jun! Akira's voice rang through the parking lot. Jisung's sniffs could be heard alongside him. Where have you been? Rin exclaimed, looking equally as worried. Hayek and the others turned to the three members of Eve, who were all running to where they were. It felt like a real-time heaven simulation. Too dazzling. Number 842. Chapter 842. Witnesses to Jun's harem. Jun's new friends looked at the three other members of Eve with wide eyes. Jun was already a sight to behold, but with the four of them together, it was another story. They had different charms, and it made them wonder how such people came together as a group. Are you all right? Akira asked, inspecting Jun's body for any injuries. Where's Dan? Why did he leave you all alone? Meanwhile, Rin sniffed Jun's nape, making the latter sigh in frustration. Jun pushed Rin away, but Rin held onto his wrist and continued sniffing his nape. You smell like alcohol. Did you have anything to drink? He exclaimed out of worry. On the other hand, Jisung went to Jun and looked at him with wide and teary eyes. I was so worried, bro, Jisung muttered, his lips trembling in fear. You weren't answering at all. I can't imagine losing you, he continued before giving Jun a hug. Jun sighed and patted the younger guy's back. There, he muttered. I'm fine, Jun said. I wouldn't have been able to go home if I wasn't. I'm here now, aren't I? Meanwhile, the four, who were originally amazed by their looks, turned to each other with knowing gazes. Yowie, Hale muttered. It was only then that the members of Eve noticed their presence. Jisung continued hugging Jun as he turned to them. Who are these people? He asked, his voice filled with apprehensiveness. Jun was surprised by how cold Jisung sounded. Their eyes widened in surprise. Jun clicked his tongue and patted Jisung's back. They're my new friends. They were the ones who helped me come back here. With that, Jisung's face softened, and he went back to his shy self. He stopped holding on to Jun and went closer to them, bowing his head. Thank you for taking care of him, he said. It's all right. Hayek muttered. He also helped us, so what even happened? Rin asked in concern. I'll tell you when we get inside, Jun said. Then, he turned to his four new friends and also bowed. Feel free to reach out to me when you're in trouble. You best be going now because you guys had a long night. They nodded and smiled at Jun before leaving Azure's building. He waved his hand goodbye as the four of them left. Then, as he turned around, he saw the questioning gazes of his members. You have a lot to tell us about. So you're telling me that Lei's new assistant tried to drug you? Jisung exclaimed, his eyes wide. Jun slowly nodded. Yup, I caught it beforehand, so I was able to escape. Jisung clenched his fist and stood from the couch. Where is he? Jun shrugged. Probably passed out in the bathroom. I did a reversal and made him drink the pill he wanted to give me. That's my boy, Akira exclaimed. Rin glared at Akira and placed his hand on Jun's shoulder. Are you all right? He asked. Jun nodded. Yeah, nothing happened. I was able to leave beforehand. I left without a trace, too, so I'm sure there's no footage of me in the club. Rin sighed in relief. That's good. You should tell Jay about this. He already knows. Jun said, having told him the details in their car ride. Jun had just told their members of Dan's evil plans. However, he didn't relay Lei's real intentions. Jun knew his members. Once they knew Lei's involvement in all of this, then there was no way that they were going to sit still. With that, he needed them out of the picture. Jay was enough to help him. The last thing he wanted was for Lei to target his members, too. He cared for them too much to let that happen. Just then, Jisung started marching out of the door. Jisung, where are you going? Rin exclaimed. Jisung cried out in frustration. I'll beat those guys up. I told Casper about it, and he told me to use violence. Jun clicked his tongue. You already told that guy? Oh goodness, Akira muttered. I bet the others are having a hard time restraining him. That was, indeed, the truth. In a beach resort in Busan, the tall line used all of their strength to restrain Casper on the bed. Get the ties, Seth exclaimed. On it, Si-hoon said, taking some of Jay's atrocious ties and tying them around Casper's wrists. Like makeshift handcuffs. Casper kicked like an Olympic athlete, causing Jay to fall off the bed. Zeth clicked his tongue as he continued restraining Casper. Your only job is to hold onto his legs, he exclaimed. Don't mess it up. Jay groaned in frustration and placed his entire weight on Casper's leg. Do you know how strong this man is? He kicks like a horse, he exclaimed. Si-hoon, too, had a hard time restraining Casper's shoulders. I swear, how the hell are you so strong? He asked. Jun's fine now, Jay shouted in exasperation. Besides, you can't go back to Seoul now. We're going in the morning, anyway. I need to teach that Dan a lesson, Casper exclaimed. He hurt Jun. Zeth clicked his tongue as he pinned him to the bed. Rin told me that he's fine. You'll get to see him tomorrow. Just then, the door opened, revealing Choi Pablo, who had been their assigned photographer for the shoot. Pablo was about to ask them to have a midnight snack, but stopped when he saw them in a compromising position. Oh my, Pablo exclaimed. They all stopped as soon as they heard Pablo's voice. Their eyes widened when they realized the compromising position they were in. Si-hoon frantically shook his head. It's not what it looks like. Fun, Pablo exclaimed. I love BDSM. Meanwhile, back in the dorms, the short line also restrained Jisung. However, it didn't take as much effort as that of Casper's. So what are we going to do? Jisung exclaimed. Are we just going to let him get away with what he had done? We should report this to Sir Lei and to the police so that he'd get his karma. Jun sighed and shook his head. Jisung, I told you that it's okay. Karma is already underway. Jisung's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Don't worry, Jun assured with a small smirk. We don't have to do anything for karma to come. It'll happen on its own anyway. Number 843. Chapter 843, Karma and Bleach. 843, Karma and Bleach. Dan woke up with the sound of items clanging to the floor. He opened his eyes, his head pounding and his mouth dry. The smell hit him first, a mix of urine, stale vomit, and industrial cleaner. What the hell, he muttered. What happened last night? He felt like he had been hit by a truck and played with a bull right afterward. He blinked his eyes to focus them, and then his surroundings finally made sense. He was slumped in the corner of a dingy bathroom, the tiles cold against his skin. His body ached, stiff from the awkward position he had been lying in. He groaned and tried to push himself up, but his arms felt weak as if an elephant slept on them. Rough night, huh? Dan turned his head slowly toward the voice, squinting through the harsh light. A bald janitor stood nearby, leaning on a mop handle, looking down at him in annoyance. Dan tried to respond, but his throat was raw, and all that came out was a hoarse croak. Come on, get up, the janitor said. This is my last spot before I can go home. Dan's eyes widened in surprise. What time is it? The janitor frowned. Past 10, he answered. Shit, he exclaimed. It's that late already? Why didn't you wake me up earlier? The janitor scowled. It's not my fault you got shit-faced last night, he muttered. Dan frantically stood. His legs wobbled beneath him, and he almost fell forward, catching himself just in time on the edge of the sink. As he did, his foot caught on something hard. He heard a splash and looked down to see that he had knocked over the janitor's bucket. The murky brown water spilled across the tiles, pooling around his shoes. Watch it, the janitor snapped. Goodness, why do I have to stumble upon idiots every day and night? He started ranting. Meanwhile, Dan was about to run out of the bathroom, but the floor was more slippery than he had anticipated. Before he knew it, he fell back down to the ground, swimming in the shallow pit of filth and vomit. The janitor looked at him with wide eyes, and he quickly pursed his lips to prevent himself from laughing. Meanwhile, Dan gagged, the sight and smell almost too much for his already weakened stomach. "Well, I'm not going to lie. That made my morning," the janitor smiled. Dan groaned and wrung out his clothes before washing himself in the sink. It didn't do much, as he still smelled like feces, pee, and vomit. However, he had no time to think. June. Mr. Kim. The VIP room. What had happened? How had he ended up in this state? He needed answers, but the fog in his mind made it hard to focus on anything for more than a few seconds at a time. He pushed out of the bathroom and into the hallway, blinking in the brighter light. The hallway was deserted, and the club was quiet and empty now. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he fumbled to pull it out, his fingers still trembling. The screen showed a missed call from Lei, and as he stared at it, another message popped up. "Come to the office. Now." Dan swallowed hard, his mouth dry as sandpaper. He tried to remember, but the more he forced himself to recall, the blurrier the night became. He needed to get to the VIP room first. Maybe someone was still there. Maybe Mr. Kim had left a note, or maybe June was still around. Anything to explain what the hell had happened. When he reached the VIP room, he pushed open the door and immediately felt his stomach drop. The room was empty. The lights were off, the tables cleared, the couches vacant. There was no sign of June, Mr. Kim, or any of the others who had been there last night. Dan cursed under his breath, his hand trembling as he reached for his phone. He needed to find June. But when Dan called, the phone went straight to voicemail. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He switched to calling Mr. Kim, but the call didn't even connect. It was as if Mr. Kim's number had been disconnected or, worse, blocked. His phone buzzed again, another message from Lei. Dan cursed once more, shoving the phone back into his pocket. As he walked back to the parking garage, he kept replaying the few memories he had of the night before. June, who was drugged and helpless on the couch. Mr. Kim, practically salivating at the sight of the idol. And then nothing. He found his car parked where he'd left it, and he sighed with relief when he saw the keys still in his pocket. Sliding into the driver's seat, he could smell himself. It made him gag, but he forced himself to focus. He didn't have time to worry about how he smelled. "It's okay," Dan said, trying to calm himself down. "I'm sure they had a great time. I bet Mr. Kim is still with June." With his statement, his heart started calming down, and a smirk made its way to his lips. "That's right," he muttered. "The deal is as good as done. I just need to take the contract to Mr. Kim later to seal it." Then, he turned on his radio, the small space resonating with the sound of pop star Bobo Sawa's new song, "Karma and Bleach." "I threw it at your father. If I had a wish, I would have thrown it at your mother." Dan bopped his head to the beat, finding the song really good. When he finally arrived, he parked haphazardly in the lot and hurried inside, ignoring the looks of disgust from the staff. "Gosh, what is that smell? That smells worse than my ex's apartment. Crap, who the hell let that guy in?" The door to the CEO's office was slightly ajar when he arrived. He hesitated for a moment. However, he quickly reassured himself and pushed the door open. Lei was sitting at his desk, his back to the door, staring out the large window behind him. The office was eerily quiet, and the only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioner. Dan closed the door softly behind him. "Mr. Lei," Dan started. "I came as soon as I got your message." Lei didn't respond right away. He remained facing the window, his posture stiff, and his hands resting on the arms of his chair. Despite his initial courage, Dan found himself with sweaty palms. Slowly, Lei turned in his chair to face Dan. His expression was unreadable, his eyes dark and piercing. "You smell like Dada," Lei said, his tone even, almost casual. With that, Dan let out a chuckle. He was in a good mood. Lei must have called him to share the good news. "Yeah, rough night," he lightheartedly said. "But, about the contract. Everything went well yesterday," he continued, nodding as if to convince himself. "Mr. Kim, he had a good time. We'll get the contract signed today, right?" Lei's gaze didn't waver. He simply stared at Dan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Finally, Lei sighed, the sound long and weary. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Dan's. "Mr. Kim doesn't want to sign the contract anymore." Number 844. Chapter 844 Noir Jasang. 844 Noir Jisung. 8 hours earlier. What do you mean? Jisung asked, looking at Jun with a small frown. Well, the plan's still not set in stone, but it could if you would help me. Jun started off. Jisung straightened his spine and nodded. What do you need? Rin and Akira joined their huddle. We'll help you too. You see, I have these clips of Mr. Kim in my phone, but I don't have his contact number. The faces of the other people aren't blurred, too. The boys stopped in their tracks and looked at Jun. That's it? Jisung asked. Jun raised one of his eyebrows in inquiry. Yes, he deadpanned. I would ask someone I know, he started off, pertaining to Bo 1 and Haruki, but they're not responding. Moreover, it's hard to blur the faces when they're moving. They were still frozen for a few minutes before bursting into laughter. Jun frowned, feeling offended. What? He asked. I thought you guys wanted to help me. Akira leaned onto Rin for support, who quickly shoved him away. However, that did not stop him from laughing his ass off. As Jun watched them continue to laugh, he let out a long sigh and started making his way back to the living room. But it really is hard, he muttered, having already tried it. He had done it with photos, thanks to Minjun's help, but the videos were another story. He's sulking, Jisung said, clicking his tongue and slapping Akira and Run on the shoulders. Akira shook his head. You laughed too. With that, the three of them went to the living room to tend to their second youngest member. Jun, Rin started off. Come on, I'll do it. I have a background in video editing, so I can help you. Jun raised his head, still having a subtle glare, causing the others to look at each other with amusement. They didn't find Jun threatening at all, much more like a cat who didn't get what he wanted. Jun silently handed him his phone before crossing his arms in front of his chest. Rin resisted the urge to pinch his cheeks as he sat on the couch and started blurring the faces of the other people in the video. Now, where can we find his number? Jun asked, turning to Akira and Jisung. That's easy, Akira said. You can just search the internet. Jun frowned. You can do that now? I thought you had to hack into someone's phone or something. That's so old-fashioned, Akira chuckled. CEOs these days market themselves online, and I'm sure this guy has some kind of professional profile lingering somewhere. Jisung nodded and started searching for Mr. Kim's name. It didn't take long before he found his professional portfolio, one that included his contact details. Here it is, Jisung smiled. See? It's all here. That's amazing, Jun innocently said. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. I just searched his name, though, he muttered. I'm also done, Rin said. Jun turned to him with wide eyes. You're amazing, too. That was so fast. I tried to cover it frame by frame. Rin pursed his lips. I just downloaded an app, he whispered. Thanks for this, Jun said. Now, I just have to send this to him. Do you need help with that, too? Akira asked. Jun clicked his tongue. Of course not, Jun said. What do you think of me? With that, Jun brought out his phone and was about to send Mr. Kim the videos when he was stopped by Akira. What now? Jun exclaimed. You can't just send him the videos and expect him to see it, Akira said. I bet he gets thousands of messages every day. Jun frowned. Although he had been in the gang for years, he had never done things like this. Bowen was the expert when it came to these kinds of threats. Jun was more concerned with physical threats than anything else. You have to intimidate him, Akira said. Here, let me try. With that, Akira grabbed Jun's phone and started typing. You have 3 hours to live. Rin clicked his tongue and took the phone from Akira's grasp, quickly erasing what he had typed. Are you a criminal? Rin exclaimed. You can't do that. Rin smirked. In fact, I do, he boasted. He held onto Jun's phone and smiled. Congratulations. You have won a free luxury car. Akira shook his head and grabbed the phone from Rin's hand. Bitch, that's illegal too. Are you scamming him or something? He asked. Akira sighed. It worked on me before, he muttered. The two of them started arguing about what to send when Jisung took the phone. Oh gee, Rin said, placing his hand over his shoulder. You shouldn't meddle with these matters. You're too innocent for this. Jisung sighed and started typing on Jun's phone. The other three watched him, their eyes widening with every word he wrote. Then, afterward, he gave it to Jun with an innocent smile. I think it's best if we are truthful about this. That way, we'll be able to capture his attention because he knows that something like it truly happened. Akira absent-mindedly read his text out loud. Good evening, Mr. Kim Min-soo. This is coming from a concerned citizen. Recently, Videos of you engaging in unacceptable behavior have been circulating around in the corporate world. Fortunately, I stopped the spread before it got to important people. However, this is only temporary. The land, give it up. Otherwise, this might just be posted all over social media. Dang, Rin muttered. I believe that. Same, Akira agreed. Jun smiled and patted Jisung's back. He actually had a talent for this. Good job, Ji, Jun said. Jisung nodded and straightened his back, appearing like a cute puppy who had been praised for being good. And he's back to normal, Akira chuckled. I swear, you turn into a completely different breed when it comes to Jun. Jun stared at the message once more before hitting send. Then, he sent all of the videos he had gathered, knowing that it would do the trick. Number 845. Chapter 845 Victorious. 845 Victorious. Lei woke up with a huge smile on his face. He left the office early yesterday, leaving the swamp of work that came with being Azure Entertainment's new CEO. Truly, great power entails great responsibility. However, a certain level of power would entail lesser work, one where you can just pay or exploit other people to work for you. After White Tiger was dissolved, Lei wanted to have the same kind of freedom in the entertainment industry. He wasn't there just yet, but he was getting closer and closer to his goal. Just then, his phone rang, showing Mr. Kim's name. A small smirk made its way to Lei's lips. It seemed like Dan wasn't lying when he said it was a done deal. The old man was calling so early in the morning. However, his smirk quickly fell with Mr. Kim's starting statement. I can't buy the land in Dongdam, he started off. A deep frown replaced Lei's smirk. Sir? He asked, thinking that he heard wrong. Mr. Kim sighed. As I said, I would not be able to buy the land in Dongdam. I cannot invest my money in your company. Lei pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes as he tried to make sense of the situation. Did anything happen, sir? He asked in apprehension. Did you not have a good night? Mr. Kim didn't respond for a few seconds before his sigh was heard through the phone. I am only calling you as a sign of respect. I will not pull out my investment from Azure Cafe. However, I will not be able to invest in your new building. That's it. Wait, sir, Lei said. He pursed his lips since he sounded like he was begging. That was the last thing that Lei wanted to do, to beg others. Do you want to talk about this in person? No, Mr. Kim impatiently said. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not interested anymore? Lei's heart raced inside his chest. But, sir, it's best if we just keep our relationship through Azure Cafe. I don't want to be involved in other things. I don't want to be involved with your assistant, too. With that, he turned off the call, causing Lei to drop his phone to the ground. He stared off into the distance before a chuckle bubbled up his chest. He looked at his desk and saw an unsuspecting vase with a yellow tulip inside. His hand itched to grab it and throw it to the television, but he stopped himself. He wasn't in his territory. He still had a front to keep up. With that, he settled on his teacup instead. He grabbed the ceramic cup and held it in his hand, squeezing it tightly until it broke into 1,000 pieces. What? Dan stammered, in disbelief at what he was hearing. He won't sign the contract? How is that, sir? Everything went well yesterday. Are you sure? Lei asked, appearing extremely calm. Somehow, that made him appear even scarier. Yes, Dan said with conviction. Lei continued looking at him. Yes, he repeated, sounding unsure this time. He liked my gift. He continued to defend himself. He said that June was the most beautiful gift I've given him. They even went away on their own yesterday. Lei raised one of his eyebrows. Then, why is it that Mr. Kim left all alone yesterday? He asked. The cameras in the club didn't even capture June. It would have been better if June had been involved in all of this. Through that, Lei could have used something as leverage. However, there was nothing. Nothing at all. It almost seemed planned. Dan's face was drained of all its color. But we were there. It's impossible. He was going to sign the contract, he exclaimed. Lei massaged the bridge of his nose. What are you going to do? I entrusted this to you. Dan scrambled to get his phone out of his pocket. I'll fix it, sir. I'll try to convince him. I already did that, Lei said. Don't speak to him anymore. He's going to pull out his investment from Azure Cafe if you do that. Dan gulped and looked through his contact list. It's all right, sir. I still have contacts with other important people. I can clutch a deal until tonight, or maybe until tomorrow. That way, we can talk to the land owner by the end of the week. Lei laughed out loud, halting Dan's actions. He laughed like a maniac who had lost his mind, causing Dan to close his eyes in fear. The sound alone sent shivers down his spine, and it was only then that he was reminded that Lei wasn't someone he could mess with. What are we going to do now, though? I tried that, too. He smiled, showing his pearly whites. And guess what? Dan said. The owner's already in talks with another person. Dan felt like he was hit by a truck multiple times in several directions. His mouth went agape, and he couldn't close it anymore. What do you mean? He muttered. This was an exclusive sale. Not a lot of people know about it. Think again, Dan, Lei said. Who even bought it in such a short amount of time? Dan exclaimed. Lei clicked his tongue and shook his head. He also didn't know, and that was what frustrated him the most. The two of them stood in silence for a while, feeling incredibly lost, when they heard chatter coming from outside of the office. Lei's office was a one-way mirror, so he could see outside it, but those outside couldn't see him. At that moment, he saw Jay along with the members of Eve, who appeared to be having a fun conversation. Then, at the very end of the line was none other than Jun, just listening to his members. Dan frowned when he saw his state. He looked completely fine, like he wasn't drugged the night before. Then, like he could see through the glass, he made eye contact with Dan, causing the latter to hold his breath. And with that, Jun smiled in victory. Number 846. Chapter 846. Concept? I have no idea. The boys were currently in their studio, trying to come up with a concept for their new album. Although it hadn't been announced that they were going to have a comeback, the boys still wanted to discuss it. They knew that a comeback needed a lot of preparations, so they wanted to prepare it as soon as possible just in time for their first-year anniversary. Moreover, they had some regrets in the last album, and they didn't want history to repeat itself. Well, we already did a beach concept, Jaeyoung muttered. However, I do want to get wet again. They looked at their leader with wide eyes before collectively shaking their heads. I'm going to pretend that you didn't say that, Akira muttered. We need to think about the trends, Rin started off. What's trendy these days? They all turned to their youngest member, Jisung, who was already deep in thought. I guess racing? He asked. A lot of people like F1 drivers these days, and rightfully so. They're so cool. That's a good idea, Zeth exclaimed. Then, we can wear tight-fitting clothes and take them off under the burning sun. Ren's face twisted into a grimace, already not liking the idea. Except, Sehun chimed. Okta has already done something like that. Remember their debut song? Zeth clicked his tongue. Oh right, he muttered. I nearly forgot about it. It's been like what? Around. For 100 chapters. What? Ren asked, frowning. What? Zeth answered back. They all shrugged and continued their discussion. Well, we can also go with the royalty concept. Everyone keeps telling us that we're the kings of K-pop already, Casper boasted. We already did that concept with King of Kings, though, Jisung said. And technically, our last title track is also royalty inclined. It just wasn't done that well since it was filmed in a box-type studio. They all turned to Jun, knowing he was the member with the greatest ideas. Jun couldn't shake off the smile on his face. He saw Dan coming out of Mr. Lei's office a while ago, and it looked like hell had bent him over. Jun chuckled as he recalled Dan tripping on his own feet, too. Jun. Casper called his name, causing him to snap back to reality. Jun raised his eyebrows and looked at his members, who were all expectantly looking at him. What? Jun asked. Do you have a concept in mind for the new comeback? Jun pursed his lips. Right. They were going to talk about the concept of their comeback. The boys held their breaths in anticipation, waiting for Jun's genius idea to come through. Then, he shook his head. I don't, he said with a small smile. The others sighed in disappointment. Jay chuckled and patted their backs. It's all right, guys, he said. We still have some time. I went through some of Ren's songs, and I quite like them. We won't have a problem with the B-sides, so we have more time to plan the title track. You didn't show them to the production team, did you? Ren anxiously asked. Jay shook his head. Of course not. Ted is still there. I doubt he'll accept them because his music taste is crap. Your song's good to my ears. Jangmoon also listened to it in passing and said they would be great additions to the album. Rin sighed in relief. That's good, then. I'm also happy that you guys like the song. Jisung shyly raised his hand. I'm also working on a song. I hope you guys can listen to it after I finish it. The boys looked at their youngest member with wide and bright eyes. Little G. Sehun excitedly exclaimed. You've been working on a song? Let's listen to it, Rin said. Jisung scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. It's not done yet, he said. It doesn't have lyrics, too. I'll give it to you guys when it's done. They sighed in disappointment. However, Jisung reassured them that they were going to be the first ones to hear the song. With that, the boys decided to order food to feed their tired minds. Ah, that was tough, Akira said. Let's eat and think about it more later. Jae-young clicked his tongue. You didn't even make a suggestion, he teased. Akira stuck out his tongue and laid on the ground. They went on their phones as they waited for their food to arrive. Casper, who still had the VPN installed on his phone, went to Weibo and saw that their performance video was still trending. Our 52-foot performance is still up there, he said, capturing their attention. What? Jae-young asked with a small frown. But it's been like what? More than a week since we had that schedule. True, Casper muttered. I guess people like it because it's so peaceful. It's something that they don't see from boy groups that often. Peaceful, huh? Jun muttered. Just then, Akira brought up another topic. Look at this, he exclaimed. Junhee is gaining even more popularity after Every Day, Every Night. So, he terminated his contract with his previous company and is in talks with a new one. Oh, that makes sense, Jisung chimed. He was from a small company, and his popularity had skyrocketed so much. I bet he wants to sign a company with greater resources. I wonder where he's going to go to. I still don't like that guy, Casper muttered. Well, I don't really care about that, Akira said. I'm just curious about the second season. I heard they were going to have one next month. It did really well, so I bet they're capitalizing on its popularity, Jae-young said. I want to go, Akira groaned. Do you think they're recruiting? Jae lifted his head. As a matter of fact, I think they are. I heard that director Ramel was in talks with the company a few days ago. Oh, Jun needs to go, Jisung exclaimed. He's perfect for the theme. I agree, Zeth said. Rin raised one eyebrow in surprise. You don't want to go? Zeth quickly shook his head. No way. Did you see how they had to eat worms and raw leaves? I respect it, but I can't do stuff like that. Jun's more suited for stuff like that. I'll try to find out for you guys, Jae said, causing the boys to chatter excitedly. Just then, Jun's phone rang, so he quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile. He stood from the floor and made his way to the door. I'll be back, Jun smiled. The little devil is calling. Number 847. Chapter 847. You already know. It had been a while since Jun had spoken to Minjun, so he was more excited than usual. As soon as he arrived in the hallway, he pressed on the answer button and placed the phone before his ear. Minjun, he greeted. What's up, big bro? Minjun exclaimed. Jun frowned as soon as he heard his voice. Are you taking testosterone pills or something? Why is your voice getting deep? Minjun clicked his tongue. It's called puberty, idiot, he deadpanned. Jun pursed his lips. In the back of his mind, he already knew that. However, he still couldn't erase the image of the small kid that he had first met. How can a 7th grader go into puberty that early, though? Jun muttered. I'm already in 8th grade, Minjun sighed. Why are we even talking about this? Jun chuckled and shook his head. Well, why did you call? Nothing much, Minjun said. It's just been a while since we've last spoken. You also haven't been involved in a scandal for a while now, so I'm wondering if things are going all right. Jun clicked his tongue. Are you preying on my downfall? Minjun chuckled. Well, no. With your luck, I was just assuming that you would have another scandal or two. Actually, the airport outfit one was a bit close, but then you started a trend. I see kids my age rocking your outfit everywhere I go now. Isn't that great? Jun asked. You can see me even when I'm not there. Minjun sighed. Well, if my mom wasn't such a worrywart, then I would invite you to our new house. It's very big, actually. It's in the middle of the forest and appears straight out of that movie with a sparkling vampire. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Jun deadpanned. Of course, Minjun said. What did I expect from you? Well, anyway, it's really big. My mom's not home all the time, too, so it gets pretty lonely. However, she has eyes everywhere, so I can't invite you. Jun frowned. How are you able to call me right now then? My mom isn't home, he cheerily said. And I'm hiding in the washing machine while playing hide and seek with our workers. I've been here for 15 minutes and got bored. I reckoned that I would be here for a while, so I decided to call you. Anyway, when are you guys coming back? My classmates are all dying for new music from you. Jun smiled. Soon, he answered. Tell them that they don't need to wait for long. Is it really soon? Minjun asked. I know you have a new CEO since your last CEO is crap. Is he treating you better? Jun hummed. It's too early to tell. That doesn't sound like a good thing, Minjun said. You know, do you want me to ask my mom to help you guys? I'm sure she can pull some strings. Jun chuckled in amusement. Lena definitely wouldn't like that. I don't want your mom to hate me even more, Jun said. That's fair, Minjun muttered. Well, let's move on to another topic then. Did you know? Our monster landlady's selling all her land in our old apartment. It turns out that all the vacant lots surrounding it were also hers. I can't believe she's that rich, Minjun exclaimed. Jun froze in his spot and frowned. How do you know that? Jun stammered. For all he knew, it was an exclusive sale, which meant that not a lot of people knew about the land being for sale. Jun knew that Minjun's intel was crazy, but he didn't think it would be to this extent. My mom told me, Minjun said. Jun's frown deepened. Grandma and I have been staying in that apartment for so long, so it just made sense for her to tell my mom, he continued. Jun's frown eased, and he nodded in understanding. I see, he muttered. Well, that's all the news I have for today. I hear our canines barking already. I think they're going to sniff me out now. I best be going before they call my mom, Minjun said. Jun shook his head, still amazed with how ridiculously rich the kid was. Stay safe, Jun said. We'll meet soon. Yup, Minjun exclaimed. See you soon. With that, Minjun ended the call, leaving Jun with a smile on his face. Talking to the little kid was stressful at times, but Jun always felt happy with every conversation. He placed his phone back into his pocket when he heard someone calling his name. Jun. Jun stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around, already aware of who was calling his name. He neutralized his facial expression and faced the person. Sir Lei, he said, bowing his head in respect. Lei chuckled with his signature warm smile. I knew I saw you a while ago. What are you doing here? Just trying to make some music with the boys, Jun vaguely answered. Lei's eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, you guys are already planning something? Jun nodded. It's for the next comeback. Lei pursed his lips. I see, he muttered. They were stuck in silence for a few seconds until Jun spoke once more. Do you have anything you want to talk about? He asked. Lei lifted his head and met eyes with Jun for a second. Right, he muttered. I just want to talk about last night. Jun clicked his tongue. About how Dan took me to the club? Well, he got drunk pretty quickly, and I was uncomfortable staying there, so I left on my own, Jun nonchalantly said while looking down at his nails, appearing unbothered. Don't worry, he added. I didn't get caught by anyone. I also didn't create any trouble. Lei felt his temper increasing, but he continued smiling despite it all. That's good, he squeezed out. Well, you should have gone there yesterday, Jun smiled. Dan was all over the place. Maybe you should look into hiring more competent workers. Lei chuckled to hide his anger. I'll make sure to do just that. Bye for now then, Jun smiled. I still have a lot to discuss with my members. With that, he turned around and was about to head inside their practice room. However, Lei's next statement made him freeze in his tracks. You already know, don't you? Number 848. Chapter 848, The Time Will Come. Jun wasn't shocked, to say the least. He had already expected it. Lei knew that he was smart, and Jun acknowledged Lei's wits, too. They had been in a psychological battle ever since. Jun turned around with an innocent expression. What was that? He asked. Lei's smile didn't waver. In fact, it widened further, appearing like he was enjoying their conversation. You already know, he pointed out, crossing his arms in front of his chest. My real intentions. You already know them, he repeated. Jun mirrored Lei's position. At that moment, it felt like two strong walls were facing each other, both unwilling to yield. From inside the studio, Casper felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked around the room with a small frown. Who turned up the air conditioning? He asked, wrapping his arms around his body. He felt goosebumps all over his skin, causing his frown to deepen. Jay turned to him with furrowed eyebrows. No one did, he said. Casper clicked his tongue. Strange, he muttered. It feels colder than it usually is. Jisung shook his head in amusement. You must be hungry. You're already hallucinating, bro. Is that it? Casper asked, tilting his head to the side. Or is it because Jun's not here to warm the room? Meanwhile, Jun and Lei continued staring at each other. It felt as if they had finally met their opponent after battling for so long. I can't do this anymore, Lei said, the smile being replaced with a smirk. I know you already know. So what's there to pretend about? Beats me, Jun said. I knew since the very beginning. Lei bit his lip. What gave it away, he asked. Your eyes, Jun smirked. They never lie. And you can't really hide who your relatives are, Mr. Lei. It's a dead giveaway, he vaguely said, pertaining to Lei's resemblance with Lin Ji. Lei shook his head in amusement. I should have known, he muttered. It seems like you're one step ahead of me all of the time. Jun shrugged. It's no big deal. I'm just doing my job. Lei's gaze hardened as he gazed at the nonchalant idol. Up until now, he hated how at ease Jun always seemed to be. When he got first place in Rising Stars, and Lin Ji failed to debut. When they won King of Kings. When he took away Lin Ji's role. When Lin Ji died. It was then that Lei realized that he had never won against Jun. Not a single time. His hands were unconsciously clenched. Your days of victory are over, though, Lei said, copying Jun's nonchalant demeanor. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. What made you say that, he asked. I just beat you. Again, didn't I? Lei pursed his lips. That wasn't my loss. Right, Jun muttered. It was Dan's. Sorry, my bad. Lei's eyes narrowed at Jun. You know you're never going to have the victory you're aiming for. Our current positions are already enough testament to that, he said. Jun nodded. I know, he said. From the get-go, he knew he was in a disadvantageous position. Lei was his CEO. Jun was under his contract. Lei has more money and properties under his name. Jun had more influence. However, that was a double-ended sword. It also meant that he was laid bare in the eyes of the public with more people scrutinizing his every move. However, Jun was more desperate, and Lei didn't know that. Jun Hao might have been defeated by Laohu, but Jun would never allow himself to be beaten by Lei. With that, his eyes met with Lei once again. But that's not going to stop me, he smirked. Lei smirked too. Brave, he said. Very brave. I guess I like that we're the same. Jun chuckled in amusement. Yeah, you could say that, he chimed. In a way, we're really similar. We're both desperate. We have the same goal to change the idol industry. However, I want to change it for the better. Jun smiled, walking closer to Lei. You, on the other hand, want to change it so it can be yours, he whispered menacingly. Lei's eyebrows gradually furrowed as Jun looked him in the eyes. For some reason, the fire in Jun's eyes reminded him of someone distant. However, Lei couldn't quite pinpoint who. There was one thing certain, though he didn't like it one bit. You're going to regret ever facing me. Lei spat, slowly showing his true self. Is that so? Jun smirked. Even as you say that, you can't really get rid of me. Why? Jun provoked. Because I'm irreplaceable. And you can't afford to let me go. Just then, the door opened, revealing Jae, who appeared excited. However, he frowned when he saw Lei and Jun in close proximity. What are you guys doing? He asked. Jun continued looking into Lei's eyes with a menacing smile. Nothing, Jun smiled. Just a friendly conversation between an idol and his CEO, right, sir? Lei brought the smile back to his lips, acting as if nothing even happened. Then he nodded. Right, he said. I'm just asking Jun about what you guys are working on. Oh, it's their next album, Jae said. I wanted to discuss that with you, by the way. Sure, Lei smiled. We're already planning on it, anyway. Let's hear your suggestions for another time. Jae nodded and turned to Jun. Care to help me carry the food we've ordered? Those hooligans didn't want to help. Jun chuckled and nodded, following after Jae. However, just as the two of them started walking, Lei spoke once again, making them halt their steps and turn around. Jun, Lei called. Jun raised one eyebrow in inquiry. Yet, he said, but the time will come. With that, he turned around and walked away from the two of them, leaving Jae confused. The manager turned to Jun with furrowed eyebrows. What is he talking about? Jae asked. Jun's facial expression remained neutral. However, he finally realized why Lei said those last words. It was a response to Jun's last statement. You can't afford to lose me yet, Jun muttered. But the time will come, huh? Number 849. Chapter 849. The replacement is here? Jun didn't think that the time would come soon enough, though. He was shaken awake by none other than Akira, some of his saliva dripping down Jun's cheeks. Jun awakened and slapped Akira's face while wiping away the drool from his skin. What are you doing? Jun exclaimed. Akira didn't mind being slapped by Jun. Instead, he held onto his wrist and dragged him to their dining room. Casper cooked. Akira exclaimed. He told us not to wake you up early, so he cooked instead. Jun's eyes narrowed at him, appearing like he wanted to murder the older member. Then, why did you wake me up now? Jun exclaimed. Oh, because the food is done, Akira said. I'm excited to taste Casper's cooking. Jun shook his head and sat on his seat while Casper placed the food on the table. As soon as he did, the members all turned silent, looking at the questionable contents of the plate. Oh, is this broccoli? Sehun asked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. I love vegetables in the morning. It's a chicken nugget, Casper said. But I did put some veggies and herbs in it. Oh, Sehun muttered. A homemade chicken nugget. Casper excitedly nodded. Akira leaned closer to Jisung and whispered, I think this was a bad idea. But he looks so excited, though, Jisung whispered back, his gaze focused on Casper's smiley expression. And what's this? Ren asked. Flavored water? It's soup, Casper smiled. Why does it have ice? And why is it clear? Jaeyoung asked, sounding quite afraid. It's cold soup. I'm trying a new recipe, Casper answered. It looks like shit, Zeth said before he could control himself. However, Ren quickly covered his mouth. What was that? Casper asked with raised eyebrows. Nothing. Jisung chuckled nervously, not wanting to ruin Casper's mood. We'll eat it, he said. None of them wanted to take the first bite, so they all turned to Jun, who had just finished slapping himself awake. With that, he mindlessly poked one of Casper's green chicken nuggets and took a bite. The others watched him patiently, wanting to see his reaction. Jun shrugged and took another bite, causing the others to sigh in relief. I guess it's not too bad, Akira whispered. With that, he also poked a chicken nugget and placed it whole in his mouth. The others did the same, with some being more timid. How is it? Casper excitedly asked. There was a collective reaction within the room. Akira quickly spat the green chicken nugget, the chewed-up blob plopping onto the table like it was a piece of poop. Ew! Jisung exclaimed. What the heck is that? Akira exclaimed. It tastes like a weapon. The others, too, started spitting out the chicken nugget, causing Casper to frown. What did you put in it? Zeth asked, cleaning his palate with the clear soup. Fortunately, it just tasted like slightly salty water. Casper's frown deepened. Chicken, he started off. Barley leaves. That's it. Akira asked. So, that's why it tastes like a bomb. Then, he turned to Jun. How could you eat this? Jun looked up at them and shrugged. When he was younger, he could eat everything, so this wasn't too bad. It's not bad, he said, causing the others to look at him with amazement. Meanwhile, Casper jogged to where Jun was and patted his back. I knew it, he said. This is the type of food that Luther likes, too. The boys looked at Casper with wide eyes. You fed us cat food? Zeth exclaimed, running to the sink to rinse his mouth. Casper clicked his tongue. It's human food, duh? I made it for you this time, so it's human food. I can't believe this, Ren muttered, feeling violated. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I don't care what you guys think, just as long as Jun likes it. Casper happily chimed. I don't like it, Jun deadpanned. I just don't think it's disgusting. It doesn't matter, Casper said, already feeling fulfilled. Someone open a ramen packet, Zeth said after his session at the sink. Rin sighed and stood. I'll do it, he grumbled. The boys, along with Casper, rejoiced. As they waited for Rin to finish cooking the ramen, Akira suddenly came across a very interesting article. Holy crap, he exclaimed. The boys stopped what they were doing and turned to their member with raised eyebrows. What? Jaeyoung asked. I can't believe I caught this just seconds after it came out, Akira muttered. What is it? Jisung asked, scooting closer to Akira to look at what he was reading. Jisung also gasped in shock, covering his hand with his mouth. Zeth impatiently clicked his tongue. Well, don't just sit there. Read it out loud. Jisung nodded and grabbed Akira's phone before reading the article out loud. Breaking news. Junhee joins Azure Entertainment. What? The boys, with the exception of Jun, gasped in shock. Even Rin stopped stirring the pot for a moment to listen to what Jisung was reading. Junhee, the former D-list rookie actor who recently gained fame on PD Rammel's hit variety show, Every Day, Every Night, has signed with Azure Entertainment. Initially brought on as a seemingly filler member, Junhee quickly captured the audience's hearts with his genuine kindness and reliability, thriving in the show's unique setting away from the hustle and bustle of city life. The 2-week show, which had Junhee and other celebrities living and working in rural farmlands, revealed a side of him that many had not seen before, leading to an outpouring of support and admiration from fans. His newfound popularity caught the attention of various entertainment companies, but it appears Azure Entertainment offered the most enticing deal, even covering his separation fee from his previous agency. "Is this real?" Jae-young asked with wide eyes. "It is," Akira said. "He even has an exclusive interview." With that, Akira showed his phone to his members before playing the video. Jun tilted his head to the side when he saw that his pink hair was now dyed blonde, similar to how Jun did it during King of Kings. "What are your thoughts on Azure?" the interviewer asked. "I've always admired them," Junhee responded with a bright smile. "I love all of their shows. How does it feel now to be a part of it?" "I feel honored," Junhee said with a slight bow. "Although I had signed with an acting agency a while back, I've always had another dream: to become an idol." Number 850. Chapter 850, You're Not Jun. As soon as the news about Junhee joining Azure Entertainment broke through, praises for the artist and the company filled social media. "Wow, Junhee's joining Azure Entertainment? Who would have known? He said he's interested in becoming an idol. Do you think he's going to debut as an idol? That would be nice." He sang during the campfire in one of the episodes, and his voice was pretty nice. "Yeah, I saw some of his dancing videos back then, and he also seems decent. I used to hate Azure Entertainment, but since they have a new CEO, I agree with the collaboration. I like it so much." 3. I've fallen in love with Junhee after every day, every night, and I'm going to support him no matter what he does. Am I the only one who's reminded of Jun whenever I watch him? Omo, now that you've said it, I think you're right. He does feel a lot like Jun. Sorry, Jun. I might like him better than you. Have you seen the brand reputation for this month? Junhee's second, just right behind Jun. I think he might surpass him soon. What are these comments talking about? Casper asked, clicking his tongue. Jun's popularity is much, much higher. He has so many endorsements, too. But they decreased this month, right? Jae-young asked, turning to their manager, who was now in their dorm room. Jae nodded. Yeah, they've decreased. Jun shrugged. I don't mind. I don't like being swamped with work anyway. But even then, you still maintained your number one spot, Jisung chimed, nudging Jun's shoulder. Jun shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Casper continued to look at his phone with a deep frown. Rin chuckled and patted his back. Why do you hate him so much anyway? Casper sighed. I told you he reminds me too much of Jun. Then, shouldn't that be a good thing? Zeth asked. You're the number one simp for Jun anyway. Jun was waiting for Casper to counter Zeth's statement, but he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he continued ranting about Junhee. He reminds me of Jun, but / not in a good way, Casper deadpanned. I have a feeling that he's copying him. Really? Sehun asked. Well, he had his hair dyed pink when he first joined every day, every night. Now, he's blonde and has the same haircut as Jun during King of Kings. I noticed that too, Zeth said. Now that you've said it, I think you're right, Akira said. He's not nonchalant like Jun. Instead, he reminds me a bit like Lei, like his blatantly kind. However, the way he carries himself, the way he smiles, and even the way he dresses, it all reminds me of Jun. Jisung pursed his lips and nodded. Is that the reason why I like him so much? He muttered. Yes. Casper exclaimed. You're just far too innocent to notice it, G. He's even copying Jun's way of speaking. I've never seen Casper this proactive before, Rin said, amused. Casper turned to Jun and started shaking his shoulders. What do you think about this? Jun took another bite of Casper's chicken nugget, to which the other boys grimaced at. I didn't watch the show, Jun said while shrugging. So, I don't really know, and about the hair color I don't mind. I can't gatekeep a hair color now, can I? Casper sighed and shook his head. You're way too kind, Junhee. Then, he gasped and covered his mouth in shock. I can't believe I just said that. Junhee, that guy is getting into my brain. Jun shook his head. Relax. The guy hasn't even done anything. Jun only said that. However, he felt that it wasn't a coincidence that Junhee was now with their company. Since Lei already knew that Jun was aware of his real intentions, then he was sure that Lei was going to do his best to remove Jun from the picture. Let's see, Jun said. The Lanier ladies were practicing for their special music show stage, when and came in with a wide smile. Guess what? She exclaimed. The girls stopped practicing and turned to their excited manager with curious expressions. What? Era excitedly asked, bouncing to where and was. The other girls, too, formed a circle around their manager, sweat dripping from their temples after hours of training. I got some important information, and started off, causing the girls to become even more curious. Just tell us, and Mina chuckled in amusement. A new artist is joining our company, and revealed, causing the girls to look at each other. Is it Junny? Era asked, and smile fell. Wait, she muttered. How do you guys even know? It's all over Naval, Jimin said. I thought you were chronically online. You should have known before us. And pursed his lips before sighing. This manager job is taking away my time online. Well, that's one. The other one is I heard from one of the producers that one of you is going to join PD Rammel's show by the end of the month. The girls, who were originally amused by their manager's mistake, looked at her with wide eyes. What? Jimin exclaimed. PD Rammel's show? Is it every day, every night? Yuri asked, still in shock. Yes, and said, that's the show. It's quite popular, right? Quite popular? Jimin exasperatedly said. It's the hottest show right now. After the successful first season, everyone's anticipating the second season. How can you drop the bomb so casually like that? And shrugged. Well, I did say that I have some news. Do you know who's going to join from our team? Era excitedly asked, and shook her head. Nope, she said. I don't think they've decided just yet. However, this is a great way to promote your team. The girls nodded, already excited about the future plans of the company. Just then, May walked away from them. Where are you going? And asked. May showed them her empty water bottle. I'll go refill it and come back. And nodded. All right, we'll wait for you before the final practice. May nodded and went out of the room, whistling their song under her breath as she made her way to the water fountain. She quickly filled her water bottle and was about to head back to their practice room when she saw someone familiar from afar. He was wearing a cap along with an oversized tracksuit. May smiled in amusement. What is he doing here without his members? She muttered. With that, she walked over to him and pushed his shoulder with strength. You say that you're annoyed by my presence, but you came here to see me, huh? She teased. The two had grown closer in the time that May and the other members of Lanier were preparing for their debut performance. What? Are you too cool to talk to me now? May chuckled, about to tease him more. The guy turned around, causing May to freeze. You're not June. Number 851. Chapter 851, Bad Vibes. Indeed, the boy in front of May wasn't June. His back looked just like June's. Even the way he dressed and carried himself reminded May of June. At a glimpse, some could even say that the guy looked like June, especially the way he had his makeup done. However, he definitely wasn't June. June was more handsome 100 times better. May didn't say that out loud, though. She would get caught dead before she complimented June out loud. The guy snapped his fingers in front of May's face, causing her to snap back to reality. Then, he removed his cap, giving May a clear vision of his face. She was no expert in makeup, but she thought it was completely obvious that he was trying out June's makeup style. His contour was done to hide his slightly more prominent chin and bigger forehead. He was still handsome, but without all the makeup, May would reckon that he would a lot less like June. Then, it clicked on her. She had seen this person before. Junny, she muttered. Junny smiled. May, right? He asked. Wow, you're prettier in real life. I was starstruck for a moment there. This is amazing. I didn't think I would meet a celebrity on my first day in the company, he added. May pursed his lips. You're the celebrity here, she said, aware of his popularity because of his recent variety show and interview appearances. Oh, stop it, Junny chuckled, waving the compliment off. However, it was pretty obvious that he enjoyed it very much. May cleared her throat. Well, I'm going now. I still have to practice with my team. I'm sorry for pushing you like that, she continued. I thought you were someone else. With that, she bowed and left the guy all alone. However, his next words made her halt in her spot. You thought I was June, huh? He asked, satisfaction heard in his voice. Are you two dating or something? May frowned and swiftly turned around, only to see that Junny's expression had changed to a cockier one. What? May asked, only being able to spit out one word. You're dating, right? He asked. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone. May's eyes narrowed in suspicion. She had seen plenty of clips of Junny on social media, and He seemed entirely different from how he was portrayed on the show. No, May simply said. We're friends. Junhee chuckled. Boys and girls can't be friends like that. May pursed his lips. I'm not entitled to explain anything. However, what you're thinking is wrong. Junhee raised his hands in surrender. You don't have to be so mad, princess. I was just asking. May clicked his tongue, feeling her eyelid twitching. Sure, she said through gritted teeth. Now, if you'll excuse me. With that, May walked away from him, more hurriedly this time. She could still hear Junhee's chuckles from a distance, causing her to clench her fists. Bye, princess. So, that's for the third B-side song, Rin said after presenting another song to his members. Jun helped with the chorus. And the bridge of this one, and I think it turned out really nice, he added. Really nice. Akira exclaimed. It's near perfect. I still wouldn't think of it as a title track, but this has a very high potential of being our promoted B-side track. I agree, Jaeyoung said. The melody is nice and addictive, and we can have an intense dance break in the bridge, too. Really? Rin asked. I didn't expect that. Jun subtly smiled and patted his back. I told you they would love it. In fact, it was the type of song that could pass as a title track for other groups. However, the boys had something different in mind for their title track this year. They didn't know what yet, but it wasn't this. Nonetheless, they still believed that the song needed to be included in their album. In fact, we love all three songs, Jisung said with a wide smile. They're different, but somehow, they're cohesive. I want all of them to be a part of the full album. I agree, Jay said. Let's keep these three for now. The other two already have lyrics, too. Jaeyoung smiled in satisfaction. We're progressing so nicely for this album. I can't wait to show it to Astras on our anniversary. The boys nodded, also appearing excited. Anyway, send this song to me, Jay said. I, too, want it to be the promoted B-side track, so I'll take it up with the marketing team. Rin nodded. I'll send it to you. Sure, Jay said. Oh, our food is already downstairs. I'll take it and announce something important. Later, just then, Jun's phone rang, so he brought it out of his pocket to look at the caller ID. It was none other than Haruto. Jun's eyebrows raised in curiosity. Haruto rarely called him because he was extremely busy, so he must be calling for something important. I'll just take this, Jun said, and the other members nodded. He went to his room and closed the door before answering the call. Haruto, he greeted. Junhee, my little Junhee. Haruto exclaimed. How are you doing? Jun pursed his lips. Good, I guess, he muttered. Well, I miss you very much. Haruto said. Don't tell him that I said this, but Haruki misses you a lot, too. He's on his last leg of the tour, and he says he wants to hang out soon. Jun pursed his lips. Is that the reason why you called me? Why, yes. Haruto exclaimed. Can't I call just because I miss my friend? Jun sighed. I thought it was something important, he deadpanned. Haruto clicked his tongue. Do my feelings not matter to you anymore? You don't want me to call you, is that it? Stop being dramatic, Jun said. I'm going to hang up. Wait. Haruto exclaimed, making Jun click his tongue. I actually have something important to say. Jun sighed and didn't speak, letting Haruto reveal it himself. Phoenix's head. I think I might have a lead on his whereabouts. Number 852. Chapter 852, in Dongdam. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jun exclaimed, already feeling frustrated. Oh, I just missed you a lot, Haruto answered. I wanted to tell it right away, but couldn't because I was too excited. Jun massaged the bridge of his nose. Well, aren't you going to say it to me now? Right? Haruto chuckled. I almost forgot again. Anyway, let me tell you the backstory first so you would know that my story is credible. Jun pursed his lips. Make it quick, he instructed. Yes, Haruto responded. Anyway, ever since I found out that you were looking for the head of Phoenix, I started my thorough research. I barely slept these past few weeks because I was so engrossed in the case. It seems like it runs deeper than I had expected. Phoenix is a company that started back in the 1970s. It was started by a single man who had a passion for singing but couldn't pursue it due to practicality reasons. And how do you know about this? Jun asked. Oh, it was briefly stated in a book about Phoenix's origin. It was only a small paragraph, but I pieced it all together. Moving on, it was said that the man built the empire on his own. He didn't have a rich family or business partners or anything like that. However, like an empire, it was bound to get bigger. Phoenix wasn't known for its entertainment company at first. It started as a cleaning industry services, products, and things like that. Then, it became quite big, spreading to real estate, hotels, and oil, before it eventually established its entertainment company in the early 2000s. It still wasn't that successful then, but they never let it go. It only started booming in the mid-2010s, when they started debuting idol groups. So, Phoenix Entertainment is the black sheep of the Phoenix Empire? Jun asked. You could say that, Haruto responded. However, from my readings, I would say that it's the head's first love. It was the one he wanted to keep the most. Yet it seems like Phoenix grew into something that became out of his control. And that's the reason why he went into hiding. Now, there's no explicit text about this, but I would say so, Haruto continued. After the establishment of Phoenix Entertainment, I couldn't find any other accounts of him like he vanished into thin air. I tried speaking to employees from other entertainment companies, especially the old ones, about whether they ever had any interaction with the head, but they couldn't bring themselves to speak about it. There's something suspicious there, Haruto said, feeling his frustration mounting. But they didn't divulge anything. It seems as if they also want to erase his existence in this world. Strange, Jun muttered. Why would that be? Right, Haruto exclaimed. That's my dilemma too. Why are some hiding him while some are looking for him? It feels like a paradox. He's also the one we're looking for, right? Jun asked. Haruto paused for a while, causing Jun to sigh. Come on, he said, clicking his tongue. Stop creating suspense. We're not in a crime drama. Sorry, Haruto chuckled. I've always wanted to try. That. You say that he's the one we're looking for, right? Haruto asked. Jun hummed. That seems to be the case. That's what everyone thinks, and maybe, just maybe, that is the reason why no one has ever found him. Jun's eyebrows furrowed, slowly piecing the puzzle together. It's not him, he said. He's dead, Jun concluded. Fuck you, Haruto suddenly said, causing Jun's eyebrows to raise in surprise. Excuse me, Jun asked. Sorry, Haruto sheepishly chuckled. I wanted to reveal it myself, but you beat me to it. Jun shook his head. All right, you can say it again. So kind, Haruto exclaimed, going back to his true crime character. He's dead, he repeated, sounding like he just made the greatest revelation. Jun gasped in shock, acting as if he hadn't made the conclusion himself. It annoyed him to the core, but hearing Haruto's chuckles made up for it. I was looking for a dead man, Haruto continued. Then, one day, as I was continuing my research, I stumbled upon this very nice lady. It was a long day, and I was sitting on the ground. I looked like a mess, and she mistook me as a beggar. Understandable, Jun muttered. Wait, what? Haruto asked. Continue, Jun instructed. Well, she looked at some of my research papers that had scattered and figured out what I was trying to look for. Fate is really funny sometimes, he chuckled, because it turns out that the lady worked for the very man himself. Jun raised one of his eyebrows. And you believed her? Haruto cleared his throat. Come on, there's no reason for her to lie, right? She had a backstory and all. Jun shook his head. Well, at least it was better than nothing. All right, continue, he instructed. She became his maid when he became too busy with the company. She was the very first one in their household. She said that the man was very simple and had innocent dreams. However, the company grew out of his control, and before he knew it, it had strayed away from his original intentions. It became what he dreaded the most. So he hid, only focusing on the important things. However, the pressure was still too much, and he died of an aneurysm back in 2011, he concluded. She continued to say that not many know this, so it seems like a lot of people are still looking for him. Then, she proceeded to tell me to stop my search since it would be futile. I agreed with her, he ended. Jun waited for him to continue, but Haruto remained silent. That's it? Jun asked. What? Haruto exclaimed. I've already given you so much information. You have, Jun muttered. But you told me that you had information about his whereabouts. Oh, I do, he chuckled. She told me where he used to live. In Dongdam, Haruto concluded. Jun's ears rang as soon as he heard those words. In Dongdam, Jun asked. Where I used to live? Number 853. Chapter 853, Company's Company. Oh, right. Haruto said as if he just didn't drop the biggest bomb on Jun. You mentioned Living in that shabby apartment, right? Well, it's not so shabby now. I can't believe it's being developed in a business center in just 1 year. You should have stayed there, he continued. Haruto, Jun warned. You need to take this more seriously. Haruto clicked his tongue. Right, sorry. Well, he did live in Dongdam-dong, but that's only until 2011. I doubt you would also notice him. I know, Jun muttered, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. In 2011, he still wasn't part of any entertainment company. In 2011, it has been said that Phoenix Entertainment was still starting out. It's still amazing how coincidental all of this is, Jun added. I agree, Haruto chimed. Well, do you have any other information? Jun asked, feeling more intrigued. The case was getting more and more interesting the more he heard about it. What do you think of me? Haruto asked. I'm Haruto, of course I know more about it. I milked the shit out of that maid. Wait, that doesn't sound good. Anyway, I asked more questions, and it seems like the maid is still in touch with the family. Oh, Jun muttered, his eyebrows raising. However, at that point, I could feel that she was being hesitant. She only told me that she was invited to a housewarming party for his son's new home. And that is where? UN Village, Haruto answered. Where the rich people live. I wanted to ask more, but she didn't want to share anything anymore. Then, she gave me money and left. You didn't get her contact details? Jun asked. Haruto didn't respond for a while, so Jun took that as a sign that he didn't. I still have the money she gave me, if that makes it better. I could track the fingerprints dash. There's no need, Jun said, sighing. It was a bit frustrating how they lost their only lead, but at least Jun was getting somewhere now. You've done well, he complimented. Haruto beamed from the other side of the phone. Being complimented by Jun was one of the greatest feelings in the entire world. Well, I'll be sure to give you more details once I have them, Haruto said. Make sure to do that, Jun responded. Just then, his door opened, revealing Jisung, who was already eating the fried chicken that they've ordered. They called it a palate cleanser for Casper's chicken nugget. Bro, he called. Jay's going to announce something. Jun nodded. Let's talk soon, he said to Haruto before ending the call. With that, he followed Jisung back to the dining room. There, he found his members talking casually among themselves. Now, this is what you call a chicken nugget, Akira said, taking a bite of what they had ordered. Casper shook his head. Do you know how those are made? They're probably filled with GMOs and synthetically processed extenders. My chicken nuggets are all natural. It even has barley powder because Luther needs to live long. I don't need 9 lives, Akira said, popping another chicken nugget in his mouth. I'm happy with my GMOs. Everything is. Bound to kill you anyway. It's better to die happy than to live miserable. Casper shrugged and grabbed the synthetic chicken nugget, too. You're right, he agreed. Oh, Jun's here, Jay said, letting go of the chicken leg and standing in front of the table. I have an important announcement to make. Jay exclaimed. Do you have to stand? Akira asked. Yes, Jay smiled. This is a very exciting announcement. However, I'm still upset that we were only informed this morning. What is it? Jae-young asked amidst his bites. Jay looked at them with excitement. Are you guys aware of Ramel PD? The boys looked at each other with wide eyes. Are you finally going to announce who's going to be joining his variety show? Jisung asked. Jay chuckled. No, he deadpanned. I'm still clueless about that. Oh, they said, their shoulders slumping. Why did you ask us about him then? Sihun asked. Well, I'm sure you're already aware of Every Day, Every Night. But I'm sure that all of you also know a lot about his U-Watch channel. Of course, Rin said. It's like one of the most viewed entertainment channels. Well, he always has fresh ideas, so it clicks well with the viewers. Well, do you guys know about one of his ongoing series company's company? The boys turned to each other with intrigue, finally realizing what show they were going to participate in. Did Lei arrange this? Jun asked, also aware of the show. Yes, Jay said. It's scheduled for tomorrow since it's the only free time that he found in our schedule. That's soon, Jisung exclaimed. Yes, Jay sighed. That's why I still feel pretty upset. This wouldn't happen if I was the one who scheduled it. However, it's final. This is still a great opportunity, though. Esper Entertainment's episode was a hit when it was uploaded during the start of the year, Casper noted. Yes, it was really fun, Jisung smiled. Uno's quite funny. Company's company. It was yet another masterpiece of Ramel PD. Aside from being a successful variety show producer, he also had a popular U-Watch channel. It featured various artists, ranging from idols, actors, and models to comedians, doing random challenges. Company was something that started with Phoenix Entertainment. It was a show that allowed the artists in a certain company to show their bond as label mates, as well as their competitive side. Last time, it was Esper Entertainment. Topstar and Harmony also had their respective episodes. Now, it was Azure's turn. It was quite ironic. Azure was a company that one wouldn't expect to be in the show because they didn't have many artists. However, with Eve and Lanier under their name, it became possible. It was also a testament that Azure was making a name for themselves in the idol industry. I have one question, though, Casper said, raising his hand. The boys turned to him with curious expressions. Is Junnie going to be there? Number 854. Chapter 854. Eve, the big stars. The boys of Eve were currently in their van, waiting for their signal to come out. Jisung looked out of the window, but their view was occluded by a small house. In front of them were 4 other cars, moving once they dropped off their artists. Jisung looked behind them and didn't see any other car. He turned to Jay with wide eyes. Are we the last ones to reveal ourselves? He excitedly asked. Jay nodded excitedly. That's right, he exclaimed. I've gathered some information, and the very first car is Lanier since they've debuted the latest. The second car is some of the actors in the agency, while the third one is Junnie. Casper clicked his tongue. Why is he even here? He literally joined the company only days ago. Jae-young chuckled in amusement. He's still a part of the company, Casper. Besides, aren't you curious about his real personality? I know I am. Jisung nodded excitedly. If he's just like his character in Every Day, Every Night, then I think we'll get along well. Bullcrap, Casper muttered. Meanwhile, in a large garden surrounded by trees and flowers, Ramel PD's staff had gathered around, going through final cues and making sure that everything was in place. In the middle of them all was Ramel PD himself, wearing a simple gray shirt and sweatpants. He had an in-ear monitor and microphone in place while sitting on the grass. We're starting in a minute, he exclaimed, causing the staff to settle down. As they prepared for the opening, the staff couldn't help but discuss the events that would take place later on. Lanier is going in first, right? I've seen them before, and they look really pretty in real life. Do you know the actors from Azure? Not really, but they have a few hits from here and there. I bet they'll be great additions to the show, though. I think Junnie is going to be here. I missed him after working for Every Day, Every Night. Is he really as kind as everyone makes him out to be? Yes, he has the best personality. What about Eve, though? I still can't believe that Eve is going to be here. Aren't they like super big stars? It's so hard to recruit them in shows. We hit the jackpot. I don't think I've ever seen Eve in real life. Me too. Me 3. I'm excited to see them. Ramel PD cleared his throat and spoke through his small microphone. All right, we're starting in 3, 2, 1, he started off. The set turned quiet as the cameramen directed their cameras to the small house, which would serve as the entry point for the different artists. The girls of Lanier made their way out of the house, and the staff all cheered. Oh, so pretty. Ramel PD complimented them as they made their way to the garden. The girls bowed politely at the staff, showing off their good manners. Take a seat, girls, Ramel PD fondly said, gesturing to the chairs that had been laid out in the garden. The girls appeared a little bit nervous, considering this was the first time they would be filming with other artists for a variety show. With that, they took their seats at the very corner, waiting patiently for the other artists to come in. Next, Ramel PD directed. It didn't take long before some of the actors, along with the soloists of Azure Entertainment, made their way to the garden. Jordan Lee is in the house. Ramel PD commentated. It's been a while. You've gotten much more handsome. Jordan bowed and hugged Ramel PD before going ahead and sitting next to the girls of Lanier, who bowed deeply at the sight of the big senior. Meanwhile, the other actors appeared a little bit unnatural. As for most of them, this was a first. Come on, don't be shy, Ramel PD chuckled, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Go ahead and take your seats. There were 6 actors in total, 3 men and 3 women. With their arrival, the seats were quickly filled. I always feel nice whenever we film these episodes, one staff member chimed. It's amazing to see these many attractive artists in one casual place. The others nodded in agreement. Ramel PD smiled as the next person came in. He was very familiar with him, having filmed a show for 2 weeks straight with the lad. The others also turned to him with curiosity, as this was the first time they would be seeing him in real life. Era gasped softly as Junhee walked out of the small house. I thought it was June for a second, she muttered. Jimin narrowed her eyes. He does look like June. Mei pursed her lips and wanted to challenge their conclusions. However, knowing that she had a microphone on, she didn't say anything anymore. Junhee's arrival felt quite natural. He has worked with most of the people in the garden since they were the same staff that worked on every day, every night. So, undoubtedly, he seemed the most relaxed out of all the artists despite only being in Azure for a short while. Ah, Junhee, Ramal PD greeted, standing from the ground to give him a small hug. It's great to see you as always. Junhee smiled warmly at the camera. The other producers looked at the live feed with amazed expressions. I've said it before, but this kid really looks good on camera. Go on and have a seat. We still have one last artist, Ramal PD said, directing him to sit next to the actors. Junhee nodded and went to the seats. He bowed at the other artists, to which the others greeted back with a small smile and a bow. Ramal PD sat back down as they waited for the last artist to come around. There were 8 seats left in the garden, so it was pretty obvious who was going to come. Jordan was excited to see the members of Eve since it had been a while since they'd met. The other actors, too, were curious about Eve. Although they lived in the same building, it was hard to bump into them because they had a busier schedule. Junhee, too, paid more attention than usual. He had never seen June before in real life, so he wanted to see how special he truly was. Meanwhile, the staff members all directed their gazes to the door of the small house, feeling excited for the arrival of the big stars. Ramal PD brought the microphone close to his mouth. All right, let the last guests come in. Number 855. Chapter 855 Surprise Guests. 855 Surprise Guests. Stop pushing, Akira, Jaeyoung said, already feeling annoyed. But I'm so excited. Akira exclaimed. I want to play games and eat from their buffet already. I heard they have a really good one. Sehun shook his head in amusement. Of course, you're here for the food, he muttered. Akira turned to him with raised eyebrows. Is there something wrong with that? No, Sehun said. It's just fitting for your character. Be quiet, Zeth said. I'm trying to fix my facial expression. Rin turned to him with furrowed eyebrows. Fix your facial expression? Yes, Zeth muttered. I need to have a killer face as I go through that door. I'll be the first one to be seen on camera anyway. Meanwhile, Jisung's hand shook as he looked at the small door. The baby chick's nervous again, Akira chimed. Rin shook his head in amusement. Since when has Jisung not been nervous? June, on the other hand, was quiet as usual, just waiting for their cue to go in. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long as the door opened a few seconds later. The boys quickly turned quiet as Zeth made his way out of the door. With his appearance, visible gasps were heard from the garden. Zeth Sr. looks so handsome, Era muttered. Mina chuckled in amusement before shaking her head. They can hear you. Era clicked her tongue. It's not only me anyway, she whispered back. Indeed, the other actors also started muttering to themselves, finding Zeth attractive with his white shirt and leather jacket combo. However, it didn't end with that. It felt like a train of handsome men had arrived as Eve went in. Zeth set the concrete, and Casper strengthened it even further. Sehun, with his boy-next-door looks, also captivated the others. Then, Jisung was the fourth one to come through, showing off his shy and boyish looks, which had the staff members cooing in their spots. Akira and Run were the next ones to come through, having different charms. Then, the last person went outside the house, and they wondered if it was possible for such a person to exist. Different, a staff member muttered. Why does he look so different? Immaculate, you mean? I feel like we're being graced with an angel right now. He's not one of us. June, with a small smile playing on his lips, bowed at the staff members. It was then that they realized why Eve was such a big star. Just their appearance and aura alone were enough to fill the entire room. Ramal PD was also in shock. He had seen plenty of idol groups before, but Eve was the one with the greatest appeal. He leaned closer to his co-producer and whispered, "We did a great job at picking Azure for today's episode." The cameraman focused on June's face, and it was a different reaction from that of Junhee. Junhee looked a lot better on the screen. On the other hand, the camera didn't do June any justice. He still looked great, but it could not capture the beauty that he possessed in real life. Even Junhee was stunned as Jun sat at the farthest seat. He couldn't take his eyes away from him. As he continued looking at him, he felt a pang of jealousy in his chest. A small frown made its way to his face. However, he quickly reverted back to a cheerful expression as Ramal PD spoke through the microphone. "Good morning, everyone," he exclaimed. The artists turned to each other awkwardly before cheering. Ramal PD, along with the staff, chuckled in amusement. "Well, I can see that you guys aren't used to this, huh? It's something that we've expected since Azure Entertainment has been established primarily for their temporary groups," he continued. "You guys also don't have a lot of artists in the company, right?" Jordan, as one of the most experienced artists in the room, nodded. If the other temporary groups were here, then the atmosphere would be more lively. Ramal PD smiled knowingly before signaling something to his staff. "We had the same thought," he exclaimed. "That is why we have brought in the past idols of Azure Entertainment." Jordan's eyes widened while the others turned to each other with questioning stares. "No way," Zeth muttered, feeling dread in his heart. Mina stood excitedly. She was a huge fan of Girls' Evolution, so if her suspicions were right, then she would be meeting her idols. The artists in the garden turned to the small house, waiting for the door to open. After a few seconds, it finally did, and the first person to come through was none other than Nico. "We're here to turn this filming into a party," he exclaimed. Jordan stood and made his way to the middle. "No freaking way," he repeated. Nico, along with the other members of Boy Mystic, made their way to the garden, hugging their past center and leader. "It's been a while, leader," Nico greeted. Jordan smiled fondly as the other members also greeted him. From behind them, the staff were already arranging the chairs, adding ones beside May and June, who were both at the near end. However, it didn't end with Boy Mystic. The members of Girls' Evolution also came through the door, earning excited gasps from the other artists, especially Lanier. Kira was the first one to enter, causing Zeth to purse his lips. Rin turned to him knowingly, silently teasing him. Mimi was the second to come through, and instead of looking for her boyfriend, her eyes immediately searched for June, whom she hadn't seen for a short while. She nearly gasped when she saw June smiling at her. He had gotten even more handsome. How was it possible that he got more attractive every time she saw him? Her fangirl mode was activated, but she quickly calmed herself down since they were filming a show. The staff were delighted with the arrival of the past idol groups, already knowing that the show was bound to have at least 1 million views. Ramal PD chuckled in amusement as the atmosphere turned more festive. He allowed them to interact for a while before speaking into his microphone once again. "I know all of you are excited," he started off. "However, we don't want to film until sundown, so we need to get started." The artists chuckled in amusement as they settled in their seats. Ramal PD waited for them patiently. Once they were all settled, he spoke into the microphone once more. "All right," he excitedly exclaimed. "We have the amazing past and present artists of Azure Entertainment right before our very eyes. With that, let us now start with the filming." Number 856. Chapter 856, Guess the Person. 856, Guess the Person. Boy Mystic sat right beside Eve, with Jordan joining them. Girls' Evolution, on the other hand, sat right beside Lanier, who all looked at them with wide eyes. Mina couldn't close her mouth as Kira bowed her head at them. Jimin nudged her shoulder with an amused smile. "Calm down," she muttered. Mina pursed her lips and nodded before turning her attention to the cameras once more. However, even then, she couldn't ignore how Kira smelled like fresh flowers. On the other hand, Nico sat right beside June. It put him in a bitter mood. However, he thought that it was better than Mimi sitting next to June. Nico had seen how his girlfriend looked at June when she entered. Nico clicked his tongue and glanced at June. However, he found himself speechless as he caught a glimpse of him. "What's this?" he whispered. "Why is he so annoyingly handsome?" Ramal PD cleared his throat into the microphone, capturing all of their attention. They faced the cameras and showed their artist selves. Ramal PD looked at the crowd and smiled. "It's much livelier now. Now, I know that we called you guys here when it's nearing lunchtime," he started off. "Did you guys eat?" he asked. "You told us to skip lunch," Nico exclaimed. June's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he patted Casper's shoulder. "He told us that?" he muttered. Casper nodded and patted his stomach. "Yes, I'm starving." Akira raised his hand. "Are we going to have your famous buffet?" he excitedly asked. Ramal PD chuckled in amusement. "Well, It seems like Akira did his research. Rin nodded. He's a big fan of your shows. He watches each one. Ramel PD's eyebrows raised in surprise. Is that right? Akira scratched the back of his neck and leaned down to hide his reddening cheeks. I see, Ramel PD chuckled. If you really are a fan of my content, then I'm assuming that you already know what's coming next? Akira's smile quickly fell, already knowing the trend in Ramel PD's shows. Not everything was handed, especially those that his guests wanted. Those things needed to be earned. We're all not going to be able to eat. Akira asked. Ramel PD smiled. You got that right, he exclaimed, causing all of them to groan in disappointment. Jun looked around and saw their dejected expressions. He felt confused, but he didn't say anything else. For our first game of the night, we'll be having a Guess the Artist battle, Ramel PD announced. Once again, they groaned, now in frustration. It was one of Ramel PD's signature games, where he puts up a photo, and they try to guess who the artist was in just 3 seconds. 1344. Jun had seen some clips on Naval before, and he has never been good at them. He wasn't great at recognizing famous people at all, unless he had a real-life interaction with them. So, he already knew that it wasn't going to end well. Don't worry, though, Ramel PD continued. All of you will be able to eat. The artists turned to each other with relief. However, how you're going to eat will differ, he continued. They became confused, wondering what Ramel's PD was pertaining to. There would be 10 rounds in total, Ramel PD said. Each of you will be assigned one artist for each round, and if you get them right, you pass. You will be given something that you need to be able to eat at the buffet later. Ah, it must be plates and utensils. Jisung exclaimed. Rin nodded, patting the younger member's head. What a smart boy you are. As each round passes where you don't pass, then let's just say that you'll have a harder time eating later. Ramel PD mischievously smiled. Now let's start, he exclaimed, pulling out his huge stack of pictures, not giving the first person any time. He pointed to Jordan, who was now at the very end of the line. Jordan's eyes widened when he saw the first photo. 1, 2. Zenaida, he exclaimed. Ramel PD looked at him with surprise before nodding. Correct. You pass. Jordan sighed in relief while the others exclaimed in amazement. How did he recognize her so fast? Mimi asked. I nearly collapsed even though it wasn't my turn, Akira muttered, placing his hand over his heart. I didn't expect a foreign artist, Era exclaimed. Good thing he got it right. The next thing he knew, Jordan was being handed a big plate with a large spoon and fork. The others looked at it with wide eyes. That could feed an entire family, Akira exclaimed. Then, he faced the front with more determination. I need to get it right at all costs. The next artists continued. However, they weren't as good as Jordan. Being quickly put under the spotlight pressured them, causing them to splutter incorrect names. It brought about laughter within the group, and the producers of the show quickly became satisfied. It was Nico's turn, which meant that Jun was next. He was already praying that he got someone who he had met before, or maybe an old actor or actress, someone who was from his previous generation. Nico, Ramel PD started off, showing him the photo. Nico smirked before answering within a split second. Mimi, he exclaimed. That's unfair. Sasha called out. How could he get his girlfriend? Nico stood and pointed toward Mimi. It seems like the universe is on our side, babe. Mimi's cheeks reddened as the others began to tease them. Must be nice, Akira said, earning him a slap from Jaeyoung. Don't say that in front of the camera, he exclaimed. Oh, Akira muttered before covering his mouth. Too late, Rin said, shaking his head in amusement. The others continued teasing the couple, but Jun couldn't find himself to do so. For some reason, he felt like he wasn't going to get his question. Aside from Mimi, he couldn't figure out the other artists that they had shown. Settle down now, Ramel PD said, still amused. It's Jun's turn. Subconsciously, they paid more attention to Jun. The staff also peeked from behind Ramel PD to see who Jun was going to get. Oh, he got an easy one. I'm glad. I want to see him eat well. Ramel PD finally flipped the photo, and the others sighed when they saw the photo. Too easy, Akira exclaimed. 1, 2, 3. Wrong. They all turned to Jun with wide eyes, with the staff even gasping in surprise. Are you insane? Nico exclaimed by his side. Jun pursed his lips since he couldn't truly recognize the person in the photo. It was a man in a suit who didn't appear like an actor. It's the president. Number 857. Chapter 857. A Man Who Can't Recognize Anyone. Jun froze in his spot. There was chaos in the garden, with people wondering if he was truly smart. To be fair, Jun didn't know much about the people in their government. However, looking at the photo, it was, indeed, the president of their republic. He has hair, Jun exclaimed, trying to justify his mistake. They all turned silent. You're making it worse, Casper muttered from his side. Jun pursed his lips and stood from his seat before bowing deeply. Sorry, Mr. President. It was my mistake. Silence reigned in the garden once more before they all burst into laughter. How could we get mad at him when he looks this cute while apologizing? I think Jun is the only one who could get away without recognizing the president, Mimi muttered. He's so cute. I'm not the president, but I forgive you, Ramel PD said, finding Jun endearing. It's understandable since he does have hair in the photo, a staff member chimed, causing agreements to go around the garden. Jun sighed in relief and sat back down in his seat. Once again, he almost got into trouble because of a bald man. The president, Mr. Ong, Mr. Klin. But then again, Mr. Klin helped him a lot. Maybe he would come around soon once again. That is if he wasn't just a part of Jun's imagination. Jun snapped back to reality when Casper correctly answered his question. Luther, he exclaimed. Who is that? Junny muttered. One of the actors patted his shoulder. It's his infamous cat. His cat is even more famous than some of us here. Junny raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering just how big Eve's fan base was. However, it also made him feel greedy. Somehow, he also wanted that fan base for himself. The game continued, and only a fourth of the artists were able to pass the first round. When it was May's turn, she looked at Eve. Jun sighed and already expected her to pass. He knew that her sister practically knew everyone in the entertainment industry. She just loved watching shows, movies, and the like too much. It didn't even take her a second to blurt out the name of the familiar idol. Kim Chae-won. Correct, Ramel PD exclaimed. Wow, that was so quick. I didn't even get to take a look at the photo. The second round quickly began, and Jun began praying once more that he would be given a person that he actually knew. The prize for the second round was a normal plate and utensils, one that they would use for a meal in the office. It was a little bit concerning since it was still the second round. They wondered how the plates and utensils would progress if they were already down to normal plates. It's Jun's turn once again, Casper exclaimed from the back, already rooting for him. Ramel PD turned the printed photo, and Jun was rendered speechless once again. However, he didn't want to stay silent this time, so he blurted out the first name that he could. Ronaldo Messi, he exclaimed. Once again, they all turned to Jun with wide eyes before bursting into laughter. Is he doing this on purpose or not? Kira asked, laughing in her seat. I think he's not, Mimi chuckled, tears already dwelling in her eyes. Nico narrowed her eyes at her from afar, wondering why she found Jun so endearing. Jun scratched the back of his head as he failed the next round after that. At that point, the winners were given bowls with a single spoon. In the next round, Jun's character wasn't even human. It was a snowman with a hot dog for a nose, and everyone couldn't believe that he couldn't recognize it when he hadn't even watched it before. Hot dog? He asked, causing Ramel PD to burst into laughter. I see that Jun isn't good at everything. I've always thought that he would be great at games. Just then, a co-producer whispered something into Ramel PD's ears. Ramel chuckled. Jun's luck is bad. I could see that. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one left within their team. Akira, who wanted to eat like a king at the buffet, got his question wrong, too. Aside from that, Junny was also left in the line. However, if you asked him, it was deliberate. He wanted to stay in the game for more screen time. However, in the fourth round, he really didn't know the artist who was shown. In fact, almost all of the artists didn't know who was being shown in the photo. Wrong, Ramel PD exclaimed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Well, this was the hardest one in the bunch. I believe this wouldn't be answered at all, he continued. It's Lee Chung-ok, Jun suddenly said, capturing their attention. Ramel PD turned to him with wide eyes. What did you say, he asked. It's Lee Chung-ok, Jun repeated. He's the one who starred in Kung Fu, Yu-Fu-Fu, the 1920 hit film about fools training to be Kung Fu masters. Omo, how does he know that? Jimin asked. As expected from Jun, Rin chuckled. He's the best. Ramel PD along with the other staff members, also burst into laughter. How can you know this and not the other ones we've shown? He asked. I liked that movie, Jun innocently said. The producers of the show were having a field day. They didn't know that they would hit the jackpot with Jun. But then again, he has been a viewer attractor since Rising Stars. The 5th round followed, and Jun got it wrong once again. The winners had a significantly smaller plate, one used for cakes, along with a fork, so it was clear that the next people to get them right were going to eat humbly. In the 7th round, where they were given a paper plate and a plastic glove, Akira finally got it right, leaving Jun as the only member of Eve left in the game. Yes, Akira exclaimed. This is more than enough for me, he said. The crew chuckled in amusement as Akira made his way to the back. In the 8th round, Jun wanted to get it right. However, the universe wasn't on his side when he got another cartoon character. In the 9th round, only 2 people were left in the game. It was none other than Junnie and Jun. We have 2 hot stars with us, Rammel said. I'm happy that such handsome guys are left in the game. This one would be a do-or-die round. The first person to get it right will win this plate. It was a plate and spoon from a toy set, one that would only be able to hold a few teaspoons of rice. Jun was determined to get it right this time. He leaned closer to his seat to get a better look at the photo. Meanwhile, Junnie remained relaxed by his side. It's all right if I take the last place, he said, smiling at Jun with crescent eyes. All right, I'll take this round then, Jun said, facing Rammel PD once more. His members snickered at the back while Jun remained focused. Then, the photo was finally shown, and his frown deepened. It was a photo of a man who appeared like he didn't know how to take photos. Who is that? Jun muttered. Just then, Junnie sighed and raised his hand. It's Jun. Number 858. Chapter 858, A Pair of Scissors. The set was filled with laughter as Jun was handed his eating utensils. He tilted his head to look at it, making him look like a lost puppy. The producers quickly directed the cameras to focus on him. They were expecting him to look annoyed, especially since he had the most questionable utensil. However, he merely looked confused, making him appear like a cute animal. A pair of scissors? Jun asked before looking straight into the camera. He glanced at Junnie's toy set before looking at his scissors. How are you going to eat with that? Casper asked, concern heard in his voice. He deserves it. Akira chuckled out loud, bouncing to where Jun was. How can he not recognize himself? Rin chuckled along with Akira. I recognized it right away. You went viral with that selfie, he said. Jun sighed. I don't even remember taking it. I think it was in the hospital when you were stabbed by that one contestant, Jisung said. It's a famous photo. Jun ran his fingers through his hair. I think I blocked it out of my memory. Well, yes, Jae-young said. I remember people telling you that you were bad at taking photos. He's still bad, Zeth chimed. Although his photo cards are still the most expensive ones. All right, settle down again, Rammel PD said. This is the time for you to eat to your heart's content. We will bring out the food and tables here. Feel free to use your utensils to eat. As the staff brought out the food to the garden, the artists couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is it, Akira exclaimed, putting his hand over his mouth and feeling touched. This is what I've been looking forward to. This is too much, Era complained, having only a plastic cup to be able to eat her food. Just then, she received a look from one of the talent managers from behind the crew, so she quickly pursed her lips. Time to eat, Rammel exclaimed as he presented the buffet to them. However, this is a one-time-only buffet, which means that you can only get food once, he instructed. Jordan shook his head in amusement. Rammel PD is as strict as always. That's what makes his shows a hit, though, Nico stated, already excited to get some food since his plate was large. Akira didn't have to be told twice. Although he had a flimsy paper plate, he quickly dug in and piled his food on top of it before sitting on one of the tables dedicated to Eve. The others also lined up, excited to eat since, for most of them, this was their first meal. Junnie lined up, but stopped when he saw that Lanier was behind him. You can go first, he said with a sweet smile. Jimin smiled politely and bowed at the guy. Mei, on the other hand, still felt that there was something iffy about him. However, she bowed her head in respect since they were in front of the cameras. I'll go last, Junnie said to the members of Boy Mystic, too, who found his kindness bizarre. Huh, Jordan muttered. He really is kind as everyone makes him out to be. Nico scoffed, covering his microphone for a moment. I don't buy it, he whispered to their past leader, causing the latter to chuckle in amusement. Junhee was now at the end of the line, looking to see if anyone was still behind him. Then, he saw Jun standing a few feet away from him, appearing deep in thought. Junhee put on a kind smile and was about to call him, but Jun went to their seats with an unreadable expression. He pursed his lips since he hadn't had the chance to act kind to Jun. With that, he silently sighed and moved closer to the line for the food. Jun waited patiently as his members went back to their seats. Casper and Si-hoon had the most food with their large-ass plates. They piled it to the brim, and they both turned to Jun. Do you want some? Casper asked. I brought enough food for us two. Me too, Si-hoon smiled. Me three, Jisung chimed despite having a smaller plate. Akira pursed his lips and pushed his full paper plate towards Jun. Even if these are all my favorites, you can have some, too. Jun shook his head and looked at the camera filming them. It won't be fair, he said. It's the rules of the game. Just then, someone interrupted their conversation by clearing his throat. They lifted their head and saw none other than Junhee, who was looking at them with a bright smile. Hi, can I sit here? He asked, pertaining to the extra seat on their table. The boys looked at each other. Casper was about to protest, but Jae-young smiled and nodded before he could. Sure, he said. Go ahead. Casper pursed his lips and started eating his food to prevent himself from saying anything. Bad. Thank you so much, Junhee smiled. With Junhee joining their table, more cameras pointed toward their table, wanting to see more of their interactions. Junhee looked around the table and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Their face cards were all lethal, so he wondered if he was being mocked. But then again, he was often likened to Jun, so he thought that he was still safe. They kept eating while engaging in casual conversations. Junhee glanced at Jun and pursed his lips. He looked much better up close. Do you feel bad? Junhee suddenly asked. Jun snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at him. Huh, he asked. You look down. Junhee smiled. Are you all right? Is he a therapist or something? Jun thought, finding him ridiculously kind. No, Jun deadpanned. I'm just thinking. Oh, Junhee muttered, appearing surprised by his answer. I see. Besides, Jun said, I think you should worry about your food more. Is that enough to fill you up? Junhee smiled. I don't eat much. I can really share with you. Jun shook his head and took the pair of scissors from the table. They must have given this to me for a good reason. He started off, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. Oh no, Jae-young muttered. What are you planning, Jun? Jun shrugged and stood from his seat. I'll be back. The others watched Jun, wondering what the unpredictable man was going to do. The members of Eve knew how Jun lacked media training, or frankly, he didn't just care. However, they were always afraid of what he was going to do next. Truth be told, his next action was something they didn't expect. Is he climbing a tree? Number 859. Chapter 859, Greedy for Screen Time. Jun thought there would be a reason for the production crew giving him a pair of scissors. He could only pick up a single food with it, and he couldn't necessarily use it as a plate, so Jun inferred that he had to use it to get another utensil. He looked around the garden and saw a banana tree standing amidst the pretty flowers. With that in mind, he grabbed his scissors and walked over to the banana tree. One cameraman followed him inconspicuously, wondering what he was going to do. Ramel PD also stopped conversing with his fellow producers to look at Jun. Jun didn't think twice before climbing the banana tree and cutting half of one leaf. They were all stunned as he nonchalantly entered the house and came out with the fully washed leaf. Then, he went to the selection of food and started picking out what he wanted to eat. Truth be told, he had already eaten before going to the shoot, but he was not really informed that they needed to skip lunch. However, after seeing the food, he wanted to eat with his members. He could just ask for a taste from them, but he reckoned that it would be unfair, especially since he did really badly in the game. With that, he sat on his seat with a decently filled banana leaf before digging in with his own hands. The others merely watched the oblivious Jun, who only snapped back to reality when Ramel PD burst into laughter. Oh goodness, the producer exclaimed. Jun stopped chewing and looked at the gleeful producer. I have never seen anything like this before, he continued, turning to his staff members, who also appeared amused. The pair of scissors was originally designed to hold the noodles, especially the holes. However, Jun just gave it a whole new meaning. His members also burst into laughter, with Jisung holding back his aggression. "That's so cute," he exclaimed. Jun frowned. "What is?" he asked. "The way you just cut the banana leaf," Jisung smiled. "I didn't think about it at all." Jun shrugged and continued eating. "Well, it's not really possible to eat with a pair of scissors, so I bet that they gave me this thing for a reason," he smiled. The camera captured his innocent smile, so the producers couldn't help but agree with him. "Is this all right?" one of them asked Ramel PD. "He looks so proud," Ramel responded. "I don't think we can get mad at him for being resourceful." The others nodded, fondness also seen in their eyes. With that, they continued with their meals. Jun quickly became the main character, and one person didn't like it one bit. He looked around and saw that most of the cameras were pointing toward their table, so he kept his smile. However, deep inside, he hated the way the staff members, along with Ramel PD, looked at Jun with such fondness. He was the only one they gazed at like that during every day, every night. "I'm just going to wash my hands," Jun said after he was done eating, satisfied with his meal. Akira was right when he said that the food was good. Junhee watched as Jun made his way to the little house. The cameraman seemed to be busy eating, too, so Junhee stood from his seat. "I need to go to the restroom," he softly said in his signature kind voice. Jae-young lifted his head and nodded, still busy with his plate. With that, Junhee went to the house. He looked around to see if there were any cameras around and sighed in relief when there weren't. Then, he didn't go straight to the restroom. In fact, he didn't even need to go. He just went straight to the kitchen sink, where he saw Jun washing his hands. Jun's eyes narrowed when he felt someone's presence behind him. "Do you need anything?" Jun asked, causing Junhee's eyes to widen in surprise. How did he know that I was here, he thought. Jun turned around and raised one eyebrow, silently coaxing Junhee to answer his question. Junhee smiled, still acting kind despite the lack of cameras. "Oh, I just wanted to wash my hands too," he said. Jun shrugged and stepped to the side to dry his hands. "Go ahead," he said. "I'll be heading out first." However, Junhee spoke once more. "Wait," he said, causing Jun to halt. Jun turned around and saw that Junhee was still washing his hands, but he could see his eyes staring right into him from the reflection of the glass on the cupboard. "Yes?" Jun asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Truth be told, he was also curious about Junhee's personality. "Is that all part of your act?" he asked in the same tone. "What?" Jun asked. Junhee turned around, still with wet hands, and smiled even wider. "All of that?" he asked, acting oblivious and all. "I guess it's good for your branding. It gives you more screen time as well." Jun looked at him to gauge if he was serious, and then he let out a small chuckle when he realized that Junhee was, indeed, serious. "I see," Jun muttered, so he was the only one to be able to hear it. "What do you think?" Jun asked, not wanting to directly answer his question. Junhee smiled and took the towel from the rack. "I don't want to make assumptions," he smiled. "So I'll keep my mouth shut." "I think you already made an assumption," Jun said, mirroring his smile. Junhee's expression didn't deter. In contrast, he appeared even brighter. "Ah, you got me," Junhee said. "Although, I was only able to recognize your act because I was doing the same." Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. "So, Junhee was actually the one who wanted to prolong his screen time?" Well, that wasn't too surprising now. He did have a lot of screen time for every day, every night, so he must be an expert in it by now. "Anyway," Junhee said, letting out a deep breath as he left the towel to dry on the rack. "There's still plenty more games to play," he continued. He walked towards the door, but not without looking back at Jun. "I'm just giving you a heads up, I am not going to play dumb for the next rounds anymore." Number 860. Chapter 860, Too Many Guessing Games. "Huh," Jun muttered. He already knew that people in showbiz showed very little of themselves, with some being pretentious. However, Junhee was great at keeping it even without the cameras. If Jun didn't know any better, then he would believe that Junhee was just looking out for him. Jun shrugged and was about to leave. He felt a little bit competitive, but he didn't think too much about it. However, before he could truly leave, he heard someone in the living room of the small house. Usually, he would just leave, but he heard familiar names being said. He frowned and peeked from behind the wall, only to see Era and May in front of one of the talent managers. "What did I tell you about food intake?" the manager asked. Era pursed her lips. "We barely ate breakfast," she said. "Plus, we're on the show." Isn't it normal that we eat? The talent manager shook her head. Meanwhile, Jun frowned as he tried to gauge the topic of their conversation. You're talking back? The manager asked. Era was about to say something more. May held onto her shoulder. We eat a normal amount, ma'am, May said. A normal amount? She exclaimed. Did you see your plate? You mounted your food on that plate like a starved mammoth. As idols, you need to manage yourself. Do you know what people want in this industry? She asked. The manager didn't give May and Era the time to respond before she spoke once again. They want perfection. A single pimple. An arm hair. A fat roll. Nobody wants to see those on idols. If you want to become more popular, you need to manage yourself better. May and Era looked down at the ground. Meanwhile, Jun's frown deepened. He wasn't a stranger to the extreme diets that idols were placed on. He also acknowledged that the diet culture was harsher for women. Jun was lucky to have a fast metabolism, plus dancing for half a day for nearly all 7 days of the week also helped him keep his physique. He knew how important one's looks were in the idol industry, but this was unreasonable. The girls looked perfectly fine. At the end of the day, there were also humans, and Jun wished that the industry focused more on someone's talent rather than their looks. You need to be at a certain weight to be considered desirable, the talent manager continued. That was the time when Jun decided to interrupt. He dropped his phone to the ground, creating a noise. Their conversation halted, and the three of them turned to the source of the noise. Their eyes widened in surprise, with the talent manager being the most shocked. However, she recovered quickly, smiling at Jun like she wasn't saying vile things to May and Era. Oh, Jun, she exclaimed. What are you doing here? Jun pursed his lips to keep his emotions neutral. I just washed my hands. Oh, the manager muttered. Well, how long have you been there? I just got here, Jun bluffed. My phone fell, and I saw that you guys were here. I see, she exclaimed, feeling relieved. I was just telling these girls some tips on how to manage themselves better. However, we're done now, she added, going next to May and Era to pat their shoulders. Go on, girls, she smiled. I bet the shoot is going to resume soon. May and Era nodded, still appearing a little bit down. With that, they walked out of the house, leaving Jun with the manager. He looked at her and tilted his head to the side, causing Wendy's eyebrows to raise in inquiry. Do you need anything else? She asked. Jun put on a fake smile before shaking his head. I just want to ask what's your name, he asked. The manager's eyes widened, and her cheeks reddened. She cleared her throat before responding. You can call me Wendy, she smiled. Wendy, Jun muttered. I see. Wendy was waiting for him to ask another question, but with that, Jun left her all alone, making her confused. What was that? She asked with red cheeks. As Jun made his way back to the garden, he noted the woman's name, placing her on the list of people to look out for in the company. As he arrived, it seemed like the crew had finished putting the tables away, as the chairs were once again arranged in a line. There he is, Akira exclaimed, pointing at Jun. What took you so long? Jaeyoung asked. Did you do surgical scrubbing? Jun shrugged and sat next to Jisung. I just had to look into something. They shook their heads in amusement. I swear Jun's always looking into something. Are we all settled now? Ramal PD asked after a while. Yes, the group of artists collectively exclaimed. Ramal PD smiled in satisfaction. Well, did you guys enjoy the food? It was the best, Akira exclaimed, giving the crew a thumbs up. Ramal PD chuckled. I'm glad that you guys liked it. Jun seemed to like it the most. He even climbed a tree to eat. He chimed. Jun scratched the back of his head while the others teased him. He glanced at Junnie and saw an amused smile playing on his lips. It looked so genuine that he felt some unease. He was an actor before, so it would be understandable for him to be great at this. However, it seemed like he was a far better actor than Jun had realized. Probably even better than Linji. The day doesn't end here, Ramal PD continued. The day is still young, so we still have some fun games to show. The artists turned to each other in curiosity, wondering what kind of game they were going to play. Ramal PD had a very famous roster of games, ones that were simple but always seemed to do the trick. We're done with Guess the Artist. Now we're on to another guessing game, he smiled. Now, it's time for you to show just how good you are with music. We are playing Guess the Song. Number 861. Chapter 861, Popular Segment. Long story short, Jun wasn't that great in the game either. They were divided into 4 teams with 10 people each. Girls Evolution and Boy Mystic retained their members since there were already 10 of them. 2 actors joined Eve's team so they could complete the 10 members. Meanwhile, Lanier was joined with the remaining actors along with Junhee for the last team. Jun was interested in a lot of music. However, all of the songs that were unfortunately played was from the newer generation. To make matters worse, he was the one assigned to press the buzzer for their team and say the song out loud. How could you not know this too? Akira exclaimed in frustration. That was our chance to catch up. Even Jisung had to close his eyes to stop himself from scolding Jun. It's okay, he muttered. He can make mistakes. Jun is not. Perfect. The 2 actors that joined them looked at the group with amused expressions. Is he usually this bad? One of them asked. Casper pursed his lips and nodded. I went to his room once, and he was listening to an old Chinese song while sleeping. You went to his room too? Jisung exclaimed. When I went to tuck him in, he was listening to Japanese metal. He's an odd, old soul, Jae-young said with a chuckle. On the other hand, Junhee was killing the game. Although he was an actor in the past, it was evident that he was interested in music. He knew all of the new songs, and he became the savior of his team plenty of times. Junhee earns another point for their team. Ramel exclaimed. At this point, they already have 9 points. 1 point more, and they would be taking home the bacon. This one is finish the lyrics, Ramel PD said. Press your buzzer and let your representative stand to sing this song. We don't have a chance, Zeth sighed. Jun clicked his tongue and turned to his members. It's not like I'm the only one who's bad here. You guys don't tell me the answer fast enough, he deadpanned. They pursed their lips while Zeth sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, Lanier's team is just too fast. They have Mei and Junhee who are like music encyclopedias, Akira said. I know the answers, though unlike you, he teased, nudging Jun's shoulder. Jun clicked his tongue and focused his attention to the front, ready to redeem his team, although it was clear that they needed a lot of catching up to do. They currently had 4 points. Meanwhile, Boy Mystic and Girls Evolution was at a tie with 7 points. Junhee's team was leading the pack, as they only needed 1 more point in order to win. You are my. With those 3 words, the music stopped, giving them time to think. However, before a song could even come to their minds, Junhee had already raised his hand and pressed their buzzer. They all turned to him with surprise while the staff members exclaimed in amazement. The others already knew the song at that point, but Junhee was still the fastest among them. Junhee stood and sang the rest of the line. Rockstar, you set the bar. Can't believe you're far. Correct, Ramel PD exclaimed, and their team burst into cheers. You're so good at this game, Jimin exclaimed. The others also started complimenting him. Casper clicked his tongue. I also know that song. He's just very fast at pressing their buzzer. Rin shook his head in amusement. He's got quite a good tone when he sang, too. I mean, he's still not better than us, though, he whispered. Mei got 3 points for their game, Mimi said from the side. You were really good, girl. Mei smiled shyly before bowing her head at the senior girl group member. Yeah, that was great, Junhee said, turning to her and offering his hand. We have nice teamwork. Mei merely nodded and shook his hand before focusing on the camera. You're really Jun's sister. You don't take shit from anyone. Well, it's obvious that he's just complimenting me in front of the cameras to show that he's kind. Your intuition is scary. We have our prizes for the winners right here, Ramel PD exclaimed, capturing their attention. An expensive headset for all of you. Lanier turned to each other excitedly as they grabbed their prizes. The other actors were pleased too, still complimenting Junhee for a job well done. Jisung clicked his tongue. I also wanted one of those, he muttered. I'll buy you one, Casper said. Jisung shook his head. Those are out of stock. I've already tried looking for them, but they're limited edition. Jun pursed his lips and turned to the younger member. I'm sorry, he said. Jisung chuckled in amusement. Why are you apologizing? We all didn't do a great job. Jun scratched the back of his head. But I was the one who was assigned to press the buzzer. You didn't have a choice, though, Rin smiled. The other team picked you to bear the responsibility. Jun pursed his lips and still felt a little bit bad. Normally, he wasn't really competitive. However, seeing Junhee's smug smile as he turned to their team made his blood boil. He sighed and turned to his members. Do you guys know what game we're going to play next? He asked, determination seen in his eyes. Well, Jisung muttered, looking around the garden. They're taking away the chairs, so I think I already know what's coming next. I already knew since the beginning, Sehun said, stretching out his limbs. And I'm excited. It's a staple. Seth exclaimed. We can't have an episode of Companies without it. The actors joined their conversation. I think I already know where this is going, though. I best believe that it's not going well for us. Damn right, the other actor chimed. We'll support you guys from the sidelines. Don't worry, Rin chuckled. I think Jun is also clueless about this. He's not the type to watch dance practice videos. You should join us, the actor chuckled. Let's cheer for your members. Jun let out a deep breath. So it's this, huh, he muttered. Random play dance. Number 862. Chapter 862. Jun's and Junnie's fans battling it out. Jun is so cute. How can he even think of cutting the banana leaf? I just think it's unfair. Junnie had to eat with the toy set, and he didn't do anything to change his consequences. Ramel PD literally let it happen. Besides, your idol said that he doesn't eat much, and it will suffice. So stop complaining. As expected of Jun's stans. They have a superiority complex. Maybe if your idol did well, then he wouldn't need to cheat. Fuck off. He did not cheat. 5 days had passed since they filmed Company, and the boys were watching the video live through Ramel PD's YouWatch account. They had 3 bowls of popcorn, some already scattered on the floor. From the get-go, the video was already expected to become a great hit. As soon as Ramel PD hinted that Azure would film Company, a huge discussion went on online. Some of them were positive. However, most of them were massively competitive. With so many artists featured in one video, fans were bound to wish for their favorites to turn out the best. And that was exactly what was going on at the moment. The Guess the Song portion was currently airing, and the viewers poured out their frustration for Jun's team. Are they really musicians? Why don't they know any songs? Right, because knowing new songs makes you a musician. Didn't you hear what Jun said in the beginning? He's much better at guessing old songs. But Ramel PD has only shown them new songs all this time. Stop making excuses for your favorites. It's obvious that they don't know shit about music. True. Junnie is even annihilating them. Goodness. It's exhausting being an Astra. I feel like I fight with idiots every day. Welcome to the fandom, honey. We have gotten too big, so we also have lots of enemies. The Guess the Song portion finally finished, with the boys laughing loudly after their mini-argument was aired. My boys are so precious. How can anyone hate on them? Because they're overrated and don't know shit about music, especially Jun. How can even be their center? I'm ignoring the upstairs commenter. Jisung looks so sad that they didn't get the headphones. Come here, baby. I'll buy them for you. Casper already offered to buy it for him, but Jisung said they were out of stock. What is the company doing? If Jisung says he wants headphones, then shouldn't they hurry up with the production? It's a limited edition product. Even if what Jisung wants, Jisung gets. Just then, before they headed straight to the next segment, some fresh, close-up shots were edited in by Ramel PD. Junnie was the first one to be shown. Casper frowned and clicked his tongue. As expected, he really looks good on camera. Whoa, did you just compliment him? Akira asked with wide eyes. Just on camera, Casper said. His contour is obvious in real life. He's not bad looking, but he tries too hard to look like Jun. The comments love him, though. Jeong muttered as the comments went by fast. Junnie is so handsome. He really reminds me of Jun. I'm so proud of Junnie. I'm so glad that he's now in Azure. Please don't compare this anteater to Jun. Bitch, Jun wishes he looks like Junnie. Did you see that comment? Jiao exclaimed when she saw it pass by. Nobody saw the comment except for you, girl. You must have bionic eyes, Boris said, scratching the back of her neck. The group of friends was also watching the live stream of Ramel PD's show. They had been camping on his channel for an hour just because they were so excited. Although it wasn't finished yet, they already considered it a legendary show, especially with all the screen time that Jun had. However, it wasn't a perfect experience due to the haters in the comments, aka Junnie's fans. They said that Jun wishes he looked like Junnie. Are they blind or something? Just then, a close-up shot of Jun was shown, causing the girls to go speechless. Omo. Goodness. Fuck. Fuckity. Fuck. Fuck. Dash. Jun looks so fresh. Like a freshly made mochi. How is he so handsome? The people who said he wants to like Junnie come out. This face is as natural as it gets. It appears like he only has lip balm on. There's no use getting mad at them, Jiao muttered, sitting back on the floor. The face speaks for itself. Meanwhile, the members of Eve were also amazed. Whoa, Jisung exclaimed. Screenshot it. Jae-young shook his head in amusement. It's on the television. I don't care, Jisung said, capturing the moment with his phone. As the break continued, the cameraman followed after Jun, who had settled under one of the trees. What's this? Akira asked. I don't recall this ever happening. Jun's eyes widened. They're going to air this? He muttered. What are you doing? The cameraman asked, fondness heard in his voice. Ooh, what is this? An extra scene? The cameraman speaks to Jun like he's a child. It's so cute. Well, Jun is still a child. He's my baby. Nurse, she's awake. Please take your meds. Jun stopped what he was doing for a moment and looked up. Oh, he muttered. I just wanted to do some last-minute studying. The cameraman chuckled. We're going to start soon. You won't be able to learn the choreography in time. I know, Jun said, scratching the back of his neck. I was bad in the last 2 rounds, so I want to do my best for this one. Are you going to memorize the dances? He asked. Jun shook his head. That's impossible now, isn't it? The cameraman chuckled. Yes, it is, he said. So, why do you still want to watch the videos? I'm just familiarizing myself with them, Jun said. I've seen most of them before, but I need to be reminded. With that, Jun focused his gaze on his phone once again, pressing through the dance practice videos at a ridiculous speed. The other boys all turned to him with wide eyes. Wait, Casper muttered. Are you able to learn choreography just by seeing them briefly? Number 863. Chapter 863. Random Play Dance 1. Random Play Dance? Thank goodness. I've been waiting for this. This is my favorite segment in the entire show. I'm so glad that they let Azure do it, too. Look at the actors' nervous expressions. It's quite unfair for them to go through this, but it's just so fun to watch. Sorry, actors. Jun should be the most nervous, though. He had been the worst in the past 2 games. Don't underestimate our Jun. He just has bad luck. He's an old soul who knows a lot about past artists and songs, and it's only been modern songs since the beginning. Answer Casper's question. Akira exclaimed. Can you learn choreography just by looking at it? Jun opened his mouth to respond, but Ramel PD's voice interrupted him. Listen up, everyone, he started. Off. Jun smiled and focused his full attention on the screen. It's starting. You don't want to miss out on it, right? With that, the boys sighed and let it go, also focusing their attention on the screen. I'm sure you already know the game. However, I'll still relay it for those who are clueless, Ramel OD continued. A song will play, and you must dance to the actual choreography. Those who can't keep up may leave voluntarily, but if you've got a thick face and stick around despite knowing you can't dance, you'll be eliminated anyway. Got it. The artists nodded before nodding. Most of them had determined gazes, wanting to become the main character of the game. You'll be judged by those who are eliminated. We have 20 songs lined up. If anyone manages to pass all 20, they'll be hailed the winner or winners. Otherwise, we'll take the last person standing if everyone else is eliminated. Good luck. Ramel PD settled on the grass, looking up at them with anticipation. Random Play Dance was also his favorite game of the show. He was also aware that it was famous among fans, with the portion being the most replayed on You Watch. Let's start, he exclaimed, snapping everyone into focus. With that, the music started, and the tension in the garden heightened. The first song, Mermaid Melodies by Girls' Evolution, filled the open space. Jun let out a deep breath when he recognized the song. It was a song they had performed during the Rising Stars, so he confidently stepped up to dance to its choreography. It feels so nostalgic hearing this song. Jun's team performed this song, right? Yeah, during the first mission in Rising Stars. I can't see Jun, though. He's there in the back. Almost immediately, a few contestants faltered and walked off, unwilling to risk embarrassment. Nico, scratching the back of his head nervously, admitted he didn't know the choreography at all. How can you not know your girlfriend's song? Ramel PD asked in amusement as Nico sat beside him. Nico scratched the back of his neck before showing Mimi a finger heart. Sorry, babe, he called from afar. 3 actors joined the eliminated team while the other 3 awkwardly attempted the moves, looking more like wriggling worms than dancers. Jun, positioned towards the back, danced with precision and familiarity, blending in with those who also knew the choreography. However, it was Junnie who surprised everyone. It seemed like he strategically placed himself in the front to show off his moves. He was primarily known as an actor, yet he took the lead confidently. Zeth, who was by his side, was also surprised. He wasn't just a decent singer, but also a good dancer. May pursed her lips. Well, it seemed like Junhee actually had some talent. However, it didn't take away the annoyance that she felt for the man. The staff members watched in awe as he effortlessly led the group through the routine, earning nods of approval from those already eliminated who were now acting as judges. That's my Junhee. Suck that, haters. You cannot call Junhee untalented anymore. I knew it. Junhee is a good dancer, too. What a great young man. I think I'm becoming a fan of Junhee. He's in front of the members of Eve, and dare I say, they blend so well together. As the song ended, there was a brief moment of relief before the next track, Bombastic by Boy Mystic, began to play. I love this song, but I don't know the choreography. Era, admitting she wasn't familiar with the song, stepped back. Mimi, too, took a seat, causing chuckles to go around the garden. Well, it seems like Mimi doesn't know her boyfriend's song, too, Ramel PD chuckled. Mimi shook her head and sat on the other side of Ramel PD. She was actually familiar with the choreography. She just couldn't be bothered to do so. Why? Because she wanted to watch Jun dance to different songs. Where is Jun? Seriously, why can't I see Jun? Is he behind the tall line? Based on the far camera shots, it seems like he's killing it, though. Gosh, Jun stands are so weird. Just admit that your favorite isn't good at this game, too. So he purposely went behind the tall members. Jun remained towards the back, maintaining his steady performance. He stumbled during the first part, especially since he had never practiced the song before. However, he had participated in a lick-lock challenge with Jordan with the same song, so he quickly channeled what he had briefly learned. At that point, the 6 actors were now sitting along with Ramel PD, watching the show in amusement. Meanwhile, Junhee continued to shine at the front, and his skills continued to surprise the staff members. Junhee's really good. Wow, he's a good dancer. Zeth's also killing it. Yeah, but that's expected of him as one of their main dancers. Why can't Jun be seen, though? Ramel wondered silently, observing from the sidelines. Even Ramel PD is looking for Jun's non-existent talent. Mind you, even the main dancers of Eve compliment Jun's dancing skills. That's because they're simps. You guys are insane. Mentor Gun has acknowledged him plenty of times. Not only that, but you can see that he's good at dancing with his performances. It doesn't make him versatile, though. It's the reason why he can't dance to other groups' songs. Meanwhile, Junhee is killing it. Yeah, he's in front of the members of Eve, and they fit so well together. It's almost like he's the real center of Eve. Yo, I have this amazing idea. What if he replaces Jun? Number 864. Chapter 864, Random Play Dance, 2. Seriously, Jun needs to step up so he can show these haters that he's a great dancer. My Pookie is humble, so he's staying in the back. Well, now that more and more people are getting eliminated, there's a chance that he's going to be seen better. Mimi frowned as she needed to crane her neck to look at Jun. She had been paying attention to him since the very beginning, and although it was hard to see him, Mimi could say that she was impressed. It felt like he had improved his dancing since the last time she had seen him. The tension increased as they waited for the next song to play. With each song, the number of contestants decreased. They started with 40, and they were now down to 20 with the 7th song playing through the speakers. They're on their 7th song, and Junhee's still killing it. He mentioned once that he liked dancing, but this? He's like a hidden ace. Even though he's not the best dancer in the bunch, my eyes keep drawing toward him. That's because he's the most unexpectedly good dancer. He looks a little bit clumsy, and the members of Eve are definitely better than him, but our expectations for him are significantly exceeded, and that's why we're looking forward to him so much. Junhee, still in front, had quickly become the star of the show. With every song, his confidence grew. He was very much interested in K-pop, and since he didn't have much work as an amateur actor, he practiced quite a lot songs during his free time. Make Love by Biddy started to play, a sultry and sensual song that immediately set a different tone in the garden. I love this song, Mimi exclaimed, already craning her neck to look at Jun. May, who had been struggling with the more complex routines, quickly stepped back, shaking her head. This one's not for me, she admitted. She still had shortcomings as a dancer, and although she was familiar with the choreography, she stepped back, not wanting to make a fool of himself. The garden felt emptier, so the stakes were higher. The eliminated ones from Eve included Akira and Run, who had given their best but were eliminated with a girl group song. Meanwhile, the main and lead dancers from Boy Mystic and Girls Evolution were still in the game. Jun, still lingering in the back, hadn't drawn much attention. The crowd was still large enough to provide cover for him. The next song, Rar by EXO, started a track that most male trainees knew well. The beat and the choreography mimicked that of a hungry man who roared for love. Kira visibly faltered as the song progressed. She had reached her limit and quietly took a seat, followed by Yeri, who, despite loving the song, couldn't keep up with the choreography. No, my girls. None of the boys are sitting, though. This song is a staple for male trainees. I heard it's one of the songs they need to learn the choreography of when they enter a company. Jun hadn't heard the song in a while, but as the beat dropped, his body instinctively remembered the moves. Muscle memory kicked in, and he moved with ease, blending in with the others. In fact, it felt like his body was on autopilot. But still, he stayed in the background, almost invisible to the judges. There were only 14 contestants left when the 9th song began to play. The judges, who had started to chat amongst themselves, became stricter with each passing round. Everyone's doing so well. Ramel PD clapped, impressed that there were still plenty of contestants despite nearly half of their song roster being played. However, the next song was guaranteed to significantly lessen the number of contestants. Oh no, it's Very Fragile by Loose Syrup. I love this song, but the chorus is a little bit complicated. They had a more viral song in the album, so it would be harder to dance to this song. It was a relatively new song, and as the first notes played, a few contestants exchanged nervous glances. Si-hoon, one of the stronger dancers, scratched the back of his neck and sat down, deciding not to risk it. Welcome to the Losers Club, Akira greeted as their oldest member sat. 2 members from Boy Mystic followed suit, along with a couple of the remaining girls from Girls Evolution. Jun, however, stayed in the game. He closed his eyes briefly, channeling his focus inward. The song played in his mind, and he visualized the choreography, recalling the movements and transitions. When he opened his eyes, he began to move, mimicking the dance as it replayed in his mind. His execution was flawless, yet he remained in the shadows, unnoticed by most. I can't see Jun from behind Zeth. That's because they're so synchronized. As the song ended, only 9 contestants were left standing. Zeth, Sasha, Mina, Jimin, Junhee, Jisung, Jordan, Sarah, and Jun. Oh, that song wiped out a lot of people, Ramel PD remarked, his voice pleasantly surprised. The eliminated contestants, now judges, murmured in agreement. Nico noticed something odd. Wait, did Jun dance at all? He asked, doubt creeping into his mind. He's been so ambiguous these past rounds, an actor agreed. I haven't seen him much. Jun popped up from behind Zeth. I danced to all the songs, he said, defending himself. Ramel PD chuckled. I barely noticed you, boy. Are you hiding behind Zeth because he has a buff body? Jun shook his head while the others laughed. Junhee glanced at him with a semi-smug expression. All right, Ramel PD said. We'll give you another chance, but you have to step up for this next one. For the first time in the game, Jun stepped forward, and he was now in the middle along with Junhee. Jun waited for the song to play. All eyes were on him now, so he needed to show that he had played the game fairly. The next song began to play, and as the first beats of Slippery by Smooch of Death were heard through the garden, the eliminated contestants exchanged looks of surprise. This song literally came out last week, one of the remaining trainees exclaimed. But it's famous on Lick Lock, Era pointed out. The contestants remained standing as the song began. The newness of the song had caught many off guard, and those who hadn't kept up with the latest trends were at a disadvantage. Junhee, who had been so confident earlier, looked stiff and unsure. However, he was one of the contestants who still knew the dance. Sarah sat along with Zeth. And with that, only 7 of them remained. Meanwhile, Jun stood motionless for a moment as the pre-chorus played, his mind racing. Jun, you're in great danger of being eliminated, Ramel PD announced. The pre-chorus continued to play, so he quickly channeled his mind to think of the choreography. As the chorus neared, it finally clicked. Twerking, he realized. This was the song that had twerking. Number 865. Chapter 865. Random Play Dance 3. Everyone anticipated Jun's dance. We didn't see you at all in the beginning, Jisung said, turning to him. Was it deliberate? Jun shook his head. I just didn't want to move. The others shook their heads in amusement as they focused their attention back on the screen. Jisung, despite knowing the choreography, shook his head and went to sit next to his members since he couldn't commit to the twerking move. Casper, too, felt too embarrassed to do it. Ah, what a shame. I wanted to see Jisung shaking some ass. Jun looks like he's about to cry. He has his eyes closed. Jun, save yourself from embarrassment and just let yourself get eliminated. Junnie's moving. Although, it looks like none of them know this song so much. The chorus was mere seconds away, so Jun finally opened his eyes. His usual nonchalant look graced his face, so the viewers didn't know what to expect from him. This is legendary, Casper said, leaning his elbows against his knees as Jun finally began to move. The track was from a new girl group that had captured the country's attention with its catchy tune and distinctive twerking move in the chorus. Jun had seen the dance many times, but had never tried it himself. However, as the chorus played, he moved with ease. His style was far from the typical, brash masculinity of many of the idols who had attempted the dance challenge. Instead, his dance was graceful, with a neutral elegance that made the twerking look refined and tasteful. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing, and he executed each step with a nonchalant ease. The crowd was stunned into silence. Dare I say that he's the twerking king? What the heck? Why was he hiding behind Zeph all this time when he could dance like that? We told you. Even though he's not explicitly a main dancer, Jun is one of the best dancers in EVE, if not in the entire industry. I came here to watch Jordan, but now I realize why Jun is so popular. Why is he so charming? Where are Junnie's fans now? Your fave is shaking his ass like it's a piece of concrete. Wah! Ramel PD exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise just as the song had finished. We need to talk about this. Mimi covered her mouth with both hands as she tried to keep her heart calm. Nico couldn't help but purse his lips after watching Jun's performance. It felt like they were watching a proper cover in a dance studio. Jordan patted Jun's back. Yeah? Since when did you learn to move like that? Jun merely smirked and shrugged. The other eliminated. Contestants were visibly impressed. I didn't think he could move like that, one of the actors said. That was incredible. Ah, he's really good, Jimin said. May also couldn't help but smirk as she glanced at Junnie. The spotlight had been taken from him in an instant. Play the next song. Ramel PD exclaimed as the chatters died down. Kick Hit by 127 played through the speakers. It was a powerful boy group track that contrasted the upbeat nature of Slippery. The beat was aggressive, and the choreography demanded a high level of energy and strength. Jun stepped into the routine with the same calm confidence he had displayed earlier. The movements were sharp and precise, and each step was punctuated with strength. His lines were powerful, showcasing a level of control and adaptability that left the others in awe once again. Frick, that was hot. Coming from twerking, and now this. Jun is the majesty of duality. I'm so glad that the haters are now silent. They can't deny Jun's talent. Mina, feeling that she wasn't worthy to dance with those left, took a seat. You did a great job. Yeri smiled as she sat next to her. Mina nodded and focused her attention on the front, where Jun was displaying his strong dance. Her mouth became slightly agape. Her view from the side didn't do his dancing any justice. It was the right decision for her to sit and enjoy the show. As the song ended, the remaining contestants were now down to just 4, Sasha, Jordan, Junnie, and Jun. There's 7 songs left, and we're down to 4. Ramel PD exclaimed. Can we actually make it to 20 songs? Who do you think is going to take the cake? Jun, Jun, Jun. The members of EVE collectively chanted. Sasha, you got this. Mimi cheered. Jordan, my man. Nico exclaimed as he looked into his eyes. You better win this one for our team. Meanwhile, Junnie was silently encouraged by the actors. However, even as the others supported their respective teammates, their eyes kept drifting back to Jun, who always seemed to capture their attention. The next song was Groove by Taenim, a track with a sensual undertone. Dang, they're using this song? This will be freaking legendary. Jun is already moving. Fuck, he's the most versatile dancer I've ever seen. True that. From upbeat twerking to strong, powerful dancing, and now to sensual grooving. Jun's movements were sultry and engaging, each step dripping with his sexiness. Jordan, feeling out of his depth, tapped out midway, unable to keep up with the complex choreography. Sorry, he apologized to his teammates. It's not my style of dancing. Meanwhile, the compliments continued to pour in. His ability to adapt and perform is freaking incredible. My eyes are automatically glued to Jun. I can't see anyone else except for him. The next song began, an obvious throwback to the 90s, Sweets by CLD. The cute, nostalgic tune was a stark departure from the previous tracks. Sasha, who had struggled to keep up with the more contemporary routines, shook her head. I forgot this song even existed, she muttered as she took her place on the sidelines. She then turned to Mimi, who had her hands clasped in front of her chest. You're not going to comfort me? Sasha asked in amusement. Mimi waved her hand, not even bothering to look at her friend. I'll comfort you later. For now, it's more important that I witness Jun's performance. As the song played, the room focused on the remaining contestants. The last two competitors, Jun and Junhee. Number 866. Chapter 866. Random Play Dance 4. I didn't expect Jun to last this long. I did. He's always been a great dancer. Yeah, but you have to admit that our expectations were below the gutter. It's a known fact that Jun is an old soul who doesn't know much about new pop culture. So, this is very impressive. He's an idol. He should know this. Junhee, on the other hand, is killing it despite being an actor. Blah blah. Your fave is getting eaten up by Jun. They're fighting in the comments, Akira chuckled. Who? Jisung asked, his cheeks filled with popcorn like a hamster. Jun's and Junhee's fans, Akira said. There's no argument here, Casper chimed, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Jun wins in every way. Casper was telling nothing but the truth. While Junhee was the star of the show during the first parts of the challenge, when he was placed next to Jun, he appeared like a meerkat. Although Junhee's gaze was sharp and intense, his movements were a whole different story. They were accurate yet clumsy at the same time, one that showed he was an amateur. On the other hand, Jun's movements were elegant yet powerful. His nonchalant demeanor also added to it all. The next one was another classic. It was a cute girl group song from the 90s, and Jun recognized it immediately, although he had never danced to it before. He stepped forward, a small smile playing on his lips as his mind had already pieced the choreography together. Junhee glanced at Jun for a second and quietly clicked his tongue, hoping that Jun wouldn't know the song. Yet, the two of them began to dance, and once again, it quickly became clear who was the better performer. Junhee was decent, no doubt about that. His timing was on point, but there was something missing. His performance, while competent, lacked the finesse and fluidity that made a dancer truly stand out. Jun, on the other hand, was in his playground. Despite the fact that he had never danced to this particular song before, his execution was flawless. Mimi covered her mouth to prevent herself from screeching. Ramel PD noticed this and nudged Nico's shoulder. It seems like your girlfriend is a big fan of Jun, he teased. Nico glanced at Mimi before shaking his head. Let her be, he muttered. She had always been a big fan of Jun. I mean, it's not that surprising. He really is a great performer. Ramel PD nodded in agreement as he continued to watch Jun. As the producer of the show, he wanted to give the two artists the same level of attention. However, Jun just caught his eye every time. Don't tell him I said that, though, Nico added, causing Ramel PD to laugh. Unbeknownst to Nico, it was going to be aired on You Watch. Jun's body flowed effortlessly from one step to the next. But what really set him apart were his expressions. Even as he danced, he didn't forget to engage with the music, his face lighting up with the playful energy of the song. My baby is so cute. I thought Junhee was great at first, but man, Jun is on another level. I want to squish Jun's cheeks, Jaeyoung exclaimed as Jun continued to dance cutely, even going as far as turning to Jun. Jun quickly placed his palms over his cheeks and shook his head. Don't you freaking dare, he warned. Meanwhile, the reactions of the other actors and contestants were shown, looking impressed. He's a true performer, Mina said, nodding in admiration. He's got the whole package, technique, expression, everything. Junhee's still in the game, though? I wonder who's going to win. Era asked. May secretly hoped that it would be Jun. Not that she was rooting for him, but she just didn't want Junhee to win. As the song came to an end, they became even more excited. It was clear that Jun had outperformed Junhee, but the competition wasn't over yet. Ramal PD had one last trick up his sleeve, a curveball that would test both contestants to their limits. The next song began to play, and most of the artists frowned. The melody was familiar, yet not at the same time. "What's this?" Jaeyoung muttered. It took the others a while to realize what song was playing. "Ah!" Mimi exclaimed. "It's Bomb Bomb by Momo. That viral song." Looks of recognition passed by their eyes. However, they quickly glanced at Ramal PD, who had a mischievous look in his eyes. "How can you do this to the boys?" Jordan asked in amusement. Ramal PD shrugged and focused his gaze on the last two contestants. It wasn't a killing part or the segment of a song usually showcased in random play dances. Rather, it was the first verse of a track. Junhee's confidence faltered. He was used to the highlight parts of songs or the flashy segments that actors often learn to mimic for variety shows. But this? He couldn't possibly know this. He found himself searching his mind for the choreography, but it was no use. He had never learned this part of the song, and there was no way that Jun would, too. Is it going to be a tie? That's fine with me. It's definitely not fine. Having two winners is no fun. True. We need to settle this. Jun would have been in trouble, too, but fortune was on his side. A small smirk made its way to his lips. This was the song that Minter Gun had taught during one of their dance classes. The memory came rushing back, and with it, the choreography he had learned. His smirk was replaced with a smile as he began to move, his body flowing into the routine. With ease. The scene was almost comical. Jun's performance was both funny and impressive, capturing the playful spirit of the song. His versatility was on full display, proving once again that he was a true dance encyclopedia. Junhee, meanwhile, stood still, his pride warring with his sense of defeat. He pursed his lips, not wanting to give up. However, he realized that it wasn't in his character to appear bitter. So he quickly smiled and clapped for Jun as he made his way to the other contestants. Finally, one person remained. However, even then, Junhee couldn't shake off the bitterness in his heart. Number 867. Chapter 867. You are the dancing king. I knew it. I knew it. You guys didn't know shit. You all underestimated my baby. Don't listen to them, Jun. I have believed in you since the very beginning. The song finally ended, and Jun even imitated the pose that Minter Gun had taught him. It was an apple cheek heart that had the other contestants, along with some staff members, squealing. I've become a fan of Jun, one of the actors said, his hands over his heart. Mimi's eyes brightened as she heard such words. With that, she turned around with an excited smile. I'll tell you everything I know about him. Meanwhile, Jun was still on screen, and his apple cheek heart was replayed over and over again, and a slow-mo shot with floating hearts and meowing sounds was even inserted. Jun stood from the couch in protest. What was that? He exclaimed. His members couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculous editing. It looks like the editing team did some research, Sehun said. Jun shook his head as Akira pulled him to sit back down. Come on. It's not over yet, he said. It's going to be more epic from here on out. Jun, 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 the group chanted simultaneously. Jun scratched the back of his neck, feeling embarrassed. I won, right? He shyly asked. Ramal PD chuckled as he nodded. You did, he said. However, may I ask how you know so many dances? Jun pursed his lips. I don't, he said. I've seen them, so I imitate them in my mind, he honestly answered, causing the others to be taken aback. What? He plays the dance in his mind, then copies it? What kind of sorcery is this? I don't think I've ever seen someone like that before. The craziest thing I saw was Lily, that girl group member who watched a dance once and then executed it perfectly. However, this is another level. Jun pursed his lips as more compliments poured in. Well, that skill was something he got from Fu. It was his cheat code. However, it seemed like it stuck around even after he gave Fu away. We can't end it here, Jordan exclaimed. We need to see more. Jun's eyes widened as the others agreed with Jordan. It's over though, he muttered. Sasha chimed in. He's still got energy left. Let him finish the whole 20 songs. What? Jun couldn't help but exclaim, causing the others to laugh once more. However, they continued to push him to dance, causing Jun to massage his nose bridge in frustration. Ramal PD, catching onto the wave of enthusiasm, couldn't help but grin. He glanced at Jun, who was still standing in the middle of the garden. However, it appeared like he wanted nothing more than to sit back down. Jun, Ramel PD called out. There are still 4 songs left out of the 20. Do you want to take on the challenge and finish them all? Jun pursed his lips as he looked at the anticipating faces of the others. Then, from the far end, he saw Junny with an expression that could be compared to someone holding a two-day-old shit. With that, he nodded. All right, he sighed. Jun. The voices of his teammates Akira, Casper, and Jisung rose above the crowd, egging him on. In fact, most of the eliminated contestants were cheering for him, and their earlier competitiveness was now replaced with admiration. Jun sighed once more, but there was a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. All right then, Ramel PD said, clearly pleased with the decision. Let's see if you can make it through the final 4. The music started up again, and the first of the remaining songs played, Devil by Osite. The song had a dark, edgy vibe, and the choreography was intense, full of sharp, aggressive movements. But Jun wasn't fazed. He knew this song well, having kept an eye on Uno, who he still considered one of his greatest rivals. Jun moved with precision and power, his nonchalant expression never faltering as he executed each step with perfection. Okta, who was watching from the comfort of their own dorm, couldn't help but admire Jun. Uno didn't say anything, but his cheeks reddened. Seven turned to him and shook his shoulders. He's so good. Do you think he watches our performances? Uno shrugged, not giving anything away. As Devil came to an end, the applause was almost deafening. But there was no time to rest as the next song started playing, a familiar track for a group of girls. Cosmos by Lanier. This B-side track had a dreamy, ethereal quality to it, and the choreography was intricate, filled with fluid, almost celestial movements. The girls turned to each other with surprise, not expecting their song to be included since it was only released recently. It didn't go viral, too, so they wondered if Jun knew it. Jun knew, of course. He had monitored his sister's performance and even criticized some of the missing points. He even knows this one, Ramel PD exclaimed. Mina couldn't help but smile as she watched Jun with wide eyes. He gave a whole new meaning to their song. The live stream chat was ablaze with praise. Jun is unstoppable. Is there anything he can't do? Cosmos is such a hard song, but he's making it look effortless. As the song ended, Jun took a deep breath, his composure still intact. But the challenge wasn't over yet. The third song began, and this time, it was a ballad and unexpected twist for a random play. Dance. The song, known for its emotional depth, required a completely different style of dance. Contemporary. Jun didn't hesitate. His movements became softer as he embodied the emotion of the song. It was a display of his versatility, showing that he could handle not just the high-energy tracks, but also the slower, more expressive pieces. He's like a dance chameleon, Jordan murmured, clearly impressed. No matter the style, he makes it his own. Nico scoffed, although he had to admit that he was also impressed. It's easy, he muttered. And finally, the last song began to play. Like perfect fate, Oasis blasted through the speakers, making Jun sigh in relief. Jun's expression brightened slightly as the song started. There was something about performing his group song that brought a certain warmth to his usually cool demeanor. He moved with confidence, hitting every beat like he had done it thousands of times before. And he actually has. His execution was perfect, and the contestants soon treated the game as a free concert. As the song ended, the crowd clapped once more. Along with them were the staff members, including the cameraman, who usually didn't react to such scenes. Huh, take that, you bitches. You are all miserable for calling him talentless a while ago. So, who's going to replace Jun now, huh? No one. Jun is irreplaceable. Number 868. Chapter 868, Coffee Truck. Fing awesome, I tell you. It really is legendary. I hope the live ends now so I can rewatch it over and over. Someone already posted the videos on Naval and Licklock. They're popping off right now. Why would someone do that? I'm still trying to gatekeep Jun. Girl, you're gatekeeping the hottest idol in Korea right now. I can still gatekeep him from international fans. The game finally ended, and everybody was impressed, to say the least. Ramel PD even stood to give Jun a round of applause. Jun scratched the back of his neck, suddenly feeling bashful from all the attention he was receiving. Somehow, the editors of the show attached blushing cheeks and a ribbon to Jun's ear, causing his eyes to widen at the scene. "Seriously, what do they think of me?" he exclaimed, already feeling upset. "The editing is outrageous." His teammates began to tease him. "Ah, they made you coquette," Jisung exclaimed. Jun frowned. "Isn't that a food?" he whispered. Fortunately, his members weren't able to hear him. Otherwise, they would squeeze him to death from cuteness aggression. "Can I sit now?" Jun asked in the middle of the garden. Ramel PD shook his head. "You still need to hear about your prize," he said. Jun nodded, anticipating his prize. Ramel PD was also known for his generous prizes, so he looked forward to it. "For the first prize, you shall be granted a coffee and snack truck," Ramel PD announced. The others exclaimed in amazement, some in jealousy. However, most of them believed that Jun deserved it. In K-pop or K-drama culture, a coffee/snack truck referred to a mobile vehicle or stall that served coffee, other beverages, and snacks. These trucks were often sent to filming locations or events by fans, production companies, or sponsors as a gesture of support or appreciation for the cast and crew. It was a common sight on Korean drama sets where fans or production teams sent these trucks to provide refreshments and boost morale during long filming hours. "When can I use it?" Jun asked. Ramel PD smiled. "Anytime and anywhere you want," he said. "You can just give me a call, and I'll get it arranged right away." "Ah, I'm jealous," Jordan exclaimed. However, there wasn't an ounce of bitterness in his voice. "Originally, this is the only prize I've prepared," Ramel PD continued. "However, after seeing your effort, and since you're the only idol who has completed all 20 songs, I decided to give you an extra one." Jun tilted his head to the side in curiosity. The editors attached him with cat ears and a tail, causing Jun to sigh in frustration once again. "Now, they're making you into a furry," Casper exclaimed, appearing too excited for the edit. "The editors get me. I resonate with them. Where can I apply for this job?" "Same. All I want is to push for my Jun Kitty agenda. K-pop is such a weird place. Imagine doing this for a Western artist. It would be weird as hell." Ramel PD revealed his prize, causing Jun's eyes to widen in delight. It was the headphones that Junnie's team had won during the song guessing game. "Ah." Jun looked so happy to receive it. "Baby, I would buy you 100 of those if it meant I would get to see your happy expression every day." "You guys sound like his mom." "Me? No, I'm his sugar mommy." "All right, that's enough. I'm logging out." Jun received the headset with a wide smile, causing Ramel PD to chuckle in amusement. "Well, it seems like you're even happier with this than the coffee truck," he said. Jun shook his head and secured the box between his arm and his torso. "I'm happy for the two of them," he said. However, Ramel PD was right when he said that he was definitely happier with the pair of headphones. He appreciated the coffee truck, but he didn't know where to use it. Their music video filming still wasn't set in stone, so he felt it would still be a while before he could actually utilize it. With the last game, Ramel PD stood in the middle of the garden. "And that's it," he exclaimed. "Thank you, everyone, especially to the artists, for sparing your time and effort to the shoot despite your busy schedules. We had fun. It was great." Compliments for Ramel PD and the show were heard across the garden, causing the middle-aged man's cheeks to redden. Anyway, this has been Azure. See you next time in another episode of Company. With that, the camera panned out and faded into black. The boys sighed in satisfaction as soon as it was done. "Ah, that was great," Zeth said, patting his stomach since he was already full from the popcorn. "I looked very good." Ren rolled his eyes. "I'm glad that your looks are the first thing you've noticed," he sarcastically said. "It was really fun," Jaeyoung smiled. "I think our fans would increase once again." "Damn right," Akira exclaimed. Jun's random play dance is already going viral. The boys continued speaking, forgoing the fact that the show was still running. It was only when Junnie's voice resonated in the room that they snapped their attention back to the television. Casper clicked his tongue. "What's with him? There seems to be some behind-the-scenes content," Jisung muttered, his eyes focused on the screen. "It was really great," Junnie excitedly said to the camera. "I had so much fun with everyone, especially the members of Eve. I think I've grown closer to them." "Bullshit," Casper exclaimed. Sihoon shook his head in amusement, placing his hand on Casper's shoulder. Calm down, man. You really don't like him, huh? Casper enthusiastically nodded, not bothering to deny the accusation. Fortunately, before Casper became more heated, the scene shifted. It now showed Jun and Jisung standing underneath the tree shade. Here, Jun said, handing him the box of the new headphones. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. What's this? Jisung asked. Headphones, Jun deadpanned. For you. Number 869. Chapter 869, Sooner or Later. Junhee thought he was going to regain his momentum as soon as the behind-the-scenes footage would be shown. He deliberately said that. He was close with Eve in order to gain traction from their fandom. He knew that everything associated with Eve would turn out to be a trend, and he wasn't afraid to use such information to his advantage. He had just moved into their apartment on the bottom floor. Eve and Lanier were located at the topmost portion, and it made him feel bitter because it also signified the hierarchy in their company. However, truth be told, it was the only available unit in the building. Setting aside his feelings for their dorm arrangement, Junhee smiled in satisfaction when he saw the comments flooding with comments about him. That's so wholesome. More Eve and Junhee content, please. Junhee makes friends so easily. That speaks a lot about his personality. I love Junhee so much. 3. He's so genuine. Eve should totally befriend Junhee. Our little boy needs friends from his new company. Nobody wants to befriend your boy. However, as soon as he was being complimented, the attention quickly shifted to the act of kindness between Jisung and Jun. Their microphones had been detached, so their voices sounded more raw and muffled. It added to the authenticity of the interaction, especially compared to Junhee's interview, which seemed pre-planned. For me? Jisung asked, his eyes widening in shock. But why? You were the one who won. Jun pursed his lips and gently shoved the box toward him, letting it go so that Jisung would have no choice but to receive it. I'm not going to use it. Jun insisted. So just take it. You seem to really like it. Jisung looked at him with wide, bright eyes, feeling touched. Are you sure? Jun clicked his tongue and nodded. With that, Jisung appeared even happier. He held the box in his arms like it was the best thing that he was gifted to. Thank you, he said. I'll use it really well. A small smile made its way to Jun's face. Jisung looked very happy. He even unboxed the headphones right away, his smile widening with every second. Jun couldn't help it. He patted Jisung's head like he was a cute puppy. So cute. I can't. I love them so much. Is that why Jun looked so excited? Because he wanted to give the headphones to Jisung? Egu, what would we do with these babies? The members of Eve watched the scene fondly. That's why you had the headset. Akira exclaimed. I was wondering where you got it. I almost got jealous, but then we got this cute scene, he gushed. Sehun patted Jun's and Jisung's head. Our youngest members are so sweet. Jun clicked his tongue and pushed Sehun away. You guys are making this into a big deal again, he groaned. The day has come when Jun's name occupied the top 3 spaces in the country's trends list, Akira said, standing from the couch and clapping. The others also clapped, admiring their precious center. 3 times. Seth asked, is the random play dance one? Yup. Akira nodded, still feeling proud of Jun. The other one is hashtag Junsung, he added. Jun frowned. What the heck is that? Your ship name? Akira deadpanned like it was just a normal occurrence. Our ship is sailing, Jisung exclaimed, throwing his fist high up in the air. Junper is still superior, Casper muttered, earning him a slap on the back of his head from Jun. What's the third thing then? Jun asked, wanting to change the subject. Jun's nose, Akira said. The entire group frowned as soon as they heard the next keyword. What? Jun asked, his eyebrows furrowed. Why is my nose trending? The trend is just filled with your side profile and how your nose is something they want to achieve, Akira revealed. Jun shook his head. People tend the weirdest things. Who would even go out of their way to copy my nose? Your nose got higher, Dan said to Junhee as he entered their practice room. Junhee turned to Dan, his manager, with a smirk. After Dan's stunt with Jun, he had been demoted to a managerial position. Now, he was none other than Junhee's manager. I got nose threads, Junhee said with a small smile. Do you think it looks similar to Jun's? Dan looked at Junhee and tilted his head to the side. Well, he did look like Jun, but at the same time, Dan felt like no one could really compare to Jun in this era. He was a man with natural handsomeness and beauty. Yes, Dan said despite it all. Your side profile has improved. Junhee nodded. It's a great decision then. Has my new schedule come out yet? He then asked as he walked over to the music player. Yes, Dan said. You are guesting on another You Watch show. Make sure to keep your kind, approachable, and genuine personality. You also have that show coming up. It'll be conducted next week. You're already aware of how it goes, so I'm not going to lecture you much about it. Lastly, you need to practice the song that CEO Lei had personally gifted you. After your show next week, we'll head straight to the next plans. Junhee nodded, already appearing excited. His past company has never been this proactive, and he could tell that Azure Entertainment wanted to push him further into his career. Did you receive the song already? Dan asked. Junhee nodded. I just started listening to it. The choreography isn't done yet, right? Dan shook his head. We're already in talks with a choreographer. All right, Junhee muttered. Although, it appeared as if he wanted to say something more. Dan paused and raised one eyebrow in inquiry. What? Dan asked. I can tell that you still want to ask something. Junhee pursed his lips and nodded. What you said the other day, Junhee muttered. Do you mean it? Dan's eyebrows furrowed before he realized what Junhee was talking about. Then, a small smile appeared on his lips. Yes, Dan said. I mean it. Just follow my instructions and keep that enthusiasm and persona. Sooner or later, you'll be replacing someone in this company. Number 870. Chapter 870. Comeback Discussions. Dang, these headphones are really good, Jisung said. Amusement seen on his face as he walked through the hallways of Azure Entertainment. He was on his way to the meeting room so they could finally discuss the date in preparation for their comeback. Jisung was all alone because he decided to stop by the company's cafeteria to buy some brownies. Meanwhile, the others came from prior schedules. He walked down the hallways, trying his best to prevent himself from popping and locking because the headphones that June gave him were top-notch. The bass was the best, and it even had some noise cancellation features. As he walked through the practice rooms, where music could sometimes be heard, he decided to test out the noise cancellation features by removing his headphones and putting them back again. Wow, this is really amazing, he muttered as his hearing senses were overwhelmed with nothing but music when he put on the headphones. He did this multiple times, finding it fascinating every time, like a little kid. Jisung chuckled to himself as he fully removed his headphones and placed them around his neck. A fraction of the music could still be heard from its current position, but aside from that, the ambient noise from the hallways of the practice rooms was also prominent. Jisung hummed a tune under his breath, the song he had been working on for the longest time. Just then, he stopped walking when he saw that one of the practice room doors was slightly ajar. He smiled and walked over to the door. I would appreciate it if someone closed it for me, he muttered, feeling excited to do a good deed. There was some music coming from inside, one that sounded awfully familiar. Jisung frowned and held onto the slightly ajar door, feeling something strange bloom inside his heart. He leaned closer, hoping to hear more of the song. However, before he could do so, the music abruptly ended, and he was brought back to reality. Jisung heard some footsteps coming inside, so he quietly closed the door and walked away with some hesitation. However, as he got close to the meeting room, he still couldn't shake away the fact that the song sounded quite familiar. Gee, Rin exclaimed as soon as he went through the doors. Jisung snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at his teammates. It seemed like he was the last one to arrive. His cheeks reddened as he bowed, quickly taking his seat next to June. June smirked when he saw the headphones around Jisung's neck, feeling satisfied that the younger member was using his gift. We're complete now, Lei said with a wide smile. Good. We have plenty of things to talk about today. The members of Eve nodded, suddenly turning serious. Despite their playful nature, they appeared very professional when it came to their work. We have Ted and Mari here, Lei said. They will continue to spearhead your album like your last one. The boys, along with Jay, pursed their lips to hide their disappointment. They remembered how their last album didn't perform as well as their debut. Because Teddy influenced their title track too much. Mari saw the looks in their eyes and reassuringly smiled. We've already talked about it with Sir Lei, she quickly disclaimed. We have heard some of the songs that you've given the production team, and Sir Lei had personally told us to incorporate it in the album. The boys sighed in relief, including June. He had expected the worst from Lei. However, it seemed like he was decent when it came to giving them artistic freedom. Now, there will be 10 songs in the album, Mari continued. So, we will fill in that space. The title track still hasn't been decided. However, we will decide on it soon. Jae-young raised his hand. Do we have any room for another song suggestion? What if one of suddenly has something to show? He asked, glancing at Jisung, who had a thoughtful look on his face. Lay's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Are you guys working on another song besides the ones you've sent? Jisung really likes the songs we've sent. Jisung quickly interrupted Akira before he could finish his statement, even pertaining to himself in third person. Yeah, I really like them, he awkwardly added. Akira looked at him with wide, inquiring eyes, but Jisung merely shook his head. The others were also confused. However, seeing that their youngest member looked uncomfortable, they decided to let it go. I'm just wondering. Jae-young justified his last question. Lay pursed his lips. Well, that would depend. I guess we can accommodate it as long as it's good for the album. However, we would prefer if you give us all your songs now, even if they're unfinished, because Teddy, Mari, and their team would work to complete them. We are also looking for a group to choreograph the chosen title track in the future, he continued. The members exchanged uneasy gazes before nodding. The situation was already much better than their last album, so they felt like they couldn't complain further. Now that all of that has been established, Lay continued. I'm going to relay the rough timeline of the comeback. We are going to start recording the songs you've sent, especially the confirmed side tracks, he said. Then, by your first-year anniversary, the album and everything else shall be accomplished. The choreography of the title track will follow after we choose the title track by the second week of September. The boys frowned as soon as they heard the timeline. The second week of September? Zeph asked. Isn't that too long? Shouldn't we rush things now since November is only around the corner? It's all right, Lay said. You guys debuted in the third week of November anyway, and aside from that, some of your members won't be present for the next weeks. The boys turned to each other with wide eyes, finally realizing what Lay was talking about. Casper, Jisung, Lay started off. The two of you shall be joining the new season of Every Day, Every Night. Number 871. Chapter 871, The Key Item. Dang, Akira muttered. I wanted to go to the show too. Rin looked at him with raised eyebrows. You're just saying that in theory, he said. You definitely can't live in the middle of nowhere without your phone. I definitely can, Akira boasted, squaring his shoulders. You don't know me. You can't, Rin said, challenging his statement. Without your favorite food. Akira clicked his tongue. Easy. We'd just hunt some chickens and fry them on the spot. Without your video games? Akira pursed his lips. It's only a little more than a week. I can survive that long. Without your favorite dramas? Akira's eyes twitched, already feeling challenged. Well, without looking at the trends? You have the worst case of FOMO, Rin continued. Akira sighed. That was his breaking point. You're right. I'm happy I won't be there. Oh no, my dramas, Jisung exclaimed, already in distress. How am I going to live without watching my favorite shows? Sehun chuckled and patted Jisung's back. Looks like you have to let it go. Meanwhile, Casper was awfully quiet. Hey, Zeth said. You all right? Casper shook his head. I'm not going to see you guys for a while. You'll be with Jisung, Jae-young pointed out. Yet, Casper's eyes automatically turned to Jun, who was busy texting someone on his phone. Jun felt Casper's gaze on the side of his face, so he lifted his head and looked at him with one eyebrow raised. What? He asked. Why? Can't you go? Casper exclaimed, sounding desperate. It would be more fun if you were there. That's true, Jisung exclaimed. I feel safe when Jun's there. I feel like we'll be able to eat well if he joins. Akira nodded in agreement. I really thought Jun would be there. Aside from the fact that he's very in demand, he also suits the show's concept really well. I wonder why he wasn't chosen. Me too, Zeth said. Ramel PD was also fond of him during our recent shooting. Jay sighed. Well, you see, this is Sir Lay's decision. Aside from that, I believe this was decided even before Company's Company was filmed. I see, Jae-young muttered. Casper and Jisung turned to each other with pursed lips, already knowing that they were going to be miserable for the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Jun was still busy typing on his phone. They had arrived at their dorms, yet Jun couldn't find it in himself to go out. The others frowned as he stayed in his seat. Jae, too, had turned off the engine and wondered why Jun wasn't getting out. Did you forget something? Jae-young asked. Jun pursed his lips and nodded. Yeah, he said. I need Jae to drive me back. Jay's eyebrows raised in curiosity. Is it that important that you have to fetch it now? I can take it for you in the morning. Jun gave Jay a look, causing the latter to frown. Then, he looked at his members and gave them a small smile. We'll be back soon. With that, Jun shut the door of the van, making Jay even more confused. Where are we really going? My bath is waiting for me. I also plan to wear my favorite pajamas and lounge in my new mattress dash. We'll meet Marcus, Jun deadpanned, causing Jay to purse his lips. Then, a small smile appeared in his voice. Why didn't you say so in the beginning? He exclaimed before turning on the engine. Let's go. Jun shook his head and leaned against the seat as Jay drove to the familiar place. As soon as they got to the building, they were instantly escorted to the underground parking lot as if they were already anticipating the two's arrival. Jay got out of the car faster than Jun, appearing more excited than ever. They went up to Haruto's restaurant, the two of them parting ways without telling each other goodbye. Jay instantly went to where Marcus was while Jun went straight to Haruto's office. Jun didn't even bother knocking as he entered. Haruto jumped in his seat, placing his hand over his heart. I'm here, Jun simply said before plopping on the seat before him. Haruto shook his head in amusement. Would it hurt for you to knock? Let's cut to the chase, Jun said. I have some free time while my members go off to a show. After that, I'll be fully focused on the comeback, so we need to speed things up. I know, Haruto said. That's why I called you today. Jun nodded, already expecting something big. Although Haruto was annoying most of the time, he was a great source of information. It also seemed like he was very interested in this case. So, Jun asked. Haruto looked around the room before pointing to a stack of boxes on the side. Jun frowned as he scrutinized it. What are those? He asked. Headphones. Haruto innocently nodded. I saw that you liked them in the show, so I bought more for you. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Seriously, why do you do this before getting to the important part? Don't you like it? Haruto asked with wide eyes. These are the limited edition ones. Do you want me to swap them out for you? No, Jun firmly said. Just thank you, he sighed. You don't have to do things like this in the future, but I like doing this for you. Haruto exclaimed. Jun shook his head. All right. Just do anything you want. Now, tell me what I really need. Haruto sighed before clicking his tongue. Our friendship is too cold, he started off. Anyway, he continued, snapping back to a serious mood. I called you here because I have something that I think would lead us to the current head of Phoenix. Jun nodded, his eyebrows furrowing in curiosity. He even leaned his elbows against Haruto's table in anticipation. Haruto pursed his lips before bringing something out from the drawer of his work table. Jun held his breath as Haruto lifted the item. Then, a frown graced his face as Haruto placed it down on the table. Jun looked at it with disbelief. Sanapo. Number 872. Chapter 872. A Close Competition. Jun stared back at the photo of himself. It was the sexy version of this Sanapu that they were models of. What the fuck is this? Jun exclaimed as he flicked the bottle away. Hey, Haruto said, grabbing the bottle and making sure that it wasn't damaged in any way, even going as far as cradling it like a baby. Do you know how hard it is to get one of these things? Haruto exclaimed. I had to drive an hour to an unknown grocery store, and I even had to fight an old lady just for this last bottle. These are like gold these days. Jun shook his head and massaged the bridge of his nose. I have plenty of those in my house, he said, frustration heard in his voice. Oh, does that mean you have the cute version, too? I've been looking for it everywhere. Jun sighed and stood from his chair. All right, I'm going home. Wait, Haruto exclaimed, scrambling to get a hold of Jun's wrist and pulling him to sit back down. If you're just going to waste my time. I'm not, Haruto said. I'm really not. It might look like it, but I'm dead serious. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Tell me how Sanapu is relevant to this equation. Well, you see, I met the maid once again, Haruto started off. I got her contact number, by the way. Jun nodded, silently gesturing for him to continue. It was unexpected. She works at a salon as a cleaner now, and I just happened to pass by her. Anyway, I waited for 8 hours for her shift to end, he continued. Jun pursed his lips. The lady must have been so scared. I chased her down for a good half an hour, too, Haruto added. Well, I was with Marcus, and he did the honors, but you know what I mean. Jun shook his head. Goodness. You traumatized her. No, she was just shaken, but she's all right now? I gave her some cash. Anyway, Haruto continued. I asked her for more clues about how I could find the successor of the late head of Phoenix. However, she didn't tell me anything blatant. How come? Jun asked. Well, it might be because she had been their maid since the successor was a little kid. She said that she owed their family a lot, and she didn't dare expose them. It was what the late head would have wanted her to do so, he explained. However, Jun said, already expecting it to have some kind of catch. However, Haruto continued. She told me about this brand Sanapu. She told me that this is the key item to finding the successor. And that is because... Jun asked, wanting to find out more. Oh, that's all that she ever told me, he chuckled. I asked you to come here because I couldn't decode it up until this day. Jun sighed and shook his head. What more did he expect from Haruto? Well, it's a known fact that Sanapu is made by Phoenix's subsidiary cleaning company, but it still doesn't make sense how it would lead to its head. What about the address? Jun asked. Do you have any leads where he might live? He's in UN Village, right? Yes, Haruto said. However, that's still all that I know about. His address. The head must have lived a secretive life, so his son followed in his footsteps. Jun nodded. All right, he said, standing from his seat. We're heading out now. What? Haruto exclaimed. But I prepared some food for you guys. Why don't you stay for a bit, huh? Jun sighed and looked at Haruto's pleading face. Come on, he said. I bet Jay wouldn't mind. Of course, Jay wouldn't mind since it would only extend his time with Marcus. All right, Jun said. We'll head out right after. It was the next day, and Junny was on his way to the salon to get dolled up for his interview. It was early in the morning, so he wasn't in the mood. However, as soon as he got inside, he quickly shifted to his warm persona. Good morning, he said. The stylists and makeup artists greeted him fondly. Dan trailed behind his back before walking over to the couch, where other managers usually waited for their artists. However, since it was so early, he was the first one there. Let's head to the shampoo area, the stylist said. Junny nodded and followed after her to get his hair shampooed. As she massaged his hair, the other workers couldn't help but notice the height of his nose. Wow, you have such a pretty nose, one of them said. Jun's nose is trending these days because a lot of people want its projection. You have a similar one. Junny pursed his lips but quickly smiled. Well, this is natural, he said. Some of them gasped. So Jun's isn't, they asked. Junny held in the urge to smirk. I didn't say anything about that, he vaguely said. Just that mine is natural, he boasted. Then you are really handsome. They began to shower him with compliments. Junny couldn't help but smile. His day was already made with the amount of compliments he was receiving. Meanwhile, Dan, who was still on edge with Surley, smirked as soon as he saw some news from the private investigator he had hired. After the incident with Jun, he had been demoted to a managerial position, which also meant that his position in the hierarchy had also gone down. With that, he vowed to find the one thing that would make Lei trust him again. That is to find the head of Phoenix. He knew that Lei had been looking for him for a while now, and having the head on his side would bring about even bigger victories for Lei. Dan had been in a bitter mood ever since he was demoted. However, with the new text from the private investigator, he felt like he had been invigorated. He didn't even think twice before dialing Lei's number. Sir, he exclaimed, sounding a tad too excited. What do you need? Lei asked. I'm busy. I know, sir, Dan smiled. However, I have something that you wouldn't want to miss out on. Lei remained silent, so Dan took that as the chance to relay the piece of information he had gathered. The head of Phoenix, Dan started off. He's in UN Village. Number 873. Chapter 873, One Step Ahead. Lei looked at all the materials that Dan had prepared for him. After his failure to get Jun in trouble, Lei's trust in other people had once again diminished. He realized that he was still the most competent person in his life. However, scanning through the proof that Dan had prepared, he realized that his past assistant wasn't too bad. UN Village, huh? Lei muttered. Dan excitedly nodded. This is the first time we've seen a lead. The precise location still hasn't been found out, but this is a great step. We are also looking at the list of men living within the area, trying to see who fits the description of the previous head's son, Dan continued. In fact, I already have the list ready for you. Lei smirked in satisfaction as he looked through the list. It was 3 pages long, and he believed that he would finally be able to find him after all these years. If we had him on our side, then we would be invincible. Based on his father's autobiography, he must be someone who values morals. With that, I shall expose Kim Young-do and also take Phoenix Entertainment under my belt, Lei said, already going through an overview of his plan. Dan smiled, already feeling excited. And I'll be here with you, sir. We shall do this together. Lei nodded, satisfied with his current performance. I'll send you a bonus. Check your account later. Dan pursed his lips to stop himself from smiling too much. With that, he bowed his head. Thank you, sir. It will be used wisely. Lei chuckled and sat on his chair as he skimmed through the list of names. How did you know, by the way? Lei asked. How did you know that the head's son is residing in UN Village? It was a difficult task, Dan said, repeating what the investigator had told him. In fact, it seemed as if it was destined for us to find out. The investigator came across such information by chance. He had met someone who was looking for the same person and listened in on his conversation with the past maid of the head's household. Lei dropped the paper, his face hardening as he looked at Dan. Dan's smile slowly dropped when he saw the murderous look on Lei's face. Sir, he asked, what's wrong? So, Lei started off, sending shivers down Dan's spine. You're telling me that someone else is looking into this? Dan froze when he realized the implication of his words. USC, he stammered. Lei clenched his fist and brought it down to his table, making a loud sound. Then, he massaged the bridge of his nose. Goodness, he muttered. Who, he exclaimed. At least, tell me who it is. Dan pursed his lips. We are still looking into the identity of the maid dash. Lei slammed the table once more, causing Dan to close his eyes. But, Dan quickly added, we did get the information of the person who was looking for the head like we are. Lei's mood calmed down a little bit as he opened his eyes. Show me, he said. You should have shown me in the very beginning. Lei nodded and opened his phone, going through his conversation with the private investigator. Here, Dan said, shakily handing Lei his phone. Lei abruptly took it away from him and looked at the photo, feeling like a bucket of ice water was dumped on him, when he instantly recognized who it was. In the photo was the buff-looking guy who was involved in Lin Ji's death, and in front of him was a man in a wheelchair. At that moment, he felt lost once again. Lei knew that these people were involved with Jun, so that meant that Jun was one step ahead of him once more. Lei's grip on the phone tightened, causing the tempered screen to break into pieces. Dan's eyes widened as the scene unfolded before his eyes. However, even then, he couldn't shake off the question that lingered in his mind. I'm still going to receive that bonus, right? Casper and Jisung were busy packing in their rooms, which had already taken too long because they were whining. I bet you're the only people who don't want to go to every day, every night. Do you know how many other artists want to take your slot? It's a free ticket to variety stardom. Rin exclaimed as he looked at the two sulking men. You also don't want to go, Jisung exclaimed from his room. Rin chuckled. That's because I have to work with our producers for the songs they have approved. Zeth also doesn't want to go because he's afraid of bugs, Casper chimed. Sehun's too much of a homebody to commit to a long filming like this, Jisung added. And Jaeyoung would definitely cry if he was faced with difficult situations, Rin continued. We don't even have to mention Akira. So, in conclusion, Jun is the only suitable person in our team. Rin concluded. Just then, Jun passed them, quickly denying their accusation. Nope, he said. I don't want to go. The three of them turned to Jun with wide eyes. Even Akira, who was lounging in the living room while watching a new drama, joined in on their conversation. You're lying, Akira said. You love settings like those. I do, Jun said, not wanting to deny it. He had always wanted to become a farmer after experiencing the dangerous life of a gangster and the noisy life of an idol. It was even his retirement plan. However, at the moment, he had more important things to do. With Casper's and Jisung's absence, the group had some free time. Jun wanted to take the time to finally look for the head of Phoenix, especially since he already received quite a lot of clues from Haruto. But I won't go, Jun ended his statement. With that, he was about to head to his room to ask Bo-won for his help when the door slammed open, revealing Jae with an excited yet nervous expression. The four of them turned to him in surprise. What happened to you? Akira asked. It looks like you've been chased by a ghost. Jae ignored his statement and faced Jun. I just received some changes in your schedule, he said, appearing anxious yet slightly excited. June, he continued, looking at him. It was also decided that you will film every day, every night, with Casper and Jisung. Number 874. Chapter 874, Provoke Me. What? The others exclaimed. But that's already tomorrow. June frowned, unsure of what was happening. Are you sure? He asked. I swear if you're pulling my leg, then I'll literally break yours in half. Jay felt a shiver run down his spine, but he nodded with assurance. It's already established, he said. You're going to the village with Jisung and Casper. Jisung and Casper turned to each other with wide eyes before simultaneously bursting into cheers. Yay! Casper exclaimed, holding hands with Jisung and jumping up and down like a bunch of little schoolgirls. Meanwhile, June massaged the bridge of his nose, still in disbelief at what was happening. What's with the sudden change of mind? June asked. Why am I suddenly joining? Jay pursed his lips. Sir Lei thought you would make a great addition to the cast. June shook his head. That was bullshit. Why? Don't you want to go with us? Casper asked. No. June deadpanned without any hesitation. I told you I had something to do. Jay felt apologetic since he knew that June wanted to take this time to look for someone. Casper shrugged. That doesn't matter. You're still going with us anyway. June shook his head and leaned against the wall, placing his phone inside his pocket. Well, what are you waiting for? Jisung exclaimed, wrapping one arm around June's shoulders. Let's get to packing. June sighed as they sat in Azure Entertainment's first floor lobby. They were asked to stay there and wait for the production crew to fetch them. It was early in the morning, with the sun not even having risen. Casper and Jisung were by his side, appearing grumpy from the early call time. Jisung turned to June and nudged his side. Aren't you tired? He asked. I am, June admitted. You should sleep, Casper advised. June nodded, but even then, he couldn't find it within himself to sleep. His mind was still preoccupied with how he was going to locate the current head of Phoenix while he was in a remote village. Casper glanced at June's bags and frowned. Is that the only thing you have? June looked down at his large backpack and nodded. Yeah, he said. This has all my essentials. My clothes are pretty light to pack since they're all made from cotton. We're going to be there for 9 days, Jisung said, looking down at his and Casper's luggage. It was a stark difference to June's backpack. I know, June said. I even packed light. Jisung scratched the back of his neck. I guess it's a good thing to be low maintenance. With that, he closed his eyes as they waited for their transportation to arrive. Just then, June stood. Casper looked at him with curiosity. Where are you going? Restroom, June briefly said. I won't be long. With that, June walked to the restroom to do his business. After that, he went to the sink to wash his hands. He was about to dry them when someone came into the room. He stopped when he saw it was. As far as he knew, the office workers usually came around 8 a.m. So, it was strange to find him during this time. Why are you here? June asked. Lei chuckled as he leaned against the wall, his arms crossed in front of his chest. I was expecting a warmer greeting, he teased. June clicked his tongue. The two of us already know our respective objectives. There's no need for pretentious greetings. Lei's smile was replaced with a smirk. He straightened his posture, but his arms remained crossed in front of his chest. Did you like my surprise? He asked. June pursed his lips. Is this all part of your scheme? You know that this show will make me even more popular, right? Lei nodded. Of course, I know that, which is why I didn't dispatch you in the beginning. June raised one eyebrow in curiosity, coaxing him to speak further. However, we have to make sacrifices, Lei continued. Through this, you won't be able to fulfill your objectives. June frowned, causing Lei to burst into laughter. I really love that expression of yours. It makes me feel alive when I see you upset. What do you want? June asked with narrowed eyes. I want what you want, Lei vaguely said. The person you're looking for. I will be the first one to find them. June's eyebrows shot up in surprise, causing Lei to laugh even louder. You thought you were the only one who knew, huh? Newsflash, kid. I've been looking for him for the longest time. I don't know what you want with him, but best believe if I find him, you should start counting your days. June tried to remain composed, but it was obvious in his expression that he was livid. That seemed to fuel Lei even more. 9 days, Lei continued. 9 days is enough for me to find the person you're looking for. Once that time comes, you'll regret ever crossing my path. You'll regret ever challenging me. You'll regret what you did to Lin Ji. You will bow to me. Lei stepped closer and closer to Jun with every statement. Jun bit his lip, trying to control his anger. However, before he could act upon it, the door burst open, revealing Casper, who had a worried look on his face. He paused when he saw that Lei was in front of Jun. He bowed in respect. "Good morning, sir," he greeted. "You came early?" "Oh, I didn't leave," Lei smiled. "As the CEO, I have plenty of things to finish, plenty of people to find," he said, subtly glancing at Jun. Jun clenched his fists by his side while Casper nodded. "Well, I just came here to fetch Jun since he took too long. Our transportation is here," he said. "Oh, sorry for that," Lei chuckled. "We had such an enjoyable talk that we didn't notice the time. Right, Jun?" Lei asked. Jun remained silent as he walked to where Casper was. "Well, if you excuse us, sir," Casper said. Lei nodded, an amused look still on his face. "Of course," he said. "You guys go ahead." "Jun." He called his name, but Jun didn't bother turning around. Have fun. Number 875. Chapter 875, just like a tattoo. 875, just like a tattoo. Fuck him. I hate him. I hope he falls into a ditch and doesn't get discovered for 1,000 more years. By the time he's discovered, aliens have invaded the planet and will be using his bones to dig up other worthless humans, Jun muttered. Jisung turned around with an innocent expression as they walked toward the white van that the production crew had prepared for them. "What did you say, bro?" he asked. Casper, who appeared pale behind Jun for having heard such words, frantically shook his head. "Trust me," he said, placing his hand on Jisung's shoulder. "You don't want to know." Jisung frowned in confusion while Jun continued muttering curses under his breath. However, as soon as they got to the van, he smiled out of respect for the staff members. There was a producer in the front seat of the van while cameras adorned each corner. The boys, not being used to such setups, appeared awkward as they settled in their seats. The producer, named Nami, felt her cheeks warm up as she was graced with the presence of 3 handsome young men. However, she kept it in since she was a professional lady. The driver started the engine while Nami explained what was going to happen. "Welcome, Eve," she said. The boys all bowed, sometimes glancing at the camera to give a nervous smile. Nami noticed this and chuckled. "It must feel awkward, huh?" she asked. The boys collectively nodded, still not being able to say a word. Although they had guested in plenty of variety shows in the past, the setting of every day, every night was different. Just the thought of staying in an unfamiliar place for 9 days already made them feel nervous. "Don't worry," Nami said. "You'll get used to it. The house where you'll be staying will have 24-hour surveillance, so it's best if you shake away those nerves now." "All right," Jun said, taking one for the team since Casper and Jisung appeared awfully nervous. "The other participants are already on their way to the designated venue, too. By the time we get there, you'll be given more instructions. It will be a 4-hour drive, so for now, you can do whatever you want," she said. Jisung raised his hand. "We're not obligated to play games in the car ride." Nami chuckled in amusement. "Oh no," she said. "I bet only a couple of seconds of this scene would be shown. Just think that the shoot hasn't started yet. You can comfortably rest or watch something on your phone." With that, she faced the front once again, her cheeks now as red as a tomato since she held in her fangirling a while ago. Meanwhile, Jisung and Casper still couldn't shake away their nervousness even after Nami told them to be comfortable. "What are we going to do now?" Jisung whispered. Casper shrugged. "I don't know. Why do I feel like it's the calm before the storm?" "Because it technically is," Jisung said. "Every day, every night, is really fun to watch, but the missions are tough." Casper nodded. "I binge-watched the show with Akira last night, and I don't think I'll be able to do it." Jisung's eyebrows raised in surprise. "Is that why you look so restless?" Casper pursed his lips and nodded. Meanwhile, Jisung shook his head. "Well, if you believe you won't be able to do it, then what about me?" Casper sighed and glanced at Jun, who had just popped his wired earphones on. "Well, it's a good thing that Jun's with us, right?" Casper asked. Jisung smiled and nodded, his worries vanishing for a moment. However, he became concerned once again when he realized that Jun had only seen snippets of the show. "Has Jun ever watched the full show?" he asked out of worry. Casper shook his head. "He's way too busy to watch it. I don't think he even knows the complete concept. Just look at what he has packed." Jisung pursed his lips. I know, right? He must not know that he needs to pack as heavy as possible, because this is where the team's resources usually come from when they lose in missions. He looks so innocent, Casper said, placing his hand over his heart. He does not know what's coming. Look at him sleeping, Jisung continued. We're not going to have that much sleep once we're in there. Let's not wake him up, Casper said. He needs all the rest he can get. Jisung nodded in agreement. Let's make a pact to protect Jun for these 9 days. Let's make his stay as comfortable as possible. Casper also nodded, appearing determined. Simps unite. Jisung looked at him with confusion before shrugging. Unite, he responded. The car ride continued. It seemed like Jun was much more tired than he had assumed as he was awoken by the vibration of his phone. He blinked his eyes awake to look at his phone, slightly widening when he saw that more than 3 hours had already passed. Jun glanced to the side and saw Casper and Jisung leaning against each other, some saliva dripping out of the corner of Jisung's lips. With that, he brought his attention back to his phone. He had a new text from none other than Minjun, causing him to smile. Little bro, I have a gift for you. Jun shook his head in amusement as he typed out his answer. Jun, very fitting. I'm in a bad mood these days, so I need something to cheer you up. Little bro, I'm sure you would like this gift. Jun, show me. It took a little bit over a minute before Minjun finally responded. Little bro, it's a photo of me. Little bro, send a photo. Jun's smile widened as he enlarged the photo. Minjun wasn't alone in it. On his right was Lena, whose half-body was seen. He let out a small chuckle. Jun, you're getting brave now. You even took a photo with your mom. Little bro, I already told her that I had deleted it. Jun, you're going to be the death of your mom. Little bro, oh shocks. She loves me too much. Jun clicked his tongue. This little dude's confidence had increased so much. Jun, by the way, I didn't know your mom had tattoos. Little bro, she has a couple of them. It's not obvious because she wears long sleeves most of the time. Jun hummed and went back to the photo, zooming in on Lena's tattoos. Pretty cool, he muttered as he observed them. However, one particular tattoo caught his attention. One very familiar-looking one. Just then, the van came to a halt. We're here, Nami said, but Jun was still focused on his phone. Jun frowned as he zoomed in even closer, trying to get a better look. However, before he could get a clearer look, his world turned black. Number 877. Chapter 877. The Cast Members. 877. The Cast Members. Casper could feel the heat in the air before he even took his first step out of the cardboard box. As soon as the box flaps were pulled back, the sunlight hit Casper's face, and the cameras zoomed in to capture the moment. There's our man, Zeth exclaimed as soon as he was revealed. He nodded in approval at his outfit, a leather jacket. His leather jacket, to be exact. Casper adjusted the jacket that Zeth had insisted he wear. Zeth told him that he should make the best first impression since it was the one that stuck the most. And, as it turned out, Zeth was right. Posts from Naver started pouring in, each one more enthusiastic than the last. Omo, it's Casper from Eve. So, that's why my boyfriend is gone. He went on the show without telling me. Why does he look so scrumptious in the middle of nowhere? Is it fair to look like that so early in the morning? The production crew was also satisfied. Even with only the first member, there was already some buzz about the show. Casper pursed his lips to hide his smile, knowing that he looked damn good. But before he could fully bask in the attention, another box was opened, and Casper's eyes widened in surprise as he saw who it was. Haruki of Chaos stepped out, his appearance causing another wave of reactions online. Eve and Chaos had met once more. Casper turned to Haruki, his eyes still wide with surprise, but his lips curved into a small smile. Haruki also turned to him with a smile. Somehow, though, Haruki was hoping that another member of Eve would show up. The unexpected reunion of two powerhouse groups was already causing a stir, with some commenting how they were glad to see them together after King of Kings. They really did it. Eve and Chaos together. Casper and Haruki? This is going to be insane. What's the freaking budget for this show? How can they afford them? In the first season, only half of the stars could be considered famous. However, with 2 people in, I can already tell that they're putting the first season's money to good use. Then, the third box opened, and the atmosphere changed again. A woman stepped out, her presence instantly lighting up the area. It was Mimi, her fresh idol visuals making the production crew cheer. The viewers at home responded just as enthusiastically. It's Mimi. She's so bright. She's like a ray of sunshine. Nico, who was unfortunately not invited to the show, cheered by himself in their shared apartment. At first, he was hesitant to let her go. However, knowing that this would be a boost to her career and that June wouldn't be there, he let her grab the opportunity. Mimi's entrance was like a breath of fresh air, her smile infectious as she waved at the cameras. Nico watched her, his heart beating inside her chest. But the surprises weren't over yet. The fourth box revealed another woman. This time, someone no one had expected. I told you. The budget goes big on this one. Freak. She's so beautiful. I love all of her shows. The number of viewers increased once again. Hannah Lim, the A-list actress, stepped out, looking stunning in a pink dress that glowed under the sunlight. Her appearance created chaos even among the staff members, her beauty undeniable even in such a simple setting. Hannah glanced at Mimi and smiled, a gesture that was simple but full of warmth. Maybe I should have gone, Akira muttered, suddenly regretting it. Boy, it's not like you can just go, Rin said. You weren't invited in the first place. Akira clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes at his member. Just when everyone thought they had seen it all, the fifth box was opened, and another surprise was revealed. Akira stopped sulking as soon as he saw the next member. Huh, he's also here. It was Choi Pablo, the flamboyant photographer that everyone, maybe except for June, loved. He was originally known for being mysterious, especially when it came to his work. But ever since he launched his U-Watch channel, his personality has won over even more fans. Pablo, I can't believe he's here. Is he going to take photos during the show? I sure hope so. There are way too many beautiful people here for him not to take photos. Hello, everyone, he exclaimed, but the production crew told him to be quiet. Meanwhile, June, who was at the farthest box, felt like he heard someone familiar. However, it was gone in a second, making him frown. The sixth person to be revealed was Jisung. He stepped out of his box with a shy wave, instantly melting hearts with his adorable persona. The comments went wild with the arrival of a second member from Eve. Jisung's so cute. I can't handle it. 2 members of Eve. This show is going to be legendary. Haruki pursed his lips as soon as he saw him. Well, there goes his hope. There was no way that 3 members of Eve would be on the show. My son is so cute, Rin sobbed as he looked at Jisung on the screen. It felt like yesterday when he can't even go out of the house without looking like he wants to cry. Then, the 7th box opened, and a figure with icy white hair emerged. It was Uno, the center of OCTA. His hair was now grown out, giving him an ethereal look that made him appear like he wasn't from Earth. Uno, he looks like an elf. Octa's center is here too? This is insane. Jisung's eyes widened, and he quickly bowed at Uno. It's been a while, he said. Uno pursed his lips and nodded. Jaeyoung, watching from the comfort of their dorm, couldn't help but comment, there seems to be a pattern here. But before he could think too much about it, the next reveal interrupted his thoughts. May of Lanier stepped out, the 8th participant in the show. Her members, watching from their dorm, cheered loudly, proud that she was representing them. She's the only one who could do this show. Era exclaimed. Go and eat those bugs, girl. She's here too? Mimi muttered, also sensing some kind of pattern. Then, it was time for the 9th reveal. It was one that took everyone by surprise. What is he doing here again? He's back. Junny, have you guys noticed the pattern? Sandcastle. Creators thought. Number 878. Chapter 878, The Group's Similarity. 878, The Group's Similarity. Junny's back? I became a fan of him after watching the last season. I was pretty sad that it ended so quickly. Now, I get to see him once again. The winner of the season is finally here, everyone. Why are you making it into a competition? Junny, the main character of the show. The 9th reveal took everyone by surprise. It was Junny who participated in the first season. Casper held in the urge to click his tongue in disappointment. Who knew that this guy was going to come back? Meanwhile, Uno looked at him with curiosity. They hadn't met before, and he was trying to make something out of his first impression. On the other hand, Casper almost smiled. Almost. He thought it was another person. However, he had his hopes up for nothing. The camera panned to an overall shot, allowing the viewers to exclaim in amazement. The group was already star-studded, with 9 people who were all famous in their own way. But it wasn't done yet. There was still one more person to be revealed. Inside his cardboard box, Jun remained clueless about who the other 9 were. His view was still occluded, leaving him in the dark, both literally and figuratively. I swear, he muttered. Why do I always have to be the last one in these kinds of things? As he ranted to himself, his cardboard box was removed slowly, finally revealing himself to the light. A collective gasp was heard. Jun stood there, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the light. But the moment the other participants caught sight of him, the silence shattered. Jun? Jun is here? The comments flooded in almost instantly, the online chat exploding with disbelief and excitement. Holy crap, they managed to afford 3 members of EVE? Ramel PD really went all out for this season. In the distance, Ramel PD's smug smirk was caught on camera. He really prepared well for this season, wanting it to become even bigger than the first one. He had kept the final reveal under wraps, knowing that the shock of Jun's appearance would affect not only the audience, but also the cast. I see the pattern now, Jae-young excitedly exclaimed, standing from the couch when he finally realized what the group had in common. Akira also looked at the screen, shaking his head in amusement. What is it? Zeth asked, absolutely clueless. Akira turned to him with wide eyes. You don't know? How can you not know? Sehun scratched the back of his neck. I also don't understand what you guys are talking about. The other 3 turned to each other with amused expressions. Look at it more closely, Rin said, crossing his arms in front of his chest, not wanting to give it away so easily. Zeth clicked his tongue in annoyance. Nonetheless, he and Sehun turned to the screen with narrowed eyes. So, Jae-young asked, enjoying the situation. Do you guys finally see it? What do they have in common? Zeth clicked his tongue. I guess they're all good-looking. However, they're not as good-looking as I am. Maybe Junkin is. But then again, he's wearing his usual style of clothes, just with a white shirt this time. I told him to borrow one of my varsity jackets so he could look more stylish. You're getting off topic, Rin deadpanned. I have no clue, Sehun chimed, leaning against the coach. Geez, Akira muttered. I see that the 2 of you are getting old. You can't even comprehend things like this. Zeth clicked his tongue. We're nearly the same age. Sehun shook his head. I swear, you guys are going to be the death of me someday. Akira chuckled and focused his attention back on the screen. Fine, I'll tell you, he said. These people are all simps for Jun. Meanwhile, the rest of the participants were, proving Akira's statement right as they stared at Jun with wide eyes, each of them processing what they were seeing. What? Junhee muttered, unable to believe it. He had been tipped off about the other cast members just the day before. Jun definitely wasn't on the list. His mouth opened slightly, feeling like the world had betrayed him. On Naval, the viewers also caught the similarities between the groups, and they went wild. It's a Jun Simp special. We're being blessed this season. Notice how all these people are related to Jun somehow. Not only that, but these are his most popular ships. Jun hates being adored. I wonder how he's going to survive these 9 days. Choi Pablo, unable to contain his excitement, squealed out loud, his usual calm demeanor completely forgotten. Mimi, her eyes wide with surprise, quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze not leaving Jun. Uno, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, found himself unable to look at Jun for more than a moment. His ears turned a deep shade of red, and he quickly turned away, trying to hide the blush that was creeping up his neck. Haruki, on the other hand, had to purse his lips to stop himself from grinning. He's really here, he muttered. May, who had been watching quietly, almost sighed in relief. Somehow, the presence of Jun made her feel safer, as if there was someone she could rely on in this unfamiliar environment. She stole a glance at him, feeling a small sense of comfort in knowing that she wasn't alone in this secluded village. Jisung, standing just a few feet away, couldn't help but be proud of his teammate. The others had a great reaction to his arrival, as expected from his very competent and very handsome brother. Casper also smiled and even clapped for Jun as he was revealed. However, despite not looking at the other contestants, he felt something strange within his heart. The rhythm of his clapping eventually slowed down as the feeling in his heart bloomed even further. Then, he tilted his head to the side. Why does it feel like I'm in a dangerous position? Casper sensed his competition. Sandcastle. Number 879. Chapter 879. Plain, just plain. Amidst the chaos, Ramel PD cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the scattered conversations and drawing everyone's attention. The 9 cast members, who were still excited from the reveal of their final member, turned to face him. A grin spread across his face as he saw that their excitement had yet to die down. "Eyes over here, and not on June," Ramel PD teased, earning a few chuckles from the group and a surge of playful comments from the viewers. Ramel PD knows what's up. He's right, though. June is going to be their squish doll all throughout this season. That doesn't sound right to me. Squish doll? Is that some kind of fetish or... I know you guys are excited, Ramel PD continued, his tone taking on a more serious note. But before we dive in, we need to establish some rules. The cast members, sensing the producer's seriousness, listened intently. Ramel PD's voice softened as he took them back to the first season. For those of you who watched last season, you might remember the setting, a small village where fishing and farming were the main sources of food and livelihood. The cast members had to complete missions or work hard to earn their meals. Otherwise, they had to turn to their personal belongings to trade for food. A few of the cast members nodded, recalling the scenes from the previous season. Jun just nodded along with them since he only saw glimpses of the show from when Jisung and Akira watched it from the living room or when they sometimes forced him to watch the show with them despite his initial resistance. But then again, Jun was too busy to watch the whole show and grasp the entirety of its concept. They created friendships, had friendly competition, and learned what it was like to live without the luxuries they were used to, Ramel PD added, a nostalgic note in his voice. He then turned his attention to Junnie. Junnie, you were part of that experience. How did you find the last season? Junnie smiled warmly. It was challenging but rewarding. We learned a lot about each other and ourselves. It was an experience I'll never forget. The viewers lapped up his response, and the live chat was filled with admiration. Junnie is too pure for this world. Such a wholesome answer, as expected from Junnie. He was such a star last season. I can't wait to see his chemistry with this new cast. Those were some good times, Ramel PD said, appearing amused. However, he suddenly said, pausing for effect, this may be the same show, but it is the next season. In Eve's dorm, the members who weren't participating in the show leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. I'm so invested in this, Akira muttered. How is it going to be any different, though? Jaeyoung asked. For one, they did say that the show would be revamped, Rin started off. And with Jun's luck, I would say that it's going to be difficult for these people. The camera panned back to Ramel PD, who now wore a smirk that sent a chill through the group. There's one rule here: survive. The cast members exchanged looks of surprise. The live chat exploded once more. Wait, did this just turn into a survival show? What's with this? The last season was already difficult. What do you mean they have to survive? Jun can't seem to escape survival shows. Can he? You are currently in Porrid Village, Ramel PD continued. This small house is the farthest on the hill. Any other civilization is an hour's walk away. Mimi pursed her lips as she glanced at Hannah, who had the same horror-filled eyes. Maybe coming here was actually a bad idea. He paused, letting the reality of their situation sink in. We were born from nothing, and man shall start with nothing, he said. No gadgets. No contact with the outside world. The group tensed. With Jun having the most noticeable reaction, he was reminded once again that he wouldn't be able to look for the head of Phoenix, while Lei was probably already searching for him. Ramel PD's expression softened slightly. However, I'm not that cruel, he said, a hint of humor returning to his voice. I'm giving you guys some leverage. In the last season, I allowed the participants to eat the snacks they brought or cook from the stash they had bought beforehand. But this time, you will only start with limited items. As he spoke, several staff members approached the group, handing each of them a black backpack and a stack of clothes. The clothes were simple: a white shirt and gray sweatpants. These are your day clothes, Ramel PD explained. You'll wear them during the day. This ensures that you're really united. The group looked down at their matching outfits. The simplicity of the clothes stood in contrast to the fancy outfits some of them had arrived in. The backpack is for your belongings, Ramel PD added. I'm not that cruel to let you start with nothing, so you shall have only this. Stuff it with your items. However, only those in the backpack can be utilized for your stay here. Your other items will be kept and can only be claimed by the end of the show. Jun's gaze shifted to the clothes, noting the simplicity of the design, and then he looked down at his own outfit. Huh, he muttered. It's the same. The gray sweatpants were the only thing that set it apart from the outfit he was already wearing. It turned out that dressing simply would actually work in his favor. Then, he looked down at the backpack in his hands, turning it over slowly. The material felt familiar, and as he inspected it more closely, he realized why. His eyes widened and sparkled under the sunlight. Omo, Akira muttered as he looked at the screen. Why does he look so excited and cute? Who the heck is excited for that plain-ass backpack? Zeph asked. And how are they going to fit all their belongings inside it? Rin narrowed his eyes at the screen before the realization hit him. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle before bursting into full-blown laughter. His teammates turned to him with wide eyes. He's crazy, Zeph muttered. What are you laughing about? Look, Rin said, nodding toward the screen. That backpack is the same as Jun's. Meanwhile, Jun felt like coming here wasn't that bad of an experience. This was the backpack he had been looking for, but never knew the brand of. Number 880. Chapter 880, Battle of the Ships. After receiving their items, they first got dressed in their matching uniforms. I'm done, Jun said, causing the other cast members to turn around. Pablo sighed in disappointment. You changed that easily? I didn't even get to see. Uno turned to him with wide eyes, but Pablo continued to change into his plain clothes, acting like he didn't make such a comment. Jisung chuckled as soon as he saw Jun. Did you even change? It looks like you're wearing the same clothes. Oh, I am, Jun said. I didn't change into the shirt since they're the same. Pablo sighed once more. So, I wouldn't be able to see it anyway. Pablo's as disappointed as us. We wanted to see Jun's abs, too. Haruki clicked his tongue. Did you know the theme beforehand? He asked, capturing Jun's attention. Jun shook his head. These are my usual clothes. Casper and Jisung nodded in agreement. Zeth even criticized him for wearing such plain clothes. But it turns out that it worked in his favor, Casper said. Well, Jun is always right. Junhee pursed his lips and shook his head as he put on his clothes. He had planned his outfits ahead of time, wanting to show off his handsome side. However, with all of them in plain clothes, there was no doubt that Jun's visuals stood out. Meanwhile, as Casper changed into his clothes, Pablo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Omo, he said. Your body, it's like a bodybuilder. The others also turned toward their way and saw Casper, whose back was bare. Even though he didn't flex, the muscles on his back unconsciously tensed. The people who watched the scene couldn't help but curse in excitement. The back view is amazing. This is my view every morning. Casper's body is really a sigma. What the heck does that mean? You don't know? Are you prehistoric? Did you witness the evolution of dinosaurs? Sehun pursed his lips as the word Sigma Casper kept appearing on his navel feed. What does Sigma mean? He asked. The members of Eve turned to each other before frowning. We have no idea. Finally, the male cast members finished getting dressed in their uniforms and left the makeshift tent. They came out one by one, and the editing team edited the scene with pink flowers flowing and dreamy music playing in the background. Ah, visual attack. They all look so good in their uniform. They look like a cult. However, amongst all of them, of course, Jun stood out. He looked like he was in his habitat. He had the kind of beauty that didn't need anything fancy to be able to accentuate it. A few seconds later, the girls also went out of their respective tents, all appearing beautiful despite the plain clothes. I swear, everyone is so good looking. There's a sneak in there. Who are you talking about? You guys figure it out. Ramal PD smiled in amusement as the members glanced at each other. It felt more real now. You guys all look good in the uniform, Ramal PD informed. Now, it's time for you to transfer your belongings to the backpacks we've provided. Groans of disappointment were heard in the small field. Aside from Jun, most of them had a luggage. Some of them even had two, especially since they were going to stay in the secluded area for 9 days. Casper opened his luggage, making Jun frown. No wonder it felt so light, Jun muttered. Why do you have so many cat plushies? Casper turned around. These are my comfort plushies. I can't sleep without them. Jun clicked his tongue. They all can't fit inside your bag. Casper looked at him with wide eyes. Does that mean I won't be able to take them? Jun sighed and massaged his nose bridge. Sometimes, Casper felt so mature, but it was times like this that Jun felt he was still quite young, or maybe he was just plain weird. You can take one, Jun said, causing Casper's eyes to brighten. Then he turned to his plushies, finding the black one that looked like his cat. So cute. Jun really looks like the older brother between the two of them. Has Casper always been this cute? I have now realized that Jun acts as the oldest among all members of Eve. They're so precious. Truly, nothing could beat #Junper. BTCH, #Junsung is the best. Your faves have a fake-ass friendship. Casper is always annoying him. Ayo? We're having battles for ships now? Fake friendship? Jisung is the one who always cries to Jun. It's obvious that Jun doesn't like it when he does that. Guys, since when was this serious? I swear, people need to touch some grass. I can't believe you even found something to fight about in this sweet scene. Meanwhile, Jun turned to Jisung, who had his gadgets laid on the grass. Jun frowned. You even got sound-making equipment? He asked. Jisung nodded. I wanted to write some music while we're here, but I don't think I'll be able to take it. Omo, Jisung is going to write some music? This is the first time, right? Are they finally going to release a new album? They better be. We've been deprived for too long. Jun sighed and grabbed his backpack. Wait here, he said. He then went to Ramel PD. Is it all right if I don't transfer my belongings here anymore? He asked. Ramel PD frowned when he saw that Jun's backpack was identical to the one he had given. Oh, all right, Ramel PD said. It's the same backpack anyway. I can't believe you were able to fit all your belongings in that. You're the only one here who has done that. Well, let me just take the extra backpack then. Jun frantically shook his head. He has been looking for that backpack forever. The tag on its old one had worn out, so he didn't know for a long time. Now that the new backpack was in his hands, he wasn't going to let it go. Can I keep it? Jun asked. Ramel PD was surprised, but then he chuckled, nodding in agreement. With that, Jun walked away from Ramel PD, appearing excited. Ramel PD chuckled as he watched Jun walk back to the group. That kid is really lovable, he said to the camera. That sent the comment section into flames. Wait, is Ramel PD also competing for Jun's heart? Number 881. Chapter 881. Find the key. As soon as Jun got back to the group, he opened his backpack for Jisung. Place them here, he said. I still have some space. Jisung turned to him with wide eyes. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, Jun sighed. The space is a waste. You can put them here. Jisung smiled and happily obliged. Meanwhile, Jun watched him with excitement. For some reason, Jun felt that he would regret it if Jisung didn't pack his music equipment for this trip. #Junper is superior? Look at these two men. For sure. #Junsung on top. I'm writing a fanfiction as we speak. How do you guys think they will feel once they read our comments? I wish they would read fan fiction for content again. Genius. Meanwhile, the others were also having a hard time packing their belongings into one backpack. Uno, whose luggage was filled with hair products, was in distress. His hair, which was already touching the back of his neck, needed all of it so it could look good every day. Meanwhile, Haruki had packed so many snacks. He had a sweet tooth despite his cold personality, and he couldn't seem to stash them away. Mimi was the same. However, instead of snacks, her luggage was filled with ramyun and other cookables. Hannah laughed as Mimi squeezed the air out of the ramyun packets, hoping they would become smaller and fit inside the backpack. You've bought a lot of food, Hannah said. Of course, she chimed. Have you seen this show? There were plenty of times when the cast members were starved, especially during their last days, because they couldn't sustain themselves with the missions. I'm not taking any chances. It seems like you'll only be able to fit 3 packets, though, Hannah said. Mimi sighed and nodded. You're right. I can't fit anymore. Then, Mimi glanced at Hannah's bag, which was almost exploding with skincare products. She let out a little chuckle while Hannah's cheeks reddened. These are all my essentials, she defended. I can't skip one step from my 10-step skincare routine. Mimi raised her hands. Hey girl, I don't judge. On the other hand, May had a relatively easy time. She had an adequate amount of everything, as expected from Jun's sister, and it fit perfectly inside her bag. She then glanced to her side and saw Junnie's makeup products inside his luggage. You brought even more makeup than me, she said. Junnie pursed her lips and turned to her with a twitching eye. Fortunately, it wasn't caught on camera. These are not makeup, Junnie denied before quickly stuffing it inside his bag. Of course, they were makeup. After seeing Jun in real life, Junnie didn't want to lose. Now, He needed to work twice as hard to look like him. Mei frowned and shook her head. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of makeup, she muttered. She didn't get why Junnie denied it so blatantly. On the other hand, Choi Pablo was as dramatic as usual. Can't we have 2 of these, PD, he whined. I won't be able to pack a single camera. All my essentials have already filled the backpack. Ramel PD shook his head, appearing amused. No, he said. This show is about going back to our roots. We cannot be too greedy as people. Choi Pablo clicked his tongue and grabbed onto his camera before walking toward Jun, who was currently packing Jisung's equipment into his bag. Keep this for me, he said. Jun turned to him with raised eyebrows. Why, he asked. Come on, Junie, he said. Junie paused with his packing and turned around, happy that Pablo was calling him. He had always wanted to have a photo shoot with the renowned photographer. However, his face slightly fell when he saw that he was talking to Jun instead. I will take pretty photos for you and the others. Don't you want that? Jun was about to refute when the girls walked to where they were. That'd be pretty cool, Mei chimed. Yeah, I've never had the chance to get my photos taken by you, Mimi added. Can you really do that? Henna asked, sounding excited. Yes, Pablo exclaimed. I already saw plenty of spots that are great for photo taking. I just need this camera. Give me, Jun said. Take it from me later. With that, he grabbed the camera from Pablo's hand and carefully placed it inside his bag. Choi Pablo squealed in excitement. You're the best, Junie Poo. Oh, maybe it's hashtag #PABJun? Hashtag Junsung and hashtag Junper shippers are fighting in the comments. But in reality, Pablo is the real one. Girl, Jun only packed Pablo's camera because of Hannah. Did you see how he smiled when he looked at her? It was obvious that Jun did it for Mei. She also looked excited, and Jun glanced at her before he packed Pablo's camera. Guys, it's because of Mimi. No freaking way. Mimi is only for Nico. Nico is only for Mimi. Why do I feel like the upstairs commenter is Nico? After the chaotic packing, the staff members came once more to grab the cast's respective luggage, placing them inside the vans before they drove away from the secluded area. Now, you guys are ready, Ramel PD said. The show shall officially start. With that, the other staff members started leaving the area, making the cast members frown. What's this? Haruki asked, confused. Ramel PD smirked as the cameramen merely left their cameras in place before entering their van 2. Where are they going? Junie asked, unfamiliar with the concept. Back then, the staff members watched them until the night. And even then, they would only leave once the cast members were already fast asleep. They're going to rest, Ramel PD nonchalantly said. Then what about us? Mimi asked. Well, this is your first day here, Ramel PD started off, also putting on his jacket. That house will be your home for the next 9 days. However, in this era, a home isn't given. It is earned. With that, he continued, you have the mission of entering the house your home. Haruki walked to the house and tried to open the door, frowning when he realized that it was locked. Where's the key? He asked. Ramel's smirk widened. The key is not with me. What? Casper exclaimed. How are we going to get in? Uno asked. However, the key is around here. There are clues around the area, some more obvious than others. Now, Ramel smiled, walking away from the camera. The cast members' eyes widened. Not you too, PD. Pablo exclaimed. I shall leave you. Good luck, he smirked. Now, remember, this will be your home. If you can't get in, then you'd have a hard time for the 9 days. And with that, the PD entered the van before it drove away, leaving 10 confused cast members in the garden. Number 882. Chapter 882. Just not. The garden turned silent after Ramel PD and the crew left. Are we being pranked? Haruki asked. Can they really leave us here all alone? Mimi also added. What is this? Why are they leaving the babies alone? This is so fun, though. It really feels like a challenge. I love stuff like this. Clearly, a lot of people do. We currently have a 30% real-time rating. Truth be told, Ramel PD's challenge had spread through social media, and many households, specifically families, were tuning into the show while having their dinner. My mom is loving this. She just asked me to watch it with her every day. My dad, who doesn't think watching the TV is productive, is also very intrigued. He really likes the concept. It's a surprise that my brother also joined us for our watching night. He thinks Jun is the most handsome. So what now? Jisung asked, scratching the back of his neck. The reality sunk in. They were outside with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the belongings in their backpacks. Casper sighed before marching up to the front door. He twisted the doorknob with force, clicking his tongue when it didn't budge. "It's still locked," he announced. "I highly doubt it would open when we already tried to open it a while ago," Uno said. Casper twisted the knob again, this time using his shoulder to push against the door, but it remained firmly shut. Jisung, on the other hand, headed around the back, hoping to find another way in. A few moments later, he returned with the same news. The back door's locked, too. They got the cast members stressed on their first day. If they can't open the house, they could stay with us. Port Village is just a 2-hour walk away. Sighs of frustration were heard among the group as they exchanged glances. The house was right there, but it might as well have been miles away for all the good it did them. The others began to wander around the perimeter of the garden, searching for anything that might give them access. "I'll search for it in front of the house," Junhee said, narrowing his eyes in concentration. "I'll be at the back," Jisung said, also looking for it. The others were nearby, each having their designated areas. Jun looked through the cacti before shaking his head. As the minutes ticked by, their search proved fruitless. "It's no use," Junhee finally said, stepping back from the bushes he had been inspecting. His voice sounded hopeless, and it made the others stop their efforts. "We need to look for clues. Did they search hard enough? Where do you guys think it's hidden? The surrounding land is so vast. It would take forever to look for it." Jun, who focused his gaze on the door, spoke up. "Does anyone have their wallets?" The group turned to him, confused. One by one, they shook their heads, unsure of where he was going with this. "They took that from us, too," Uno said. "Oh, right," Jun muttered. "No one has a card? Or a pin?" Again, the group responded with a collective shake of heads. "Oh, were you going to pick the lock?" Casper nonchalantly asked. Jun nodded, his expression thoughtful as he continued to inspect the door's lock. "Pick a lock. You can pick a lock," Uno asked in disbelief. Before anyone could question him further, Jisung cut in, redirecting the conversation. "Why do you think Ramel PD making us do this? All right, why did Casper think that picking a lock was something a normal person could do? For the new fans out there, Jun is a handyman. He can do anything except have good luck." Jun leaned against the door, arms crossed as he thought it over. "It coincides with the theme of the show," he said slowly. "We start from nothing. We earn things here." May sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "I just can't believe we even have to earn a house," she muttered, glancing up at the locked door with dismay. Pablo raised his hand, offering a solution. "There are only 2 options here," he said, counting them off on his fingers. "We can either make our own makeshift house for the night or find a way to open this one." "Who can make a makeshift house?" Haruki asked, exasperation heard in his voice. He looked at the others, who seemed equally dubious about their ability to construct shelter from scratch. "You want us to hack on wood and make a temporary home?" Haruki continued. "What do we have to do next? Drink our own pee?" They all grimaced as they imagined it. Meanwhile, the comments found the situation really amusing. "Since when was Casper this funny? He looks gruff, but he hates things like this. When he went camping with his members, he nearly suffocated from frustration." "We're not exactly in the wild here," Mimi pointed out, gesturing to the manicured garden surrounding them. "But still, we need to figure something out." "Let's just find the clues," Casper suggested. "They're probably out here somewhere." The group nodded in agreement, and they spread out once more, scouring the garden for anything that might serve as a hint. Time passed, and the sun became hotter and hotter by the minute. It was Hannah who finally stumbled upon something. "Hey, over here," she called out, her voice breaking the silence. The others quickly gathered around her, eager to see what she had found. In her hand, she held a small, crumpled piece of paper. The group leaned in, their eyes narrowing as they tried to catch a glimpse of the paper. "What the heck is this?" May asked, frowning as she stared at the word. Pablo took the paper from Hannah, turning it over in his hands as if expecting more clues to reveal themselves. "It's just not," he said, his voice reflecting the confusion on everyone's faces. "Not what?" Casper muttered. "Just not," Pablo repeated, turning over the paper and even going to the camera to show it to the audience. Truly, the 3 letters stared back at them through the screen. "Not Number 883. Chapter 883, Stomach Rumbling. After revealing the anticlimactic clue, the cast members continued to look for the other clues. However, despite spending 2 grueling hours on searching, they still couldn't figure it out. The group gathered beneath the towering mango tree, the hot sun beating down on them. It was already past noon, so the breeze felt more like they were in the air fryer. Their white shirts were drenched in sweat, with Haruki even lifting it up to provide his body some ventilation. Uno sighed and curled up on the corner of the bench, also feeling frustrated. In fact, all of them were frustrated. The only reward for their effort was 3 crumpled pieces of paper, each bearing a single word, not, the, and same. It's ridiculous, Pablo exclaimed, staring at the words in frustration. Why would they separate a clue like this? It could have just been on 1 piece of paper. Hannah shook her head. How are we going to open the house with these 3 words? We can't, Mimi said. We need more clues. How many more clues do you think we still need to find? May asked. They turned silent since they didn't know the answer to her question. No one did. Then, they continued to slump beneath the shade of the tree. The large bed-like frame underneath provided just enough room for everyone to huddle together. May wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, fanning herself with a makeshift fan she'd taken from a nearby tree. It's so hot now, she complained. Hannah gave her a spray bottle. Here, apply some sunscreen. Thanks, May muttered and generously sprayed the liquid sunscreen on her skin. Let me have a spray too, Haruki said. Hannah nodded. I have 2 of those, so we can all use it. These guys are so funny. They may not have a house, but they have sunscreen. They're setting their priorities. Why does Jun still look fine, though? Pablo exclaimed. Did you really search for the clues like us? He did, Jisung said. He even went up this tree. He's just like that. Casper nodded in agreement. He has insane stamina. Junhee pursed his lips as the others showered Jun with compliments. While Jun appeared the same when he first got here, Junhee's makeup was slowly melting away with the intense heat. They really needed to go into the house soon so he could retouch himself. Meanwhile, Jun noticed Jisung struggling to stay cool and pulled a towel from his bag. He gently placed it behind Jisung's back, treating him like a younger sibling. Pablo, seeing the act of kindness, turned to Jun with a hopeful look. Can you do that for me too? He asked, batting his eyelashes at Jun. No, Casper deadpanned, cutting off the request before Jun could respond. It has started. It's so sweet seeing Jun taking care of Jisung. Jun then turned to May and also handed her a towel. Place it on your back, he said. Getting dry with sweat can make you sick. Whoa, the others exclaimed. Jun shook his head. I'm just taking care of the younger members. May felt her heart warm up. It was the first time Jun had done this to her, but somehow, it felt so familiar. Junhee, who had been observing the exchange, saw this as the perfect moment to show his own kindness. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a bottle of water, holding it out to May. Here, have some, he offered. May shook her head, waving her hand dismissively. I have my own, really. You should drink it. Before Junhee could insist, Uno reached over and snatched the bottle from his hand without a second thought. I'll take it, he said, tipping the bottle back and taking a long drink. I had to pack my hairspray, so my water bottle didn't fit. Junhee pursed his lips, his kind act quickly buried under the ground. With that, he let out a small smile and turned away, afraid that his facade would crack from annoyance. What are we going to do now? Jisung asked, breaking the silence that had settled over them. Haruki stretched his arms above his head, leaning back against the tree trunk with a contented sigh. I don't know about you, but I could sleep right here. Me too, Casper added, settling in more comfortably on the grass. But we have to take into consideration what Ramel PD said. We're going to have a tough time for the next 9 days. I'm guessing he won't grant us the house until we open it. But how are we going to do that? May asked as she looked around at the others. We don't have the key nor enough clues. Before anyone could offer a suggestion, the silence was interrupted by a loud rumbling sound. All heads turned to Jun, who was looking away, his ears tinged, turning red. Was that you? Casper asked, unable to hide the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jun quickly shook his head, suddenly feeling shy. Jisung, ever observant. You didn't get to eat breakfast, did you? You were packing your stuff. Late last night because you got the notice late. Jun wasn't supposed to be here? Haruki asked. Yeah, Jisung said. He was informed late. Why are you so shocked, though? Thank goodness for the last-minute changes. Whoever made Jun join the cast, I hope your food always tastes good. Mimi, who had been quietly watching, suddenly felt a spark of concern in her chest. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a packet of ramyun, holding it up with a determined look. I have ramyun, she announced, her eyes lighting up. I saw some pots behind the house. We can cook it. Hannah raised an eyebrow, trying to remind her of their earlier conversation. I thought you wanted to save that for the last day. Mimi waved her off. I'm hungry too, she reasoned, already standing up and heading toward the back of the house. Me, too, Jisung exclaimed. Casper nodded in agreement. But, in reality, they just couldn't bear seeing Jun go hungry. Number 884. Chapter 884, the one I have left. We need some firewood, though, Mimi said as Jisung and Casper arrived with a large pot. I'll get them, Jun said, standing from his seat. Haruki looked around before standing quickly, almost as if someone electrocuted his butt. I'll come with you, he said. Jun nodded. We'll be back soon. The others nodded in acceptance, despite some of them wanting to join Jun. Can I come? Jisung asked, trying out his luck, but Jun shook his head. We won't be long, Jun responded. Take this camera with you, Pablo said, placing one of the small cameras around Jun's neck. The staff would want most of this to be documented. Jun merely nodded. With that, Haruki and Jun made their way down the hill. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk long. They saw a forest-like area a few meters away, and it seemed like some of its branches were dry and perfect for starting a fire. Let's go there, Jun said, pointing to the area. Haruki nodded and followed after him. With that, they silently gathered the firewood. The two rivals are together again. No one really established if they're close now. I don't think so. Haruki is still quite aloof with others. But weren't they spotted together before? No one's sure of that. Haruki glanced at Jun from time to time, appearing as if he wanted to say something. Jun sighed and stopped, picking the firewood. Just say what you want to say. Haruki clicked his tongue and looked away from Jun. How'd you know? Jun shook his head. It's obvious. Haruki pursed his lips as he also stopped picking up the firewood. I just wanted to apologize, I guess, he said. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. For what? He asked. You already know, Haruki said. It's not that big of a deal. Don't think too much about it. Just know that I don't hate you. Jun shook his head. I already knew that since the beginning. Haruki's eyebrows raised in surprise. Ah, these two are actually pretty sweet. I swear, this feels more like a dating show than a survival show. Yeah, this feels like a mixed-gender version of a bachelor show. And Jun is the main character. The members of Eve shook their heads in amusement as they watched the show. It's only halfway in, but Jun already has so much screen time, Jaeyoung said. Well, that's the reason why he ended up as our center, Zeth said. And it isn't because of bias. He's just a very entertaining person overall. Minjun, who was watching the show with his maids and butlers, smiled proudly as the scene continued to play. That's my big brother, he boasted to the older workers. Jun is really cool, one of the maids said. Now, I know why my daughter likes him so much. Yeah, their driver said. He appears nonchalant, but he's actually quite caring. Just then, Lena came back after a long day of work. Minjun and the others were way too immersed in the show, and they didn't even notice. Lena paused as she arrived at the living room, her eyes narrowing in suspicion when she heard Jun's voice through the screen. I know that you've been through a lot, he said to Haruki. You also have a personality that's only yours. Our personalities don't match, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends. We can still understand each other. That's the beauty of it all, he said. Lena frowned. Here he was again with his inspiring yapping. She clicked her tongue and walked to the table, grabbing the remote and turning it off, causing the crowd of watchers to exclaim in disappointment. I ought to beat up. Minjun started off but pursed his lips when he saw it was his mother. Lena raised one eyebrow. You ought to what now, young mister? Minjun pursed his lips and shook his head. Nothing, Mom, she chuckled. I was just surprised, that's all. Lena sighed and shook her head. What did I tell you about Jun? I told you not to associate yourself with him anymore, right? You only ever got into trouble because of him. Minjun sighed. But he's really kind and he cares about me a lot, he said, looking at the others for support. The workers diligently nodded. Yes, ma'am, their chef said. I can tell that he's a good kid from the show. I guess the Dangers in his career just can't be escaped. See, Minjun exclaimed. Even they agree. They don't know what Jun is capable of, Lena said. You too do. Not know him. Don't get too attached to him. Otherwise, I'd really push for your homeschooling. Minjun was about to argue but quickly pursed his lips when he realized he would never win against his mother. With that, he just settled for glaring at her. Lena sighed and went over to where he was, placing a hand over his shoulder. Like I said, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to get hurt. After Mom died, you're the only one I have left, she softly said before kissing him on the temple. Minjun's expression softened for a moment, but he still didn't budge. I'm going back to my room, she said. I had a long day. Then, she went to her room, gently closing the door. Meanwhile, Minjun let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. You always have a long day. You say you only have me, but what about me? Who do I have now when you're not even here? He muttered. The workers turned to each other, pity seen in their eyes. However, they also knew they couldn't do anything about it. Jun is the person who cares the most, he whispered, only being able to hear himself. On the other hand, after Lena changed into her pajamas, she slumped in her bed and turned on the television. She would usually watch a true crime show to put her to sleep, one that had gruesome murders. The more graphic, the better. However, for some reason, she itched to watch something else that night. Before she even knew it, she had clicked a particular channel where a familiar handsome boy was shown. Gosh, she muttered. Why am I doing this? Number 885. Chapter 885. From a stranger's perspective. Jun was busily preparing the ramen for the entire team. There were only 3 packets and 10 of them, so he needed to stretch it out as much as possible. Fortunately, Jun knew just how to do that. He was an expert at making smaller portions big. It was a characteristic he earned when he had little to no money. The others watched him with wide eyes. Is Jun a good cook too? Uno asked, intrigued. He felt like he was watching a real-life cooking show with how Jun moved. Casper nodded as he carved some makeshift chopsticks from a piece of wood. Yup, Jisung chimed. He's really good. He can make junk food taste gourmet. Jun's cooking, Pablo excitedly exclaimed. I can't wait to try it. Jun tuned out their conversation and continued working his magic. Fortunately, they came across some chives and root vegetables on their way back. He didn't hesitate to take them. It was already late in the afternoon, and almost everyone was starving. They still didn't have a clue how to open the house, so he wanted to make a scrumptious meal before the skies fully turned dark. Isn't Jun the perfect husband? He is. He takes good care of me and our 3 children. I shouldn't have asked that. Even Junhee couldn't help but watch the scene before him with wide eyes. Cooking under the intense heat, Jun still looked great. Moreover, the scent of the ramyun hit his senses, making him unable to look away. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Jun was finished. The girls had made makeshift bowls from the banana leaves nearby, too, so all of them could eat with less trouble. Dig in, Jun said. The others didn't hesitate to eat. They dove in right at the same time, appearing as if they'd been starved for a few days. Mimi, who had a heavy breakfast, didn't feel hungry in the beginning. However, the scent of Jun's food somehow stimulated her appetite. With that, she dove right in, grabbing some of the vegetables with some noodles with broth. She took the first bite, and she felt as if she was in heaven. Mimi turned to Jun with wide eyes. What did you put in this? Jun shrugged. Nothing much. Just the seasoning packet and some herbs I saw around the garden. What the heck? Pablo exclaimed. Why is this better than some 5-star restaurants I've been to? Jun shook his head. All of you are just hungry. Casper shook his head as he took another bite. No, we're not exaggerating. This is really good. Right, Junhee, he said, nudging him. Junhee stumbled a bit, but he quickly caught himself. Then, he nodded, not being able to deny it. Yeah, he muttered. May, on the other hand, stopped at the first bite. Again, she felt tears brimming in her eyes. A strange sensation she felt whenever Jun did something out of the blue. The taste. It was all too familiar once again. Jun noticed her hesitance, so she nudged her shoulder. You all right, he asked. May snapped out of her thoughts and looked up at Jun. Then, she pursed her lips before nodding and digging back into her food. Is it just me, or are these two awfully chummy? I thought I was the only one who noticed. It seems like Jun cares about her a lot. Maybe they're dating. You guys are weird. Jun is just naturally caring. Y'all are just delusional. There's no way your appa isn't dating anyone. Jisung looked up at Jun with wide eyes, the corners of his mouth stained red with the broth. Aren't you going to eat? Jun shook his head. I already took some bites when I tasted it. I'm full. Besides, the 3 packets could only be stretched to an extent. It was still not enough to feed the 9 of them, much less the 10 of them. You keep eating, Jun said, turning to the side to prevent his stomach from grumbling. He was still hungry, but it wasn't like before. Why is this so touching? Like a mom telling her children she's not hungry when she truly is. Jun, you have my entire heart. Seriously, how could someone hate on him? Lena, who had placed a cucumber mask over her face, frowned. What the heck, she muttered. Why is he acting so selfless now? However, she couldn't ignore the fast beating of her heart. She placed her hand over her chest and hit it hard. Fuck this, she muttered. What a bad, cunning man. The others continued eating while Jun looked around the area. He glanced at the house and clicked his tongue. The lights were all open, yet the doors were still closed. Jun wondered what kind of lesson this would teach them. The heat during noon was enough to send them into a heat stroke. However, he knew they were going to contract hypothermia by the time the evening hit. Did Ramel PD want them to experience the extreme of weather so they'd get accustomed to it for the next few days? But then again, Jun felt that his reason wouldn't be as shallow as that. With that, he glanced to the other side, where the mango tree stood tall. Then, his eyes suddenly caught something on one of the fruits, a green paper that mimicked the leaves. He frowned and went to it without any hesitation. Jun, where are you going? Haruki called out. Jun didn't answer and continued trudging toward the tree, ignoring their stares. Then, he stopped underneath the piece of green paper, a small smile appearing on his lips. I can't believe I missed this. With that, he jumped and grabbed the leaf with the paper attached to it. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, so he was able to grab it on the first attempt. The others stood and went to where Jun was, their eyes widening when they saw the piece of paper in Jun's hands. That has been there all along. Uno asked. Jun nodded and opened the piece of paper, anticipating a very helpful clue. However, once again, only a phrase stared back at them. From a stranger's perspective. Number 886. Chapter 886. Campfire Stories 1. Even with 4 clues in their hands, the group was no closer to unlocking the door to their temporary home. It was clear that everybody felt frustrated, tired, and somehow hopeless. Along with that was the thickening darkness that slowly swallowed the sky. It seemed like they had combed through every inch of the garden, turned over every stone, and checked behind every bush, yet the mystery remained unsolved. Online, the comments was filled with speculation. Where might it be? They've searched everywhere. I don't even know. Maybe they missed a spot? Have they checked under the pots? That's where I usually hide my keys. I swear, they've tried everything. Maybe this is just a prank. The skies are already dark. I'm worried for them. The concern wasn't misplaced. As the night crept in, the temperature dropped, prompting everyone to pull out their jackets and bundle up. The cold air nipped at their skin. Fortunately, Jun kept the fire burning, so it provided them with some warmth. They huddled around the fire, the flames casting shadows on their tired faces. Well, I didn't think we would die here, Pablo quipped, breaking the silence with his dry humor. Jisung's eyes widened. Are we really going to die here? He asked. Hannah, sitting beside him, shook her head and offered him a reassuring smile. She patted his back gently. We're not, she assured him, acting like she was speaking to a younger sibling. I'm sure they won't let that happen. Yeah, Haruki chimed. Or they'd be dealing with a lawsuit from all our companies. Jun, who had been quietly watching the flames, glanced over at May. Are you all right? He asked, knowing she got cold easily. May nodded. I'm okay, she replied. I swear, these two are suspicious. You guys are so crazy, overanalyzing everything. I guess boys and girls can't be friends now. They can't without any romantic feelings. Casper, staring into the fire, voiced what they were all thinking. I hope they would give us another clue or something, he said. That would help. Just as the words left his mouth, the camera hanging around Jun's neck lit up, startling everyone. The sudden brightness in the dim light of the fire caught their attention, and they all leaned in. Pablo squinted at the camera. It's a smart camera, he muttered. Are they really going to give us a clue like you've said? They all appeared excited. However, their excitement was short-lived. The camera displayed a message, the letters glowing in the dark. "It's getting boring," the message read. "Did they just diss us?" Mimi asked. The group groaned, disappointment seen in their eyes. They had been starving, running on nothing but the packs of ramyun they had cooked earlier in the afternoon. Their patience was wearing thin, and the last thing they wanted was to be toyed with. "Please tell us campfire stories. About your home, or anything," the camera prompted. "We're starving, and they want us to tell stories." Pablo muttered under his breath, crossing his arms over his chest. But, despite the grumbling, Jisung, ever the optimist, was the first to speak up. "I have a fun story," he exclaimed. The others turned to him, accepting their fate. They might as well tell those stories if they were going to stay outside for a long time. "Go ahead," Haruki said. Jisung smiled at all of them before casually saying, "I'm adopted." The comments section was in chaos. "What the heck? Is this really happening? I did not expect this at all." "I'm not crying, you're crying." The members of Eve turned to each other with wide eyes, pointing at each other. "Did you guys know?" Akira exclaimed. Jae-young shook his head. "No," he said. "What the heck? My child," Rin muttered, placing his hand over his heart. "Do you guys think this is real?" Sehun asked, wanting to deny the situation. "Would Jisung really joke about something like this?" Akira asked. "He said it so casually, though," Sehun defended. "In front of near strangers and the public, too." Indeed, the live audience had been caught off guard by Jisung's revelation, and his name quickly rose up to the trends list. Around the campfire, Haruki cleared his throat, aiming to break the awkward silence. "Hey, can you really say that?" he asked, looking around the cameras. Meanwhile, Ramel PD, in the comfort of the staff house, felt sad about Jisung's confession, watching the live scene intently. However, amidst his sadness, he couldn't help but smile at the revelation. "We've hit the jackpot," he whispered. Jisung nodded to Haruki's question, a small chuckle escaping his lips. "I've never revealed it before," he admitted, "but it's not something I'm ashamed of." Jun continued to stare at Jisung, his eyes wide with surprise. He couldn't believe what Jisung had just shared. "Don't look at me like that, bro," Jisung said, offering a reassuring smile. "Is it really all right?" he asked, his voice softer than usual. Jisung nodded again, his expression remaining cheerful. "It's nothing special," he began. "I got to know about it when I turned 18. At first, I asked myself if it was my fault, you know? Like, did I do something wrong? But then, I realized there was no point in dwelling on it. This is my life now. It may not be with my original parents, but they gave me a home like no other. And for that, I'm happy. It all happened for a reason. Again, it's not anything special. I didn't grow up lacking in anything, so you guys don't have to look at me like that. I'm happy with what happened. I'm happy it turned out this way, because I found the home I could never ask for." The others didn't know what to say. Jisung just shared some vulnerable information. In the end, they could only offer him supportive looks, their eyes conveying the encouragement that words couldn't. But it seemed Jisung's honesty had opened the floodgates. The campfire's warm glow reflected on Casper's face as he suddenly spoke up. "Luther is my younger brother," Casper started off. Number 887. Chapter 887, Campfire Stories. 2. Luther? Isn't that his cat? I think Casper's gone crazy. I love Casper with all my life. But why would he say that after Jisung revealed he's adopted? Junhee blinked, also confused by Casper's statement. Then, he let out a chuckle. "Have you lost your mind?" he asked in amusement. "Luther is your cat." The others couldn't help but chuckle at Junhee's reaction, but Jun didn't join in. He kept his gaze fixed on Casper, sensing there was more to the story. Casper's lips curled into a sad smile as he continued, ignoring the light-hearted response. "My brother died," he said quietly. "His nickname was Luther." They all stopped chuckling as soon as Casper said those words. "Oh shit. Guys, you are all going to hell." Everybody just sees Casper as a crazy guy most of the time, but he's actually pretty deep. I feel bad. Why did Junhee even make that comment? It was insensitive. Yeah, I'm disappointed in Junhee. I swear, you were also laughing at Casper just moments ago. Junhee pursed his lips and stayed quiet. He just wanted to make a comment because he felt that his screen time was still not enough. However, it got him to this point. "We apologize," Hannah said, taking responsibility. The others nodded in agreement. "Do you still want to continue with your story?" she asked. Casper nodded as he continued to gaze at the campfire. Cerebral palsy, he started off. When I was younger, I didn't understand why he got all the attention. It made me so mad, but eventually, I figured it out. By then, though, it was too late. I was only able to show him a little love before he was gone. He always wanted to have a black cat, Casper added. It took me a while to get to that point, but I finally got one for him, even though he's not around anymore. We gave Luther a home, for Luther. A quiet sniffle broke the silence, and everyone turned to see Pablo wiping at his eyes, trying to hide the tears that were threatening to fall. You guys didn't tell me we needed tissues, he muttered, his voice shaky. I would have stuffed one in my bag. You don't have space in your bag, Uno teased, trying to lighten the mood. But even he couldn't keep the sadness out of his tone. A soft round of chuckles followed, a small but much-needed relief from the emotional atmosphere. After Casper shared his story, the others also chimed in. My parents cut me out, Pablo started off. But then again, I'm already making enough money for myself. Sometimes, I want to go home to them, but then, it would just make me go bald from all the stress. I don't want that happening now, do I? I'm the breadwinner of the family, Hannah chimed in. It was pretty difficult growing up. At times, we would only have soy sauce to eat. At a young age, I wanted to earn for my family. Although that's not something a 15-year-old should even think about. Now, things are better. Uno muttered. My story's not as special as you guys. I'm going to pass. Haruki scratched the back of his head. I had a lot of hatred in my heart when my brother got hurt. Until now, he's still suffering from his injuries, but he's had such a bright outlook on life. I realized that I shouldn't be so pessimistic, and instead of looking for the bad in everything, I first start off by giving others the benefit of the doubt that there is goodness in this world. Because of that, I feel happier. Up until now, I still have the desire to perform as an idol, Mimi joined in. The end of our contract came too fast, and I had to accept it. I had to live with it, even though I never wanted to. It's pretty sad to see us all apart, and some nights, I still dream of the life we had. Junhee cleared his throat. I was insecure growing up, he said. Most of the time, I was good, but never good enough. I guess I'm happy to be praised by a lot of people. I never really had a lot of that growing up, even though I tried my best. May, not really planning on sharing her life, eventually caved in. I was in a pretty bad accident a little over a year ago, she started off. The others turned to her with wide eyes, but she quickly reassured them that she was okay. Now, I woke up and couldn't remember most of my life, she confessed. Jun nodded silently. And that was the reason why she didn't remember Jun Hao at all. But then again, that might have been for the better. She didn't deserve to remember the pain and the struggles they went through. However, I was blessed by my parents. They took care of me until I was better. They made me remember things slowly. They never pressured me. At first, they didn't approve of my dream. I understood, of course. Being an idol is very demanding. But in the end, they let me be, saying that this is my life to live, and if I was going to be happy in it, then I should go. The others nodded, suddenly feeling their bond growing stronger. Jun sat quietly, watching the flames dance, lost in thought. He knew now, more than ever, that everyone had a story. All of them did. They might be artists, stars shining brightly in the public eye, but beneath the fancy clothes, they were just people. People with pasts, with pain, with memories that shaped them into who they were. And at this moment, around the campfire, those stories had started to come to light. They're just like us. I wasn't ready for this. This show is something else. I'm so proud of them for sharing their stories. Jun continued looking at the fire, oblivious to the looks the others were throwing toward his way. It was only when Casper nudged his shoulder that he snapped out of his thoughts. He looked up at them and raised one eyebrow. What? He asked. The others smiled, amusement seen on their faces. What about you? What's your story, Jun? Number 888. Chapter 888. A home is a place where. Jun lifted his head and saw the anticipating looks of the other members. There's no way they're going to get my Pookie to open up. Jun is a listener. We already know his home situation, but he never really told us much about how he feels. Sometimes, I worry about Jun because he's a closed-off idol. I mean, he's blunt, but he's always been neutral with himself. Contrary to having an energy similar to the main character, he surprisingly doesn't like to bring attention to himself. You couldn't have worded it better. The comments were telling the truth. Jun wasn't one to open up easily. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from them, but he just never had the intention of revealing it. It sounded confusing, but it made sense for Jun. Their gazes lingered on him, waiting for him to speak. Jun pointed to himself, raising an eyebrow. Me, he asked. Who else? Pablo echoed the question. Jun shrugged, trying to deflect the attention. Just watch Rising Stars. I already shared something there. That was your life story, Pablo countered, not letting him off the hook. You've never told us how you felt about it. Yeah, Mimi said. I watched every episode, and that one made me bawl, but you rarely talk about your feelings. May also paid great attention. Jun sighed, crossing his arms in front of his chest. You can watch my performances then. I tend to give my interpretations through that. The others groaned, clearly not satisfied with his answer. They wanted more than just the surface-level Jun. Come on, man, Haruki pressed. We're all sharing here. Just tell us something. Uno didn't say anything, Jun said. Uno shook his head. My life is really uninteresting. I didn't have many problems aside from being the best trainee and having little to no satisfaction. However, I've grown out of it. If you asked me to write a college essay, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to write anything because I don't have trauma, he happily said, causing the others to look at him with surprise. There, he already shared something, Hannah said. Even back then, Jun wasn't the type to vent his feelings. For someone who went through a lot, he was surprisingly calm. So, she wanted to hear something from him. Jun sighed again. He was already over his past, yet they're all digging into it again. He didn't even miss who he used to be or where he came from. Clicking his tongue in mild frustration, Jun finally gave in. Fine, he muttered, causing both the cast members and those watching from the television to cheer. Where do I start? He muttered. It's also not too special. It's different, but not special. He paused, trying to find the right words. He didn't want to make his past sound glamorous because it wasn't. Calling it special felt like it would give it a spotlight it didn't deserve, like it was something to be admired when it was anything but. After my parents died, he began, his voice even softer now. I never had a real home. The others listened intently, not daring to interrupt. The orphanage, Jun continued, school, work, none of it felt like home. It was just a place I stayed, not somewhere I belonged. His eyes drifted to the fire. You tend to look for something you don't have, you know? I kept searching for it, kept hoping I'd find it somewhere. But then I just stopped. He looked up, meeting the eyes of each of his friends in turn. Home isn't a house. Home is how you feel. It can be a person, a song, or even some type of food. It's not something you open or close, it's just there. It's where you feel safe, where you feel like you belong. He glanced at his members. Jun found it with Eve, his current home. He didn't say that out loud, of course. His members already loved him too much. Jun didn't need them smothering him out of adoration. As much as he loved his sister, he couldn't deny that he was happier with the life he had now. The group was silent, taking in his words. Pablo was the first to break the silence. That doesn't give anything away, he sighed. But there was a softness in his tone that showed he understood. He might have wanted more details, but he couldn't argue with what Jun had said. It made sense in a way that was hard to put into words. Jun chuckled lightly, the tension easing just a bit. But that's it, he said simply. I see. Jisung muttered, his brow furrowed in thought. I guess we all agree that home is something that would accept us, something that's open to us, always. Jun paused, his mind turning over Jisung's words. There was something there. Can you repeat that? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Jisung scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. What? It was too long. I forgot. I can only repeat short phrases. Jun shook his head, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the clues they had found earlier. He laid them out in front of him, the firelight illuminating the words on each piece of paper. Same. Not. From a stranger's perspective. The Jun read them out loud, rearranging the papers as he did. The others leaned closer, wondering why Jun was messing with the clues at that moment. Not the same from a stranger's perspective, Jun said, his voice growing more certain. His eyes lit up as the pieces started to fit together in his mind. What about it? Pablo asked. Home, Jun exclaimed. That's why Ramel PD emphasized it so much. Holy crap. A eureka moment. I just felt my panties explode. I love a smart man. I still don't understand. Me too. I just joined in because it feels like Jun finally knows the answer. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. A home is not the same from a stranger's perspective. For others, it's just a house, something closed off, a building with walls and a roof. But for those who belong there, it's so much more. It's where your heart is and where your soul feels at peace. It's not about opening a door. Jun stood from his seat. Wait, I don't understand. Jisung exclaimed, but he and the others followed Jun. Nonetheless, their curiosity outweighing their confusion. Jun walked over to the unsuspecting window situated next to the door. He placed his hand on the cool metal handle. Then, with a deep breath, he opened the window. It slid open effortlessly, the sound of the latch clicking barely audible. And there it was, the answer they had been searching for all along. The house had been open the entire time. A home isn't a place you unlock, he said softly. It's a place you find. Number 889. Chapter 889. No progress with the search. Jun reached through the open window and unlocked the door. What the heck just happened? Has this kid always been this smart? How the heck did he figure that out? Paragraph comment. Paragraph comment feature now on the web. Move mouse over any paragraph and click the icon to add your comment. Whoa, he's handsome and smart. He's really smart. Also, you can always turn it off/on in settings. Got it. That's unexpected. I feel so happy seeing other people discovering that Jun is actually smart. It does not fit his looks. Nobody should be perfect like that. But he is. Please love Jun even more. The others exclaimed in amazement, their voices echoing in the now open house. I want to punch Ramel PD in the face, Pablo said. It has been open the entire time? I swear, if he wasn't the PD, then I would have dash. Mimi patted Pablo's arm, causing him to halt his statement. Then, she pointed toward to the table, where a seafood feast was laid out for them. Or not, Pablo smiled. I love Ramel PD. With that, they went to the table, not even bothering to get plates, and dug right in. Their earlier frustrations were now forgotten as they savored the spread before them. Junhee, however, stood apart from the group, his eyes fixed on Jun. He couldn't help but stare, wanting to understand how Jun had figured it out. How? Junhee muttered under his breath. Casper, noticing Junhee's puzzled expression, smirked and walked over to him. He leaned in close, his voice low that his mic wasn't able to pick it up. That's how amazing he is, Casper whispered. Junhee blinked, trying to process Casper's words. You won't be able to copy that even if your life depended on it, he added. With that, he clapped Junhee on the back and joined the others at the table, eagerly digging into the food. Junhee remained frozen, now feeling afraid of the taller man. He was still lost in thought when he felt a warm hand pull him inside. Startled, he looked up to see Jun standing beside him, his expression calm and composed, as if what he had done was no big deal. Eat, Jun said simply, his hand lingering on Junhee's arm for just a moment before he let go. Junhee pursed his lips, still in a daze. The atmosphere inside was warm and lively, a very stark contrast to the hours they had spent outside. Then, the show's outro song played with them gathered around the table as a background. They ate and laughed together inside what had become, in a sense, their home for the night. The viewers at home were amazed, to say the least. Jia and her friends watched in admiration as their respect for Jun grew with each passing moment. The members of Eve were similarly impressed, once again taken aback by Jun's quick thinking and insight. 7, from OCTA, was so moved that he stood up from his seat, clapping in silent awe. Even Nico, who prided himself in being a Jun anti, was left speechless. He knew he would never have thought of what Jun did. And then there was Lena. She sat in front of her screen, her hand covering her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. The mention of home, along with Jun's interpretation, made her feel emotional. She glanced at her right and saw her parents' pictures, which increased her emotions even more. She tried to wipe them away, but more kept coming, and she found herself muttering under her breath. What the heck? The pilot episode of Every Day, Every Night was a success, garnering the biggest real-time rating out of all rival shows yesterday night. Almost every employee in Azure was talking about it, praising Jun and the others for participating in such a great show. Lei, however, was in a foul mood despite the sunny morning. He paced his office, his mind consumed with frustration. Why was Jun trending again? Why did it always have to be Jun? It was supposed to be Junhee who was under the spotlight, the one everyone talked about, the one who would bring in the views and the fans. How was he supposed to replace Jun when Jun kept doing things like this ones that kept him firmly in the public's favor? Replace. The word echoed in Lei's mind. Yes, that was now the plan. Lei didn't want to let Eve go to waste. However, Jun's time was supposed to be up, or at least slowly going down. But how could Lei move forward with that when Jun was still the moneymaker for Azure and the one everyone loved? As much as he hated to admit it, he couldn't afford to let Jun go just yet. Lei needed something that would shift the balance of power in his favor. The head. He just needed to be in the favor of the head of Phoenix. He already had a lot of material against Kim Young-do, but he needed the head's identity so he could finally destroy Young-do's reputation. With that, Lei could bring Phoenix and Azure together, merging the two companies into a powerhouse that would dominate the entertainment industry. It would be a monopoly, the likes of which had never been seen before. But there was one problem. Lei's hands trembled with rage as he recalled the endless searches and the fruitless efforts to find this man. He had combed through the entirety of UN Village, and yet, the head remained elusive, like a ghost slipping through his fingers time and time again. The frustration boiled over, and Lei's hand shot out, knocking over the mug on his desk. The coffee splattered onto the pristine carpet, a dark stain spreading across the expensive fabric. Lei stared at the mess, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the reality of his situation crashed down on him. Just then, one of the employees, one who didn't know about his real personality, came in. She gasped in surprise when she saw the stain on his carpet. He quickly softened his expression as he looked at her. "Sir," she said, "I was just about to bring this in. Did you knock over your coffee?" "Yes," Lei said. "I guess I was too tired." "I see," the employee said, quickly placing the files on his table and grabbing some napkins before kneeling down to try and salvage his mess. "I'll clean this up, sir," she said. Lei looked down at her kneeling figure and felt something bloom inside his heart. This was it. This was what he wanted all along. To have people kneel before him even though he didn't ask. With that, he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He wouldn't let this go. He couldn't. He would find the head, and when he did, he would make sure that Jun was replaced. He would make sure that Azure and Phoenix became one and that he, Lei, would be the one to reign over the idol industry. Number 890. Chapter 890, title track worthy. The next day arrived peacefully, thankfully. The production crew didn't wake the cast members early, too knowing they had an exhausted night before. The sky was clear, with soft sunlight filtering through the trees, casting a gentle warmth over the landscape. The air was crisp and fresh, a perfect day for taking things slow. When Ramal PD gathered the group together, his announcement was a pleasant surprise. "Today is a free day," he said with a casual smile. "You can use the vegetation around the garden, but don't go beyond it. Think wisely. Though, this will be your last free day. We just want you to get accustomed to the place." "Thank the heavens," Pablo exclaimed, already grabbing some bell peppers from a nearby plant. Casper paused for a while and looked at the production crew. "There's no catch?" he asked. Ramal PD merely chuckled, not answering his question. That made Casper feel nervous. However, seeing that the other cast members were already excitedly picking the vegetables in the small garden, he, too, smiled and joined in on the fun. Jun found himself drawn to the small plot of land designated for farming. This was his dream retirement, so he took some mental notes for him to use when he hit the retirement age, that is, if he doesn't die until then. As Jun knelt by the soil, he carefully dug a small trench with his hands, feeling the cool soil beneath his fingers. He glanced up to see Casper and Jisung nearby, chatting quietly as they worked. Junnie was a bit further off, concentrated on picking some lettuce. The scene was calm, a rare moment where the group could just relax. This is so freaking fun, Jun thought to himself. But even as he enjoyed the moment, a nagging thought lingered at the back of his mind. The supplies they had now would only last for a day or two. The garden's vegetation was limited, and unless they planted new seeds and took care of the crops, they would run out of food soon enough. Jun straightened up, wiping his hands on his pants as he surveyed the garden. They had managed to plant a fair amount, but it would take time before anything was ready to harvest. As he continued to work, he heard footsteps approaching. Jun glanced over his shoulder to see Jisung walking towards him, a somewhat hesitant look on his face. Bro, Jisung said, stopping a few feet away. I've got something to show you. Jun raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh, what is it? Jisung glanced around, making sure no one else was within earshot. It's inside. Come with me. Intrigued, Jun wiped the last bit of dirt off his hands and followed Jisung towards the house. The others were too absorbed in their own tasks to notice them slip away. Once inside, Jisung led Jun to their shared room and pulled out Jun's bag from under the bed. What are you doing? Jun asked, watching as Jisung placed the bag on top of the small desk. Jisung grinned. I want you to listen to the song I made. The one I've been talking about but never had the courage to show, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, right now? Yeah, Jisung replied, already opening the bag. Jun glanced at the door, then back at Jisung. Wait, he said, stopping from completing the action. Jisung paused, looking up in confusion. What? Without a word, Jun grabbed Jisung's arm and pulled him towards the back area of the house. It was still inside, but it seemed amateurly attached to the actual house. Finally, Jun stopped at a secluded corner, far from the prying eyes of the cameras. There, Jun said. No cameras. Jisung's eyebrows raised in surprise. How did you even find this place? I walked around when I couldn't sleep last night, Jun replied. It seems like they missed a spot. This is the only place where there are no cameras, aside from the bathrooms, of course. But then again, there is a camera outside of the bathroom, so they'll still see us two go there. With here, it just seems like we went to the dirty kitchen. This is so cool, Jisung muttered. It feels awkward being in front of the camera at all times, so I'm happy that there's a place like this. Yeah, Jun said. Don't tell anyone about it, okay? Jisung nodded, determined to keep the secret. Why did you drag me out here, though? I just wanted to show you the song. Jun shrugged. We don't want to spoil the Astras, he lightheartedly said. Even if they aren't able to hear it, they're going to have an idea that we're cooking up a song. It would take away from the comeback's excitement. Right, Jisung said. You're a genius, bro. Jun clicked his tongue. Just give me the earphones. Jisung smiled before handing one earphone to Jun and placing the other in his own ear. Wait, I'm kind of nervous, Jisung suddenly said. I've helped with our songs before, but this is the first time I've done something like this. It's not going to be as good as yours. Jun clicked his tongue. Did you work hard for this? Jisung pursed his lips and nodded, scratching the back of his head out of his own embarrassment. Then, you shouldn't doubt it. The fact you've worked hard for it means that it's already good, he said, wanting to build the younger member's confidence. Even now, Jisung still struggled with his self-esteem. All right, Jisung muttered. Please tell me honestly. Jun nodded and waited for Jisung to finally reveal his creation. With a deep breath, Jisung pressed the play button. The moment the music started, Jun felt a rush of emotion. Then, his eyebrows furrowed as he closed his eyes, trying to imagine the song inside a stadium. It was a sound that could easily fill it, the kind of track that could move an audience to tears or make them leap to their feet in excitement. Then, as the chorus hit, Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. This sounds like a title track. Number 891. Chapter 891, A Blind Spot. Jisung's eyes widened after Jun said those words. He wanted to ask the older idol what he meant by what he said, but he stayed silent as Jun continued to listen intently to the track he had created. The melody was captivating, the kind that drew you in and lingered in your mind long after it ended. Jun frowned from time to time when he heard some technical errors or some elements that didn't fit. It wasn't perfect, far from it. There are some elements that I can't pinpoint, Jun honestly said. It still feels a bit messy. Jisung, who had been anxiously watching Jun's reaction, let out a shy smile. I'm not used to the equipment just yet, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. The flush on his cheeks made it clear that he was a little embarrassed. No, it's okay, Jun said, shaking his head. We can work with it. I really do think it's something special. I felt the same way with Luster. Jisung's eyes widened in surprise. It's that great of a song? He asked, his voice filled with awe. Jun nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and gently patted Jisung's head, a rare gesture of affection from someone usually so reserved. You really did such a great job, he said, his tone warm. Jisung looked down, his face turning even redder. He was shy, unsure of how to handle the praise. I'm still not sure what to do with it, he confessed. or how to incorporate the lyrics. Don't worry about it, Jun reassured him. We have some time. We'll figure it out. Then, we'll talk with the company. Jun could already imagine how the song would change. The bass was already great, so things could go way up from here. Somehow, he felt more excited for their comeback in November. However, Jisung's expression didn't show his excitement. Instead, a look of doubt replaced his once happy expression. What? Jun asked, observing the change in his demeanor. I'm not sure if I want to give it to the company, he said quietly. Jun looked at him in surprise. Why not? I told you it's good. Are you doubting yourself again? It's not that, Jisung said, shaking his head. You already said that it's good. I'm taking your word on that. You've always been great at seeing the potential in things. Then what? Jun asked, knowing that something was boggling Jisung's mind. Jisung hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to continue. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke. I'm not sure about this. I really am not. There is a big possibility that I might be wrong, but it's been in my mind ever since. Jun stayed silent, wanting Jisung to continue. On the day of our meeting for the comeback, Jisung finally started. I was testing out the noise-canceling abilities of my new headphones and mistakenly heard someone practicing inside one of the practice rooms. Jun's brow furrowed. Who? Jisung let out a deep breath. It was Junnie, Jisung replied, his voice low. And he was learning a song. Jun pursed his lips and clicked his tongue in irritation. They're preparing for him to debut soon, he muttered, already piecing together the situation. It was already obvious they weren't going to debut him as an actor, but as an idol, maybe even both. No, it's not that, Jisung said quickly. I think, or maybe it is. Jun sighed. Just say it, G. He was singing a song. Our song, more specifically the song Rin had written as our title track. Jun's eyebrows furrowed deeper, a sense of unease settling over him. Now, I don't know why or how, Jisung continued. But that's not allowed, right? It hasn't even been finalized with our group. The lyrics aren't final, too. But it seems like Junnie was singing a complete song. It wasn't the same as the one Rin had made. There are definitely some elements that have changed. But no matter what angle I look at it from, I still feel like it's our song, our supposed title track. Jun took a moment to process the information. The implications of what Jisung had just said were serious. It wasn't just a matter of Junnie singing the song, it was the fact that it was their song, one that had been designated for their group, and somehow, Junnie was practicing it in secret. Jun's mind raced with possibilities, and none of them were good. Yeah, Jun finally said, appearing calm, which also made Jisung feel calm. Keep this to yourself for now. Your song, too. Jisung nodded, his face serious. Just then, they heard Pablo's voice calling out from the other room. Oh, Jun, please come to the kitchen now. We are starving and in dire need of you. Feed us, please. Feed all of us with your delicious hands. Jun clicked his tongue with Pablo's statement, wondering how he could make such provocative invitations. I'll head out first. Pablo's not going to stop until I appear, Jun said, giving Jisung a reassuring nod before turning to leave. Jisung watched as Jun disappeared around the corner. He wasn't sure what to make of it all, but he trusted Jun. If Jun said to keep it quiet, then that's what he would do. A moment later, Jisung's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He looked up to see Junnie entering the room, a curious look on his face. Jisung's eyes widened as he looked at Junnie. How much did you hear? Jisung asked, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. Junnie frowned, his expression confused. I just arrived, he said slowly. Jisung let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing a bit. What were you and Jun talking about, though? I saw him come out of here, Junnie asked, his tone suddenly sweet. Nothing, Jisung replied quickly. We just had something private to talk about. Private? Junnie echoed, tilting his head. But there are cameras all around the house. Jisung stiffened, realizing that Junnie had a point. Before he could respond, though, Junnie's eyes widened in sudden realization. Oh, he said, glancing around the room. There's not a camera here. Number 892. Chapter 892. Caught a dirty secret. Lena trudged up the steps to her massive house, feeling exhausted. It was later than she'd intended to be home, but she had a lot on her plate. She juggled the keys in her hand, finally managing to unlock the door and slip inside. The faint glow of the living room television greeted her as she entered. She paused in the hallway, listening as the familiar sound of the opening theme of Every Day, Every Night filled the air. Along with that was the sound of Minjun's voice, still boasting about his favorite big brother, Jun. Lena's heart quickened as she tiptoed to her bedroom. Once safely in her room, Lena quickly shut the door behind her and grabbed the remote. She turned on her television and immediately switched to the channel airing Every Day, Every Night. The screen flickered to life, and she settled into her bed, her eyes glued to the screen as the show began. The familiar faces of the cast members filled the screen, and Lena couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips. She'd been hooked on the show since it started airing. But, of course, she wasn't going to admit that to anyone, especially her son. It was just too entertaining to resist, despite Jun being there. They were now on the third day of the show's run, and Lena felt like she was right there with them. The episode began with a new challenge, as Ramel PD's voice boomed through the speakers, calling the cast to attention. "We're going to have a team battle today," he announced, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "The victors will be the only ones to win food to eat." Groans erupted from the cast members, their faces filled with dread. Yesterday had been a peaceful day, one where they could farm and enjoy the simple life. But today, they were back to reality. Oh, Ramel PD is evil for making them taste the sweetness of life only to take it right back. Yesterday was a fun episode, but I do want to see them starve. I think you have an internal problem. Back on the screen, Ramel PD continued with the instructions. "It's going to be a video battle," he declared, much to the surprise of the cast. Pablo let out a loud cheer, his face lighting up with excitement. "Finally, you're talking, Ramel," he exclaimed. "Did you create this challenge just for me?" The others turned to Pablo and instantly knew they wanted to be a part of his team. "Now, let me explain how you will divide into the teams," Ramel PD said. "There will be 2 teams of 5, he explained. "I will first draw 2 names, and they will be the respective team captains. Then, they will take turns randomly choosing names from this bowl. The rules are simple," Ramel PD continued. "Each team will have the chance to create a 2-minute video in 3 hours that includes filming and editing. Afterward, the staff members, aside from the assigned cameraman, will be voting for the best video. The most voted video will win." Jisung scratched the back of his neck. "It's fun," he said. "But what's the aim of the video?" "I will only give you a keyword," Ramel PD said. "Life." The cast members looked at each other with confusion. That theme is so freaking vague. Well, knowing Ramel PD, he'll tell the real theme in the end. I can't wait to watch the videos. Ramel PD ignored their confused reactions and reached into the bowl to draw the first name. The first captain is Pablo. A collective cheer erupted from the cast. Everyone wanted to be on Pablo's team. As a seasoned photographer, Pablo was the obvious choice for anyone hoping to win. But the excitement was short-lived as Ramel PD pulled out the second name. And the second captain is Jun. A chorus of groans filled the garden, followed by playful complaints. Even Pablo joined in, grumbling good-naturedly about how he wanted to be on Jun's team. "This is so unfair," Hannah said, crossing her arms with a pout. "Jun is an opponent? He could just film himself, and it would garner the most votes." The others nodded in agreement. Even the comments agreed with their sentiment. "That's true. Yeah, Jun is that immaculate. Jun is life. I would vote for Jun's face." Ramel PD held up a hand to silence the chatter, a knowing smile on his face. "Don't worry," he said. "We've taken things into consideration. This is a blind battle. The videos will be shown anonymously, and the votes are also anonymous. And one more thing," Ramel PD added. "You also cannot include yourselves in the videos." Minjun clicked his tongue in amusement. "Ramel PD knows that my bro would win if that happened. But I'm worried," he quickly added, scratching the back of his neck. "Jun is the worst with these things." Ramel PD continued to explain the rules of the competition. Lena watched the show with full focus. Because of this, she didn't notice the soft sound of footsteps approaching her bedroom door. They were in the middle of picking their teammates through the bowl when Lena finally heard the faint creak of the doorknob twisting open. "Mom, you're home? Why didn't you show up in the living room?" Lena's eyes widened in panic, feeling like her heart stopped beating. "Crap," she muttered. It seemed like time slowed down as Minjun opened the door. She couldn't let herself get caught watching this dumb show. Without thinking, she fumbled with the remote, pressing a random button in her haste to change the channel. She had no idea what she'd pressed, but anything was better than being caught watching every day, every night, after voicing out her disdain for Jun so much. Suddenly, the room was filled with loud, unmistakable groans and moans. Lena's blood ran cold as she realized what she'd done. "Mom," Minjun repeated. The door fully swung open, and there stood Minjun, his eyes wide in shock. Lena's face turned a deep shade of red as she turned off the television. It was what she should have done in the very first place. However, it was too late. Minjun pursed his lips and shook his head. "I see. You like watching on the big screen, Mom." Number 893. Chapter 893, A Disaster Team. Minjun leaned back against the doorframe, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, as Lena tried to look for the right words. The room plunged into silence, leaving only the faint hum of the air conditioner in the background. She faced him, trying to compose herself after the embarrassing scene. "What are you doing here?" Lena asked, her voice sharper than intended. Minjun cracked one eye open, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Is it safe to look?" Now he teased. Lena flushed, the embarrassment still fresh in her mind. "The guard said you were home." "You didn't greet me," Minjun said. "So, I came here to confirm it myself." "I was tired, son," Lena said, lying through her teeth. The odds of landing on that channel, of all things. Lena couldn't believe her luck or lack thereof. "I mean," Minjun continued, clearing his throat, "if you miss Dad, you can just get back together. You have his number." "Minjun," Lena said in a warning tone. However, Minjun continued teasing his mother, obviously enjoying the occurrence. "Or you can go to a club. You're rich, Mom." "I think a lot of men would dash Minjun," she scolded, her voice rising, more out of surprise than anger. Minjun chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm just messing with you, Mom." Lena shook her head and massaged her temples. "It was a mistake. It just landed on that channel." "Sure, Mom," Minjun said, but it was clear that he didn't believe her at all. Lena's face reddened further. In her entire life, this was probably the most embarrassed she had ever felt. Fortunately, Minjun switched to another topic before she could die from embarrassment. "Anyway," he continued, "I didn't come here just to greet you. I came to tell you that some people came by a while back." "What for?" Lena frowned, trying to focus on the change in subject. "Don't know. Insurance or something," Minjun replied with a shrug. "Did you go out?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "Nope," Minjun said, looking unbothered. "Busy with video games." Lena sighed, feeling relieved. "You do just that," she said, waving him off. "Your safety is still the #1 priority, all right?" Minjun nodded and gave her an okay sign. "Well, you can go now. Your mom's pretty tired," Lena said, wanting to go back to the show quickly. Minjun just grinned one that held a lot of meaning. Lena narrowed her eyes at his son. "It's not what you're thinking about." Before she could explain herself, Minjun was already waving her off. "You should really go on a blind date, Mom," Minjun said. "I think it would be good for you." With that, Minjun left, the door closing behind him. However, Lena was still focused on his last statement. "A blind date, huh?" Meanwhile, back to the variety show's challenge. Jun stood in front of the other contestants, waiting for his turn to pick a random teammate. Jisung had already been picked by Pablo. Jun was a little bit disappointed since Jisung was also great at these things. He was one of the more tech-savvy members, so Jun also wanted him on his team. With that, Jun reached through the bowl and hoped for someone like Jisung. He opened the piece of paper and pursed his lips. "Casper," he read. "Whoop!" Casper exclaimed, walking to where Jun was. Jun sighed as Casper excitedly bounced next to him. He had a knack for photography, but his social media feed was dominated by pictures of his cat. Jun wasn't convinced that would translate into the kind of video they needed to win this challenge. The next name Pablo called out was May, and Jun's sigh deepened. His sister had always been the expert when it came to things like this. She'd spend hours making edits of her favorite idols. She was great at those velocity edits, too. It was something Jun had never comprehended. How can she make people move slowly and then fast in such a short period of time? Jun reached into the bowl once more. "Uno," he said. Uno pursed his lips to hide his smile as he made his way next to Jun. Jun's gaze landed on Uno, who was known for his title of Selfie King. Maybe that would give them a good advantage. Maybe. Pablo picked Junny next, who flashed a confident smile. They both knew that with Junnie's experience in content creation, their team was stacked with talent. "You look happy," Ramel PD remarked. "I edited my own content before," Junnie responded. "I think we do a good job." Jun pursed his lips. The last choices weren't looking promising, but he had to make do. "Haruki," he called, watching as Haruki's face lit up in excitement. But Jun wasn't as thrilled. From what he knew, Haruki wasn't the prodigy his twin brother Haruto was. It seemed like Haruki had talent in the singing, dancing, and rapping department while his brother took the other technical skills. As the selection process neared its end, Jun hoped to get Mimi on his team. She seemed like she had a good eye for this kind of thing. But when Pablo picked Mimi, Jun felt the weight of his luck once again. Hannah was a very talented actress, but she was known for being an old soul. Well, Jun was more of an old soul than her. But of course, he didn't want to admit that. Jun's team is filled with people who are good at everything except for the challenge they need to do. Stop, you guys are roasting them too much. It's so fun, though. Jun picked the worst team once again. Wait, Haruki's not good at these things, too? Nope. He's known in our fandom as the clumsy guy who needs help for everything. What? But he comes across as competent. He is when it comes to work, but he's really just a baby deep inside. Uno is the same. He's a great leader, but he lacks humor. He also doesn't get jokes so easily. I can already imagine the disaster that their video would be. Hannah stays in front of the screen because she can't be behind it. Casper's good, I think, but he's crazy. Well, Jun's not any better. 4 words. Their team is fucked. Number 894. Chapter 894. Meet Pops. So, what are we going to do now? Hannah asked, breaking the silence. Their team of 5 had left the vicinity of their house and had settled in a nearby pond. They were seated along the big rocks, watching the other team a few meters away from them. Their competitors cheered, capturing their attention. They focused their gazes on them and saw that Pablo was doing some kind of trick. They're doing a 360 shot using Jisung's height? That's unfair, Casper exclaimed. What's a 360 shot? Haruki asked. I love that new song by that American pop artist. Uno chimed. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. I love this team so much. It's such a contrast with the other team. They definitely can't beat them in terms of quality. I wonder how they're going to clutch this one. I really want to see Jun eat. Anyway, Jun said, clapping to capture their attention. Do you guys have any idea how we can start this? Well, Haruki started off. It looks like they're set on making a movie over there. I doubt we would be able to do something similar to that. What can we do then? Casper frowned. I don't have an idea. Uno raised his hand. I'm quite good at filming. I take videos for our lick-lock challenges. Uno's words brought hope to their hearts. Really? Jun asked. Can you edit it too? Uno pursed his lips and shook his head. No, I just film. They then turned to Haruki. Don't look at me, he said. Let's not think about that right now, Hannah said. Why don't we head down south? I don't think we should film here because our videos would turn out similar. It's better to make it different from them. That way, we would have a chance to win. Jun nodded and stood from the pond, following the others further into the village. They didn't know how long they had walked, but they finally stopped when they saw a small house in the middle of the rice fields. Casper frowned. Didn't they tell us that the nearest house is a 2-hour walk? Have we been walking that long? I don't think so, Uno said. It might be an abandoned house. Well, do you guys want to go near it? It looks interesting, Casper said, suddenly feeling excited. Jun shrugged. Sure, why not, he said. The group of 5 went near the house, expecting not to find anyone there. However, much to their surprise, an old man was actually inside, appearing to be peeling vegetables. As soon as he heard their footsteps, he stopped what he was doing and turned around, the knife in his hand directed toward them. Their eyes widened in shock, and they took a step back. What the frick? Is Jun really this unlucky that they're being threatened by an old man with a knife? To be fair, I would also freak out if I suddenly encountered a group of people outside my house. Yeah, cut the old man some slack. We're sorry, Hannah immediately said, already having a soft spot for the old man. Were you surprised? Fortunately, the old man's face softened, and he didn't appear as scary anymore. Oh, he muttered. Are you the artist that Ramel is filming with? They slowly let their guards down and nodded. Yes, sir, Uno nervously said. We came because we thought your house was pretty. The old man chuckled, which lightened the atmosphere further. Ah, it is pretty, right? I built this one for my wife. The group turned to each other with relief, knowing they didn't encounter a dangerous old man. Well, what are you doing here? He asked. Did Rammel starve you again? You know about the show, sir? Casper asked. Of course, he said. The villagers watch it every night in the town center. Everyone loves it there. I'm definitely going to be famous once this episode comes out. They chuckled in response. And you can stop calling me sir. I'm just a simple old man. You can call me Pops instead. Pops, Jun muttered. That's nice, he said, speaking loudly for the first time since they arrived at the house. The old man glanced at him and was surprised. Wow, he said. What a beautiful young man. You look like you could be my son. The others chuckled while Jun smiled in response. See, Jun just has that charm that makes everyone like him. I definitely do not see the resemblance, but Pops seems like a great guy. Pops is so cute. I'm reminded of my grandpa. I miss him so much. Rest in chaos, old man. Now, how may I help you? He asked. I'm assuming you came here for something. Just then, Hannah had a great idea. This old man was the epitome of life. He looked as if he had lived through the wars. If there was one person who knew a lot about life, then it was this old man. Can you help us, Pops? She suddenly asked, surprising the others. We have to make this video about life, and I think you'll be the perfect person to be in it. Do you want to help us? Well, the old man started off, scratching the back of his head. I'm not really good at these things. This old man isn't inclined to new technologies. Don't worry, Pops, Casper said. This friend over here, he continued, pointing to Jun, is the same as you. We will help you. Pops chuckled in amusement, enjoying that he was being compared with Jun. He did remind him of a child he never had. All right, he said, but we can't film inside the house. I don't want to wake my wife up. Oh, she's here with you? Jun asked. Pops said. This is our farmhouse. We come here when we harvest our vegetables. I see, Jun muttered. That's all right then. Shall we head out then? Pops nodded with a wide smile. All right, young spirits. Let's make you win. Number 895. Chapter 895. What Life Is. Uno turned out the camera and started filming Pops. The weathered lines on his face told stories that words never could, and his eyes sparkled with the kind of wisdom only years of hard work and love could bring. You're a genius, Jun said, nudging Hannah's shoulder, causing the latter's cheeks to redden. Kaya, this couple is actually pretty cute. Please don't ship Jun with anyone. Jun can't be in a relationship. What a weird crowd. They were standing by his small, modest farmhouse, surrounded by the green fields. Pops had just finished telling them about his life as a farmer. He spoke with passion and a little bit of humor, which made the filming process even more enjoyable. The cast members were excited, their earlier worries about the challenge dissipating as they got lost in the old man's